deals. With Vivid Seats Rewards, you earn rewards with every purchase. From first down to final whistle, Vivid Seats has a great selection for all the 2023 games that matter to you. Just visit vividseats.com or download the app today. Vivid Seats, the official ticketing partner of ESPN.
A lot of schools talk about training the cybersecurity workforce of the future, but do they really deliver? My Computer Career has been supplying the IT workforce with thousands of skilled, certified pros for 15 years. Train with the experts in support, networking, or cybersecurity and start your career in months, not years. Upskill even faster. On campus or live online, qualified students may get financial aid, including the GI Bill. My Computer Career. Accredited, acclaimed, effective. Take the free career evaluation at mycomputercareer.edu.
Don't miss out on the best gaming in Chicagoland. Hard Rock Casino, Northern Indiana, where we're sure to have the action you crave. The choice is yours with a world-class selection of over 1,700 slots and 80 table games. Enjoy some of your favorite games like blackjack, roulette, craps, and baccarat. A roll of the dice or a spin of the reels, and you could be a winner. Live life at max volume at Hard Rock Casino, Northern Indiana, just off Exit 6, I-80-94. Must be 21. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-9-WITH-IT.
Switch to Astound Broadband's fast, award-winning gig internet. Plus, you can save $240 a year when you bundle internet and TV. Astound makes selecting the best live TV and streaming services easy, no matter how you choose to watch. Turn your compatible smart devices into your own personal TV with the Astound TV Plus app. Astound gives you more options, more shows, and more ways to save. Switch today. Head to astound.com or call 1-800-4ASTOUND. Restrictions apply. See website for details.
1-877-CARS for kids. KARS Cars for kids. 1-877-CARS for kids. Donate your car today. 1-877-CARS for kids. KARS Cars for kids. 1-877-CARS for kids. Donate your car today.
Donate your car today at carsforkids.org. Your car, running or not, can be picked up as soon as the next day. No title, no problem. Call 877-CARS-FOR-KIDS or go online at carsforkids.org to donate today.
1-877-CARS for kids. KARS Cars for kids. 1-877-CARS for kids. Donate your car today.
Now accepting donations of land, homes, buildings, or any kind of real estate.
Paid for by K4K LLC.
Live from the Old National Bank State Street studio.
This is WMVP WSHE HD2 Chicago, a Good Karma Brands radio station. Chicago. This is your morning routine.
Put some respect on my name.
Cap and J Hood.
That's right, we're bad.
Watch the show on Twitch. Follow ESPN 1000 Chicago. Stream the show on the ESPN Chicago app and on FM 100.3 HD2 and on ESPN 1000 Chicago. Now, David Kaplan and Jonathan Hood.
Good morning, everyone.
This is Bears Friday, ESPN Chicago.
Here comes the blow.
Snap is back. Fields, late pressure coming, but it doesn't reach. It throws downfield. He got DJ Moore over the shoulder. 20, 15, and out of bounds. Snap back to Fields. Fields looking, now throwing. Got open man. DJ Moore, end zone, touchdown. Touchdown Bears. In motion as he sets to throw right side. It is caught. DJ Moore spins away from a tackle at the 40, 45. Nifty footwork on the sideline. Inside the 40, inside the 35. Wow. Paired in the left slot. Snap to Fields. Roche on the back. Gonna throw left side of the end zone. Up in the air. Contested catch. Touchdown! DJ Moore! Got out to the right. Snap Fields. Stares down the left side. Pass is caught by Moore. Down the sideline. And nothing but green grass. He is gone, baby. Touchdown, DJ Moore on 3rd and 2. The corner broke out.
Go DJ, that's my DJ. Go DJ, that's my DJ. Oh, God. Welcome in to the Cap and J Hood Morning Show on ESPN 1000. And we're streaming on the ESPN Chicago app with David Kaplan, Jonathan Hood with you. We've got Shay, we've got Jay Moore, we got you on a Bears Victory Friday with open phone lines for you at 312-332-ESPN, 332-3776. Good morning, Twitch, twitch.tv/ESPN 1000 Chicago. Also on YouTube, youtube.com. Hit that subscribe button today for ESPN Chicago. And for the first time in 346 days, the Chicago Bears win a football game. They defeat the Washington Commanders Cap by the score of 40-20. The Bears finally knock it down and win a game.
Outstanding to have the feeling this morning of coming in. I tweeted last night, can we please start the Kappa J. Hood show right now? And let's go. Because it was so much fun to watch pressure their quarterback, protect our quarterback. Our quarterback looks like a stud. Our receiver has a career day with 230 yards. And the Bears dominated on the road. All outstanding.
Man.
The most impressive thing to me of that victory was overcoming adversity. You had a ton of adversity. You have Khalil Herbert running the football. Bent his leg the wrong way. Out. He tried to come back in. He went right down to the ground. He came out. I can't do it. And then you lose Ebner to a hamstring. You lose Roshan Johnson to a hit to the head, concussion protocol. Out. We're down to Blassingame, your fullback. He had more carries last night in the game than he'd had in his entire career. Your defensive backfield, Brisker, gutting it out, playing on a bum hamstring that he hurt the day before in practice. No Jalen Johnson. No Eddie Jackson. Guys are falling like flies. And guess what? Keep throwing adversity in front of them. They found a way to win a football game, and they did it in dominating fashion. We sacked them 5 times, and our guy only got sacked 3. Good victory. And we're going to enjoy the heck out of this. It's a Bears Victory Friday on ESPN 1000. Take that.
In a lot of ways, Cap, what we saw from the Denver game carried over to the Washington game last night because we saw the offense looking pretty solid with Justin Fields. And one thing that we were talking about a lot is the mistakes made down the stretch in that loss against Denver. But as far as the offense is concerned, it carried over from the Denver game because Justin Fields, it's amazing what happens when you have time, huh? How amazing is football, Cap, when you have time as a quarterback to connect to DJ Moore for 3 touchdowns and to connect to Cole Kmet and to be able to get Robert Tonyan into the mix. It's amazing what happens when you have time. It's amazing when you have time when the offensive line opens holes for Herbert and for Fields and for Blassingame to run the football. Amazing how that happens, right? Everything works in concert. It's not just the quarterback. It's not just the wide receiver. It's not just the scheme. Everything works together when you win. And as you watch the ebb and flow of that game, especially in the first half, what you saw is Justin Fields comfortable in the pocket, like we've seen before, like we saw in the Denver game. 3 sacks, yes, it's not a complete package yet, as we will know with Justin Fields. It's not a complete package, but the good outweighs the bad. 2 games in a row. And so what does that mean for the rest of the season? I don't know. All I know is that I will enjoy this Bears victory. So on the offensive side, and of course, you know how I feel about the defense. I've been telling you that for a while now. Like, the defense has to be able to come through and make plays. How about that, Cap? What happens when you're aggressive and you dial up the blitz like Eberflus did? Let's ratchet it up a little bit and try to get some pressure. Make sure that Sam Howell's uncomfortable. What happens? 5 sacks for the defense. 5 sacks where Sam Howell could not run out of the pocket because the defense, they were playing with a ruthless aggression, something that we have not seen all season. We didn't see a lot of last season. So on both sides of the football, you saw a little bit extra, a little bit more than what you saw in the previous losses.
I liked, again, getting back to adversity, and then when you have to make an aggressive throw late, all of a sudden, oh boy, it's 30-20. They make that field goal, which they missed. It's a 1-score game. And you're thinking, oh no, here we go again. And on 3rd down, Fuller gambles and tries to jump the route. And it tips off his finger, barely. And DJ Moore concentrates, catches it, turns. See you later. Thanks for coming. 56 yards, touchdown. The game's over. Put it away. I love the aggressiveness. All of a sudden, the Luke Getsy bashers, very quiet this morning.
Of course.
He called a hell of a game.
Yeah.
Eberflus called a hell of a defensive game. Justin Fields, absolutely phenomenal performance. The offensive line, as banged up as they were, with the exception of we have to get someone who can snap the football.
Yeah.
My God. If we didn't have an athletic quarterback, you know how many of those are going over people's heads? The one where he went up with one hand and caught it and picked up yardage. Oh, my God. But
Wow.
there was a lot to overcome on the road, hostile environment. And you know what I loved? I got done with my little post-game stuff, and I see Magic Johnson's tweeting because he was at the game. He's one of the owners.
Yeah.
We had no fire. We did this. We did that. Take that, Magic.
Yeah.
Sorry, pal.
Yeah, they got some ways to go.
We beat your ass last night.
Washington's got some way to go. But before we take another step, I just want to make sure that I do the old Barry Horowitz and pat myself on the back.
Who?
You have Google like everybody else. A little pat on the back for Jay Hood and for David Kaplan this morning, because as we've been railing about the little things the Bears have not done, they did it yesterday. And the reason why is because we talked about the tush push. Wait a minute. What did we see last night? The tush push. Going forward on 3rd and 4th down on short, guess what? The Bears went for it. More aggression for this team than we've seen all season because of this show. Thank you very much.
Yes.
I'll take a bow.
And we have the question and answer. We'll get to that in just a second. My brother texted me last week. You have an Eberflus on? He was so mad about the Denver game. I'm like, yeah. Hoodie and I are going to talk to him. Would you guys please ask him why we don't do the tush push? And Hoodie and I are like, we've got it down here. Oh, yeah. We're asking him. You have the whole exchange there somewhere.
But go ahead.
And he gives the answer about whatever we're going to try. We have that, blah, 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 blah. And guess what? I'll bet you $1 million that when we got done with the interview, he walked from his desk into he said, I have a meeting after this with the offense. He walked into that meeting and went, okay, let's run this tush push thing. Let's see what we can do with it. I just got grilled about it on the radio. Let's do this. Bam! Take that.
When you're 0-4, you throw everything out there, though, Cap. That's the whole thing. When you're 0-4, you have to be able to do these things. But besides the tush push a couple of times, just 3rd and short, just going for it. Not selling for the punt, actually just going for it. And so that's what I like. There's an aggression. And when you're 0-4, you throw everything out there that you can to win the ball game. So that's exactly what they did, which is awesome.
It was awesome. It was awesome. It was a really, really good night for the Bears. Again, it's one win. We understand that. But guess what? You've lost 14 in a row. You go into a hostile environment. You play like that. There's no fluke about that victory. You kicked their you-know-what. You came in, and on every level, you were better. Every level. Take that.
Justin Fields and how he felt after the victory.
I felt good, just a feeling, that we all had after the game. It's a feeling that you just never wanted to end. So, just proud of the way, all the guys came out and played tonight. And, O-line did their thing versus the dominant D-line. They showed out. Really just everybody, running backs did their thing. Receivers, of course, did their thing too. So just proud of everybody.
Cap is right when you talk about how people were falling down like a MASH unit. And, you saw every time you looked up on Prime, you just saw Bears going into the tunnel, going in like whether it's a concussion issue or there's an injury. And, boy, I know it becomes cliche after a while when you hear next man up, but it really was next man up. They did everything they could to piecemeal that victory together. When you're losing all those running backs, Cap, and when you don't have Deontay Foreman active and Blasingame, my guy, the fullbacks, like, just don't drop it. Don't fumble it.
Correct.
Just put it in your breadbasket and just run. Put your head down. That was a complete team win to the nth degree, for sure.
It was. And again, the Blasingame run for 100? No. But when they needed to keep the clock moving and just, can we hand it off to someone who's competent, who's going to at least just not fumble the football, hit the hole hard? That's it. That's all we asked him to do. And now, Sylvie tweeted this during the game last night, and he's right. Can we please not activate Velus Jones to not use him when you got Deontay Foreman, a competent NFL running back, sitting there in street clothes? That's dumb. That makes no sense.
Yeah. But the Bears win 40-20 over the Washington Commanders. And we're getting your reaction, 312-332-ESPN, 332-3776. It's a Bears Victory Friday. Your calls and reaction to the Bears' first victory of the season. Also still to come, we lost a Bears legend, which we'll get into as well as we move forward here on this Bears Victory Friday. It is Cap and J Hood on the home of the Bears, ESPN 1000.
This is Bears Friday on the new home of the Chicago Bears, ESPN Chicago.
Former Bear Lance Briggs is live in studio with Cap and J Hood, Monday mornings at 9:30 on the new home of the Chicago Bears, ESPN Chicago.
I was on my way to work today, happy with a W, and I saw my guy, Howard Ankin Law, on the side of a bus. You see Howard all over town on buses, trains, billboards, TV, and of course with me right here on ESPN 1000. What you may not know is that Howard is not just the face of Ankin Law. He's in court. He carries a caseload and advocates for injured workers in Springfield and Washington, D.C. If I were injured in my car, hit crossing the street, knew of someone who, God forbid, died due to a medical mistake, I would say there's only one man to call. That's Howard Ankin, and call him immediately. So put this in your phone. You never know, heaven forbid, when you'll need him. Ankin Law, 312-6-million. 312-6-million.
Bet like the pros with the world's largest sports book right at your fingertips. Circus Sports is now available in Illinois. Hi, I'm Derek Stevens. I've been a lifelong sports bettor, and I'm the owner of Circus Sports. We're excited that the Circus Sports app is now ready for action. Experience big app bets with high betting limits, tight money line splits, and more. Now you can download, fund, and bet like a pro from anywhere in Illinois. Download your new bookie today at circusports.com. If you or someone you know may have a problem with gambling, call 1-800-GAMBLER or text ILGAMB to 833-234.
Some days you hit snooze, but not today. Today you have to go on a run to get burgers for the tailgate. You've got to haul something heavy, a cooler stocked with Bud Light. When you've got beer and football, nothing is hard until the other team scores. Bud Light, easy to drink, easy to enjoy. Enjoy responsibly. 21 plus. Copyright 2023 Anheuser-Busch Bud Light Beer, St. Louis, Missouri.
We really lucked out, getting all the internet we need for one all-in price.
All in?
It's like this Coach meal. Comes with nuggets, fries, soda, a toy, and an ice cream.
Can I have some?
I'm here to provide wisdom, not free meals.
Introducing an all-new internet plan only from Xfinity. Now through October 30th, get gig speed internet on the Xfinity 10G network. Plus storm-ready Wi-Fi, so you can stay connected for up to 4 hours when the power goes out. And our Wi-Fi boost guarantee. It's everything you need for one simple price of $50 a month for 2 years with no annual contract when you add Xfinity Mobile. Go to Xfinity.com, call 1-800-XFINITY, or visit a store to learn more. Requires paperless billing and auto pay with stored bank account. Restrictions apply. Taxes and fees extra. After promo, regular rates apply. Xfinity Mobile requires Xfinity Internet. Storm-ready Wi-Fi limited to customers within range of 4G LTE cellular signal. Speeds reduced to 30/7 megabits per second. Actual speeds vary. For more details, visit Xfinity.com/stormready.
A lot of Kanoli's energy started to bounce back.
She has a lot of puppy moments, and she'll be 14 this summer.
What did these dog parents do for their dogs? They switched to Nature's Blend, a premium freeze-dried raw dog food made by Dr. Marty Goldstein, a veterinarian Forbes magazine called the Miracle Worker. It's the easiest way to support your dog's easy digestion, nourished skin, playful energy, and most importantly, their healthy, full life.
I'm so confident your dog will love it. Your order is back with a 90-day guarantee.
Save up to 54% off Nature's Blend and get a free full-size bag of Tilly's Treasures dog treats. They're best-selling beef liver dog treats while supplies last. Go to drmartypets.com/tasty or text TASTY to 511-511. Go to drmartypets.com/tasty or shop in over 2,000 stores nationwide. Use the store locator to find the store closest to you. All pets are unique. Your pet's results can and will vary. Message and data rates may apply. Studies available upon request.
Cap and J Hood are back.
First time caller, huge fan of your guys' show.
Chicago's home for sports. ESPN Chicago.
It's the Cap and J Hood Morning Show on ESPN 1000, and we are streaming on the ESPN Chicago app. Come to Twitch, watch the show, twitch.tv/ESPN 1000 Chicago. Join the party because it's a Bears Victory Friday. Finally, the Bears win, Cap, 40-20 against Washington. It finally has happened. And again, 4 touchdowns for Justin Fields. Go back to the Denver game just briefly, Cap. Let's talk about the first 3 quarters we saw there. I told you it was a horrible defense that they played, but I take nothing away from the Bears for being able to get the ball down the field up 27-3 in that contest. But of course, it's the little things and the defense that really let the Bears down, in which they lost that ball game. But the offense was sound. So this is 2 games now in a row where the offense is putting up offense and it looks good. And, that's a good sign for the Bears moving forward.
I liked that they, in the second half, you're up 27-3. You're not going to be slinging it all over the yard. You do want to run some time because in this town what people would say, oh, God, 3 and out. Why'd you throw the ball so much? Run the football. Get the clock moving. I thought they called a magnificent game last night. Like all the Luke Getsy hate is quiet this morning.
Yes.
Because they executed. That's what it gets down to. Did we execute or not? Justin was magnificent. Magnificent. He put balls in places that, whoa, did you see that throw? I mean, there were, Kirk Herbstreit, who I like, he made a couple of comments where that ball was put the only place it could be put and be caught. The throw in the back corner of the end zone, the throw was magnificent, and the catch was equally good. They did a really good job in every aspect last night. And that's what I choose to take away is that. And then, guys, they're throwing up more adversity for us. Khalil's out. Oh, Travis Homer or Ebner, whichever one it was. I can't remember. He's out. We also lost Roshan Johnson. He's out with a head injury. It was down in the red zone. He got smacked lower in his head.
Yeah.
And I turned to my friends and I went, oh, boy, that doesn't look good. And boom, he's out. Concussion protocol. Add in all of that. And then Lucas Patrick, concussion protocol, out. All right, let's move Cody Whitehair over. And maybe his hand is still an issue, and that's why the snaps were bad. I'll choose to believe that till I hear differently. But Tevin Jenkins is back in the game. They're rotating him through. Nate Davis was 12 yards down the field. I ran it back late last night. Nate Davis played really well.
Fantastic.
He was 12 yards down the field on the left. He went from his right guard spot to left of the hash and leveled the guy. And then Khalil Herbert kept his legs moving. That one, that run where he wouldn't go down. I was impressed on every level. Again, it's one win. It's a week-to-week league. You can say anything you want.
Sure.
I choose to take all the positives out and enjoy a freaking Bears victory Friday. Take that.
Yeah, when it comes to Justin Fields, if I was your assistant coach for a basketball team and I'd hand you the sheet afterwards, with everything, the scoring sheet and who did what, the most proud thing you'd look at is your guards and to be 0 turnovers. The most important thing on this level for Justin Fields is 0 interceptions.
Correct.
I know the 4 touchdowns are eye-popping, 282 yards is eye-popping, 9.7 on an average is eye-popping, but the stat that means the most to me is 0 interceptions. Took care of the football, did not turn it over. I appreciate that. Yeah, you love the victory, but just like you as a coach, hey, look at your guards. Oh, they never turned it over. Oh, wow. That's a positive for you, right? They have the ball in their hands a lion's share of the time. You don't want them to turn it over. Same thing with your quarterback.
Correct.
You don't want him to turn it over. And so that stat means more to me than the quarterback rating and all the rest of it. The win means something, but it's not like Justin threw it like he did at the end of the game against Denver or just haphazardly. He actually did a really good job of handling and taking care of the football.
He did. And when you take care of the football, you minimize their opportunities. And then when you protect the way you did, I'm telling you right now, one of the sacks, Darnell Wright got beat by a stud, Montez Sweat.
Yeah.
He beat him off the edge, and he sacked Justin. From that point on, I felt like that was a learning experience for Darnell Wright, and I can't wait to watch him on the All-22. That dude had a good night. He had a really good night. He is a mauler. He likes contact. You can tell he's not just a big guy who goes out and hits you. He enjoys the contact and the physicality of the game. Again, it's one win. I understand that. I'm seeing my Twitter. Okay, relax, dude. It's one win. Yes, it's one win, but it was an impressive win.
No. I don't know who that is talking to you on social media with the relax. No, you relax. Would you rather win that game or lose that game? So again, when you have not won a game since last October, you could stick it with your relax. I don't want to hear it.
Right.
All right. When you have not won a game and those guys are working hard, busting their ass, trying to win a game, and because of coaching or because of misplays, all that, you keep losing. So, no, you could stick it with your relax. How about that? I mean, because those guys work hard to try to win. They don't get up in the morning, lift all those weights, get into practice just to lose. They don't get up in the morning and say, good morning, hon. What are you going to do today? Lose.
Right.
That's not what they get up and do. So you relax.
This is everybody. Like the people up there, they don't just go to practice for a couple hours. All right, let's go. What do you want to do? You want to hang out? They're immersed. Like Justin's first guy in the building, last guy out every day. Eberflus has been sleeping there. I mean, again, is he a great football coach? No, he has not proven that as a head coach. But last night, he had a really, really good night. Really good night.
We talked so much about on short yardage, third down, fourth down, short yardage. Hey, man, you've got a guy that's 6'3", 225 in Justin Fields. Why don't you push him into an opportunity to get the first down? We talked to Eberflus about that this week.
Have you guys looked at putting that tush-push play in at all? Because that would have been a perfect situation with needing a half a yard.
Yeah, and again, it was a little bit more than a half a yard there, but for sure we have that play. Again, we like that half a yard or less on that, but again, that's a play that everybody's running now, and again, Philly does it the best in the business.
You can hear Eberflus typing it in. Just we got that play.
Yeah, I got to ask my guy for a memo to self.
Wait a minute.
Do we have this? Yeah.
Wait a minute, Cap. You can hear him typing it in the note section of his computer.
Have you guys looked at putting that tush-push play in at all? Because that would have been a perfect situation with needing a half a yard.
Yeah, and again, it was a little bit more than half a yard there, but for sure we have that play. Again, we like that half a yard or less on that, but again, that's a play that everybody's running now, and again, Philly does it the best in the business.
Jay Moore, did you boost the sound of that keyboard? Remember the scene in The Fugitive? Run that back and I just want the guy on the PA. Remember that scene when they're listening to the train? Yeah. Like Jay Moore dropped everything around it, and you can hear.
Yeah, we had to chime in on the sound and bring it up about 5 dBs.
That's amazing.
Yeah, we've got that play. Sure. Yeah, that's right here. Hey, guys, I just got off the radio. Is there any way we can get this tush-push in there? We're on, third down and 2.
They're all over me about this.
Is there any way, possibly? So you're welcome, America. You're welcome, Chicago.
Yes. Actually, can you play it again? Because there's one more thing we just rose up in the audio.
Oh, okay. Well, so here we go. Eberflus with Cap and J Hood talking about the tush-push.
Have you guys looked at putting that tush-push play in at all? Because that would have been a perfect situation with needing a half a yard.
Yeah, and again, it was a little bit more than a half a yard there, but for sure we have that play. Again, we like that half a yard or less on that, but again, that's a play that everybody's running now, and again, Philly does it the best in the business.
Yeah, so again, making sure that is part of the meeting, because he does his Mondays with us on Cap and J Hood. Cap suggests the tush-push because it makes sense, right? It makes sense. It's a short yardage situation. You may utilize your quarterback, for God's sakes.
So my brother's watching, and for some reason, he's like a full play ahead of me. Mm-hmm. My TV was delayed. Why? I don't know. He's calling me going, how about that throw? I'm like, they just ran for a yard. He's like, no. They just completed a big pass. I'm like, stop. I don't want to know. And then he calls again. I'm like, don't do this to me. He's like, they just ran the tush-push play. He and I were talking, and then Hoodie, you guys asked him. You guys got the play call in there. I'm like, what? I hadn't seen it yet. I'm like, all right, don't call me again. I'll call you later.
So long.
And there it is. I'm like, oh, my God. There is no way that thing was in their playbook. No way.
No.
And all of a sudden, they're running it multiple times.
I love that. They were sticking it down the Washington Commanders' throat. Kept doing it.
Oh, my God.
Fantastic. So I feel like...
You're welcome, Matt.
I feel like we have done something good.
Yes.
I think you and I have done something good for the Chicago Bears.
Play that one more time. It's so good to hear.
All right. So Eberflus with us about the tush-push.
Have you guys looked at putting that tush-push play in at all? Because that would have been a perfect situation with needing a half a yard.
Yeah, and again, it was a little bit more than a half a yard there, but for sure we have that play. Again, we like that half a yard or less on that. But again, that's a play that everybody's running now, and again, Philly does it the best in the business.
There you have it.
Hey, when we get through this interview, get the offensive staff in there. I want that play in.
It's amazing. It's amazing.
Love it.
You're playing with aggression and saying, F it. F it. We're 0-4. Let's just throw everything, all the suggestions. Let's dial up the blitz. Let's see if we can get a pass rush. Let's see if we can get short yardage plays. Let's throw rainbows to DJ, whatever it takes, right?
Let's go.
F it. You're 0-4. You're the only game on. National TV. Come on, let's make Al happy.
One of our listeners has a great point, and I'm with him 100%. Cap, I'm with Hoodie. F those that are saying relax. It's only one win. It's been a long time. Guess what? The sun's a little more bright this morning. Even morning traffic isn't bothering me. All good. That's exactly right.
Right.
Exactly right.
You'd rather win that game than lose it. That is for sure.
But the way you won it.
Yeah.
If you said, the Bears squeaked one out, Washington was terrible, 12-7 like last year. If we won that, you don't feel that much better. We won, but it was bad. Dude, you scored 40 points.
Yes.
Your quarterback was a beast. Your wide receiver one was a monster. You sacked them 5 times. Oh, well, guess what? We're going to take your 2 running backs away. Oh, we'll take a third one away. Oh, really? We got no running backs left. Guess what? We'll figure out a way. Oh, your center's out with concussion protocol? Move the other guy the bad hand over. Justin, I got you, man. Any bad snaps, I'm here to pick them up.
Amazing.
Jump up like they were talking about his baseball background. It was like he was an outfielder.
Yeah.
Oh.
I mean, absolutely great. Just one thing I want to point, and we'll get to the phone calls in just a moment, 312-332-3776. Cap, let's go back to the game plan on Tuesday and Wednesday to prepare for this game. What did we know about the Commanders? We talked about how formidable their defensive line would be.
Their front four is a bunch of great players.
What'd you think, though? Again, that offense against that defensive line, obviously better than Denver. That was my fear, that they would get to Justin early and often. As a matter of fact, we could say in the third quarter, it's starting to stiffen a little bit on the Bears offensively, did it not?
It got better.
Yep.
But they're good players. You know, a friend of mine called me during the game. He's like, are we getting too conservative here? They're stopping us. I said, that's Montez Sweat. That's Jonathan Allen. That's Chase Young. And that's, who am I missing? Who's the fourth one? Anyway, that's a bunch of dudes up there.
Payne.
Duran Payne.
Yeah.
That's a bunch of really, really good football players. Guess what? We're going to throw over the top of them. We're going to protect our guy. And they had a stat up. When Justin held the ball 4 seconds or more, he was like 0 for 4. When he got the ball out on time, he was amazing.
Amazing. Amazing how that happens, right? There was times where he was holding the ball 3 or 4 seconds, like, get the ball out, throw it away, and he got sacked. Again, that's still not out of him yet.
Correct. And so when they go back and put the tape on, it's got to be, and they will. They're smart. Justin, okay, look at this stat. When you hold the ball 4 seconds or more, you're 0 for 4 and got sacked twice. When you get the ball out on time, whether it's incomplete or complete, look at how our offense moves.
Yep.
Even when you miss on a throw, no interceptions, no fumbles. He was able to run some designed runs. Again, I thought Luke Getsy had a great night. I thought Justin was magnificent. Magnificent executing it. He looked like a franchise quarterback last night. It's a 2-week sample. Let's keep building.
Justin Fields played his best game as a Bear last night. Are you back in? 312-332-ESPN, 332-3776 is our phone number, your phone calls. Also, we'll talk about the legend, Dick Butkus, who passed away. We'll get to that as well as we move forward here on a Bears Victory Friday. Cap and J. Hood, weekday morning, 7 to 10.
Here comes the This is Bears Friday on the new home of the Chicago Bears, ESPN Chicago.
Tune in.
The ESPN Chicago Fantasy Football Show with Jeff Meller. Presented by Tullamore Dew and brought to you in part by ETI School of Skilled Trades. Get the knowledge you need to manage your fantasy football team. Sunday morning at 7 on ESPN Chicago, 100.3 HD2, the ESPN Chicago app, and ESPN 1000.
What's up, everyone? Zetterman here. Snap into action this NFL season with FanDuel, America's #1 sportsbook. Right now, new customers get $200 in bonus bets guaranteed when you place a $5 bet. That's $200 in bonus bets whether you win or lose. If you've been thinking about joining FanDuel, there's no better time to get in on the action than right now. The app is so easy to use. They've got a wide range of betting options like spreads, player props, overs, unders, first to score, touchdowns, same game parlays, and more. If you're like me, you made a little cash on the Bears game last night. So all you got to do is visit FanDuel.com/Zetterman, Z as in zebra, EDERMAN, and kick off the NFL season. FanDuel, official partner of the NFL. 21 plus and present in Illinois. First online real money wager only. $10 first deposit required. Bonus issued is now. Drawable bonus bets that expire 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Introducing Starward Australian Whiskey, the most awarded whiskey you've never heard of. New to the States, everything Starward makes is fully aged in red wine casks. Not finished, fully aged. Their flagship single malt, Nova, is aged in a combination of Shiraz, Cabernet, and Pinot casks, all sourced fresh from local wineries. Twofold is a perfectly balanced blend of single malt grain whiskey, awarded 94 points from wine enthusiasts. Find Starward at your local retailer or online at starward.com.
Hey, this is the Fat Jack, and what a great week we just had. Going 4-1 on Sunday, we win again last week. Everybody's deeper into profit, and we're heading into October. Go to FatJackSports.com. Get everything through Halloween, only $399, or less than about $70 a week when you go through the Super Bowl or beyond. 4-1 last Sunday. We won last Saturday. We've been turning a profit each and every day. Go to FatJackSports.com. Get signed up today where there's no tricks, no gimmicks, just winners.
Twin Peaks is the best in the game. Here, you're in the red zone for every college rivalry and divisional matchup all season long. On game day, you never have to decide which teams to watch, only what combination of bites, burgers, wings, and more to order. Plus, where else are your favorite draft beers always poured at a frozen 29 degrees? Only at Twin Peaks, the #1 sports bar.
Draft the ultimate lunch lineup starting at $7.99. Choose from a combination of half sandwiches, soups, salads, and more. Only at Twin Peaks.
Hey, I'm Tom Waddle, and I drive a Hawk. It's a new season, and I'm liking the lineup. So get to HawkAuto.com and choose from Ford, Chevy, Chrysler, Dodge, Jeep, Ram, Fiat, Subaru, Cadillac, Mazda, Volkswagen, Nissan, and Wagoneer models, and a huge selection of pre-owned vehicles. Right now, save with 0% for 60 months or no payments for 90 days. Find your next car today at HawkAuto.com. And drive what I drive. Drive a Hawk. HawkAuto.com! On select models with approved credit.
Hey, it's the good kid. Check out my friends at Grand Appliance. They've got the lowest price guarantee online and in-store. Right now, shop the 93rd anniversary sale at Grand Appliance for unbeatable appliance deals like GE convection ranges in gas or electric for just $7.99. Visit grandappliance.com or your local showroom for details. That's Grand Appliance, the appliance expert since 1930. Go to grandappliance.com today.
At the Home Depot, Saturdays are about two things: getting projects done right with Behr Premium Plus interior paint
and football.
That's right, Kirk Herbstreit. And with Behr's wall-to-wall coverage and long-lasting durable finish, you'll spend less time worrying about your walls,
which means more time for football.
For football. Upgrade your Saturday with Behr and the Home Depot. How doers get more done.
If you're just tuning in, this is Fan 23, Fansville's #1 sports radio station.
Brought to you by Tasty Dr. Pepper.
We are settling the great debate, best third quarter snack, hot dogs or nachos?
You know my mantra, Doug.
Yes.
Meaty early, cheesy late.
Well, it looks like we have a caller here to weigh in. Is this Chuck?
Popcorn in the third is the move.
What?
You go with passive snacking after halftime.
No, it's nachos.
Look, as long as there's an ice cold Dr. Pepper there to wash it down, I'm good with either. Dr. Pepper, the one fans deserve.
Here's today's headlines with Cap and J Hood.
Good morning, Chicago. The 7 a.m. hour of Cap and J Hood is brought to you by the ComEd Energy Efficiency Program. The Bears finally got in the win column for the first time in nearly a calendar year, ending a franchise worst 14-game losing streak. Justin Fields' last two games, 67% completion, 617 yards, 8 touchdowns, 1 interception. DJ Moore, 230 yards, 3 touchdowns last night, and a partridge and a pear tree. So the Bears win, and they'll enjoy that victory over the Commanders 40-20. Legendary Bears linebacker Dick Butkus passed away yesterday at the tender age of 80 years old, an 8-time Pro Bowler, a 2-time Defensive Player of the Year, named to the All-Decade team in both the 70s and the 80s, 75th anniversary and 100th anniversary all-time NFL teams. Former Northwestern football coach Pat Fitzgerald filed a $130 million wrongful termination suit yesterday. Fitzgerald is accusing the school of callous and outrageous misconduct in destroying his career. Major League Baseball playoffs today. Rangers at the Orioles. The Twins will take on the Astros. The Phillies at the Braves, and the Diamondbacks will take on the Dodgers. All right, Jay Moore.
Okay, it's about that time. You're tuned in to the Cap and Jay Hood Show.
Everything ain't hardcore, you know.
On Chicago's home for sports, ESPN Chicago.
Oh, indeed. A DJ saved the life, maybe the career of Matt Eberflus. No question about it, Cap. DJ Moore saved Matt Eberflus. The DJ saved Eberflus's life.
Okay, couple things. One, and I know they're teammates in the company, kind of, or they have the same 4 letters before their show, ESPN Get Up.
Yeah.
Okay. Chris Canty on the show that leads into us, that you were a star on at 6:45 on Unsportsmanlike. Can we please, I'm begging them, Greeny, his panel of, fired coaches and retired players, can you guys please put the idiocy away just for a day? Now that Justin's had 2 games, it's time to trade him and reset the court. Can you guys just stop being dumb for a day? A day. Like memo to Bristol or New York or wherever the F they are. Mm-hmm. The kid played great last week. Did he make some mistakes on a stretch? He did.
Yep.
Did he learn from said mistakes and not make those mistakes last night? The answer is yes. Did he play great again last night? The answer is yes. Can you just please let the season play out? Quit trying to validate your stupid opinions. Well, I've already been out on him, so I got to trade him. He's hot now. Move him. Get rid of him. Stop, please. I'm begging you. You're 1-4. There's 12 games to go. Can we just let the 12 games play out, and at the end of the season, trust that the evaluation by Poles and Eberflus and Getsy and Kevin Warren and Ian Cunningham, and I can keep naming names. Those are our guys. They are going to make this decision and figure out if he's the guy or not. Caleb Williams is a great player. Mm-hmm. I don't care about Caleb Williams today. Well, what if his dad says he doesn't want to come here? Then F them. If you don't want to be in this great city with this great team, with this great fan base, with this charter franchise, then go play wherever the hell you want. I'm worried about winning football games.
I was trying to explain to Canty, as we look at the phone lines, I just wanted to explain to Chris Canty this morning it's like, stop looking at the NFL like it's the Major League or NBA trade deadline. You must make a decision now on Justin Fields. And it's like, no, I explained to him, this is a 17-week dress rehearsal for Justin Fields.
Great.
This is not Poles guy. It's not. But you can make a determination for 17 weeks. Is this a guy or not? If he's not, there's an option. The option is that the Bears can move on and be able to reset the quarterback market. But you don't have to answer that question today on October 6th.
Exactly.
Not
and
today.
What if the guy we've seen the last 2 weeks, he's a reasonable facsimile of that 10 of the next 12? Nobody's perfect every week. I get that. I mean, Patrick Mahomes had a bad night against the Jets. He did. He had a bad night against the Lions, and his receivers were terrible. Those things happen. He's still also maybe the greatest quarterback of all time. So can we just let this please play out? Stop sending in your tweets that, well, it validated my opinion. He's a franchise quarterback. You don't know that yet.
You don't know.
And you also don't know if he's not the guy. Let's just let this play out and let the talking heads who no longer have jobs with teams, please, just a little bit of dose of sanity.
All right, let's go to the phone lines to talk to you. 312-332-3776 is our phone number. Calvin is on the south side with us on Cap and J Hood. Good morning, Calvin.
What's going on, gentlemen? Man,
Calvin,
I'm glad
what's
y'all
up,
have it.
brother? How are you?
You got it. Man, I'm good, Cap. Man, Cap Daddy. Listen, man, you just validated everything y'all just explained. Like I said, for all the Luke Getsy haters, hey, he dialed it up. Number one, number two. Listen, all this get rid of Fields and he's a tight end. Not that y'all saying this and that. Listen, a guy got talent for a reason, and all I'm saying is this: if you let a guy like that go and he gets into the right fit, and like you said, does he make his mistakes? Y'all fair with that? He missed a throw to DJ Moore. He could have had 4. Fine. I get it, but also the defense could have had more sacks. They let Sam Howell go on a get away with a few scrambles when they could have got him. So my thing is this: we can evaluate the season and see where it goes, but as far as I'm concerned, I'm impressed by the strides. You fit his skill set to what he needs to do, and he don't turn the ball over. Hey, you give yourself a chance, and he can throw the ball down the field. So let's just hold off on this and that, and let's just let the guy play because the kid got talent, man. And we just need to improve our defense, become a better run balance attack with Khalil Herbert and the other guys, and our results can be different. But other than that, man, let's keep the positive energy as far as winning and matrimony going.
Yeah,
that's all I'm saying.
that's on the Bears to keep that momentum going. What we do here is we talk about the ebb and flow of the season. When they lose, we talk about why they lose and how they can get better. When they win, you say, how can you be able to carry on with that momentum? And again, offensively speaking, the last couple of games, you saw what the offense could look like when you have time. It's amazing how that happens when you have time to be able to throw where you don't have to think so much. You got DJ Moore, an outstanding weapon when he's utilized properly. Same thing with Cole Kmet. Same thing with some of the others. But again, it's not a finished product yet, but you like the direction of the offense so far. Arlington Heights, here's Brandon on ESPN 1000 on Cap and J Hood. Hey, Brandon.
What's up, Brandon?
Hey, gentlemen. How's it going?
We're good, man. We're enjoying a Victory Friday on the home of the Bears, ESPN 1000.
Thanks for
you and me both. I got my Victory Monday shirt on, but
nice.
I just wanted to say, longtime follower, obviously been listening. It was great to not be embarrassed and see him play hard. You know, I'm 32 years old, haven't missed a game in probably 25 years. You know, I think I speak for everyone when I say I just want to see him fight, man. You know,
they fought last night. They
took
the field ready to go.
That's right. And, you know, nobody wants to get the first pick. You know, a true fan, regardless, wants to win. And I'm happy for Justin, and I hope it continues. You guys have a great Friday.
You too, man. Have a great weekend, Brandon.
Dave in Crown Point, Indiana on Cap and J Hood. Good morning, Dave.
Crown it up.
Good
Let's
morning.
go.
So I want to comment on the offensive line as well, with them switching out all the time. Darnell Wright playing every snap, I believe, this season. And I also want to comment on how soft the cover 2 was. But what about the guys that come back when they've been out hurt for a while? That defense could change entirely with them coming back.
Yeah, you're talking about the cover 2 for the Bears defensively.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, I mean, well, here's the thing about that, right? So, a couple of things with the defense, Cap, that we got to talk about. So, as far as the run defense is concerned, restaurant quality, because there was no running game. I was so surprised at Ron Rivera not trying to run the football more. Did not with Robinson.
They ran into a brick wall early. Bears did a great job on their run defense. They did. And I think Ronnie thought, oh, God, 27-3 in the hole. We're going to have to win this game on his right arm. And they showed a stat at one point. This drive, 10 passes, 0 runs. And I said to my wife and my friends, this game could be over. They're throwing the ball every down.
Mm-hmm.
Eventually, it's going to get tipped, taken away, and we did.
With that Tampa 2, as we well know, there's going to be some cushion, and we saw that in the second half a little bit for Washington because they scored 11 points in the third quarter. You know, it frustrates me too, that defense, that on the backside, the linebackers from the secondary, you could be able to find a soft cushion to be able to get first downs. There's no question. But on the flip side of that, the positive in that is that it's an opportunity for the secondary to be able to make plays. Greg Stroman Jr. is making a name for himself.
He played a hell of a football game. He got banged up at the end because he came over to the bench, and he was in a lot of pain. So I don't know. We'll wait to hear from Coach Eberflus, who will join Waddle and Sylvie this afternoon. He normally is on with us, but their plane did not touch down till 4 o'clock in the morning.
Right.
And he's like, can I get a little bit of sleep, please? Yes, get some sleep. He probably did not get back to his house till, I'm guessing, 5:30 in the morning.
He didn't turn that key until about 5:30 in the morning, yeah. He's probably sleeping now.
His car is at the facility.
Mm-hmm.
The bus comes from O'Hare. back to Lake Forest. I'm sure he lives in the area there. And then by the time he gets home, he's wired. He's probably fallen asleep a little on the plane, but he's not slept. Please, can I get? I'll be in about 10:30.
Mm-hmm.
So
and deserved, by the way, too.
Well deserved. Enjoy it.
312-332-3776 phone number. We'll take more of your phone calls. Also, shot or no shot, right here, right around the corner on Chicago's Home for Sports.
This is Bears Friday on the new home of the Chicago Bears, ESPN Chicago.
Sidebars on the Cap and J Hood Show.
Just a quick sidebar. May I approach?
Brought to you by Ankin Law on ESPN Chicago.
Folks, let me tell you about Apt Electronics in Glenview. I had my friends Steve and Scott Shapiro over last night from Apt. That's right. Apt is your #1 destination for the home, and they're here to help you conquer Chicago's winter weather with a new HVAC system from Trane. Trane's heating, cooling, and air quality solutions are rated #1 in owner satisfaction and brand reliability by a leading consumer magazine. It's hard to stop a Trane, and Apt is the largest Trane dealer in the Chicagoland area. Plus, they offer 24-hour emergency services should you ever need them. For free and home delivery, professional installation, complete satisfaction, shop where I shop. Apt, A-B-T, apt.com. Pleasing people since 1936.
What's up, everybody? It's Adam Abdallah. Snap into action this NFL season with FanDuel, America's #1 sportsbook. Right now, new customers get $200 in bonus bets guaranteed when you place a $5 bet. That's $200 in bonus bets, win or lose. If you've been thinking about joining FanDuel, there's no better time to get in on all of the action. The app is so easy to use, and there's a wide range of betting options that include spreads, hundreds of player props, over-unders, and so much more. Don't forget about those same-game parlays available for most NFL games as well. So visit FanDuel.com/Abdallah, A-B-D-A-L-L-A, and kick off the NFL season with America's #1 sportsbook and my #1 sportsbook. That's FanDuel.com/Abdallah, A-B-D-A-L-L-A. FanDuel, official partner of the NFL. You must be 21 or over and present in Illinois. First online real money wager only. $10 first deposit required. Bonus issued as non-withdrawable bonus bets that expire 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Old National Bank.
I just got your home equity loan, and this feeling of joy and exhilaration overcame me.
Yeah, it's a phenomenon we call getting old.
Wow, so I'm not the only one?
No, small business owners feel it with expansion loans. Families feel it when they're setting up trusts and 529s. Nonprofits who need financing to help the community. And anyone who needs investment advice, they all feel it.
So it's not just me?
No, you're in a pretty big club.
Like a club I can join?
I really don't.
Is there at least a secret handshake?
Old National Bank, where relationships and results matter. Old National. Get old. Member FDIC.
If you're like most people, you've had your fair share of financial questions. Questions like, can I afford my son's travel hockey team? What if my daughter doesn't get that soccer scholarship? Will I be able to enjoy golf in retirement? At Empower, we know these questions can be stressful. We're here to help answer your what ifs and empower what's next. Join 18 million Americans and take control of your financial future. Start today at empower.com.
eBay Motors is here for the ride. 120,000 miles of night drives, daily commutes, and who knows how many.
Are we there yet?
Through countless fixes, elbow grease, and a new radiator, you kept your ride alive. With eBay Motors, you have over 122 million parts to keep it running. And with eBay Guaranteed Fit, they'll be the perfect fit every time. Plus, at these prices, well, we're burning rubber, not cash. Keep your ride or die alive at ebaymotors.com. Eligible items only. Exclusions apply.
Hooters' famous saucy wings, delicious seafood, stacked burgers, and fresh salads. We're proud to serve our communities with delicious take-home food and a great place to watch the game with friends and family. At Hooters, it's always easy to pick a winner. Hooters, the original wing joint.
It's Friday. Time to get it in for the weekend. Now back to Cap and J Hood, ESPN Chicago.
We had a lot of sentiment on social media regarding the passing of Dick Butkus and saying that the Bears won for Dick. They won for Dick Butkus. We saw from some of the players from the Chicago Bears that tweeted that, hey, we won this for Dick Butkus. And it was a surprise to all of us to see that Dick died at the age of 80. What a wonderful man, Cap, and just really the heart and soul of the team. You think about Papa Bear Harris and you think about Walter Payton and Gale Sayers, but Dick Butkus was always checking in always checking in on the Bears. I mean, you might have lived in California, but he would come to Chicago, and he would always have a comment, always had a thought about the Bears. And sadly, he passed away yesterday before the game against the Commanders.
Yeah, he died in his sleep, apparently, overnight at his home late Wednesday night. He was found on Thursday, like midday there.
Mm-hmm.
And it's sad. He was really, really good to me. I got to interview him, I'm going to say 8-10 months ago. And the interview was at 11:30 in the morning on Zoom. I got home like 11:20 coming from here. And my wife is talking to someone. I'm like, who are you talking to? She said, Dick Butkus. He got on at like 11:10, and he's chatting with my wife about his love of dogs and being an actor and Malibu and hot weather. Like, they're having this long conversation. I said, I'm ready to go. He's like, hang on, I'm still talking to your wife. Like, he was that guy.
Yeah.
He was an awesome, awesome man. And I've interviewed him a billion times. Jeff Joniak just interviewed him recently.
Mm-hmm.
He was in town. He's talking with Tremaine Edmonds, and he's going to be missed, man. He was a really, really good dude.
Let's go back in time. Your conversation with Dick Butkus. For those that missed it, on the recap, Cap's YouTube page, you can subscribe there. You can be able to watch the entire interview there. Just archive it, look for it. But just here's a little sample of Dick Butkus talking about his life as a Bear and how he feels. Let's go back in time and hear that months ago.
So what is it like? There's very few athletes that when you think of a position, one name pops out. When you think middle linebacker, the first thing anyone thinks of is you. What is that like?
Well, I'm not so sure they're doing that anymore. You know, it's been 49 years since I played. So there's been other guys that have come along through the grapevine, but I guess it's an honor, and I never set out to do that. I always just loved the game and tried to play it the best I could, and all the accolades and things that come on after are, I guess, byproducts of it. So I guess I should feel pretty proud of myself, but to myself, I did what I always wanted to do and accomplish what I always wanted to do. So I took care of me first.
So some of the thoughts there from Dick Butkus. Cappy, at least you could say you're one of the very few that got a chance to interview Dick and to talk about his career.
Yeah, and he's a very humble man. He became an actor. I still remember the Bears broadcast team when it was Dick Butkus, Wayne Larrivee, and first Jim Hart, and Hub Arkush. And to hear like this consummate pro, Wayne Larrivee, who's now the voice of the Packers, and it drove him nuts at the start. And then he realized they actually like my calls, but they actually love him way more. And you'd hear, fumble, and you'd hear him in the back of the booth. Ball out! Pick it up! Get it! Like, and every Bears fan felt the same way. You saw the fumble or the pick, you went nuts. Like Sano in the broadcast booth.
Yes.
That was Dick Butkus. And he's going to, again, be missed. His son, Matt, is a friend of mine who's a really good guy. He was handling all of Dick's business affairs. And it's sad that he's gone. He lived a hell of a life. 80 years old. I still believe there's the Butkus Award that will live on and on for the best linebacker. Dick Butkus is synonymous with the Chicago Bears. The only one for me ahead of him, the only one, is Walter Payton.
On the day that we lost good old number 51, the Bears put up 40 points. The Bears drafted Butkus, who was number 51, and Sayers 40, back-to-back in 1965.
How about that? What they get him, like 4 and 5, 3 and 4?
Isn't that something?
Yeah. Pick 2 Hall of Famers.
312-332.
We get those scouts back.
ESPN 332-3776. Phone. I'm sure we could dig those guys up as we go to Hinsdale. Wow. Here's Kevin on ESPN 1000. All right, Kev.
Good morning, guys. I just wanted to say good morning to the official assistant OCs for the Bears.
How about that?
I love the fugitive quote, next stop Merchandise Mart, is that an elevated train? I say next stop Minnesota, and is that an elevated Bears team? I called in last week and a lot of haters out there. I always said, the opposite of love isn't hate. The opposite of love is indifference. And I feel like a lot of guys are starting to come back towards the love side. We're talking a lot about Getsy and Fields, and they did a great job. But, a little props to Eberflus, too. I mean, he changed up his game. He started blitzing a little bit. And I think it was Herbstreit that mentioned, they're not playing this game not to lose. They're playing this game to win. And they were on defense at the time, and they dialed it up. They got some sacks. And, the last thing I'll leave you with is, one thing Bears got to improve on is getting off the field in third down. Right now, I think they're 58.5% teams are converting on third down, and that's just not good enough. But, at the beginning of the season, we said we need to figure out if Fields is our guy. And I think, we're one step closer to that. And I think the Bears will be better if he is, because we can use those picks to fill necessary needs for next year. So we got the Vikings, the Raiders, the Chargers, and the Saints, and I think those are all winnable games.
Kevin, we appreciate the telephone call, and in 2 minutes we give you shot or no shot on a Bears Victory Friday on Chicago's Home for Sports.
This is Bears Friday on the new home of the Chicago Bears, ESPN Chicago.
Here comes the boom. Football fans, the best spot for cash betting and big screen entertainment is in the PointsBet Sportsbook at Club Hawthorne Betting Bars. Pro and college action, including Illinois teams, on dozens of big screen TVs in Prospect Heights, Villa Park, Crestwood, and at the track. Plus, horse races from around the country with big odds opportunities every few minutes. See photos, menus, and locations at HawthorneBettingBars.com. And if you or someone you know has a gambling problem, please call 1-800-GAMBLER to get help.
Whether you own a local business or a global one, you know that these days, generating growth is a challenge. By teaming with Bank of America, you'll not just stay ahead of the curve, you'll move it. With access to experts, award-winning insights, and business solutions so powerful, you'll make every move matter, locally and globally. Visit bankofamerica.com/banking for business to learn more. What would you like the power to do? Copyright 2023 Bank of America, N.A.
Hey, I'm Tom Waddle, and I drive a Hawk. It's a new season, and I'm liking the lineup. So get to hawkauto.com and choose from Ford, Chevy, Chrysler, Dodge, Jeep, Ram, Fiat, Subaru, Cadillac, Mazda, Volkswagen, Nissan, and Wagoneer models, and a huge selection of pre-owned vehicles. Right now, save with 0% for 60 months or no payments for 90 days. Find your next car today at hawkauto.com. And drive what I drive. Drive a Hawk. hawkauto.com. On select models with approved credit.
Take a deep breath. You smell it? That's football in the air. It is Bears season. To celebrate, we are connecting three iconic brands, Miller Lite, Buffalo Wild Wings, and the Carmen and Yurko Show. It's a football feast. Join us for live broadcasts from Buffalo Wild Wings throughout Chicagoland all season. Next up, Buffalo Wild Wings in Calumet City. Today, starting at noon, the Miller Lite will be cold, the wings delicious, and Yurko will be Yurko. It's Carmen and Yurko live from B-Dubs in Aurora.
Please drink responsibly.
Live from State Street in the heart of Chicago, you are listening to the new home of the Chicago Bears. ESPN Chicago. And this is Captain Jay Hood, live from the Old National Bank Studio. WMVP, WSHE, HD2, Chicago. A good Karma Brands radio station.
Checkmate 1-6, immediate suppression on target.
That's why I see him in my shot.
Shot or no shot with Captain Jay Hood on ESPN 1000 and the ESPN Chicago app.
That's why I see him in my shot.
Good morning and welcome in to the Captain Jay Hood Morning Show on ESPN 1000. And we're streaming on the ESPN Chicago app with David Kaplan and Jonathan Hood with you on a Bears Victory Friday. We'll open phone lines for you at 312-332-3776. But first, Shot or No Shot is brought to you by
That'd be Club Hawthorne Betting Bars, featuring horse racing, video slots, sports betting throughout Chicagoland. And we say good morning to Shea W. Norley.
Good morning, boys, on a Bears Victory Friday.
And congratulations to you, because I bet the over in the game. You had the temerity to go out and bet the Chicago Bears +6, and my partner in game bet them on the money line and got +250. Yeah. So you two gentlemen put your money on the team to win the football game. Now, Hoodie had a little bit of an advantage. The game had started and they got off to a good start, but he was smart as a whip to put his money down on plus money. You, my friend, you did it yesterday morning. I give you all the credit in the world.
Got to have some cojones, Cap. You got to join me sometimes.
No, I'll pass.
We got to bet bad teams. This is the NFL, man. Games are close.
Yeah, I couldn't do it. I played the over.
+6 was jumping off the page.
Oh, my God, yes. Oh, my God, yes. And Shea had that like Monday.
He did.
And I thought they could win the game. I did. I can't give you the full John Lester quote, but you know the quote. At some point, Cap, you get tired of getting your blank knocked into the dirt.
Yeah. At some point, guys, enough.
Yeah.
We're better than this.
At some point, it took almost 350 days, but still, at some point, you get tired of getting knocked down. And so it happened.
That throw, we just saw it when it was 10-0 Bears, and Justin from, I don't know, the 14-yard line, whatever it was, he threw a back of the corner end zone pass that DJ Moore high-pointed it, came down with it, got his feet down. It was a thing of beauty. Beauty.
All right, Shea, now time for Shot or No Shot on a Bears Victory Friday.
All right, I want to start with Justin Fields. You talk about a guy who didn't want to be in the dirt anymore, Hoodie. He's put 2 performances together that are fantastic. In back-to-back weeks, Fields is completing 67% of his passes for 617 yards, 8 touchdowns, just 1 interception, and a 131.3 passer rating. Still has a ways to go, and the productivity needs to consistently become wins, but shot or no shot, Justin Fields has finally flipped the switch.
That's a no shot. Because it's about consistency.
Correct.
2 games in a row does not tell you about entire season.
Talk to me in a month.
That's a fair assessment.
Right. If you string 6 really good games together, but it doesn't. 2 good games against certainly one subpar defense in Denver and an okay defense in Washington with a great front four does not mean that you erase everything that's happened, but it certainly is trending in the right direction.
You got some momentum. It's light momentum, but you have some momentum. This could happen against Minnesota, too, where the Bears could be able to get points on the board.
No question about it.
So it's very possible. I would say no shot because, again, this is just a glimpse of what the offense can look like if you give the quarterback time, if DJ Moore is open, if. And that's the whole thing, man. When you haven't won in a calendar year, you got to woe that thing. Hang on a second. Let's see what happens against Minnesota.
The other thing, Hoodie, too, you mentioned if DJ Moore's open. How about if you trust him when he's not open, too? Because there were a lot of really nice throws, DJ Moore getting covered, and he goes and makes a play. That was, like, what we saw last night, to me, felt more legitimate than the spurts we saw last year where Fields took over games with his legs. Last night felt like a legitimate NFL operation.
Yes, it did.
On every level. That's what we talked about at the start.
Yeah.
Great point, Shay. Absolutely. On every level, it looked like a competent NFL operation. And by the way, as you drink your coffee, go to work, pick the kids up, or drive the kids to school, or whatever it is man or woman is doing out there, know this stat. Tied for the league lead in touchdown passes are 2 quarterbacks. Kirk Cousins and not Patrick Mahomes. Justin Fields.
Probably helps he's played an extra game.
Okay, whatever. Stop pissing in my cornflakes. Right now, this morning.
What's wrong with that? It's good protein. Go ahead.
It's sterile. It's sterile.
Touchdown passes, 11. 11.
Tasty.
Take that.
Why does my cereal taste like an IPA? Here's Shay Norling.
Wow.
Shay?
Last night, Tevin Jenkins returned to the Bears offensive line. He provided some much-needed help for a unit that, Hood, it was impressive last night against that front four. The offensive line stood up, and they ran the hell out of the ball. Tried 5.5 yards a carry for the Bears. Didn't matter who was back there. Herbert, Johnson, blasting game at the end. I mean, that was fantastic. Shot or no shot, Tevin Jenkins was the missing piece up front for the Bears.
That's a no shot. I mean, we like him, and he's a talented player. Again, he didn't start the game. He played well. Let's pump the brakes. Let's love the one win that we got with him back. He didn't play last week. And let's let this play out. You know, I got like different people on Twitter. Okay, he's back. All right, we're good there. We don't have to. No, just Let it play out.
Yes.
Last year after they beat the Patriots, they were like, all right, here we go. They never won again.
See, this is where the middle ground some people can't handle. It's not Justin's back. Relax. It's just one game. It's actually in the middle.
Correct.
The answer's in the middle. Actually.
Exactly. Great point. He played 2 outstanding games. Tevin had a nice night last night. Can he stay on the field for 4 games in a row? I don't know. I can't answer that question. He's always hurt.
You know what? I will say shot to Shea in that. You know what, Cap? We saw some unsung heroes last night, did we not, for the Bears? We saw some unsung heroes.
Yes, Greg Stroman.
Guys off the bench. Come on. I know you're a special teamer, but we need you.
Blasingame was an unsung hero. And again, he didn't run for 175 yards and 6 scores.
Mm-hmm.
He didn't fumble the football. He was aggressive. And they said, hey, man, we're going to have to give you the ball. We got nobody else. Everybody's hurt. I got it. Give me the ball.
But a fresh body in the offensive line always helps, doesn't it?
No question.
That's why I think it's a shot because along with who Shea just mentioned, guys in the secondary, Blasingame. I mean, if there's ever a team win, it was that one. Yes. Everybody had to contribute to help win that ball game.
Yes.
Even though you won by 20.
You overcame a ton of adversity. Like Cody Whitehair, I don't know if his hand is still bad, but they had no other option. Lucas Patrick got a concussion and got knocked out.
Yeah.
He's out. You don't have another center. Cody, can you move over here? There's snaps all over the place. Again, he may have a bad hand. I don't know. That's got to get fixed. But Justin, in the face of adversity, with a pass rush bearing down on him, wherever you snap it, I'll find a way to catch it. Jump up here, grab the low one there, this one to the left, this one to the right. Dude, it was a good night. Let Bears fans, let me enjoy this.
You know my night last night because I went from Good Karma Wrestling to the Bears game.
Yeah.
I went from 6 o'clock to like 7:15 doing the wrestling, and I immediately go to the Hood Cave and turn on the game. So I didn't see the inactives because I was busy hosting the show. So I was wondering, okay, Doug Kramer's on the IR. Dan Feeney was active, was he not, as a backup?
I don't know the answer.
And I don't know the answer. Because I was wondering, I'm like, where's Feeney? Because I don't want Whitehair back there, but you had another choice. I guess Feeney was inactive. I don't know that because I didn't see the inactives before the game. So
I'll find out for you.
All right, Shay.
All right. Last night watching the game, the defense really stood out to me. I mean, you see things we haven't seen from Eberflus when they coach this defense. Disguised coverages. He's got 6 guys on the line of scrimmage. 4 of them drop, but 2 more come from the secondary. He's blitzing like crazy. I texted you guys. What do we got, Wink Martindale on the sideline here? What is happening? They get 5 sacks. Shot or no shot? Yeah. Last night was Eberflus's best game plan as a Bear.
That's a shot.
That's an absolute shot.
That's a shot.
Absolute shot. Feeney was not on the inactive list. Inactives were Deontay Foreman, Deron Harmon, Eddie Jackson, Chase Claypool, we'll get to him in a minute, Jalen Johnson, and Aviante Collins.
Only asked about Feeney because he'd be the backup center on the depth chart, at least one of them, with Kramer being out.
Correct.
I was just wondering. Yeah, absolutely shot because of what Shea laid out for you. Actually, we can't really add to that because it was amazing how aggressive the Bears defense was. And on top of that, it's just being able to get turnovers and make Howell very uncomfortable. Mr. Howell, very uncomfortable under center for Washington. So I liked it.
Loved it.
It's hard for Sam to be able to quarterback the team with that captain's hat and that jacket and that monocle. Wow. Well, Mr. Howell, I mean, you saw him there.
Thurston?
Lovey.
Wow.
He was one of the great characters on that show.
He was.
You watched Gilligan's Island.
That's one of my
I know you're not a
favorites.
TV guy, but I'll tell you what. Ginger and Marianne, you're all over it.
Yeah. When I didn't do my homework and I said, I'm not feeling well, I got to stay home from school. Yeah. Gilligan's Island. Into the McGilla Gorilla Hour of Power with little OG. Shay.
Well, speaking of TV, Chicago did lose a legend yesterday, but Dick Butkus was not just an athlete. He was an actor. 62 acting credits on IMDb for Dick Butkus, and he's really known for his work in the Miller Lite commercials with Bubba Smith.
I tell you, playing polo is a lot tougher than it looks. sure is. And even though the horses do the running, you still can work up the thirst. So after a chuck or two, we have Equestrians drink light beer from Miller. Yeah, light tastes great, and it's got a third less calories than a regular beer. And it's less filling. And that's important, because tomorrow we're going to try our hand at water polo. Yeah, I sure hope those horses can swim. Me too.
Light beer from Miller. Everything you always wanted in a beer. And less.
So good. So good.
He also did work in Brian's song, Any Given Sunday, and Hoodie, those hits like My Two Dads and Gremlins 2, Electric Boogaloo.
Yeah.
Shot or no shot, Dick Butkus was every bit the actor he was a football player.
That's a shot. It's really amazing, Cap, and that's really a deeper dive on this. The brooding football player turned actor. I mean, it's Dick Butkus, right?
Yeah.
The guy that bled and sweat and cried for every game to try to help the Chicago Bears. And he becomes this, lovable person in America as an actor and as a pitchman. This happened a lot. The Terry Bradshaws, the Jim Browns, guys like that were able to do that. Alex Karras and Mr. Belvedere, right? All these guys. Howie Long did movies. Bill Romanowski, the same thing. O.J. Well, you understand the point.
Wow.
All those guys, right?
O.J.
Well, I mean, but great pitchman.
Yeah.
Great pitchman, great actor. So, yes, he was every bit the actor and pitchman. And by the way, I know that Miller is a partner with us. Mm-hmm. I don't understand why did they go back to what they did in the 70s and 80s, Cap. You bring on a football player and let them sell the beer for you. Because nothing sold beer like the brooding old football guy cracking jokes or bringing in Bob Uecker. Come on, Cap. Why don't you bring that campaign back? It's fun.
It would be great. By the way, do you remember him in Any Given Sunday?
Who?
Dick Butkus.
Oh, yes.
He was one of the opposing coaches against Al Pacino.
Yeah.
Yeah, he was hilarious. Just brief cameo, and he's yelling over at Al Pacino across the field. Yes.
He was, yes. Yes. So as a great Hall of Fame football player, yes, but also My Two Dads, restaurant quality. Pitchman, restaurant quality. Guys like him, Fred Williamson, the Hammer, Bubba Smith, OJ. Well, you get the point.
Wow. But OJ was at the Bills game the other day.
Oh, yeah.
In a skybox.
But great analysis. It's always great analysis. Yeah. I know people don't want to admit it. OJ knows his football now. He's a fancy football guy.
He does.
Hey, America, I'm just saying. This Bills team should be a lot better. Josh Allen is not. OJ's breaking it down?
Crazy.
I guess a certain generation remembers that O.J. Simpson was like the number one analyst on NBC. And a very fine analyst breaking down the NFL. You remember this, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
And there's a picture of a Bears game in '85, I believe. And it's O.J. Simpson, Dick Butkus, and Bruce Jenner standing on the field.
Bruce Jenner.
Yes. It's like, wow.
And furiously, Shay's trying to get to break because we know what the punchline is to that.
Wow.
Don't you do it.
Let's keep it timely.
Don't you do it.
For the love of God, let's stay on time.
Don't you
we
do
got
it.
The picks coming up. We got Courtney Cronin.
Don't
Let's
do
stay
it.
on time.
Don't do that joke. Don't do it.
All right, I won't.
Which one of these things is not like the other? The picks is coming up next on Cap and J Hood.
Wow.
This is your morning routine. Yeah. Cap and J Hood.
Good morning.
Morning. Good morning.
Oh, and in case I don't see you, good afternoon, good evening, and good night.
On ESPN Chicago. Coach Matt Eberflus joins ESPN Chicago in the Waddle and Sylvie Show today at 2:10 to talk about last night's game in D.C. Hear the coach only on the new home of the Chicago Bears. ESPN Chicago.
Every day we rise so that together we shine. Blue Cross and Blue Shield of Illinois understands what it means to shine a light on the helpers, the healers, the ones building a lasting future of wellness for all of us. Together, we're on this journey, empowering Blue Cross members with the newest technologies, fulfilling our oldest promise, to be forever by your side, rising together toward a healthier tomorrow through it all.
Blue Cross and Blue Shield of Illinois, a division of Healthcare Service Corporation, a mutual legal reserve company.
Hey, this is the Fat Jack, and what a great week we just had. Going 4-1 on Sunday, we win again last week. Everybody's deeper into profit, and we're heading into October. Go to FatJackSports.com. Get everything through Halloween, only $399, or less than about $70 a week when you go through the Super Bowl or beyond. 4-1 last Sunday. We won last Saturday. We've been turning a profit each and every day. Go to FatJackSports.com. Get signed up today where there's no tricks, no gimmicks, just winners.
Ah, Sunday. You take a morning walk to pick up burgers and beers. You tidy the house for 10 fellow football fans. And your biggest chore? Loading the Bud Light into the fridge. It all pays off because nothing is as easy to enjoy as a Sunday full of football. And beer. Bud Light. Easy to Sunday, easy to enjoy. Bud Light is the official beer sponsor of the NFL. Enjoy responsibly. 21 plus, copyright 2023, Anheuser-Busch. Bud Light Beer, St. Louis, Missouri.
Hey, Joe here from Fry the Coop. Around here, we like to keep things simple and honest. At Fry the Coop, we fry all our chicken and fries in beef fat. Why? I thought you'd never ask. First off, it's delicious. Secondly, it's 0% seed oils, unlike those other guys. And lastly, you heard me say it's delicious, right? At Fry the Coop, we only serve happiness, one sandwich at a time.
Old National Bank.
I just got your home equity loan, and this feeling of joy and exhilaration overcame me.
Yeah, it's a phenomenon we call getting old.
Wow, so I'm not the only one?
No, small business owners feel it with expansion loans. Families feel it when they're setting up trusts and 529s. Nonprofits who need financing to help the community. And anyone who needs investment advice, they all feel it.
So it's not just me?
No, you're in a pretty big club.
Like a club I can join?
I really don't.
Is there at least a secret handshake?
Old National Bank, where relationships and results matter. Old National. Get old. Member FDIC.
As a roofer, I don't have time to fail. Homeowners rely on me, so I rely on Beacon. Beacon's unique network of branches work together to get me what I need when I need it. Every branch working together. And with the Beacon Pro Plus app, I've got the brands I depend on, like Certainty Landmark Pro, right at my fingertips. And now through November, purchase Certainty with Beacon Pro Plus, web or app, and earn up to $750. Beacon, always building.
Isn't that aroma just heavenly?
What's with the whispering?
Inside this grill is the secret to winning game days.
Eckrich smoked sausage, crafted with a perfect medley of spices for a truly rich, savory taste. So easy to prepare, too. Now, hand me one of those buns.
Oh, whoa. Keep your voice down.
Marty, you're still whispering? Secret's out, buddy. Eckrich.com has dozens of simple, mouth-watering recipes for everyone to win game days this season.
Follow Chicago's Home for Sports on Twitch at ESPN 1000 Chicago. Cap and J Hood are back on Chicago's Home for Sports. ESPN Chicago.
It's time for the picks. Here on Cap and J Hood on ESPN 1000, the best in college and pro. We'll try to put money in your pocket for this weekend. Here's Shay Norling. Shay?
All right, Hood. Last week, Cap did the best of us. He's got a 4-game lead
such
here.
Disdain.
Well, it's none of us like to see it. Let's just be honest.
Oh wow.
Cap has got a 4-game lead, 24-16-2. The rest of us at 20-20-2 are all tied for second. Me, Hood, and Jay Moore. All three of us tied for second place, trailing Kaplan at 24-16-2 on the season. We start now with the picks this week. And we go collegiately first.
Yes.
The Red River Showdown, Hoodie, number 12, Oklahoma, number 3, Texas, at the Cotton Bowl. Texas, a 5-point favorite.
A general rule concerning the Red River rivalry is to expect the unexpected, which is why picking this game rarely comes with confidence. But I like Texas -5 against Oklahoma and the over. Cap.
I think Oklahoma wins the game outright. But I will take the 5 points gladly. Brent Venables' biggest game as a head coach at Oklahoma. His team is going to smack a little sense back into the Texas fan base that now think they have the greatest team in America. You don't. You have a good team. I'm going Oklahoma Sooners, baby.
This game opened Texas a full flat 7-touchdown favorite. Everyone in the world bets on Texas So why is it Oklahoma 5 today? Because Boomer effing Sooner. Sooners win outright. Jay Moore.
I'm going with Texas. Love them.
All right, we're split there.
All right, we've got Alabama on the road, College Station. Texas A&M getting 1.5 points, Hoodie.
The strength of the Crimson Tide is the defense. 2 of the Aggies' 4 touchdowns in their last game came via an interception return and a punt return in last week's win against Arkansas. I like the under in this game for sure, but I like Alabama to win and the 1.5.
Yeah, I'm going to take Alabama as well. I like Jimbo Fisher. I'd like to see him slap around Nick Saban, but I don't think it's going to happen. I think Alabama's defense is too good. Their quarterback play is suspect at best. But while I'll be rooting for Texas A&M, my head tells me to take the Alabama Crimson Tide.
A&M lost their starting quarterback, Connor Weigman, last week. I don't think it's much of a fall-off, and the backup has the greatest name ever. Max Johnson coming in at quarterback for Texas A&M. Forget the points. A&M wins outright at home. Bama goes down. Give me the Aggies.
Wow. Hey. All right, I'm going with Alabama, man. I have to because I bet it against them 2 weeks ago and pie on my face.
Right. Oh, did you like it?
What taste? Banana cream, coconut. What were we got? What we got there?
It's
chocolate.
Yeah, it's chocolate cream. It's Jay Moore after all. Go ahead.
Wow. Jay Moore, your favorite pie? Tell me quick.
You just
chocolate.
Yeah, any chocolate pie or a French silk, a Boston cream with a little chocolate sauce.
All right, let's go Boston cream.
Do that for that. Might have to get some pie today.
Hoodie, I know we're on the same page. I'm going to leave it alone.
Yeah.
Number 20, Kentucky, traveling to Athens to take on Hoodie's Bulldogs, the number 1 ranked Georgia, laying 14.5.
Pass. Go ahead, Cap.
Oh, no, come on.
Drop a pair and make a pick.
I never make a pick on my team. I would never bet on or against Georgia. I'll just give you the stat that Georgia has not covered all season. I like Kentucky. Georgia will win the game. For me, it's the over and the money line.
Georgia, the Cincinnati Bowl from 3 years ago when he called me on New Year's Day.
Brother,
are you playing any parlays? Of course, it's a day ending in a Y. I know Carm hates him. I'm playing him. He said, put Cincinnati plus the points or Georgia on the money line. So I did on all of them.
Yep.
I tagged some here with the money, some with the points. Hit them all. Take that, Carm. I'm with Hoodie. I'm taking Kentucky. I think they can put a scare into Georgia. I think Georgia wins the game, but they don't cover 14.5.
They do not. No, they haven't covered all year, which is odd. And this is their first real test, I think.
Well, Auburn made it a test. South Carolina made it a test. I feel like now if you're piggybacking onto the Georgia hasn't covered all year, might have waited a little too long. I'm going with the Bulldogs, laying 14.5 against Kentucky at home.
I agree with Shay. They will definitely pull it out. 14.5. I'm going with Georgia.
Notre Dame on the road again for another ranked matchup. Number 25 Louisville hosts the 10th ranked Irish. Hoodie.
Notre Dame's defense is obviously one of the best in the country, but this is a third straight primetime game that could give up some explosive plays. I really like the over in this game, but I like Louisville. Notre Dame wins, but I think it's closer than the experts think.
I'd give anything to see Louisville win like 174-0 because I dislike Notre Dame that much. Notre Dame's got a good quarterback, Sam Hartman. He's a good, solid football player. But I'm going to take the number 25 Louisville Cardinal plus the 6.5.
You know what, Cappy? I'm going with you. Notre Dame has had 2 heartbreaks in a row. Heart attacks, rather. They survived last week when they shouldn't have against Duke. You've got the Ohio State game. You go on the road to play Duke. You almost lose. Now you go back out on the road. Another ranked team at night again. I don't know if they can pull the trick. I'm going Louisville.
Brom's going to dial up some plays here. The offense is better for Louisville this season.
Yep.
So I like that. I'm sorry, Jay Moore. Go ahead.
No, it's just something about that Ohio State loss that they had that they pulled out. Now the last couple games, they're doing pretty good. So I'm going with Notre Dame, and I think they will cover the 6.5.
On to the National Football League. The Jaguars have taken up residence at Wembley Stadium. They're in London again, and the Bills travel across the pond. Bills laying 5.5 against Jacksonville. Hoodie.
Josh Allen is tied for the league lead in total touchdowns, coming off from one of the most efficient Sundays of his career. I like the Bills minus 5.5.
I think that the Jaguars made a very smart decision getting back-to-back games in Europe, so they are acclimated. Buffalo went out on Wednesday. Jet lag's a very real thing. It's tough to transition to European time. So I'm taking the Jags. Would not be shocked if they win the football game outright. They will cover the number.
Yeah, I think Jags staying out in London is a big deal. The 5.5 just looks weird, kind of that no man's land number. I hate laying it with Buffalo. It feels too easy. I'm going to go with the Jags.
Oh, wow. Now, Josh Allen is my MVP pick, of course. Straight good connection with him from Wyoming. So I'm going with my man and the Bills, and they will cover the 5.5.
Saints go to New England to take on the Patriots in what has to be a borderline abandoned facility, Gillette Stadium. This game is straight pick 'em. Just pick a winner, Hood.
Yep, I'm going to phone a friend. So I'll go to you, Shay. Judon out indefinitely. I circle Saints. Is that a good pick?
Yes.
Cappy?
I'm taking the New England Patriots. I still believe that they're a better team than they've showed, and they are going to have a very rough week at practice. They're going to get physical. They're going to take the football field. They're going to beat the Saints' ass. Give me the Patriots.
Patriots are just dog bleep horrible. Matt Judon's not going to play. Christian Gonzalez has been their best defensive player. He's out for the year. Mac Jones sucks. There's no athletes on offense. The Saints blow, but they feel more confident than whatever the hell this is. Give me the Saints.
Let's go to Joe in Boston on the Sports Hub. Go ahead, Joe.
Wow.
Go ahead.
I'm going with the Saints as well.
Panthers going up to Detroit to take on the Lions. Believe it or not, the Lions are getting 9.5, giving 9.5. I haven't seen a line like that for the Lions in my life. Goody.
Yeah, I like the Panthers plus 9.5. Panthers have been plucky. Have they won games? No, but they've been in ball games. Something tells me that the Panthers will try to keep it close against the Lions.
I think the Lions win this game like 31-10. I think they beat the living H out of them. Give me the Lions.
Yeah, the Lions' rush defense quietly is tracking to be historic. If the Panthers, if they can't run the ball, they can't do anything. Give me the Lions.
Yeah, as long as Dan Campbell has his paw in it, I'm going with the Lions, man. 9.5.
I'm going to hedge that first half, second half bet for the Panthers.
Put your paws in there.
Put your paws in there. We're the Lion.
Bite some kneecaps, some ankles, some calves. Let's go.
Bengals laying 3 as they travel to the desert, taking on the Cardinals in Arizona, Hoodie.
Bengals -3. I like the Bengals over the Cardinals.
This game is a lot closer than people realized. The Cardinals are playing really, really hard for Jonathan Gannon. But the Bengals have too much talent, although I'm not sure T. Higgins is going to play. Joe Burrow's too good a football player to be as lousy as a group they are on offense. Give me the Bengal. The Bengal will eke out a victory. Might get a push here at 3 on a late field goal, but they'll win the game.
Joe Burrow has been horrible this season, but he hasn't been healthy. And this week, he's not on the injury report anymore. I think the Bengals go in there and blast them. Give me the Bengals laying 3.
I agree with Shay, taking the Bengals. Get the 3.
Chiefs laying just 3.5 as they go to Minnesota. The 1-3 Vikes getting 3.5, Hoodie.
As Kirk Cousins would say in the docuseries quarterback, ow, ow, ow. Chiefs -3.5 over the Vikings.
This is a phony trap line.
Ow.
Rest of America is like, let me throw that lure in the water. Got him. Give me the Vikings. Trap line. Vikings win the game outright.
I know I'm the mouse taking the cheese here, but Patrick Mahomes, Kirk Cousins. Patrick Mahomes getting less than a touchdown. Kirk Cousins. Chiefs laying 3.5.
I'm rolling with Shay. Chiefs. Gotcha.
Cowboys go on the road to San Francisco in what might be one of the games of the year. Cowboys getting 3.5, Hood.
I like the 49ers -3.5. I just think that them being at home, the momentum there, and just like Murphy's Law, it always happens to the Cowboys. Son of a bitch. I like the 49ers -3.5. Murphy's Law.
Wow.
It was Papo in 69.
Cowboys are a really good football team, as are the Niners. They're now the favorite to win the Super Bowl. They get a little dose of reality. Dak Prescott, who I've got a ticket on to be the MVP. Dak Prescott has a career game. They win outright. Give me the 3.5 in the Cowboys.
Cap, I'm with you. The Niners, they can't keep getting away with it. Brock Purdy, I refuse to believe is real. Micah Parsons will manhandle this team. Give me the Cowboys.
I don't think so. Bay Area, my second home. I'm rolling with the 49ers. Keep the train rolling.
Last game on the slate, Packers getting a point in Vegas, taking on the Raiders, Hoodie.
Love the Bears in this one. I think that they'll be able to take care of this +6. Oh, sorry, different script. The Packers are able to win in Las Vegas. They'll win that game outright. And boy, just one. Does that seem fishy to you, or is that on par? Do you think?
That's on par.
Yeah, it's about right.
I like the Packers +1.
Yeah, I think this is a huge game for Josh McDaniels. If he can't beat a semi-resetting Green Bay team on his field, he may put another nail in his coaching coffin. But I do think Jordan Love is better than people give him credit for. Jimmy Garoppolo's been banged up with the concussion. Give me the Packers.
Jimmy G still in concussion protocol, but he has been practicing. The Packers are not 100%. Bakhtiari's out for the year. Elton Jenkins is limited. You've got Jair Alexander limited in practice. Who's shadowing Devontae Adams in a revenge game?
Yeah.
Give me the Raiders.
I would never go for the Packers. They can play Morgan Park's JV team. So I'm going with the Raiders.
I love you.
Raiders all day.
And those are the picks here on ESPN 1000. Coming up, Courtney Cronin with the latest from the locker room from the Bears in their first victory in forever against the Washington Commanders. We'll hear from Courtney coming up next on the Cap and J Hood Morning Show.
Good morning. Good morning. Cap and J Hood Morning Show on ESPN Chicago. How could you ever miss the Black and Abdallah Show? It's stupendous, spectacular, and seriously silly. Well, friends, if you have to miss it, listen to the podcast. Get it at your fave pod place or on the ESPN Chicago app. The Black and Abdallah Podcast, brought to you by Fry the Coop.
Cars for Kids. KARS Cards for Kids. 1-877 Cards for Kids. Donate your card today.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Donate your car today at carsforkids.org. Your car, running or not, can be picked up as soon as the next day. No title, no problem. Call 877-CARS-FOR-KIDS or go online at carsforkids.org to donate today.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Now accepting donations of land, homes, buildings, or any kind of real estate.
Paid for by K4K LLC.
Hellsberg Diamonds presents Great Wedding Speeches.
Put your hands together for the father of the bride.
Kara, honey. Boy, am I proud of the woman you've become. And Craig, my man, my broseph. When Kara first introduced us to Craig, boy, I knew he was the one right away. He tells the greatest jokes, he smokes a killer brisket, and, oh, he knows what team to root for, don't you, buddy? Whoop, whoop. So, when he proposed to Kara, with that awesome ring from Hellsberg Diamonds, boy, we couldn't say yes fast enough, could we, honey?
That's right.
Lab-grown diamond, emerald cut, big sparkle. Oh, it's a great ring, picked out by a great guy. He's like the son I've never had.
But Dad, I'm your son, Donnie.
Oh, right. Well, you're great too, Johnny.
For over 100 years, Hellsberg Diamonds has been customizing engagement rings of the highest quality. To learn more about our great selection and transparent pricing, visit our experts at a Hellsberg store near you or at hellsberg.com.
Bring it in, Broheim.
Prescriptions require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. Restrictions apply. See website for details and important safety information. Subscription required. Price varies based on product and subscription plan.
Hey guys, did you know there's a generic form of Viagra that works just the same, but is 95% cheaper? And you can get it online? Just go to hims.com/joy. Through Hims, you'll get a free medical consultation, discreet shipping if prescribed, a 100% online process, and trusted generic alternatives to the name brands at up to 95% off. That's right, get generic for Viagra, the same active ingredient as brand name Viagra, but for 95% less. It's the same medication, still prescribed by a licensed medical provider, but with zero copay, no expensive appointments, and no awkward face-to-face conversations. To start your free online visit, you need to go to this exclusive address, hims.com/joy. That's hims.com/joy for your free online visit. HIMS.com/JOY.
Welcome back to Cap and J Hood. You're officially locked in. On Chicago's home for sports, ESPN Chicago.
Keep your beak out of this.
Courtney Cronin, National Chicago Bears reporter for ESPN.
I think you have to temper expectations if you are a Bears fan, just given everything that this team had to kind of undo.
Breaking down the Bears and the latest NFL storylines.
Team-transcendent quarterback Russ is not this guy. You know, he's very legacy conscious. He wanted to go to Denver and build something and win a Super Bowl there.
Courtney Cronin with Cap and J Hood on ESPN 1000, Chicago's home for sports.
Cap and J Hood on a Bears victory Friday here on ESPN 1000 and the ESPN Chicago app. Now time for Courtney Cronin.
And she's on the CarX Tire and Auto Victory Hotline.
Rattle, rattle, thunder, clatter, boom, boom, boom. Don't worry, call the CarX man.
Good morning, Courtney. How are you?
Double C.
I'm great, guys. How are you?
We're really freaking good.
I can tell. I mean, they might have to rebrand the Victory CarX Tire and Auto Hotline. I don't think they've made like a sounder for that one yet.
Yes. 100%. 100%.
40-20, the Bears defeat the Commanders. Is there any difference between the Denver game and the Washington game as far as offense and defense for the Bears? Anything different for you?
I mean, they put a 4-quarter game together. It was the most complete game we had seen from them, which I know sounds so basic when I'm laying it out like that, but until this team could show you they're capable of doing it, the jury was still out on whether they were, a football team that could put a 3-quarter game together and then squander a lead in the 4th quarter, or whether they could actually close out a team on the road. And the way they did that on that drive that I think was so symbolic for Justin Fields, where, he hits DJ Moore on the curl route, a tight window throw, Kendall Fuller jumps the route and fails to pick him off. Like, that was a sigh of relief is what Justin called it, but it was also symbolic of what he's gone through this season and being so close yet still far enough away that the team knows they had to put a lot together to get to a point where they're able to get a win. And I thought that, to go and put up 40 points, which is the first time that's happened in 3 years, and do it on the road, you can say what you want about Washington's defense and a similar part of the standings as Denver, but nonetheless, it's impressive. And doing it on a short week and given everything this team has gone through, I think there are a lot of really positive takeaways offensively and even defensively. They're still trying to figure out how to sack the quarterback early with their with their 4 down linemen, but they're getting there. And at least yesterday you saw positive signs on that side of the ball that is eventually going to start taking place.
So, Courtney, last week, the Bears decided to go for it and get stuffed. And Matt Eberflus decided to hire 2 consultants to help him put the tush push in. We want to play that for you because when he was asked about it, you can hear the keyboard. He's typing it into his game plan that day for practice. Take a listen. Have you guys looked at putting that tush push play in at all? Because that would have been a perfect situation with needing a half a yard.
Yeah, and again, it was a little bit more than a half a yard there, but for sure we have that play. Again, we like that half a yard or less on that, but again, that's a play that everybody's running now, and again, Philly does it the best in the business.
Get this on our practice plan.
It's exactly what happened, Courtney. I mean, we suggested, and all of a sudden it happened. So when you're on 4, you do everything you can to win, including the tush push.
Yeah, they ran it 3 times last night. I mean, it's not just Philly that can do it. And, of course, there's similarities in build with Justin Fields and Jalen Hurts. But it's something that I think teams need to start doing a little bit more of until the NFL, if they want to, outlaw it eventually, okay. Like, it just feels like Philly's got something going here and other teams are trying to catch on. But for the Bears to, put their quarterback under center and put him to good use in those moments where they converted, like that's huge. I thought you were going to bring up the 4th and 1 play from the 4-yard line where they took the points. I mean, talk about conservative in the first half, in the first quarter after the 4th and 1 from Denver's 18 where they weren't going to go for the win there. definitely a nice change of events in terms of the play calling and some of those decision-making things that are on Matt Eberflus to not have runs like that come out of the shotgun when you have a powerful runner, a powerful quarterback who can push through that way, and an offensive line that knows how to execute those plays.
You want to talk about the defense as well. So the thing that I really liked, of course, it's always going to be Edwards and or Edmonds that's going to lead in tackles, but I really like the opportunistic way that Stroman was out there making plays, but just a pass rush, Courtney, just the ability to at least put the pressure on Howell. What were your overall thoughts about the defense? Because that's something that we haven't seen for a long time, too.
Yeah, and the Greg Stroman game, he gets the first interception against the starting quarterback this season, which I know it's a wild stat, but I mean, the takeaways just haven't been there for this team. And then, for him to also be a big part on a blitz, he got a sack. TJ Edwards got one as well. It took a while for the pass rush to actually get home, but they were pressuring. They were decently successful with it last night. It's just, how can they have that happen earlier than the fourth quarter when the game's already out of hand at that point? I mean, there's definitely a different feel to what they're calling defensively with Matt Eberflus now 4 games into assuming defensive play calling. And it's definitely showed up, but I mean, Sam Howell has been the most sacked quarterback in the NFL for a reason. I mean, you saw him hanging back there in the pocket. The offensive line for Washington is not great, but it was a good, I think, confidence builder for this defense as well to show that they can get home after chipping away for 3 quarters and doing it, and that it can be something that they build on.
I want to go back to the offensive side of the football because I'm an aggressive type of person. Darnell,
no kidding.
Yeah, exactly. I'm not vanilla. Darnell Wright is a freaking man.
Well, you're certainly not chocolate. You must be somewhere in the middle. But go ahead.
Rocky Road, kid.
Yeah, great.
Darnell Wright, Nate Davis. I thought these guys had a really good night. Darnell Wright is a beast. You saw last night, and he got beat for a sack by Montez Sweat. That's going to happen. That guy's a hell of a football player, too. But I watched him down the field on the left side of the hash, leading the way for Khalil Herbert and pancaking someone. This dude is a beast. How do you think he played?
No, I mean, I'll have to go and watch him a little bit more closely on the rewatch, but I thought the entire offensive line last night, from that very first touchdown, Washington's press box is in a really weird location. It's in like the corner of the end zone. So watching a team when they're on the other side of the 50 come across midfield, like you're watching through your binoculars. And I remember just thinking, counting in my head, the 1 Mississippi, 2 Mississippi, like, wow, Justin's got a lot of time here on that 58-yard throw to DJ Moore in the first quarter. And it was just such a well-protected play. And then you saw, okay, that was something that was carrying over. That wasn't just a trend from that first drive. Like, they were really blocking well up front throughout the entire game, too. And even when they're down to Kari Blasingame as their only healthy running back, because they lost Khalil Herbert, they lost Roshan Johnson, Travis Homer went out with a hamstring injury, and you're like, okay, you're down to your fullback, and they still were able to move the ball that way and not really miss a beat. And I think, Nate Davis being back now for 2 weeks, you're starting to see him get in a rhythm and how well he's done the last couple games, especially playing next to Darnell Wright too. I think that's really helped Darnell Wright, having somebody, Darnell's obviously played every game, but like having somebody who's that experienced next to him. And then of course, seeing Tevin Jenkins back out there, he told me last night that he played a little bit more than I think he was anticipating. It was basically rotating every 2 series, but that's a good sign that they're eventually going to have the 5 that they wanted at the start of the season when Braxton Jones comes back, because we don't, at least at this point, think that that's a season-ending injury. Like, you're going to see Cody Whitehair move back to center. Tevin Jenkins will be back there at left guard. And, the interior of the offensive line held up much better than I think a lot of people probably thought they would against a really ferocious pass rush in Washington.
We'll take the next 10 minutes for you to tell us about the injury list for the Bears. Go ahead. We'll sit back and listen.
It just felt like every time you looked up, somebody else was leaving the field. And that Khalil Herbert injury, I don't know how he got up and walked off under his own power and then was running on the sideline. He doesn't know how serious it is. He's talking in the locker room post game. He hopes he, is able to get through here with, with minimal time missed, hopefully. But that one looked really bad. And how many running backs they didn't have. I bet they wish they would have had Deontay Foreman available last night. But a lot of injuries to the secondary. They held up, pretty well last night in spite of all that. And we'll see. We'll see how. I mean, they've got 10 days, which is a good thing between now and the Minnesota game to get healthy, and hopefully, for starters, they'll get their secondary back, because Jalen Johnson and Eddie Jackson and Kyler Gordon now eligible to come off IR. That's going to be something to keep an eye on.
Have a wonderful rest of your day. Enjoy your football watching weekend, and we love having you on the show. Thanks a lot.
Thank you, guys. I'll see you soon. Take care.
It is Courtney Cronin, who covers the Chicago Bears for ESPN and ESPN 1000.
On the CarX Tire and Auto Hub.
Rattle, rattle, thunder, clatter, boom, boom, boom.
Make me feel better.
Don't worry, call the CarX man.
Also, I wanted to ask her, but we were running out of time. You know how DJ Moore got called that he stepped out of bounds? It would have been another long touchdown.
Yeah, on the right side.
And people are all tweeting, he never stepped out. I'm looking at a picture, and again, it's not 100% conclusive. It looks like he's out of bounds.
Yeah, I thought that watching it live.
The official is literally 7 feet from him, looking right down at his feet. So everyone who's on their couch, 4 beers in with a slice of pizza, going, he didn't step. I think he did.
Pardon me.
Excuse me.
Tacos last day.
Yeah.
I thought it was.
I went pulled pork and ribs.
Really?
Carson's. Oh, delicious.
Pulled pork? By yourself or with company?
My 2 buddies, Steve and Scott Shapiro, my wife and I. Yeah, it was delicious.
Here's Jay Moore. Jay?
I had the wings from Smash Burger.
Ah, yes.
I heard they're really good.
Yeah, so shout out to the Oak Brook staff. They served me real good, and they love Black of the Dollar because they were out there for their grand opening.
Smash Burger Week. They came in here last week.
Yes.
They're going to be here again soon.
Yeah, I had to do it.
Smash Burger.
I hope, man. Those wings were awesome.
They were. Especially made by Black and Abdallah.
Yes.
That's very good. Hey, the Bears finally got a victory. It's a Bears Victory Friday. We'll get to your phone calls. If you're on hold, you will be on the air. Lance Briggs at 9:35 on the Cap and J Hood Morning Show. Here comes the boom.
This is Bears Friday on the new home of the Chicago Bears, ESPN Chicago.
Here comes the boom.
Crack is whack.
Former Bear Lance Briggs is live in studio with Cap and J Hood, Monday mornings at 9:30 on the new home of the Chicago Bears, ESPN Chicago.
Blue Cross Blue Shield of Illinois knows we rise every day so that together we shine. Blue Cross Blue Shield of Illinois understands what it means to stand with those building a lasting future of wellness. With Blue Cross and Blue Shield of Illinois, we're on this journey together, elevating the way we manage and improve our health. Blue Cross and Blue Shield of Illinois is raising expectations, making healthcare simpler, kinder, and more accessible than ever, wherever. Blue Cross and Blue Shield of Illinois will be forever by your side, rising together toward a healthier tomorrow. Blue Cross and Blue Shield of Illinois, through it all.
Just in time for kickoff. Hooters' famous saucy wings, mouth-watering seafood, half-pound stacked burgers, and fresh chopped salads. We're honored to serve our communities with delicious take-home. Hooters is a great place to watch the game with friends and family. We provide that famous neighborhood hospitality only Hooters can deliver. Hooters, 11 Chicagoland locations. Visit originalhooters.com for locations near you. That's originalhooters.com. Hooters, the original wing joint.
Turn up your weekend plans at Hard Rock Casino, Northern Indiana. Dance the night away every Friday and Saturday night at the Hard Rock Cafe stage. Or grab a cocktail while you listen to local beats at the Council Oak stage. Get closer to your favorite artist than ever before in our state-of-the-art Hard Rock Live, where we host some of the biggest artists in the industry. Live your life at max volume. Hard Rock Casino, Northern Indiana. Just off Exit 6, I-80-94. Must be 21. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-9-WITH-IT.
Take a deep breath. You smell it? That's football in the air. It is Bears season. To celebrate, we are connecting 3 iconic brands, Miller Lite, Buffalo Wild Wings, and the Carmen and Yurko Show. It's a football feast. Join us for live broadcasts from Buffalo Wild Wings throughout Chicagoland all season. Next up, Buffalo Wild Wings in Calumet City. Today, starting at noon, the Miller Lite will be cold, the wings delicious, and Yurko will be Yurko. It's Carmen and Yurko live from B-Dubs in Aurora.
Please drink responsibly.
Bull riding, the perfect fusion of strength, skill, and pure willpower. Professional bull riders aren't just athletes. They're daredevils with cowboy souls. Come experience the true modern West, where 8 seconds of glory will create a lifetime of memories. It's the Tractor Supply Company PBR at Allstate Arena, January 12th and 13th. Tickets now at PBR.com and Ticketmaster.
For the ones who get it done, the most important part is the one you need now. And the best partner is the one who can deliver. That's why millions of maintenance and repair pros trust Grainger, because we have professional-grade supplies for every industry, even hard-to-find products. And we have same-day pickup and next-day delivery on most orders. But most importantly, we have an unwavering commitment to help keep you up and running. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Some people just know the perfect time to hit the concession stand. Those are the people who know to choose Allstate.
Woo! Nice! I never miss a touchdown. Want a bite?
Yeah, he knows he's got a sixth sense for a snack break. Just like he knows that switching to Allstate can save drivers $468.
Saving $468 based on the national average annual savings for new auto customers surveyed in 2022 who switched to Allstate. Prices may vary based on how you buy. Allstate Fire and Casualty Insurance Company and affiliates, Northbrook, Illinois.
Shop Steinhoffel's today through Sunday and get a free Polaroid camera and a $100 Bears Pro Shop gift card for the latest Bears gear when you purchase over $29.99. The newest Steinhoffel's is now open in Harwood Heights on Harlem and Lawrence.
Good morning. Glad you're along for the Cap and J Hood experience. We're here weekdays from 7 to 10 on Chicago's Home for Sports, ESPN.
Hello.
Chicago.
Good morning.
It's the Cap and J Hood Morning Show here on ESPN 1000 and streaming on the ESPN Chicago app. Glad that you're with us here on this Bears Victory Friday as the Bears win over the Washington Commanders by a score of 40-20. We'll hear from Lance Briggs coming up at 9:35. His thoughts about the Bears as we go to the phone lines and talk to you in Denver, Colorado, listening on the ESPN Chicago app. Here's Isaac on ESPN 1000. Good morning, Isaac.
Hey, good morning, Cap, J Hood. Love your guys' show.
What's
Love
up,
your
man?
Work.
Thank you.
Bear down, dude.
Bear
I'm
down.
so excited, so pumped. Man, it was so sweet seeing that last night and just seeing them come out with the win. Like, even after you saw in the second half a little bit of regression, you saw them get it done. And that's, they found a way to win. And I love what you've been saying, especially you, J Hood. I know you've harped on in the past how all the failures, like people calling and say, oh, it's Justin's fault, or oh, it's Eberflus' fault, or Getsy's fault. But really, it was a whole team fault, like whole team effort of failure. And last night was a whole team effort of victory, a whole team effort of winning.
Mm-hmm.
And I get that there's still a long way to go. And I just want to see them continue to build on this. But, man, I am loving it. I'm feeling it right now. Bear down. Love your guys' show. Also, shout out to Shay for the awesome job at college football. You guys have a great day.
You
All
too,
right.
man. Have a good one.
Yeah, in a world in which it's about finger pointing and just looking at the minute instead of looking at the thing in totality, what I look at is when a team loses, it's an organizational failure. It's not just the quarterback. It's not just the coaching. It's not. So conversely, what we saw yesterday was a team effort. It's a team effort when you lose, too. It's a team effort when you win. That's coaching, that's scheme, that's everything else. That's the players, execution, all of it. We saw a team victory yesterday for the Chicago Bears.
We did on every level.
Yeah.
That's what was most exciting to me. Yes, Justin was awesome. Yes, DJ Moore was incredible. But guess what? You lost your running backs, and the fullback said, I'll do a career high in carries. Don't worry about what we pick up. Just keep the clock moving. We're getting out of here with a victory. We're getting on that plane. We're going to eat some good food, and we're going to get a good night's sleep because we won a game. And then the defensive line said, they're better than we are. We're going to show you tonight. There's DeMarcus Walker and all these guys storming Ngakoue, storming Sam Howell, 5 sacks. Oh, no Eddie Jackson? Oh, no Jalen Johnson? Brisker's got a hamstring. He's going to go. Greg Stroman says, I got this. I'm good. Yeah, they played on every freaking level.
Yeah.
Again, it's one game. Now, let's put another one together.
Barry in Bronzeville on ESPN 1000. Hey, Barry.
Hey, guys. Good morning. Happy Friday, man. I have never in my entire Bear life been so happy for a one-game winning streak that I am right now.
Yeah, when you lose 14 in a row, man, it sucks.
Dude, tell me about it, man. Listen,
Oh, man.
I want to say something. I know you guys have been talking about relax, man, but I'm in this group on Facebook called the Bear Cave, and I've been telling everybody to relax. I say because, number one, they don't play football in the preseason anymore. You got a lot of new talent. You got a lot of new offensive linemen and everything else. I say just see what happens after week 3 and 4. And the other thing, too, we got to remember the entire offensive line that was supposed to be the starters, they have yet to play a full game together. And these dudes are nasty, man. They're going to fight you all the way down to the end of the field. We saw that last night. You were just talking about it. And when they get healthy, they can run with anybody. They put like the 5th-string offensive guard in there last night, and this dude was breaking off 3- and 4-yard carries without a problem, man. So the future looks bright. You know, like I say, just relax. You know, and I understand it's 2 games, but it's got to look better, man. And I do not want that guy from USC. I want Justin to succeed, and I want us to use those 2 picks to fill other holes and stop always talking about as soon as we get a quarterback, kick him out of town, and let's find something better. Make this guy work. You guys have a good weekend.
We respect your opinion, but I will push back on the relax thing. Again, we're not talking about who's going to win the public league in high school football in this city. Relax does not work for me because we're talking about the Chicago Bears. It's a team that galvanizes the city. There is no relax when you're 1-4. There is no relax when you only won 3 games last year. It almost took a calendar year for the Bears to win a ball game. Now, again, Cap and I might be right in that the Bears will win 6 or 7 games before it's all squared away. It might happen. But the point is, it's still a losing record. It's still a non-playoff team. So the idea of relax does not work for me. It does not. Now, do we take it one game at a time? Absolutely. But also, you have to be honest. When a team loses, we have to call it the way we see it. They lost. How does it get better? Why did they lose? So I don't do relax. I could do relax maybe like when I move on from here and do like sports radio in Phoenix or Charlotte, you know, or just like, you know, go to El Paso, you know, and just talk about UTEP, talk about the Miners all season. But there's no relax in Chicago.
Agree.
There's no relax.
As we'd like to say, this is a big boy market. And if you can't handle New York, Boston, Philly, Chicago, then go play in a smaller market where they don't have as much scrutiny. I was talking to Olin the other day. He said, I got to New Orleans after being here where there's 9,000 people in the locker room covering every practice.
Oh, yeah.
He said, I got down there. There's a dude over by the fence, and there's one other person.
Picayune guy, and then someone maybe from
one of the radio stations.
One of the radio, WWL.
Yeah, WWL. He said, where's all the media? They're like, this is all we get. What? Why? What do you get more in Chicago? More? 2 sports radio stations. We got multiple TV stations that cover every practice. We got 15,000 writers there, blogs, podcasts. They're all there.
Mm-hmm.
Really? Yes. That's how it is in New York, Boston, Philly, Chicago. Everyone else is a pretender.
Are you back in on Justin Fields? It's a Bears Victory Friday. You'll hear from Matt Eberflus in 2 minutes on Cap and J Hood.
This is Bears Friday on the new home of the Chicago Bears, ESPN Chicago.
Hey, this is the Fat Jack, and what a great week we just had. Going 4-1 on Sunday, we win again last week. Everybody's deeper into profit, and we're heading into October. Go to FatJackSports.com. Get everything through Halloween, only $399, or less than about $70 a week when you go through the Super Bowl or beyond. 4-1 last Sunday. We won last Saturday. We've been turning a profit each and every day. Go to FatJackSports.com. Get signed up today where there's no tricks, no gimmicks, just winners.
Hey, it's Yurko, the good kid. Shop the 93rd anniversary sale at Grand Appliance for Chicagoland's guaranteed lowest appliance prices on top brands like Whirlpool, Electrolux, LG, Samsung, and more. Visit grandappliance.com or your local showroom for details. I'm telling you, Grand Appliance is the go-to place for a great deal. Buy local. Go to grandappliance.com. That's Grand Appliance, the appliance experts since 1930.
Hey, I'm Tom Waddle, and I drive a Hawk. It's a new season, and I'm liking the lineup. So get to HawkAuto.com and choose from Ford, Chevy, Chrysler, Dodge, Jeep, Ram, Fiat, Subaru, Cadillac, Mazda, Volkswagen, Nissan, and Wagoneer models, and a huge selection of pre-owned vehicles. Right now, save with 0% for 60 months or no payments for 90 days. Find your next car today at HawkAuto.com. And drive what I drive. Drive a Hawk. HawkAuto.com! On select models with approved credit.
Save 11% on your next exterior project at Menards. Keep your home looking clean and beautiful with Dutch Boy Paints. DuraClean paint provides a weather-resistant coating with crack and fade resistance. Get a gallon starting at $32.89 after rebate. Get 11% off everything now at Menards. Good through October 8th. Savings are a mail-in rebate. Some exclusions apply. See store for details.
Save big money at Menards.
Live from the Old National Bank State Street Studio, across from the historic Chicago Theater, you are listening to Captain J. Hood on the new home of the Chicago Bears, ESPN Chicago. This is WMVP WSHE HD2 Chicago, a Good Karma Brands radio station. This is Bears Friday, ESPN Chicago.
Here comes the blow.
Snap is back. Fields, late pressure coming, but it doesn't reach. It throws downfield. He got DJ Moore over the shoulder. 20, 15, and out of bounds. Snap back to Fields. Fields looking, now throwing. Got open man. DJ Moore. End zone. Touchdown. Touchdown Bears. A motion as he sets to throw right side. It is caught. DJ Moore spins away from a tackle at the 40, 45. Nifty footwork on the sideline. Inside the 40. Inside the 35. Wow. Paired in the left slot. Snap to Fields. Roche on the back. Gonna throw. Left side of the end zone. Up in the air. Contested catch. Touchdown! DJ Moore! Got out to the right. Snap Fields. Stares down the left side. Pass is caught by Moore. Down the sideline. And nothing but green grass. He is gone, baby. Touchdown, DJ Moore on 3rd and 2. The Cooner broke out.
Go DJ. That's my DJ. Go DJ. That's my DJ.
The Bears win. It's a Bears Victory Friday here on the Captain J. Hood Morning Show on ESPN 1000, and we're streaming on the ESPN Chicago app with David Kaplan, Jonathan Hood with you. We've got Shay, we've got Jay Moore, we got you as the Bears finally break through, finally with a victory against the Washington Commanders by a score of 40-20 in Maryland. We're getting your thoughts. 312-332-ESPN, 332-3776 is our phone number. Good morning, Twitch, twitch.tv/ESPN 1000 Chicago. We're also on YouTube as well, youtube.com. Hit that ESPN Chicago subscribe button. That way you miss nothing from ESPN Chicago, because we got coverage all day. It's Greeny at 10, followed by Carmen and Yurko broadcasting live from Buffalo Wild Wings in Calumet City. They'll be there from 12 to 2. Waddle and Sylvie, they'll have Matt Eberflus, the head coach for the Bears, on between 2 and 6 right here on ESPN 1000. Bleck and Tyler from 6 to 8, all part of the mix on a Bears Victory Friday here on ESPN 1000. Cap, finally the Bears break through. Everything worked for the Bears, even though, again, players were falling out, going to the tunnel, going into the locker room because of injuries. But despite all that, offensively, defensively, everything clicked for the first time since almost a calendar year.
They won on every level last night. They took the field and played harder than the Commanders. Just look at Irvin Magic Johnson, one of the Washington Commanders owners, tweeting after the game how they had no fire, blah, 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 and they couldn't catch up. The Bears were better on the offensive line against a really good defensive line. They were better on the defensive line against a suspect Washington offensive line. They dealt with massive injury throughout the night, lost all their running backs. They had more defensive backs go down besides the ones that didn't even dress, like Eddie Jackson and Jalen Johnson. A banged-up Brisker gave it a go. I thought Justin was magnificent. I thought Matt Eberflus had his best game as Bears defensive coordinator, best game as a head coach. His team took the field. They were fired up. They were ready to play. They did a really good job, and Luke Getsy did a masterful job calling the offense. On every level, we were the better team. Take that.
Some thoughts here from Matt Eberflus, the head coach for the Chicago Bears, on how it felt to finally win.
It was really good for the guys. You know, that's why you get into coaching. You know, you do it for
for these moments where you see, smiles on their faces for all the hard work that they put in, and the coaches and the staff and everybody everybody involved that's worked so hard. It was really cool to be in the locker room during that celebration. Really, the momentum started to build last week, because of all the hard work we put in and the chemistry starting to get there, and you could see, glimpses of it last week, and then it was all about just finishing, So that was the main message this week, of just finishing, And how do you do that? You do it one play at a time. Don't look at the scoreboard and just finish every play, and do the basics, and that's what the guys did to finish the game. Yeah, it was really good.
You love the Fields and Moore connection.
Yeah, it was really good. I mean, they scored on, every possession there, in the first half, and that's just outstanding by the offensive staff. And, DJ and was a big part of that, and Justin was a big part of that. But more importantly, that I think is that the offensive line.
Yep.
They did an outstanding job of being able to, Chris Morgan, Luke Steckel, did a great job of really rotating those guys in there. We had some injuries. Lucas went out, and then, Whitehair had to go to center. Tevin was back in there. JT had to go in there. So, the protection we had to give up 3 sacks against those guys with the lineup changes that we had is pretty remarkable.
I don't know what you hear there, Cap. You know what I hear? Relief.
100%. And good for him, man.
I hear
good for
relief.
him. He's been taking slings and arrows, and many deservedly so, over the last year. They haven't won a football game in 343 days. Guess what? His team took the field ready to play, prepared. They represented the Chicago Bears organization with a lot of fight, a lot of pride. And in the end, they got on the plane, came home with a victory. And now, put the victory to the side, go back, heal up. You got 10 days off, and then stop listening to the talking heads on TV. Well, is Justin back? We don't know. Should we trade him right now? Stop. Can we just let him be the quarterback of the Bears all season long, and then we'll make the determination at the end of the year?
What we're saying now is pretty much what we said all summer, that this is a 17-week dress rehearsal for Justin Fields for Ryan Poles. This is not Poles' guy. Poles can say, oh, that's our quarterback. Well, you say that now, but was that going to be the case next year? Or is that going to be a new contract with Justin Fields? I don't know. And quite frankly, I don't care until we get to the end of the season. We got plenty of offseason to be able to talk from January through this next summer to talk about what the quarterback situation will look like. Ultimately, there's still holes on this football team. And yes, it is one victory, yes. But again, you'd rather win that game than lose that game, because you keep going into the hole, then I think it could be very easy for Poles to be able to pull the plug on a lot of things. Like, well, if you keep losing, we'll pull the plug on Justin, pull the plug on Eberflus, pull the plug on some of these other starters and see what else we have. They could easily do that at some point this season, but it's just not going to happen right now. All I know is that it's amazing when you look at the time that Justin Fields had to throw, or for him to have quick twitch decision-making. It started in the first quarter, him connecting to DJ Moore. The math was mathing last night. 1 + 2 = 6, because it actually did happen. DJ Moore, the reason why he was brought in here is to be able to make big splash plays, and that's exactly what happened. Again, shout out to the offensive line. Still not a finished product. Still not great, but good enough for Justin Fields to be able to be comfortable enough in the pocket to get the ball down the field.
Yeah, he made a lot of really good reads, a lot of really good throws, and even throws that may have ended up incomplete. He put them where if my guy doesn't catch it, no one's catching it.
Mm-hmm.
Like last week, the pick, he threw to the wrong shoulder. Threw it right to the defender. You got to put that other one on the right side shoulder, the right shoulder.
That's right.
And if it's not caught, it's incomplete. Last night, I thought he was really, really good. And then DJ Moore had just a career night, but we know he's a wide receiver 1 anyway. It wasn't as though, who's that guy? Like, we've been waiting for that. So to see what he did, 3 touchdowns, the offensive end, Larry Borum, deserves a gold star, how he played. Gold star.
It's funny things, Cap, that kind of just get into the ether as far as Bears talk. As you go back to Wanstead, he was the first one to say, oh, God, we're flying around. The defense is flying around. I mean, and so we never heard that from Ditka before, right? Like, what does flying around mean?
Right.
Well, the way he says it, right?
Correct.
Well, he's talking. Remember, we were talking a couple weeks ago about when we watch other games that looks like the varsity and we play like the freshman team.
Yeah.
Well, with a ruthless aggression, the Bears were flying around defensively, getting after Howell, getting after Brian Robinson Jr., trying to slow their passing game. Same thing with the Bears on running the football. Herbert the numbers will not be impressive to some, but for me, 10 for 76, that was a hard 76. He ran the football hard.
He did.
It's different. Like, that's the kind of running game that we see in other games, upper echelon games in the NFL. And we saw that yesterday. So the Bears did not look like the freshman team yesterday. They looked like the team that belonged, and they blew Washington out 40-20.
Winning that game last night, first of all, it snaps the streak. You get that proverbial monkey off your back, and you're like, oh, we won a football game. But it does so much more. Over the next 10 days now, you get a little bounce in your step. You get ready. You're at home for the Vikings. They're not great. They're beatable.
Yes, they are.
Just keep building on it. Keep building on what you did last night. And stop making judgment decisions, analysts on TV, fired ex-coaches. Please, stop with they saw enough, they can trade Justin now, get a pick, let's do it. Just let the season play out.
All I know is this, Cap, is that you can look at your favorite team with a critical eye. You should. You fan how you want to fan, but I think the way I look at it is that they're 1-4, and there's still room for improvement.
100%. They're 1-4. There absolutely is room for improvement. But just let's let this season play out. Let's see where we're at after 17 games, and then we can go, yeah, we got to fix that. Justin, yes, he is or he isn't. We don't have to make that determination today.
Shay?
At least Justin is making it a conversation again.
Agreed.
Like, at least we can talk about he potentially could be the long-term answer at quarterback. A week ago, he was dead and buried. At least he's now made it a conversation again. That we can all kind of celebrate.
Yeah, I think 2 weeks ago he was dead and buried. I'll disagree with you because last week he threw for 4 tutties and 335.
Yeah, but that was on Sunday. I'm talking last Thursday.
He
was dead and
before
buried.
that game. Agreed. He was dead and buried. Now 2 games have changed perspectives. We have another 12 games to evaluate him. Stay healthy. And at the end of those 12 games,
see what happens.
We can go, yeah, they can do better. Or, guess what? We've got picks, whatever they are. Not worried about the mock drafts right now. Sorry. And guess what? We can get a left tackle. We can get an edge rusher, Marvin Harrison Jr., whatever it is. Or we could trade and get a haul back. Just have the most ammo to make the best decision. Like if you go look at a house with your wife, you go, you don't just drive by at 45 miles an hour. That looked good, let's buy it. No, you park the car.
Yeah.
You get out, you walk in. Okay, can I look at the basement here? Have we had any water down here? No, it looks pretty good. You have carpeted basement, no water. Can I see the bedrooms upstairs? Huh, how old's the roof? Like you bring an inspector in. You look at everything about that house. All right, Michelle, I like it. Let's make an offer. Mm-hmm. Oh, they accepted our offer. Huh, we got proof for a mortgage. Let's buy it. Let's do it. That's how you're going to give Justin next year $25 million is his option, 24 point whatever. And then you're going to sign him to an extension for $200 million or more. You better have every bit of data before you do that.
Have you been in the backseat of our vehicle lately? Looks like you have.
I have.
On the house appraisal.
100%. Absolutely. I hide back there and I'm like, no, that one's not you guys. Yeah, that's the one with the gates. That's you.
I think you've been with us for some of these trips, which you just described.
He's got his clipboard. He's taking notes.
Right. Hoodie, check. That tree is leaning toward the house. You're going to have to get that removed first. Hoodie, I don't like the way. Hoodie, that one's you guys right there.
I kind of think I should bring you along, actually.
Absolutely.
A fresh set of eyes.
That's it.
I actually believe that's the case. I got to talk to her about that.
But I'm serious. When you you don't have to make these determinations today on Justin Fields. You don't. You can say he was lousy against the Packers, bad against Tampa.
Mm-hmm.
He was really good against Denver till the fourth quarter. He was awesome all 4 quarters against Washington. All those things are true. Just keep assembling your data file. And at the end of the season, okay, guys, what do we want to do here? We could draft X. We could sign Justin. What do we want to do? That's how it works.
We'll take your phone calls. Also, we celebrate a legend. That's next on Cap and J Hood.
Here comes the flow.
This is Bears Friday on the new home of the Chicago Bears, ESPN Chicago.
Coach Matt Eberflus joins ESPN Chicago in the Waddle and Sylvie Show today at 2:10 to talk about last night's game in D.C. Hear the coach only on the new home of the Chicago Bears, ESPN Chicago.
Introducing, close the door. I don't know who he's talking to. Introducing Starward Australian Whiskey, the most awarded whiskey that you've never heard of. New to the States, everything Starward makes is fully aged in red wine casks, not finished, fully aged. The signature method makes Starward not only one of the most awarded whiskeys in the world, but also one of the most innovative. Their flagship single malt Nova is aged in a combination of Shiraz, Cabernet, and Pinot casks, all sourced fresh from local wineries. Twofold is the perfect balanced blend of single malt and grain whiskey, awarded 94 points from Wine Enthusiast. Find Starward at your local retailer or online at starward.com, STARWARD.com. Jay Moore.
Blue Chew presents Johnny the Good Kid Yurkovich with another episode of Chew on This.
Chew on this, fellas. Confidence is the key to life, in business, in your personal life, and most definitely in the bedroom. Confidence knowing you'll be ready to go when your partner is, and maybe even go a few extra rounds. I get the confidence I need from the chewables from BlueChew.com. Blue Chew is a unique online service that delivers the same active ingredients as Viagra and Cialis, but in chewable form and at a fraction of the cost. There's no visits to the doctor's office, no waiting in the line at the pharmacy. Blue Chew ships right to your door in discreet packaging. It's simple. Sign up at BlueChew.com, consult with one of their licensed medical providers, and once approved, you'll receive your prescription within days. So if you could benefit from some extra confidence when it's time to make some magic, visit BlueChew.com. Try Blue Chew free when you use promo code ESPN at checkout. Just pay $5 shipping. That's BlueChew.com, promo code ESPN to receive your first month free.
Few Whiskey. Have you met us? Few is born of defiance and comes from Evanston, the town where the temperance movement started and prohibition lasted until 1972. Here at Few, we make whiskey the only way we know how, our way. We use an iconic 70-20-10 mash bill. We mash, ferment, distill, bottle, and age all right here in Chicagoland. Few makes Chicago-style whiskeys for Chicago whiskey drinkers. Few Spirits, Incorporated 2011, 46.5% alcohol by volume. Evanston, Illinois, 60202.
Swing for the fences with Lou Malnati's Pizza. Celebrate game day for your Chicago team with Lou Malnati's. Open for indoor and outdoor dining and serving hungry fans everywhere. Available for delivery, carry-out, catering, and private events. Order Chicago's legendary deep dish online at LouMalnati's.com, through their app, or visit one of Lou's Chicagoland locations. Lou Malnati's, Chicago's legendary deep dish.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack. Sure, you can post your job to some job board, but then all you can do is hope the right person comes along, which is why you should try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter doesn't depend on candidates finding you. Its powerful technology identifies people with the right experience and actively invites them to apply to your job. You get qualified candidates fast. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you what you're looking for. The needle in the haystack.
4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate through the site within the first day. ZipRecruiter, the smartest way to hire. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free. That's right, free. Just go to this exclusive web address, ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter.com/free.
There's so much to love about the fall, especially the return of Window Nation's best offer of the year. Get 2 free windows with every 2 you buy, plus put no money down, make no payments, and pay no interest for 2 full years. Call 866-90-NATION or online at windownation.com.
Welcome back.
Welcome back to Cap and J Hood on Chicago's Home for Sports, ESPN Chicago.
The Cap and J Hood Morning Show here on ESPN 1000, and we're streaming on the ESPN Chicago app. Right before the Bears and Washington game took place, we lost a legend, Cap. We lost Dick Butkus. You think about all the great Bears that we've covered or heard about over the years. Dick is on the tippy top when it comes to great Bears in franchise history.
Yeah, for me, I have him 2 and Walter Payton 1, and nobody else is close. Gale Sayers is on that, Mount Rushmore. He was amazing, but Dick dying yesterday at the age of 80 was shocking because we didn't know, that he hadn't been sick. It wasn't as though, people that have long-term illness, he went to bed and didn't get up. And God bless his family. My friend Matt, his son, they're grieving today, but he lived a hell of a life. He said, some people are born to be lawyers and doctors, and I was born to be a football player. And then he became an actor.
Yeah.
And he was telling me he bought a house in Malibu, I don't know how many years, 25 years ago at least. Mm-hmm. He said, I want to live in California. I want to live where it's warm. I like the warm. And he bought this amazing, amazing house way before the market ever went crazy. Mm-hmm. And that's where he was. And so he lived a hell of a life. He loved being a Bear. He played at Illinois. He went to CVS. I saw a picture last night of him at the breakfast table with his mom and dad, and he's in high school. And there's this big gallon of milk sitting next to him, and his dad looking like, is that kid going to drink all my milk? It was a really, really emotional thing for the Bears. And I thought Matt Eberflus last night, when he spoke, he was really human when he talked about the Butkus family. Like, he just got his biggest win of his coaching career. Snapped the losing streak, won on Thursday Night Football, did it in convincing fashion. And the way he paid tribute, I thought was cool.
Dick Butkus, the ultimate football player. He helped build the modern NFL. Dick Butkus, we'll never forget him.
And the fame of Bears linebacker Dick Butkus, number 51, grew under the spellbound gaze of millions. For 9 seasons, Butkus played with a bloody rage worthy of a Hollywood horror show.
I don't go to the movies too often, but one particular movie that stands out in mind was with Betty Davis. I think it was Hush, Hush, Sweet Charlotte. I got kind of a charge when that head come rolling down the stairs. I kind of like to sit there and watch it and see things happen and maybe project those things happening on a football field and not to me.
Butkus instilled in his foes a raw, primal fear. And for some, the image of this swooping monster still terrifies.
Is there a place to hide around here? Dick Butkus, Christ. He is the only guy that's ever, I guess, intimidated me on a football field.
He was the meanest son of a bitch I've ever seen in my life play professional football. He didn't like anybody with a different colored jersey. I mean, he really disliked you. You know, he went after you like he hated you from his old neighborhood. He would engulf you and try to break your neck on the way down. Butkus was the best football player I've ever played against. The guy never missed you. He was just a great, great football player.
I never saw a guy play the game more intensely than Dick. If there's a devil, there's a heaven and a hell, and there's a devil to a running back, this was Satan.
Dick Butkus was pro football's satanic majesty.
You think about Dick Butkus, how the Bears won 1 game, but yet he was the best defensive player in the league in that year that the Bears just won 1 game. That's how special he was.
Yeah, they went 1-13. 1-13. And he said, I just wanted to hit people, and I wanted, whether we won or lost, you're going to know you were in a hell of a football game. And he did. He had Doug Buffone. I heard Briggs on he'll be on with us in about 5 minutes. Lance said last night in tribute to Dick, he said that the late Doug Buffone, who you worked with, Doug said to him, kid, because Lance had Urlacher, kid, we were good football players. We just happened to play against 2 generational talents.
Yeah. Pretty much.
Yeah.
That's pretty much the case. As I go to the phone lines, I'll tell the story I told on Unsportsmanlike this morning because I was on with Evan Cohen, Chris Canty, and Michelle Smallman. No, you're right. I did work with Doug a lot in my career.
Great dude.
We worked afternoons together, and we shared the same office at the NBC Tower.
Mm-hmm.
And the phone rings. It's the old office phone, Cap. Brown office phone, right? Not cell phone, just the old, not the push button phone.
Yeah.
Phone rings.
The touch tone.
Ring, ring. This is Doug. Son of a bitch. Dick. Dick. Okay, I gotta go. Take care. And of course, I didn't want to ear hustle. I didn't know who was on the other end. I said, Doug, who was that? It was Dick Butkus. He's unhappy with Urlacher. I said, what's the problem? He goes, he's not trying to tear someone's head off. He's too fast. Too fast for the linebacker position. He wanted him to be like this endomorphic human being. Like like Dick was, right?
Right.
He's mad at Urlacher because he's moving around like a safety, but he doesn't have the, what would Doug say? The endomorphic gene. That's what he would say.
To kill people.
Yeah, he just like, where's the killer instinct, kid? Where is it? And Doug was like, okay, I gotta go, Dick. Call me later. Yelling at Doug about Urlacher. But that's who Dick was. Still firmly entrenched with the Bears. You hear from him from time to time, like you mentioned, in California. But he'd come to town. He'd give his thoughts. You still hear from Butkus because he still cares about the team.
So I have a picture on my phone. I'm going to find it later today, and I'm going to post it. He came over when I was down the dial in studio with me one night. And I kept hearing this noise. I'm like, what the hell is that? There's no way. There's no way he's doing that. It was someone passing gas. And I'm like, I kept hearing this, like loud. And I'm just like that. I'm like, the hell? And I finally turned to him. I'm like, bro, really? Really? That many in a row? He had a fart machine. He had a machine that he kept in his hand. It was like this little thing, and you hit a button and it would make the noise. And he told me, I have to remember who it was, another Hall of Fame football player. They were in Vegas. He's like, I'm not really into the gambling thing. What do you want to do? Let's go ride the elevators and hit the fart machine. And they would get on crowded elevators and turn on the fart machine, and people would look back. Is that Dick Butkus? Is that whoever Terry Bradshaw or whoever it was? Yes, that was how he got his kicks.
Butkus finished his career with over 1,000 tackles, 22 interceptions. He was named first-team All-Pro 5 times, won the George Halas Award in 1974, was elected to the Pro Football Hall of Fame in his first year of eligibility in 1979. We go to James in Gurnee. He's with us here on Cap and J Hood. There's James.
Where's this dude been?
Hey, boys. How are you, man? Long time no talk.
Yeah, where you been?
Where you been, James?
Just working, man. Working and listening.
All right. I was wondering where you were.
God bless family for Dick and his family, man. May he rest in peace, brother. That was one fierce dude. So, it's a shame, but he was awesome, man. That's definitely one of the biggest personalities and best football players in the history of the game, definitely for the Bears. So, him and Peyton, I agree with you. Last night, so a couple things I want to talk. I want to say I was a little bit on the train with Justin. Maybe I was just getting frustrated, but the last 2 weeks, there was one throw in particular. I don't know if you guys remember the second touchdown to DJ Moore. And Justin missed a couple throws to Mooney, but that's okay. There's a throw where I actually seen this kid drop back, hit his either 5th or 7th foot drop, look the safety off and throw a dart in the corner of the end zone in the zone against DJ Moore. These are the things that I saw the last couple weeks. So there's some progression, right? And I was kind of on that, I'll trade him. I don't want to say I was trading him, I was just getting frustrated. But the last 2 weeks, he's starting to look like a QB1. He threw the ball away a couple times last. He got away with intentional grounding, but still I see him making some better decisions. And just a couple things. And Tevin Jenkins is a beast, dude. I mean, even on them pushes when he's in, he's blowing people up. So that kid's super talented. Another thing that I noticed is the difference. Even though Cody hits his tush sometimes with the ball, as one thing you guys need to notice next time you watch that ball is getting to Justin 2 times faster than when Lucas Patrick snaps the ball. As long as Cody can get himself a little dialed in and stop hitting his ASS with the ball, that ball is getting to Justin 10 times faster, which is going to make a big difference. So I think you guys nailed it on the head. It's nice to just get a W. They didn't fall apart. The defense was being a little bit more aggressive. Remember, we got 4 stringers in there, so it was a win, a much-needed win. And I think you guys hit it on the head when we can say we got to be more patient. I wasn't very patient with Justin, but we got 8 tutties. in the last 2 days, and he's making better decisions. He's starting to seem like he's hitting the 3rd, the 5th, and the 7th, and he's getting rid of the football. And I think 75 made a couple mistakes, but that kid's really stepping up and playing pretty well. And
all right, my friend.
Keep it rolling.
All right,
we'll see.
James, we appreciate the telephone call.
Keep it rolling.
Lance Briggs, the great Lance Briggs, can tell us about the great Dick Butkus and tell us about this Bears victory against Washington. That's coming up next. Cap and J Hood on the home of the Bears, ESPN 1000.
This is Bears Friday on the new home of the Chicago Bears, ESPN Chicago.
Sidebars on the Cap and J Hood Show.
Just a quick sidebar. May I approach?
Brought to you by Ankin Law on ESPN Chicago.
Did you know you can earn more when you get old, Jonathan? Now through October 31st, you can earn up to a $450 cash bonus when you open a new Old National Bank preferred checking account or an ONB everyday checking account. So whether you're checking with us for the first time or watching your kids get old with their very first Old National Bank account, bank where relationships and results matter. With dedicated bankers who help keep your finances, family, and future in check. To be eligible, complete qualifying activities within the first 90 days of account opening. A $50 minimum initial deposit is required. Account must remain open for a minimum of 120 days to get your bonus. Additional terms and conditions apply. Learn more at oldnational.com/get more. Get old, get more, get a little something for yourself. It's on us. Visit a local banking center. Apply online at oldnational.com/get more. Old National Bank, official bank of the Big Ten Conference. Get old. Member FDIC. Equal housing lender.
Bet like the pros with the world's largest sports book right at your fingertips. Circus Sports is now available in Illinois. Hi, I'm Derek Stevens. I've been a lifelong sports bettor, and I'm the owner of Circus Sports. We're excited that the Circus Sports app is now ready for action. Experience big app bets with high betting limits, tight money line splits, and more. Now you can download, fund, and bet like a pro from anywhere in Illinois. Download your new bookie today at circusports.com. If you or someone you know may have a problem with gambling, call 1-800-GAMBLER or text ILGAMB to 833-234.
Do you hear that? That is the sound of BMW performance without a single piston or cylinder. A generation of all-electric vehicles designed and built like no other. The BMW iX, i7, and i4 revolutionize every drive into a thrilling opportunity to feel the pure rush of BMW 100% electric. But isn't that what you'd expect from the ultimate electric driving machine? Take advantage of exceptional lease and finance offers today.
You've got the talent, the moxie, and the grit, but you're still buried on the bench, waiting for a chance to prove it. If that sounds familiar, it may be time to take your talents to Peoria, Illinois. They're looking to fill hundreds of high-paying positions in all industries, and there's plenty of room on the roster for candidates like you. Sound good? Check out choosegreaterpeoria.org to learn more. Do it now. Visit choosegreaterpeoria.org.
Just in time for kickoff. Hooters' famous saucy wings, mouth-watering seafood, half-pound stacked burgers, and fresh chopped salads. We're honored to serve our communities with delicious take-home. Hooters is a great place to watch the game with friends and family. We provide that famous neighborhood hospitality only Hooters can deliver. Hooters, 11 Chicagoland locations. Visit originalhooters.com for locations near you. That's originalhooters.com. Hooters, the original wing joint.
Klein tools are new at Lowe's, pros. Lowe's knows you want top brands and quality products, and Klein Tools delivers. Right now, get the Klein 3-piece ModBox mobile workstation for $319.94 and the Klein 5-piece cushion grip screwdriver set for just $34.97, both exclusively at Lowe's. Shop the largest selection of Klein tools, the highest quality tool brand at Lowe's. Because Lowe's knows tools, Lowe's knows pros.
eBay Motors is here for the ride. So minivans, sedans, JDMs, roll out. Go ahead, feel your engine. Admire that perfectly installed exhaust. Your vehicle's moving along this freeway like it was made from fresh installs and a whole lot of love. And with eBay Motors, you get over 122 million parts to keep it running. And with eBay Guaranteed Fit, they'll be the perfect fit every time. Plus, at these prices, well, we're burning rubber, not cash. Keep your ride or die alive at ebaymotors.com. Eligible items only. Exclusions apply.
Cap and J Hood are back.
I appreciate your show. I'm an Uber driver, and from 7 to 10 every day, I've got you locked in.
Chicago's home for sports. ESPN Chicago.
Lance Briggs, former linebacker and 7-time Pro Bowler of the Chicago Bears. Super Bowl 41 leading tackler. Lance Briggs. Number 28 on the 100 greatest Bears of all time list. Lance Briggs with Cap and J Hood every Bears Monday. Lance Briggs on ESPN Chicago.
Lance Briggs with us after every Bears game right here on the home of the Bears, ESPN 1000. The future Hall of Famer joins us on the hotline.
That'd be the CarX Tire and Auto Hotline.
Rattle, rattle, thunder, clatter, boom, boom, boom. Don't worry, call the CarX man.
Lance, good morning. How are you?
I'm good. Something positive to talk about today.
Take that, Lance. How you doing?
It's only been.
Oh, I'm loving it.
Lance, it's only been 342 days between victories. Why not?
Listen, I can't even remember that anymore. We're on our one game win streak. That's what I'm thinking about now.
I mean, it's amazing, isn't it? I mean, tell us about the ebb and flow of the game. What did you think of the Bears' victory yesterday?
You know what? The first thing that pops out is the attitude and effort. This is a team that that requires that just to be able to compete. That they don't have. We all know that they don't have the talent. That we're still adding to the talent. We're still trying to get there. But if you bring the right attitude and effort, that is comforting enough for us Bear fans to know that we're headed in the right direction. The second thing that I saw is our O-line. We might have gotten a glimpse at what our O-line might look like at full force or almost full force. And they played against one of the top defensive lines or a bunch of first-rounders across that board, and they did extremely well. So between those two things, those are the things that stuck out the most. And Strowman Jr. is a player that needs to be in full rotation. He needs to be on that starting group regardless of who's in there in that defensive backfield when we're completely healthy. He's a playmaker for us.
So talk to me about what you saw from Justin last night, because a week ago he had 3 great quarters, fourth quarter, turnover on a pick. He had a fumble. He had an intentional grounding. And he, last night, finished it off. What did you like about him yesterday?
I like that there's a lot of growth. I think what he did the best last night is he took care of the ball. He protected the ball, especially in that second half when we, for whatever reason, we're always a team of two halves. But he protected the ball, and that the week before was one of the costly plays that kind of put us in a rut, and put us in a situation where we had to kick that, or we had to go for it on fourth down, or kick a field goal. And I thought he protected the ball. Now there were some throws that got away from him, but there were also some incredible throws. Obviously DJ Moore getting into him in the one-on-one. And him turning those into big plays. But I think that he'll watch that, turn that tape on and say, man, I left a few of those on the board and I can get improved. There's always a room for improvement, but it's always better to do that with a win.
What's the difference between the way the Bears played defense against Denver and last night, Lance?
They kept their energy. The energy that they had, they kept for, I'd say, 4 quarters. And they, in the second half, the Commanders started to make plays, but at the same time, when it came down to critical situation, and this goes back to, kicking that field goal and having Denver go the length of the field and saying, hey, I need our defense to make a stop. I do think that playing against the Commanders in that second half is evidence enough that when the chips are on the line, our defense can get it done. You get 5 sacks, you can win like that. I heard a few people say, hey, I know some of our defensive linemen's names now. That's big, especially on a primetime game.
Talk to me about the ability to go through all of the issues that popped up during the game. Your center, concussion protocol, out. Roshan, concussion protocol, out. Khalil Herbert, ankle, out. So Travis Homer is out, or Ebner. So all of a sudden, you're down to your fullback having to run the football. And Again, I don't need him to run for 100 yards. I need him to not turn it over and keep the clock moving. Then you lose some defensive backs. Your center is out. Like, you had so many issues, and they handled all of them. How did they bounce back and look so competent?
Well, the guys that came in, it felt like you didn't miss much of a beat, and even when Blasingame came in, he moved the chains. You know what I mean? It wasn't like you brought somebody in that didn't know how to run the offense. He just did it in a different capacity. So him getting it's actually a great shot for him. Most of the time he's blocking, he may get one touch, possibly a game, if that. This time, he's getting some love. So thank goodness for Blasingame. He's finally getting some love, the love that fullbacks never get. What was a little disheartening was seeing Khalil Herbert try to come back in, after he had pretty much broken his ankle off, and then reattached it and then got back on the field. And I've seen him, take a fake, and I'm seeing him hobble. I'm like, listen, we sometimes we have to protect the players from themselves. And just watching him, and I know, listen, the heart's there. He's a fighter. He doesn't want to come off the field, but listen, your day is done. You did a hell of a job.
I want to get your thoughts about DeMarcus Walker and Billings, especially early in the first half. What'd you see from Walker? Because, again, a number of these guys you mentioned silent. Now we know their names based on how they played last night.
Well, I think they took advantage. I think they took advantage of what not only what the Commanders were giving them, but Eberflus, he got really aggressive. This is the most that I've seen the Bears blitz all year long, and they were bringing it. You saw Stroman get a sack. You had 5 sacks across the board, especially with those defensive linemen and Ngakoue. I just saw an aggressive play defensive style, and you start to see that. I guess you start to see that more and more each week. But that was the most aggressive I've seen them, and it was effective. And I'm not saying that you necessarily have to blitz 90% of the time to get there, but you do have to play aggressively. You have to challenge them, and they did that, and we won.
So they blitzed over 30% of the time last night, and they had not gone even 20% in any of the previous 4 games. Again, you don't blitz Patrick Mahomes like you blitz Sam Howell, but you got to look at now at opportunity to heal up a little bit over 10 days, Lance, and then you get the Vikings coming in here. That, for me, is a massive game if you're going to try at all and turn your season around.
Yeah, these Bears need to get into that training room. They need to max out what they can to get themselves healed up and be ready for the Vikings. It's a huge game. It's a winnable game for the Bears. I think they understand their blueprint, and they're starting to understand their blueprint and their recipe. They ran the ball extremely well. This is 2 weeks in a row that they've been able to run the ball. Love seeing quarterback runs up the middle and to the edges for Justin Fields. I love watching him try to run over a DB. Mm-hmm. That to me is who he is. He shouldn't do it, but that's who he is. And that's inspiring play. So that I think when you talk about attitude and effort that this team needs, they also are playing. They played inspired ball last night.
Lance, I told Cap earlier, I said the most important stat for me for Justin Fields, people could look at the quarterback rating and how many passes he threw, how many touchdowns he threw, but 0 interceptions means more to me than anything because he took care of the football. That's so important because here's a guy here that doesn't value the football enough because he's quarterback/athlete, but I like that he took care of the football last night.
You go back to the Denver game and you say, man, this was the biggest game that he's played. But the drawback was in the critical situation, he gave up a fumble for a touchdown and he threw an interception in the critical on a critical down. So that was to me the most important stat as well, because there were some throws. He had some overthrows. He had some missed, some errant throws just a little bit off to the left, a little bit off to the right, and we can clean that up. That'll get cleaned up. But he didn't turn the ball over, and that is – you're absolutely right. That's the most important key.
Lance, the really important thing for me was how Justin was able to process in the pocket. When he held it more than 4 seconds, I think he was 0 for 4, but he cut those down to 4 plays. The rest of the time – He either put it right on DJ's hands or threw it to Cole Kmet, or he threw it where no one else could get it. I think that's a massive step of progress.
Absolutely. You know, the blocking scheme, they're really helping him out. They're really, really helping him out. I mean, there's a pocket there. They're chipping. They're leaving the tight end, leaving Kmet in to block and then release. You know, this is ideally what you want to look for when you talk about getting protection for Justin Fields, because not only you're adding more blockers, but you're also adding those blockers are becoming checkdowns, and they're outlets for Justin if something doesn't work downfield, if he doesn't like something downfield. So it's, you know, I just see it all starting to come together. Luke Getsy said, he's like, listen, we're putting together something special, you know, and I feel like we got a small glimpse of it. But again, it's one game, and as relieved as we all are, you know, that we didn't get embarrassed this week, we would like to see them take another step against the Vikings.
We'll talk to you about the loss of a legend yesterday, Lance, and more about this Bears win over the Washington Commanders 40-20. We're talking to Lance Briggs on the Captain J. Hood Morning Show.
This is Bears Friday on the new home of the Chicago Bears, ESPN Chicago.
Here comes the boom. The ESPN Chicago Fantasy Football Show with Jeff Meller, presented by Tullamore Dew and brought to you in part by ETI School of Skilled Trades. Get the knowledge you need to manage your fantasy football team. Sunday morning at 7 on ESPN Chicago, 100.3 HD2, the ESPN Chicago app, and ESPN 1000.
What's up, everyone? Zetterman here. Snap into action this NFL season with FanDuel, America's #1 sportsbook. Right now, new customers get $200 in bonus bets guaranteed when you place a $5 bet. That's $200 in bonus bets, win or lose. If you've been thinking about joining FanDuel, there's no better time to get in on the action. The app is easy to use. There's a wide range of betting options, including spreads, player props, overs, unders, same-game parlays, first-to-score bets. It's a great place. It's so much fun. You should use it every NFL day. So visit FanDuel.com/Zetterman, Z as in zebra, EDERMAN, and kick off the NFL season. FanDuel, official partner of the NFL. 21 plus and present in Illinois. First online real money wager only. $10 first deposit required. Bonus issued is non-withdrawable bonus bets that expire 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Don't go anywhere. Big news on the other side.
Save big money on your next project with 11% off everything at Menards. We have everything to help you breathe easier. DuPont Plus allergen air filters can reduce harmful airborne allergens by up to 80% with antimicrobial protection built in. DuPont air filters last up to 3 months with optimal filter life and performance. 1-inch plus allergen filters are only $5.95 after 11% rebate. Good through October 8th. Savings are mail-in rebate. Some exclusions apply. See store for details.
Save big money at Menards.
Seriously injured? Need an attorney? It's easy to get lost in the sea of lawyers in Chicago. When you choose a personal injury attorney, you want someone who is going to get to know you, not just your case. At Curcio Law Offices, we listen first and then talk. That's how we get to know our clients. Our dedicated team of attorneys will work tirelessly to understand what makes you, you, and therefore what the best evidence is to tell the story of your case. Give us a call at 312-321-1111 or visit us at curcio-law.com for your free case consultation today.
Hey, it's your pal Tom Waddle from my friends at Voss Equipment. We all know you warehouse managers walk into a full plate of responsibility every day. You're thinking about safety and efficiency. You're worrying about supply chain issues. And most days, that all gets pushed to the back burner. Voss Equipment knows you gotta have a plan in place for equipment servicing or purchasing. They help keep you up on the latest products like electric walkie pallet trucks from Yale. Voss has them in stock now. So get some help for your busy day at VossEquipment.com.
Want to live life at max volume? Then look no further than Hard Rock Casino, Northern Indiana. With over 1,700 slots, 80 table games, live entertainment, and 5 restaurants which span a wide range of culinary genres, we are sure to have something for everyone. Whether you want to indulge in a savory dish at Council Oak Steaks and Seafood, or take in dinner and live music at the world-renowned Hard Rock Cafe. Amplify your entertainment experience at Hard Rock Casino, Northern Indiana. Just off Exit 6, I-8094. Must be 21. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-9-WITH-IT.
If you're just tuning in, this is Fan 23, Fansville's #1 sports radio station.
Brought to you by Tasty Dr. Pepper.
We are settling the great debate, best third quarter snack, hot dogs or nachos?
You know my mantra, Doug.
Yes.
Meaty early, cheesy late.
Well, it looks like we have a caller here to weigh in. Is this Chuck?
Popcorn in the third is the move.
What?
You go with passive snacking after halftime.
No, it's nachos.
Look, as long as there's an ice cold Dr. Pepper there to wash it down, I'm good with either. Dr. Pepper, the one fans deserve.
Football is back, and NFL Plus has you covered. Get NFL Plus, and you'll never miss a moment of live football action this season. With live, local, and primetime games on mobile, NFL Network, NFL Red Zone, live game audio, and more, all in one place. That's right. This season, get NFL Red Zone and NFL Plus Premium so you never miss a touchdown. That's every touchdown from every game, every Sunday during the regular season, across devices. Sign up today at plus.nfl.com. Terms and conditions apply.
Advantage Acura of Naperville, the #1 volume Acura dealer in Chicagoland. They have the largest inventory of new Acuras. Plus, they offer a 5% price match guarantee. Visit them today at Advantage Acura of Naperville or online at AdvantageAcura.com.
This is breaking news on Chicago's home for sports, ESPN 1000.
We turn now to intrepid reporter Shay Norling with breaking news here on Captain J. Hood. Shay.
Diana Rossini reporting, Adam Schefter confirming Chicago Bears are trading Chase Claypool to the Miami Dolphins. It will be a 2025 sixth from Miami for Claypool, and the Bears are adding a 2025 seventh round pick as well, sending that to Miami.
And again, I said this earlier. Kudos to Ryan Poles, because when he joined Jeff Joniak on the pregame show, he said, look, I got to own it. I tried. It didn't work. So you know what? Rather than trying to fit him in there, we'll try and get him back. No. Done. We missed.
You know what, Lance? I don't know if you heard this. You just heard Claypool's gone. Let's go back in time, though, to what Cap's talking about. Poles talking to the voice of the Bears, Jeff Joniak. Listen very close. This is before the game.
You're always disappointed in this situation, and it's definitely something I take ownership of. Last year in the situation we were in, wanted to, add another receiver to the offense, not only to help us be more productive, but also help Justin take the next step. So the right thought process was there, and I feel comfortable with that. Unfortunately, it didn't work out, and we're hoping for him to be a little bit more productive and be someone that could help us take it to the next level. So obviously unfortunate of where we are.
Everybody is asking and wondering was at the root of the problem?
Yeah, there's a couple of things. I always look at things from a player's perspective. You have a player going into his free agent year who wants to be productive and help his career out. And when things aren't going the right way, sometimes you get emotional and, things don't work out and you struggle to blend in and keep resilient and stay resilient with the rest of the crew. And again, I think Chase is going to learn from this situation. We all will. And I wish him luck, moving forward throughout his career.
What is his future here?
Yeah, so right now we're kind of just taking it day by day to figure out what the next move is. But I know whatever, we do, we're always taking the interest of, the best interest for the Chicago Bears in mind.
I mean, right there before the game, he wished him well in his future endeavors. Lance, you hear all this. What are your thoughts?
I think as a grown man playing professional football, you don't need motivation. You draw that from yourself. You've worked hard from every level. You've probably started at youth football, high school, college. You managed to get yourself into an NFL club, let alone it be a free agent year. A year where you put forth your best effort on the field and you get rewarded for it. To be put in front of the team to apologize because of your lack of effort. It's crazy to me. That's crazy to me. But just based off of his potential. The guy's 6'4", 220 pounds, another team's going to give him a chance, and I wish him well. And I hope that, that he finds the passion to play this game, to compete, that whoever's standing on the other side of the ball in front of me, I refuse to let this guy beat me in any way, shape, or form. I hope that that's what happens for him in Miami. I wish him well, but the motivation, it was the writing was on the wall before he lived and left Pittsburgh.
Lance, have a great weekend. Enjoy a little downtime. We'll see you back here in the studio a week from Monday after we hopefully take out the Vikings.
You got it. All right, man. Enjoy your weekend.
You too.
All right, it's Lance Briggs, and he's with us on the
CarX Tire and Auto Hotline.
Rattle, rattle, thunder, clatter, boom, boom, boom. Don't worry, call the CarX man.
Now time for the classic Cap and J Hood cut of the day.
And when we say classic, we grab sometimes there's great stuff in the show. Sometimes we like to replay a fun memory. Jay Moore.
Yo.
Yes, it's boring, but it's a sport.
Oh!
Whatever.
It's not boring.
Okay, then you're boring.
All right, cut.
I'm just flipping around. I'm like, well, what's this? Oh, my God, I've seen the promo. This is the Golden Bat. Wow, that guy's 72. Wow, good for him. How about that?
Oh, that's good.
So I enjoyed watching it.
Most of
I
it.
really did.
Yeah.
Oh, Leslie is the fitness instructor from Minneapolis, Minnesota. She's 64.
That's the one you want to do.
No. You're something.
Well, it had to be one of them. I mean, which one did tickle your fancy? Which one did you have the droplet for?
We need the Golden Bachelorette rankings from Cap. Power rank the women.
Here we go. That's what we do around here. Power rank. Number 3. Come on, man.
AP top 10.
Yeah, number 3. Go ahead.
Joan, the private school administrator from Rockland, Maryland.
Oh, okay.
Make me feel better.
All right, Joan. All right, that's 3.
She's 60.
Who's number 2?
Ellen, she's 70.
Oh, my God. She's 70 what?
71.
What is it? You taking a charity case? What are you, Cap? You're still a young man. Cap.
Retired teacher, Delray Beach, Florida.
All right, that's 2. And number 1.
I'd probably have to go with Leslie, the fitness
There we go.
Nailed it.
There we go. The fitness instructor.
Pretty good.
And that's all, folks.
The Cap and J Hood cut of the day, the classic kind.
Brought to you by Chicago Cuts Steakhouse. David Flom and Matt Moore's amazing restaurant. A gorgeous day today. Sit out on the patio. When there's snow on the ground, you're going to thank me that you took this opportunity. Chicago Cuts Steakhouse.
We thank you for listening and calling in, being part of a special Bears Friday show here on ESPN 1000. Our thanks to you for calling and twitching, and our thanks to Jay Moore and Shay on the other side of the glass. How about you and I do a Bears Monday and talk further about this Bears team?
Let's do that. Let's have a great weekend, and let's see if we can get a Bears money, get them fired up for the Vikings.
So long, everybody. So long, Will.
Take that.
Take that.
From Chicago.
Hey, this is the Fat Jack, and what a great week we just had. Going 4-1 on Sunday, we win again last week. Everybody's deeper into profit, and we're heading into October. Go to FatJackSports.com. Get everything through Halloween, only $399, or less than about $70 a week when you go through the Super Bowl or beyond. 4-1 last Sunday. We won last Saturday. We've been turning a profit each and every day. Go to FatJackSports.com. Get signed up today where there's no tricks, no gimmicks, just winners.
Hey, I'm Tom Waddle, and I drive a Hawk. It's a new season, and I'm liking the lineup. So get to HawkAuto.com and choose from Ford, Chevy, Chrysler, Dodge, Jeep, Ram, Fiat, Subaru, Cadillac, Mazda, Volkswagen, Nissan, and Wagoneer models, and a huge selection of pre-owned vehicles. Right now, save with 0% for 60 months or no payments for 90 days. Find your next car today at HawkAuto.com. And drive what I drive. Drive a Hawk. HawkAuto.com. On select models with approved credit.
When your cat's a me, then your dog is too.
And it's hard to know what's fake or true.
Just raise a glass with a friend or two.
You tell them more, tell them more, tell them more, do.
When the online trends keep getting worse.
And you lost your keys in the metaverse.
Now your right swipe just went left on you.
You tell them more, tell them more, tell them more, do.
It's a crazy world, so what do? You tell them more, tell them more, tell them more.
Life might be a little hectic, but dinner doesn't need to be. Leave it to Lou Malnati's for everything you need for a delicious deep dish dinner. From salads and appetizers to pizza, pasta, and desserts, there's something for everyone. Lou Malnati's is open for indoor and outdoor dining, carry-out, and delivery. Let Lou's handle the dinner plans tonight. Order Chicago's legendary deep dish online at LouMalnati's.com, through their app, or visit one of the Lou's Chicagoland locations. Lou Malnati's, Chicago's legendary deep dish.
From the Old National Bank State Street studio, this is Chicago's home for sports.
WMVP WSHE HD2 Chicago.
A Good Karma Brands radio station.
Get ready for your college football Saturday slate with Chicago's College Tailgate. Host Tyler Rocky and Shane Orling put the spotlight on the week's big matchups. Brought to you by Twin Peaks. Chicago's College Tailgate. Saturday at 10 on ESPN Chicago. 100.3 HD2, the ESPN Chicago app, and AM 1000.
Cap and Jay Hood.
So I'm in the garage the other day. There's a dead mouse. Oh. No shot I'm picking that thing up. She said, just grab some paper towel and put it in the garbage.
What I would do is get the old dustpan and sweep them in there.
What if it wake up?
What?
Exactly. Thank you.
Well, it's nice and cool in here. Oh, the door's down. Gonna take a little siesta. Oh, God! Excuse me.
Mouse playing possum, man.
Get Cap and J Hood podcasts on demand in the ESPN Chicago app, or listen weekdays 7 to 10 on ESPN 1000 and 100.3 HD2.
Pier 17 in the Seaport District of New York City. This is Greeny with Mike Greenberg on ESPN Radio. You can also listen and watch the show on the ESPN app.
Back and better than ever. Greeny with you, presented by Progressive Insurance. As good a sports weekend as you could possibly ask for, obviously. Baseball playoffs in full swing. Hockey season starts next week. NBA's around the corner. Monster college games. We'll make our predictions. We've got to pay tribute to a legend that we lost this week, and we most certainly will. But for this morning, only one place to start.
Here we go! Only one place to start.
14 in a row. Goodbye. And the longest losing streak in Bears history. Bye-bye. 40-20, the Bears take care of the Washington Commanders.
It's the fruits of the labor. Guys sticking together, guys working hard during practice. Now they see results from it.
All right, what a shocker last night on the Thursday night Week 5 kickoff as the Bears go into D.C. and lay down a beatdown by the Beltway. That was the voice, by the way, of my old boss, Jeff Joniak, the man who calls the Bears games now and has for a long time, gave me my first job in the business. So he either gets the credit or the blame, depending upon your perspective. We got Tannenbaum and Graziano good enough to hang out after we wrap up Get Up, and obviously that's where we begin, with a game that I will confess stunned me.
Yeah.
There were so many things about that game that surprised me. Washington looked so good, albeit I hated the decision by Ron Rivera on Sunday not to try and win that game in Philadelphia with a 2-point conversion. I thought their defense was going to dominate last night. I thought the Bears are going to implode. Short week on the road. Everything in the world felt like it was stacked up against the Bears, and instead they win their first game essentially in a calendar year. Graziano, how do you explain it?
It was amazing. I mean, you settle in to watch a game, you're right. You're expecting something. Oh, the Bears looked great last week, but everybody's beating up on the Denver defense, so it must have been that. And then they come out aggressive. They're throwing it down the field. They're protecting him with backup offensive linemen. He knows enough to know what number DJ Moore wears, and that was enough for last night. I just think the Bears, all through the first few weeks of the season, felt like they were building something that the outside world wasn't seeing. Felt like there were some good signs on offense, that they would get healthier as the year went along, and that Justin Fields was building confidence. And I think last night, that's what it looked like. And they got to the second half, right, and they're kind of holding on for dear life. I mean, somebody's getting hurt on every play. They're out of running backs. And they've lost 14 games in a row. So, like, you can't feel confident until it's over. But they did pull it out. They made the plays they needed to make, and I think it's only beneficial for them going forward.
You know, two things stood out to me. One is they won the toss and took the ball.
Right.
And I think Matt Eberflus was sort of sending a message like, hey, if I'm going down, we are going down swinging. And RC said this during the show, Greeny, and I think it really bears repeating. 3rd and 14, first drive. Everyone's thinking, okay, kick the field goal, 3-0.
Yep.
That was a great pass that he threw in the back of the end zone to DJ Moore. That set the tone to me. And when you think about what they've overcome, especially on the offensive line injuries, like Justin Fields deserves a ton of credit. Look, there's a long way to go to see what his evaluation is going to be, but that was really encouraging from a Bear perspective.
Their defense set an early tone in that game too. I mean, especially they're really beat up on the back end, but and you know they've been giving up a lot of points. Blew a big lead on Sunday, so they were the first couple Washington possessions last night were all Bears too. It was really impressive to watch that first and second quarter.
The game surprised me in so many ways. I can hardly count them all. By the way, I also will ask you to please respect my privacy today during this difficult time. I was facing DJ Moore in fantasy last night. He had 49 points last night on his 8 catches for 230 yards and 3 touchdowns. So he just dominated the action last night, and so did Fields. And you made an interesting point earlier, Mike T. And again, with your experience as a team builder and a general manager, the way the Bears handled the Chase Claypool mistake may very well wind up having been something more beneficial than even the pick that they lost. For those around the country who don't know what I'm talking about, last year, the Bears traded what amounted to a first-round pick for Chase Claypool. It was the first pick of the second round, and because of a vacated pick, it proved to be the 32nd pick in the draft. Chase Claypool has been awful. I mean, I don't even know where to begin how bad he's been. So bad, and in fact, so bad, obviously, off the field, in the locker room, et cetera. They sent him home, and they've sent him away. And you're thinking to yourself, if you're me, just another nail in the coffin. But you were saying it's a chance to send a message, and maybe that message resonated.
That's right. The standards are the standards, fellas. And if that standard is violated on or off the field, you're gone. And I thought they played with a collective sense of urgency we hadn't seen. And if we had the parade of expatriates come through here, the Teddy Bruschi's of the world, on and on and on, they will say that's Bill Belichick 101. He is beholden to one thing, and that is a meritocracy. And I think what they did last night is they took a really bad situation, which you just laid out, Greeny, and said, hey, you know what? This is going to be an opportunity. And it showed up on the field last night.
Yeah, everything that could have gone wrong has gone wrong for the Bears this year. The situation with the defensive coordinator, right? I mean, like, name it. And they've been through it in the first 3-4 weeks of the season. So they needed last night. I mean, that was massive for them. And again, I mean, 14. I mean, you ever lose 14 in a row? Like, I mean, it's unheard of.
Almost no one ever has.
Right.
And gave up 25 points in each of those games.
I mean, like, can you imagine the misery? I mean, a calendar year almost without winning a game. I just think it's impressive that they were able to hang together and get to this point in their season. I don't know where it goes from here. Maybe they lose the rest of their games. But what they showed last night was something that they've been talking about behind the scenes. They knew was not showing up to the general public that was watching their games, and I'm sure they're feeling very satisfied about it today.
Greeny presented by Progressive Insurance. Save when you bundle motorcycle, RV, and boat insurance. Visit Progressive.com. Yes, let's give credit where it's due. You mentioned it, and you've been telling me this. Graziano knows a lot of people with the Bears pretty well, and you've been telling me for the last several weeks that while the results have not been there on the field, that they felt it was getting better.
Yeah, they did. And I think it's not just about Justin Fields, but, you know, texting with some people there after Sunday's game, tough loss, but he looked a lot better. What was the difference? And the answers were coming back. You know, the whole operation on offense was just better. Everybody doing their jobs, everybody knowing where they're supposed to be. And I think, you know, that does say a lot. I mean, Claypool was supposed to be a big part of it, and he hasn't played in these last 2 games. The offensive line is down to backups at key positions. They lost their center during the game last night. So the fact that they're having to patch it together at key spots, and yet they're still making progress on offense, I think that's what really had them encouraged, even through the very, very difficult parts of the early season.
So now what? That becomes an interesting question in Chicago. By the way, every week our friends at AutoZone ask me to pick someone who was in the zone. In the Zone, brought to you by AutoZone. Get in the zone, AutoZone. Is there any question who that is this morning? We're going to give it to DJ Moore. Once again, I'll ask you to respect my privacy. 49 fantasy points thrown in my face in the Thursday night opener.
Greedy, free fantasy advice. Whoever Emmanuel Forbes is covering next week, take that guy.
Okay.
It was A.J. Brown a week ago. Last night it was DJ Moore, and whoever he has next week.
Fair enough. I should have had that one in mind. One way or another, he was most certainly in the zone. Brought to you by AutoZone. Magic Johnson went on. Oh, no, that's not what I was going to do. Sorry, I sidetracked myself with feeling sorry for myself in my pending fantasy defeat. Yeah. It's an interesting question where they go from here, because football is such a week-to-week sport. It's just incredible. Yesterday morning, I was firing everybody. I was trading everybody. I was doing the typical Greeny overreaction. And so now I'm doing that again in the opposite direction. Do they suddenly have hope? Look at their next 5 games. Feels highly winnable. Sure. Minnesota, they look bad. Raiders, they look bad. I had it in front of me a minute ago. They have a bunch of winnable-looking games. Carolina's in there. There is no loser in that game because the Bears have both picks. Right. So now what? So Mike Tannenbaum, if you're them, if you're Ryan Poles and you're sitting there, and let's say you're assuming you're going to have that job again, you'll still have that job next year. How are you approaching this situation?
Yeah, I agree. There's a ton to unpack here. So 2 really consequential data points. Number 1, with Carolina's pick, even if you win a bunch of games, which as we're looking here is very likely, they could still have the first or second pick. So that's Drake May or Caleb Williams. So now you have to juxtapose that, and you have to make a decision on the 5th-year option, meaning in 2025, are we going to guarantee him, whatever that number is, another $24 million? And basically what you have to say to yourself is Justin Fields worthy of that at a minimum compared to resetting a rookie contract for Caleb Williams is a no-brainer, but a Drake May and then into these other quarterbacks. That's what you really have to answer. By the end of the season, if I'm Ryan Poles, I got to think of 2 things. Can Justin Fields take me to where I want to go, and is Matt Eberflus the coach to do it? Or are we better off with Caleb Williams and Lincoln Riley or some combination thereof? But the money becomes very significant because after this year, you have to say to yourself, is Justin Fields worth this extension? And as Chris Canty said on the show earlier, it's really hard to say that despite playing well the last couple of games because this is year 3 for him.
Yeah, and I think he would have to play at a high level, and they would have to win a surprising number of games the rest of the way in order for them to get to the point where they feel that way as an organization, right? So we'll see. I mean, you're right, Greeny, about the upcoming schedule. Like, those defenses are not that imposing that they're about to face in the next 3-4 weeks. So, yeah, maybe he could show something. We didn't think last night was going to go the way it was going to go, right? We have no idea how the rest of the season is going to go. If these shadows remain unchanged, right, then I think they're probably looking for another quarterback in the offseason. But could he excel to a point the rest of the way where he becomes the obvious answer for them? Yes. And if that's the case and they're winning games along the way, everybody will feel differently about it.
All right. It's a really interesting scenario that they face and a lot of questions. And they have a few weeks at least, if they're going to entertain an in-season trade, they have a few weeks left to do it. We'll see. If not, then they've got the rest of their year to figure out the rest of their lives. I mentioned Magic Johnson on Twitter, now known as X. He is, of course, a part owner of the Washington Commanders, and he tweeted last night, "Tonight the Commanders played with no intensity or fire. We didn't compete in the first half and got down 27-3 heading into halftime. It was too big of a hole to climb out of, and that is why we ended up losing 40-20. Now, people have at times joked around about the way Magic tweets. Yes. And there is a little bit of that even in this one.
There is.
But I tell you what, I mean, when you got a part owner of the team coming out and saying we played with no intensity, no fire, we didn't compete, Mike Tannenbaum, if you work in that building, what does that sound like to you?
Ominous. You know, and Dan mentioned this on the show, you know, the juxtaposition of going into the game, Matt Eberflus could be on the hot seat. But look, I worked for the Jets when Woody Johnson bought them, and it changes the dynamic. You know, the Jets were owned for years by Mr. Hest and his estate. When it was sold, everybody knew there could be consequential changes. It's just the reality of it. And if I'm Ron Rivera, who's been around this sport a long time as a player and coach, he knows what's in all likelihood coming. And when it's out there in the public like that, they have this mini buy. Every family is talking about it. Everyone's talking about, hey, should we put our, house up for sale? What is it going to look like? What's the timing of this? It becomes a massive distraction. And by the way, like, Washington has a good team. They have a chance to make some noise this year. But when something like that goes public, and Magic should know better, it is consequential in the building. And I'm telling you, everyone's talking about it, even though they may not acknowledge it publicly. It is in the ether.
It's just amazing how quickly things can swing, right? Like, if they go for 2 with no time left on the clock against the Eagles and get it on Sunday, and then they come out fired up and beat a team last night that I think most people agree they should have beaten, what's their record? They're 4-1, right? Right? Yeah. Instead, they're 2-3. And one of the part owners of the team is tweeting or Xing or whatever he's doing about how they didn't come out with any fight. And that's a significant, potentially a significant 5 days in the career of Ron Rivera, right? If you look down the road. So I think that's I don't know. I think that was as great a night as it was for Chicago last night. Very disturbing one for the Washington Commanders, especially the specter of new ownership and the potential for change whenever that happens.
Greedy, I think the other thing, too, is I think Sam Howell's a really hard evaluation because we could put together a 10 or 15 play, highlight film where he looks exceptional, tough and athletic and a great arm. And then he gets sacked. He got sacked a ton at North Carolina. He's last in the league and getting sacked again. And there's no way the laws of physics apply. He is not going to make it through the season. And then you say to yourself, how can we count on him in the future? Because he just gets sacked a ton.
All right, the next couple of games are at Atlanta and then at the Giants, and then they get another crack at the Eagles, this time in their own building. So I think that will determine, those 3 games will determine if they're going to have a season. They certainly have to win the 2 leading into the game against the Eagles, and then we'll see what they can do. Those are tough words from one of the owners of the team. You want to be a part of Greeny Nation? You can do it on the Dr. Pepper call-in line. ESPN Nation presented by Dr. Pepper. It's not college football season without the delicious taste of an ice cold Dr. Pepper, the one that fans deserve. Fellas, you're the best. Thank you so much for doing this. Graziano, off to Foxborough this weekend? So that's nice for you, or just a drive?
Yeah, no airport this weekend. It's nice.
So that's nice. He's got the Saints. And then you will be in Bristol all weekend long, Mr. Tannenbaum.
With Miss Cornette, we do 1 to 4, the wraparound show every Sunday afternoon, and Shay's fantastic.
I'll probably be on there at halftime from Foxborough.
I'll be asking and answering questions with you.
Yeah, sounds good.
Fair enough. All right, coming up next, every now and again, the word legend doesn't seem like enough. Today, that applies. We'll explain why right after this on ESPN Radio.
A lot of Cannoli's energy started to bounce back.
She has a lot of puppy moments, and she'll be 14 this summer.
What did these dog parents do for their dogs? They switched to Nature's Blend, a premium freeze-dried raw dog food made by Dr. Marty Goldstein, a veterinarian Forbes magazine called the Miracle Worker. It's the easiest way to support your dog's easy digestion, nourished skin, playful energy, and most importantly, their healthy, full life.
I'm so confident your dog will love it. Your order is backed with a 90-day guarantee.
Save up to 54% off Nature's Blend and get a free full-size bag of Tilly's Treasures dog treats. They're best-selling beef liver dog treats while supplies last. Go to drmartypets.com/turkey or text turkey to 511-511. Go to drmartypets.com/turkey or shop in over 2,000 stores nationwide. Use the store locator to find the store closest to you. All pets are unique. Your pet's results can and will vary. Message and data rates may apply. Studies available upon request. Paid for by Dr. Marty Pets.
They say seeing is believing, and when you see what's inside at American Place Casino, you better believe you're gonna love it. Because when it comes to amazing gaming, we're a real game changer. With the most exciting of table games like blackjack, craps, and roulette, the newest slots, a sports book, restaurants, bars, and more. So if you're ready for excitement, we'll see you soon. American Place Casino. Change the game.
Must be 21 years of age or older. If you or someone you know has a gambling problem, crisis counseling and referral services can be accessed by calling 1-800-GAMBLER, 1-800-426-2537.
Astound Broadband has just launched all-in pricing. For $25 a month, you can receive internet, equipment, and fees included, all for one low price. They'll also lock down your price for 2 years when you upgrade to award-winning gig internet. Astound Broadband has 0 hidden fees, 0 contracts, and 0 data caps. Go all in with Astound Broadband. Upgrade today by calling 1-800-4ASTOUND or visit astound.com. Restrictions apply. See website for details.
With Connie's Frozen Pizza, you can experience real pizzeria quality without paying pizzeria prices. Connie's Frozen Pizza always delivers because they're made with only premium ingredients. And whether you're craving their cornmeal dusted thin crust or their new crispy yet fluffy pizzeria style crust, Connie's comes with a variety of delicious toppings you'll love. So forget delivery. Just pop in a Connie's and savor their authentic pizzeria flavor at home. Find them at your local Jewel, Mariano's, or Meijer today. Connie's Frozen Pizza. Born in Chicago, enjoyed everywhere.
Old National Bank.
I just got your home equity loan, and this feeling of joy and exhilaration overcame me.
Yeah, it's a phenomenon we call getting old.
Wow, so I'm not the only one?
No, small business owners feel it with expansion loans. Families feel it when they're setting up trusts and 529s. Nonprofits who need financing to help the community. And anyone who needs investment advice, they all feel it.
So it's not just me?
No, you're in a pretty big club.
Like a club I can join?
I really don't.
Is there at least a secret handshake?
Old National Bank, where relationships and results matter. Old National. Get old. Member FDIC.
19 Crimes Wine tells the story of true heroes who beat the odds and overcame adversity to become legends. Unapologetic by nature, disruptive by design, and believe in breaking rules that deserve to be broken. 19 Crimes is a wine that's got attitude, and they're not sorry about it. Pick up the rich and spicy red blend or subtly sweet Cabernet Sauvignon right now. You can sip it, swirl it, tilt it, or don't. Just enjoy. Enjoy responsibly. 19 Crimes and TWE Imports, Sonoma, California.
Bull riding, the perfect fusion of strength, skill, and pure willpower. Professional bull riders aren't just athletes. They're daredevils with cowboy souls. Come experience the true modern West, where 8 seconds of glory will create a lifetime of memories. It's the Tractor Supply Company PBR at Allstate Arena, January 12th and 13th. Tickets now at PBR.com and Ticketmaster.
Jessica, this is the happiest day of my life. Right up there with the day I bought my RV and insured it with Progressive. Man, I love that thing. There are a million fish in the sea, which I'm reminded of every time I bring my RV to the lake, but I vow to love and cherish you just as much as I cherish campsites with full electric and water hookups. I'm so sorry.
Protect your beloved with an RV policy from Progressive. Take as little as 4 minutes to see what you could save at Progressive.com. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and Affiliates.
At the Home Depot, Saturdays are about 2 things. Getting ready for company with the Samsung Family Hub Plus refrigerator. And football. That's right, Kirk Herbstreit. Search for recipes, check out scores, or even stream the game to the screen at the same time, so you never miss a second of the action. Which means you can make your famous buffalo chicken dip and have more time for football. For football. Upgrade your Saturday with Samsung and the Home Depot. How doers get more done.
Former Bear Lance Briggs is live in studio with Cap and J Hood, Monday mornings at 9:30 on the new home of the Chicago Bears, ESPN Chicago.
Previously on Greeny.
Hembo, I'll start with you. Can you imitate anyone so that you don't tell me who it is, and I'll be able to identify who it is?
Oh, my God.
I mean, it's a terrible one, but I know what it is because of the specificity of it.
Quagmire from Family Guy.
I guess who he was supposed to be.
Yeah, that was Quagmire from Family Guy.
Okay, yeah. That's just because of the words you spoke.
Yeah, that's not.
That
even,
was so uncomfortable.
That's not even really an impression. Yeah,
It was an impression. It was an impression.
Yeah,
I just giggity like Quagmire.
You just did the words from Family Guy.
That was not good.
This is Greeny.
We got to dive into some of that again today. Greeny presented by Progressive Insurance. Once again, Cam continues to just miss the point. Hembo's impressions notwithstanding, and they are embarrassingly bad. But Cam, once again, missing the point on how this all began. We'll dive into all of that. But we are going to speak in 30 seconds. Because every now and again, the word legend just doesn't seem like enough. If you know anything about me, you know I have a lot to say about Dick Butkus today, and we're going to say them all in 30 seconds after this word from AutoZone. Are you dealing with a dead battery? Head to AutoZone, America's #1 battery destination. They offer free battery services like free battery testing and free battery charging. The free battery testing helps you know if you need a new battery or not, or if you're just in need of a fresh charge. If you do need a battery, they're the only place you can find proven tough Duralast batteries. So next time you're having battery trouble, head to AutoZone, your battery solution, and America's #1 battery destination. So there are basically 2 kinds of people that you see on ESPN for the most part. People who have their names on shows like these. About half of them played professional sports. They got here by playing sports. I always used to say about Mike and Mike, Golick played 9 years in the NFL. That's how he wound up sitting where he wound up. I wound up sitting there because I was just a kid who grew up loving sports and primarily reading about them. Hembo, when you and I wrote that book last year, Got Your Number, you were, and everyone else was, always trying to push me towards all of the debate. It's the debate, Greedy. That's what sells the book. It's the debate. And I kept saying, what I'm proud of is the history. I love sports history. I love sports history books. I grew up reading them. I loved reading about the great heroes and legends of sports history. They became larger than life in my mind. There's almost no way that any player who currently plays can possibly rise to the level in my imagination of what these players who came before me were. And the greatest of all those legends, if you asked me to name the greatest legend in the long and storied and glorious history of professional football, this country's greatest passion, it was Dick Butkus. Dick Butkus was a man whose name inspired genuine fear in the hearts and souls of the toughest people in the world. Football players genuinely quaked in his presence. That's the way he was portrayed, and that's the way he was. I worked in Chicago a long time. I lived in Chicago a long time. I consider it my second home. I so wish I had met Dick Butkus. I never did. I was there the night they retired his number. The Bears retired Dick Butkus and Gale Sayers' numbers together, which was fitting because they were drafted one pick apart in the same draft in 1965, which may very well have been the greatest 1-2 draft pick, not even consecutively, but the greatest two players ever selected by the same team in the same class in the history of the sport. Let the record show I'm consulting no notes to have this conversation because none are needed. Dick Butkus was an icon. Dick Butkus is what made people fall in love with pro football. Football's about a bunch of things. These days, it's a lot about numbers, and it's a lot about the glitz and the glamour. But at its core, football is a gladiator sport. Football is about how tough you are and how tough the guy opposing you is. And who's going to be the toughest on this day, on this night? Who's going to walk off this field, and who's going to have to be carried off it? And no one ever epitomized that like Dick Butkus. I've never met a tougher person in my life than Mike Ditka. I've had any number of conversations with Mike Ditka over the years about Dick Butkus. And when I tell you, Mike Ditka, who fears nothing, will tell you he was scared to death of Butkus. They would go up against each other in practice. He said, I'm not going anywhere near that guy. Dick Butkus in practice would bite your face off if your face mask wasn't on right. So I could read off for you, so now I will pick up my glasses, and I will read off for you a couple of numbers. They don't do anything to tell you the story of his legend. He forced 47 turnovers in 9 seasons. He was 2-time NFL Defensive Player of the Year. He was the NFL's Defensive Player of the Year in a year in which his team went 1-13. He received MVP votes that year. First team All-Pro 5 times, won the Hallis Award in 74. He was a member of the All-Decade team of the 60s and the 70s. He was on the NFL's 70th anniversary team. He was on the NFL's 100th anniversary all-time team. And when they've played this game for 500 years, he will be a member of that team too. There will never be a greater legend than Dick Butkus. When I saw that news yesterday, I was sitting there at dinner with my wife, and you know, we were having a nice conversation or whatever it was, and she picks up her phone for some reason. I think one of our kids was, I think Nikki was flying somewhere last night, and so Stay said, we try and put our phones. She makes fun of me because I will sometimes have my phone out at dinner, but the truth is, I really do try not to look at it so we can just have an evening. But she had to have her phone sort of handy because Nikki was traveling and her flight was canceled or something like that. So I sort of surreptitiously picked up my phone, and I let out an audible sigh. So it frightened my wife to death. Like it sounded, I think I made the kind of noise I might make if someone who we desperately cared about had died. And I think the reason for that is because that is what happened. I never met Dick Butkus, and I felt like I'd lost a member of the family yesterday. I will give it to you, Hembo, on this thought, because I know you did all the research for our book. He most certainly owns the number 51 in our book, Got Your Number, and if we do that book again 100 years from now, he still will. But the best way I can think of to explain this is the world just felt like a better place knowing he was still alive. And it feels like a lesser place today. So those are my initial thoughts on the passing of the legendary Dick Butkus. Hembo, what do you think?
Yeah, I mean, I couldn't possibly be more eloquent than you just were, but even so, Dick Butkus is one of the few legends in sports, in any sport, that was genuinely greater than, larger than the game itself. Like Dick Butkus is football. You know, obviously we watch football every Sunday now, and most of what we see is very unrecognizable in relation to what football looked like when he played. But you said it right. Like, fundamentally, football is a game of me versus you. It's the most physical sport that we have, that we love. And no one was more intimidating than Dick Butkus was. And so in some sense, he is to his sport what someone like, you know, Babe Ruth or Bill Russell is to theirs. I don't think that's overstating it. I mean, his ethos is as fundamental to football as football could be. And so that's definitely part of it for me. The other thing, too, is that Dick Butkus is the patriarch of an absolutely legendary lineage of Bears linebackers. Yeah. And when you go through all the annals of sports history, I think you could make a very cogent argument that being a middle linebacker for the Bears is the #1 legacy position. And like I said, he's the patriarch of it. So I obviously never watched him play a game in his life, but having done that research for the book with you, I learned a great deal and was made to appreciate the fact that this is a person who was genuinely larger than life itself.
I hadn't really thought about that, but you're right. That is obviously with Singletary and Urlacher, and it all started with Butkus. And I'm just some of the quotes here that the guys did a nice job putting up here. Ernie, of course, he said, when he hit you, you stayed hit. Mike Ditka said, I think Dick put the fear of God into a lot of people. I told you we had those conversations, he and I. MacArthur Lane said, I prayed that I could get up every time Butkus hit me. The legacy position piece of it, I think, is a really interesting one. I mean, he's one of the true legends, one of the genuine legends in the history of his sport. One of his last tweets, someone put up here on my screen. I did follow him on Twitter, too. One of his last tweets pictured him on Soldier Field's playing surface last month, and he tweeted, somebody give me some pads and a quarterback to tackle. There's just something kind of awesome about that also. No, Butkus, I mean, what can you say? The name was too perfect, too. Dick Butkus. I mean, what could sound more like football than Dick Butkus beating the hell out of you? And I didn't get to see him play either, for the record. He retired very young, played only 9 years because of knee injuries. That was at a time when knee injuries ended people's careers at 9 years. But he still managed to be the greatest player in the history of his position. I think if you were to name the two greatest defensive players in pro football history, he's one of them. I don't know how you choose between him and Lawrence Taylor. I think Lawrence Taylor and Dick Butkus are the two greatest players, defensive players, in the history of pro football. Does that sound right to you?
Yes, I think that Reggie White would be up there.
He's right there.
But in terms of the position he played, he's #1.
For sure.
To put in the center of your defense, I think Dick Butkus is #1. You mentioned the knee injuries, which forced him to retire after 9 seasons. I mean, the reason that he absorbed so many of those is because no one was willing to take him head on. Like, he was the first defender that was regularly chop blocked like that, in part because you couldn't block him otherwise. His opponents said that regularly. A couple of notes in regards to how hard he hit and how intimidating he was. You mentioned Gale Sayers, the whole practice thing. Like, Gale Sayers said the hardest hit he ever received was by Dick Butkus, and it was in practice. And there was a legendary game against Detroit when they deployed the I formation against the Bears at the old Tiger Stadium. Every single player in the I, the center, the quarterback, the fullback, and the halfback, was knocked out in the game by Dick Butkus.
Yeah. I mean, it's so good. It's so ridiculously good. I'll finish it with this. The first talk shows I ever hosted, before there was Mike and Mike, I worked locally in Chicago at WSCR Radio, the station that now is still on, competes with our station, ESPN 1000 in Chicago. And that's where I started. I started there as a producer, and I worked my way up to being a reporter, and then I eventually was hosting talk shows. And my partner was Doug Buffone, who was a teammate of Butkus all those years. I mean, and Buffone was a good player. He would have been the first. He's no longer with us either, Doug. God bless him. He would have been the first to tell you he wasn't as good as Dick Butkus. And the legendary joke we always used to make, and he good-naturedly would laugh at it, Buffone would. And I think, as I think about it now, I think that's one of the places that I also my regard for Butkus, or my vision of him, grew also just from being around Doug all those years, because he would always tell me all these stories. But my favorite story was that he would say, or that we would joke around with him, was we would say, Doug Buffon on the field was heard to say on practically every play, "Hold him, Dick, I'm coming." Because he's on his way. He's on his way to get a hit in there, and we'll see. And then I'm trying to look this up to make sure I'm remembering it right. But I'm almost positive that I am. That when the Chicago Bears were involved in the making of the original movie, Brian's Song, the movie is about Brian Piccolo and Gale Sayers, who were Chicago Bears teammates. And Brian Piccolo, the running back, died very young of cancer. And it's one of the greatest movies ever. James Caan played Brian Piccolo, and Billy D. Williams played Gale Sayers. And many of the Bears' actual players, including Doug Buffon and Dick Butkus, appeared in the movie. Like, there were scenes that they showed of all that. So Doug was telling me a story. I'm doing this from memory. I apologize in advance if I get some of the details slightly wrong, but I definitely am going to get the most important part of it right. So apparently, they're running some plays, and James Caan's going to take a handoff. He's playing James Piccolo, a running back, and he's going to run into the line, and the Bears defenders are supposed to make it look like they're hitting him hard and tackle him to the ground. And so James Caan, I guess, fancied himself, like a tough guy. And so they did a couple of takes, and he's yelling, "Oh, go on, guys, this is nothing. You can't hit me. I don't even feel it. I don't even feel it. Hit me hard. Show me what it feels like. Hit me hard." And I guess eventually this aggravated Butkus. And Butkus just decided he was going to hit James Caan, the actor, hard. And so there's a take in which James Caan took a handoff, ran up the middle. Butkus just took him out. And Doug said all he remembered was everyone getting up, and James Caan just flat on his back, completely unconscious, unable to move, and shooting was done for the day because Butkus just obliterated James Caan, later Sonny Corleone. One of the legendary actors. And I'm trying to look up and see if I can find any of these stories. But that I remember Doug telling me that story about James Caan. So anyway, what can I say except rest in peace, Dick Butkus, and thank you for just leaving us in awe. As a kid who just loves the sport, and I never got to see you play it, and I never got to shake your hand, but I have been in awe of you my entire life. And wherever you are now, I guarantee you everyone is scared to death. Greeny with you on ESPN Radio, presented by Progressive Insurance. Insurance for motorcycles, boats, and RVs. For protection on the road and on the water, see how much you can save at 1-800-PROGRESSIVE and Progressive.com. Meanwhile, I don't know if the Bears players of today were inspired or not, but one way or another, as we open the show, they played out of their minds last night, and they wound up playing a game, candidly, I didn't know they had in them. 7 of the last 8 quarters, which have taken place over the last 5 days, Justin Fields has been sensational. Not good, sensational. Hembo, what do we make of that?
Well, I mean, this is obviously a real come-to-Jesus moment for Justin Fields, considering that not so long ago, we were already writing him off. And candidly, I think the likelihood that Justin Fields winds up earning the trust back so much so that he gets another contract with the Bears is probably unlikely. However, what we have seen over the last couple weeks is that he's got a lot more in his bag than we thought, and with the conviction with which he has thrown the football over the last 2 weeks is really something to behold. And it's one thing to do it against Denver, who we know just stinks on defense. But theoretically, at least, Washington's a team with real players on defense. And I don't think anybody expected the Bears to put up 27 points in the first half of that game, and they did. So the connection between Justin Fields and DJ Moore is exactly how Bears fans drew it up. He also ran for 57 yards last night. So it's all kind of coming together here. And if you're a Bears fan, you got to feel awfully good, because Justin Fields is now playing well. You've got the Carolina Panthers pick sitting in your lap. You're looking at a situation now, even though this season's probably not one that's going to yield any high-level success, you're at least going to have options. You're at least going to be in decent position by the time you get to the offseason. If your quarterback's playing this well, if you have opportunities and assets in the draft, you at least have flexibility. You have option, and that's a great thing for an organization to have. Right now, Justin Fields is not only auditioning for himself in Chicago, but for 31 other teams potentially in the offseason. The Bears are in much better shape than a team just mired in mediocrity.
Well, isn't that incredible? I mean, how different one game can make everything feel. We were firing everybody after they gave up that lead on Sunday against Denver. Instead, we're sitting here thinking, if they had held on to win that game, that we'd be talking about them as being sort of on the fringe of the playoff chase. It is amazing how much one game can change everything. Tune in for college football action tomorrow night. Minnesota hosting number 2 Michigan, presented by Dr. Pepper. Coverage begins 7 Eastern on ESPN Radio and the ESPN app. Speaking of which, sneaky big news is coming up next. How one major sport is going to look completely different starting next year. That's next on ESPN Radio.
Switch to Geico today and see all the ways you could save.
If you're just tuning in, this is Fan 23, Fansville's #1 sports radio station.
Brought to you by Tasty Dr. Pepper.
We are settling the great debate, best third quarter snack, hot dogs or nachos?
You know my mantra, Doug.
Yes.
Meaty early, cheesy late.
Well, it looks like we have a caller here to weigh in. Is this Chuck?
Popcorn in the third is the move.
What?
You go with passive snacking after halftime.
No, it's nachos.
Look, as long as there's an ice cold Dr. Pepper there to wash it down, I'm good with either. Dr. Pepper, the one fans deserve.
If you're like most people, you've had your fair share of financial questions. Questions like, can I afford my son's travel hockey team? What if my daughter doesn't get that soccer scholarship? Will I be able to enjoy golf in retirement? At Empower, we know these questions can be stressful. We're here to help answer your what ifs and empower what's next. Join 18 million Americans and take control of your financial future. Start today at empower.com.
Football fans, the best spot for cash betting and big screen entertainment is in the PointsBet Sportsbook at Club Hawthorne Betting Bars. Pro and college action, including Illinois teams, on dozens of big screen TVs in Prospect Heights, Villa Park, Crestwood, and at the track. Plus, horse races from around the country with big odds opportunities every few minutes. See photos, menus, and locations at HawthorneBettingBars.com. And if you or someone you know has a gambling problem, please call 1-800-GAMBLER to get help.
Fall football, Howard. I got to tell you, every time I hear the sound of linemen colliding, I think of you.
Really?
The impact, the crash, the collision of the week. It gets me thinking auto accident.
That's an interesting analogy, Cap, and I appreciate the sentiment. For over 25 years, Aiken Law has helped people throughout Chicagoland and Illinois injured in a car accident, trucking injury, or rideshare accident.
I bet you could advise a lineman as well.
Yes, but not on the field.
He's Howard Aiken. He's our lawyer on the Cap and J. Hood Show. Weekday morning, 7 to 10 on ESPN 1000.
Hey, I'm Tom Waddle, and I drive a Hawk. It's a new season, and I'm liking the lineup. So get to HawkAuto.com and choose from Ford, Chevy, Chrysler, Dodge, Jeep, Ram, Fiat, Subaru, Cadillac, Mazda, Volkswagen, Nissan, and Wagoneer models, and a huge selection of pre-owned vehicles. Right now, save with 0% for 60 months or no payments for 90 days. Find your next car today at HawkAuto.com. And drive what I drive. Drive a Hawk.
HawkAuto.com!
On select models with approved credit.
Money saved through energy efficiency can directly benefit a business's bottom line. That's why businesses throughout Northern Illinois are partnering with the ComEd Energy Efficiency Program to find up to 35% in energy savings, resulting in lower energy costs for their facilities. Because at ComEd, we're powering your business's future. Learn more at ComEd.com/poweringbiz. ComEd, powering lives. Savings figure is hypothetical only. Actual savings will vary based on the measures implemented and on customers' usage and rate.
When your cat's a me, then your dog is too.
And it's hard to know what's fake or true.
Just raise the glass with a friend or two.
You tell them more, tell them more, tell them more, do.
When the online trends keep getting worse,
and you lost your keys in the metaverse.
Now your right swipe just went left on you.
You tell them more, tell them more, tell them more, do.
It's a crazy world, so what do? You tell them more, tell them more, tell them more, do.
Hun, we need to stop putting off getting life insurance.
I know. It's just been so busy, and I'm sure the cost is out of our budget.
Well, Jen told me that they got a $500,000 term life insurance policy from Ethos for less than $23 a month. All online with no complicated forms and no medical exam. All they had to do was answer a few health questions.
Wait, no medical exam and all online?
I know, right? It's not easy to think about, but if something happened to you, James and I would be...
Okay, I get it. Let's get a quote from Ethos right now. Wow, you were right. There's no medical exam, and Ethos makes the whole online process fast and easy. And look at these rates and coverage options. It's great protection and totally fits our budget.
Ethos. They've removed all the barriers from getting coverage. Go to checkethos.com to get your free online quote. That's checkethos.com. Quote based on a healthy, non-smoking 30-year-old male with a 20-year term policy. Rates may vary.
Hey, it's your buddy Tom Waddle, and I want to let you know at Great Clips, they know you live a full life, which is why they're full of ways to make getting a great haircut easier. With online check-in, Great Clips works on your schedule. And with new features, you can see where you are in line, get a Ready Next text alert so you know when to go to the salon, and a haircut reminder feature that lets you know when you're overdue. With Clip Notes, they save your haircut details so you can get the look you love from the skilled stylist each and every time. It's nice to be on the same page when it comes to your haircut. Look, I know they use a number 4 clipper on me, but I'm not sure if that's on the sides or the top or even what a number 4 means. But with Clip Notes, it's all there, so I have nothing to worry about. So even when you're not thinking about your next haircut, Great Clips is. And when you choose Great Clips, it's going to be great. Download their app today. Also now, if you're interested, join a salon team. Visit jobs.greatclips.com.
Jeez, did you see that? Another big green Cenobogan scrap machine swinging tons of metal. I saw them before at Alta Equipment. Cenobogan. It's moving one heavy load. Well, stand back. Cenobogan is quicker than it looks.
In Illinois and Northwest Indiana, Alta Equipment is your only authorized Cenobogan dealer. Cenobogan, the world's toughest name in scrap handlers. Call today, 844-GO-TO-ALTA.
Chicago's home for sports is better with ESPN's Michael Wilbon. He joins Waddle and Sylvie. Brought to you by HawkAuto.com.
Brady with you on ESPN Radio. Starting stronger starts at AutoZone, where they've got battery solutions in the form of free battery testing, free battery charging, and replacement batteries that fit your needs. That's what makes them America's #1 battery destination. Get in the zone with AutoZone.
I need you to listen carefully.
I just want you to know. Okay, so there's something I just want you to know. This was not what I was planning to do here, but something very important just happened. And I feel like we need an intervention, okay? Hembo, you know that I love you.
I do.
You know that you are like, not a son to me, you're like a nephew to me. Now, you've been with me now for how many years?
10 years.
How many?
Almost 10 years.
Almost 10 years. And all of that. So when you say something that concerns me, I feel obligated to point it out. Bubba and Cam, you did not hear this. So Hembo and I are just sitting here, getting ready to come out of a commercial break. And I just asked him how his wife, Lizzie, is doing. Again, I'll remind anyone listening who doesn't know, Hembo's wife also works at ESPN, and she actually worked on Mike and Mike before he did. So I've known her longer than I've known him. So I just said, how's Lizzie doing? And he said, actually, she's on her way to Vegas to do some work on the WNBA final. She's involved in that. And then you just mentioned a text that she sent to you. And I was just hoping that you could read that text to the guys and see if they have the same reaction to it that I do.
Yeah, no problem. She says, ugh, I forgot my wedding ring.
Oh. So let's go through that again.
And she went where?
To Las Vegas.
Not what you want.
She went to Vegas, and she forgot.
Yeah, she forgot, all right.
Her wedding ring. How did she spell UGH? U-G-H?
Yes.
Any punctuation?
6 G's.
Oh, my gosh.
6 G's.
So she's
landed on 5.
So she texted me at 8:25, just got in my Uber. 9 minutes later, she notices that she forgot her wedding ring.
So what I think the suspicious or cynical among us might suggest is she's concerned you may find the wedding ring she left at home. She, quote unquote, forgot at home and wonder why it's there. So she needed to get ahead of that story by saying that she forgot her wedding ring when on her way to Las Vegas. And Bubba, many of you may not know this, but long before Bubba's long and now storied career in radio production, Bubba was actually a couples therapist, so he worked on this. He was a very learned psychologist, has written several books on the subject. And if I'm not mistaken, you would hold counseling sessions with couples, yes?
Oh, yeah, very famous ones.
All the
I
time.
don't want to say who, but...
No, understood. If I'm not mistaken, it was famous people, right? Like, yeah.
Too famous to even
Very.
say.
Dean Martin, Jerry Lewis, he tried to hold them together. It didn't work out that way. So, but he's got a lot of experience in that regard. So what is the right way for me to broach with Hembo what it is that I think everyone hearing this is sort of thinking?
Well, I think you just got to very delicately just let him down easy because it's going to be a long weekend.
Yeah. Yeah, I think there's some cause for concern here, Hembo, that Lizzie didn't want to have her wedding ring with her.
Right.
As she went to Las Vegas, a city in which, as I think you know, what happens there stays there.
So let me just add one more data point here as the plot thickens. As it turns out, today is our 5-year engagement anniversary. And I say as it turns out because I was informed of this morning in a text message to me and my wife by my mother. Now, Lizzie...
Wait, what? What do you mean you were informed of this?
As in, I didn't remember myself. But neither did Lizzie, or she was just waiting for me to say something first, which I suppose is possible. But I wonder if these two things are in any way related.
Yeah, I mean, it's very possible she was waiting for something prior to that Uber. No, nothing was said. Wedding ring off. I'm off to the airport.
I mean, I think he's putting 2 and 2 together and getting 4. No. I do. I think he's getting 4. I think this is. Listen. I mean, I think we may have to ask the listeners. You know, if anyone else would be as good. Like if your spouse, like there was just this is going to sound like a sexist thing to say, and I don't mean it that way. Like if the roles were reversed, there'd be a lot of eyebrows raised, right?
Oh, very much so.
Like if all of a sudden you're in Vegas and, you know, you send some pictures back. Oh, look, I'm hanging out with, who are you hanging out with Mike in Vegas? Mike Tyson, whoever it is you might be hanging out with in Vegas. Siegfried or Roy, whichever one.
Mark Davis.
Mark Davis. Look at his haircut.
Similar hair.
You know, I'm hanging out here in Vegas with Jimmy Garoppolo. That would cause a lot of question marks.
Big time.
And all of a sudden, someone would say, I can't help but notice Hembo doesn't have his wedding ring on in this photo in Vegas. I don't know how that would be received.
Here's why I'm just so skeptical and even cynical, is because literally until this morning, Lizzie has had a perfect record of wearing her wedding ring. Like, there have been a couple occasions in which because I don't keep it on 24/7. There have been a couple days in which...
You don't keep yours on 24/7?
Right. So
when do you take it off?
If I exercise, if I'm in the shower, like things like that.
You take your wedding ring off in the shower?
Yes.
Huh.
And also, like if I'm lifting weights, I don't want to bend this, you know, incredibly expensive gold band that I have here. But
you take your wedding ring off to lift weights?
I do. Well, because if I'm holding like a dumbbell, you know, I don't want to like...
Listen, I've been holding a dumbbell for 10 years.
Not the dumbbells I'm holding.
But go ahead.
Anyway, I'm skeptical because this is her first offense. And this is also the first time that she has been to Las Vegas since we've been married.
Right.
So, like, that doesn't... I'm not a big coincidence person.
No.
This feels like this would be an awful big stretch for it to be a coincidence.
Right. I mean, there's how many times in the past has she ever forgotten any sort of milestone of any sort of thing between you guys? Because I'm thinking there's no possible chance she does not realize this is the anniversary of your engagement.
No, we
right?
celebrate like our dogs.
Right. She's
birthday
on
every
top.
6 months.
I assume she's on top of everything, right?
How did you get engaged? Like, what were the? Give me the nutshell circumstances.
I took her to Longwood Gardens, this beautiful place in suburban Philadelphia.
Hey, I know that place.
Yeah,
Beautiful.
I found some like sort of desolate gazebo and dropped a knee and popped the question.
Romantic.
Desolate?
Like it was just kind of it wasn't covered in a lot of foot traffic. It was kind of off on its own.
Okay, fair enough. I don't think desolate was the word you were looking for there, but I understand what you mean. And I like any conversation that involves the word gazebo. Anyway, I'm just looking around this room and I'm just thinking, like everyone is thinking, Bubba, what I'm thinking, and that is that you need to be on the next flight to Vegas, okay? You need to be out there. You need to go fight for your woman, for the mother of your children. You need to go out there and say, I'm sorry that I forgot our 5-year engagement anniversary.
And bring the wedding ring.
and bring the ring with you. That is correct. That's what she wants. She wants you to come with the ring and chase after her and prove your love, which generally speaking, because you are a world-class doofus, you fail to do so often.
But the thing is, this is my first time as truly as a stay-at-home dad by myself. She hasn't left the house. So this is the first time where I'm alone with the girls.
Well, who is with the girls right now?
Well, right now they're at daycare.
What time do they get out of daycare?
5 o'clock this afternoon.
And so you're going to pick them up at 5 o'clock, and it's just going to be you and the girls?
Yes, and next week I'm going to be coming into work late because I have to drop them off in the morning. So, like, this is just me and the girls, and then I have this, I don't know, like my estranged wife in Vegas now, apparently.
I think that's the right term. I think as of this moment, she is estranged.
I'm feeling pretty desolate.
Yes, you've not been left, but there's an estrangement going on here. I found the whole situation very estranged.
She could have been, if she went to San Francisco, if she went to Minneapolis, if she went to anywhere, I'd feel okay.
It had to be Vegas.
It had to be Vegas.
You got to hit Atlantic City.
It had to be Vegas. So I think I'm sorry that I distracted us or sidetracked us from where we were headed, but I think Hembo is headed to that desolate gazebo in the sky, metaphorically speaking. We'll be right back.
Bring smiles to all when shopping online with Dell Technologies Gift Guide. Whether it's for the artist, the entrepreneur, the student, or the streamer, you'll find the perfect gift for everyone on your list. Dell.com/gift guide makes gifting easy with a carefully curated selection of our best tech. Shop now to explore our innovative PCs like the XPS 13 laptop, powered by the latest Intel Core processors, plus this season's top accessories. Visit Dell.com/gift guide today to get a jump on your holiday gift list. That's Dell.com/gift guide.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Welcome to AutoZone. What are you working on today? I think my battery's dead. With free battery testing and charging, we can help you get back on the road.
Get in the zone.
So what if I need a new one? No problem. We have the right battery for your car, starting at only $89.99.
Get in the zone.
And what about my old battery? We can recycle it right here at America's #1 battery destination.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Restrictions apply.
What's up, everybody? It's Adam Abdallah. Snap into action this NFL season with FanDuel, America's #1 sportsbook. Right now, new customers get $200 in bonus bets guaranteed when you place a $5 bet. That's $200 in bonus bets, win or lose. If you've been thinking about joining FanDuel, there's no better time to get in on all of the action. The app is so easy to use, and there's a wide range of betting options that include spreads, hundreds of player props, over-unders, and so much more. Don't forget about those same-game parlays available for most NFL games as well. So visit FanDuel.com/Abdallah, ABDALLA, and kick off the NFL season with America's #1 sportsbook and my #1 sportsbook. That's FanDuel.com/Abdallah, ABDALLA. FanDuel, official partner of the NFL. You must be 21 or over and present in Illinois. First online real money wager only. $10 first deposit required. Bonus issued as non-withdrawable bonus bets that expire 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Advantage Acura of Naperville, the #1 volume Acura dealer in Chicagoland. They have the largest inventory of new Acuras. Plus, they offer a 5% price match guarantee. Visit them today at Advantage Acura of Naperville or online at AdvantageAcura.com.
Few Whiskey. Have you met us? Few is born of defiance and comes from Evanston, the town where the temperance movement started and Prohibition lasted until 1972. Here at Few, we make whiskey the only way we know how, our way. We use an iconic 70-20-10 mash bill. We mash, ferment, distill, bottle, and age all right here in Chicagoland. Few makes Chicago-style whiskeys for Chicago whiskey drinkers. Few Spirits, Incorporated 2011, 46.5% alcohol by volume. Evanston, Illinois, 60202.
For a limited time, get high-performance, ultra-reliable internet from Astound Broadband starting as low as $25 per month. And they now have mobile, too. Visit Astound.com to order the #1 rated internet. Create the perfect plan with fast speeds to meet all your needs. Plus, get a 2-year price lock when you upgrade to award-winning gig internet. Switch today. Head to Astound.com or call 1-800-4ASTOUND. Astound.com. Restrictions apply. See website for more details.
eBay Motors is here for the ride. So minivans, sedans, JDMs, roll out.
Go ahead, feel your engine. Admire that perfectly installed exhaust. Your vehicle's moving along this freeway like it was made from fresh installs and a whole lot of love. And with eBay Motors, you get over 122 million parts to keep it running. And with eBay Guaranteed Fit, they'll be the perfect fit every time. Plus, at these prices, well, we're burning rubber, not cash. Keep your ride or die alive at ebaymotors.com. Eligible items only. Exclusions apply.
Hey, if you're thinking about getting the latest iPhone, check this out. With Boost Infinite, you get the latest iPhone every year and unlimited wireless for just $60 a month. Yeah, you get the new titanium iPhone 15 Pro that was just announced. Then again, next year you get the latest iPhone. Every year. Boost Infinite. Infinitely better. To learn more, pick up your phone, dial pound 250 and say Boost Infinite. That's pound 250 and say Boost Infinite. Terms apply. After 30 gigabytes, service may be slowed. Receive a comparable iPhone model each year with an acceptable trade-in every year. Requires credit qualification and 36-month phone financing agreement. You'll have the option to receive a one-time auto-dial text message from this station's network.
Hey, it's Adam Abdallah. After a long, grueling day of talking sports and other nonsense, there's nothing that helps me and my stomach like a stop at Fry the Coop. We're talking about the best chicken sandwiches this side of the Mississippi. I'd go further like this side of Hawaii, but they're just being modest. My favorite is the spicy honey butter chicken sandwich. I also go with the Chicago hot chicken sandwich and their chicken and waffles. It's not just the sandwiches that keep me coming back, it's the feeling of happiness and the beef fat fries. I don't know how they do it, but they even make this cynical dude happy. Fry the Coop.
To buy your home, you became a house hunting ace, learned about loans, scoured neighborhoods, and asked the right questions. If you manage that, you can get your retirement plan on track. Visiting aceyourretirement.org can help. Brought to you by AARP and the Ad Council.
Live from the Old National Bank State Street Studio, this is WMVP WSAG HD2, Chicago, a Good Karma Brands radio station. The Chicago Bears win their first game of the year.
Got open man, DJ Moore, end zone, touchdown! Touchdown Bears!
Victory over the Washington Commanders.
Finally slings him down, and the ball is ripped out of the hands of Logan Thomas.
Here comes Bears Friday, all day today.
Hey, win column, we're glad to be in there.
The new home of the Bears.
Touchdown, DJ Moore!
ESPN Chicago. Take a deep breath. You smell it? That's football in the air. It is Bears season. To celebrate, we are connecting three iconic brands, Miller Lite, Buffalo Wild Wings, and the Carmen and Yurko Show. It's a football feast. Join us for live broadcasts from Buffalo Wild Wings throughout Chicagoland all season. Next up, Buffalo Wild Wings in Calumet City. Today, starting at noon, the Miller Lite will be cold, the wings delicious, and Yurko will be Yurko. It's Carmen and Yurko live from B-Dubs in Aurora.
Please drink responsibly.
From the ESPN studios at Pier 17 in the Seaport District of New York City, this is Greeny with Mike Greenberg on ESPN Radio. You can also listen and watch the show on the ESPN app.
All right, back and better than ever. Greeny with you here on ESPN Radio. Delighted that you are along for the ride. My longtime friend, the icon, Michael Wilbon, will join us in 20 minutes. Son of the city of Chicago, as was Dick Butkus, whom we lost this week. We spent about 15 minutes talking about Dick Butkus earlier this morning, if you're just joining us, and we will talk with Mr. Wilbon about him as well. I saw a little bit of what he said on TV yesterday. I read his tweets last night about losing his two idols of his youth, who were Gale Sayers and Dick Butkus, in this short period of time. Again, I was there the night that they retired their numbers. And what I remember about that night more than anything, I felt so bad for them. It was a monsoon-like rainstorm. You've never seen sheeting rain at Soldier Field, and Dick Butkus and Gale Sayers are basically out there with like those ponchos over their clothes, like, you know, trying to address the Soldier Field crowd that was trying to decide between racing for cover and listening to these two idols speak. But one way or another, we gave our lengthy thoughts on the passing of Dick Butkus earlier, and we will hear from Michael on those. And we'll also ask Michael about the extraordinary surprise that the Chicago Bears pulled off last night with an incredible performance, and it sets up some really interesting decisions that they will make about their quarterback going forward here, Justin Fields, both short-term and long. But as I was listening to Doug Brown, it occurred to me, and I want to just sort of bring this up. Bubba, I'll bring it up to you. Refresh my memory on the exact circumstances. When Steve Cohen bought the Mets, or at some point after he bought the Mets, wasn't there a stage there where he was tweeting all sorts of like critical things? He he was posting / saying a lot of things that got an enormous amount of attention. Refresh my memory of exactly how that played out.
Yeah, I forget. He was just tweeting a lot. I forget even exactly what the tweets were, but I think he was basically just tweeting like a fan, I guess is the easiest way to describe it. Like he kind of just took over and just continued to act like a fan and was just tweeting nonstop about what needed to change, this needed to happen, players need to do X, Y, and Z and all that stuff. And yeah, the players, I don't think liked it at first.
Yeah.
And then he really took a step. Now he hardly ever tweets. I think he was engaging with fans and going back and forth with people and all that. And now he barely ever tweets about the stuff and regarding the Mets.
Right. So the context I'm giving there is only because it occurs to me that Magic Johnson is such a ubiquitous person. He's everywhere. We're so accustomed to hearing him comment on everything that my initial reaction was not that big a deal when I read his tweet calling out his own team last night. Again, he is a part owner of the Washington Commanders. He's not the governor. He's not Josh Harris, who's going to be the one voting and all that stuff. And Magic Johnson went on Twitter and said, tonight the Commanders played with no intensity or fire. We didn't compete in the first half. I mean, those are pretty strong words.
We didn't compete.
That's what I mean. And so for the first time, as I heard Doug Brown reading that, I don't know, I've been awake now for whatever it is, 8 hours. I don't know why it didn't occur to me till just this minute. If that was any other owner of any other team, we'd be making a much bigger deal of it, right? I mean, an owner, let's just use, which McCaskey runs the Bears now, take him out of the equation. If Woody Johnson came out after the debacle that was, the Jets loss, one of these Jets losses, and tweeted, tonight, we played with no intensity or fire. We didn't compete in the first half. It would be stop the press's news, right? It's all we would talk about. We would have done 2 hours of it on Get Up this morning. Today, we barely touched on it. It didn't even occur to me to practically use any of it on the radio show today. Are we not making a big deal enough of this?
No, we're not. That's a good observation. And when he says, no intensity or fire, it's one thing if Magic Johnson had tweeted, we didn't devise a smart strategic game plan or something. When you're questioning effort, that's a direct shot at the coach. That is a huge deal. I don't care what percentage stake you own. That's a big deal. And the fact that he used the term we, not they, I mean, this is a thing that we should pay a lot of attention to. No question.
Bubba, you're telling me you have an example of something from Steve Cohen?
I found so on August 18th, 2021, Steve Cohen said, it's hard to understand how professional hitters can be this unproductive. The best teams have a more disciplined approach. The slugging and OPS numbers don't lie.
Okay, I remember that now. That was the one that we argued about forever.
Yeah.
Some people loved it. Oh, look, good for him. He's talking like a fan, and others were completely on the other side.
I mean, he just called them out, just right.
Right, but
blatantly.
Steve Cohen is a guy who made billions of dollars in a hedge fund.
Sure.
Magic Johnson has been a public figure since I was a small child. So he is a sports icon. So it hits different when it's him. And so what I'm asking is, how big a deal should we be making? If you're Ron Rivera, has anyone had a worse 5 days than Ron Rivera, who lost his riverboat status forever by not going for the 2 on Sunday in Philadelphia, and then explaining it by saying his team was too gassed to go for the 2, which was just the worst explanation for anything that I've ever heard. And then 5 days later, they come out, and his team plays so badly that one of the owners says that they played with no intensity, fire, and didn't compete. That's a pretty bad few days for Ron Rivera.
I mean, has any NFL head coach that has done less winning gotten more national media love than Ron Rivera? I understand that Ron Rivera is a person that we like and are predisposed to like and defending. Fine. He was a legendary player. He had a nice run in Carolina. He wasn't
a legendary player. He was a decent player. He had a very good run. He took Carolina to the Super Bowl.
He had a
year.
They
were 15-1.
He had a year in Carolina.
He had one really good year.
But on balance, Ron Rivera's reputation is greater than his resume. And if we're talking about the most underachieving units in the NFL right now, how about a Washington defense that has 4 first-round picks on its line that ranks 27th in win rate and 31st in scoring defense? I think it's high time that Ron Rivera is properly criticized for the underperformance of his team, of his defense. If you elect to make Sam Howell your quarterback, right, you are in part saying it's because our defense can carry us. Your defense, coached by Jack Del Rio and Ron Rivera, I suppose through osmosis, absolutely stinks. It is It is perfectly fair and reasonable to give him a lot of criticism based upon his coaching this year, over the last 2 weeks, and candidly, over a much more durable period of time.
That's probably right. And when you consider there's new ownership in there and everything else, I feel like beyond Magic, the people who, I would assume Josh Harris is the one who's actually going to make that kind of decision, maybe with some input from Magic. I like Ron Rivera. I unapologetically root for him, but I can't defend him against what you're saying. What you say is accurate. And I think if this thing doesn't get better, he's going to be in some trouble. A reminder, you can watch the show on the ESPN app. Click on Watch, look for #Greeny, and you can enjoy our program, which comes to you live from the Seaport, brought to you by Grey Goose every single morning. Okay, now next up here, in case you missed it.
In case you missed it.
Chris Canty was on Get Up with us this morning, and he really took me aback. So I set him up by saying, how about that performance of Justin Fields last night? Look how good he looked. 7 unbelievable good quarters in the last 5 days. You know, Fields is fabulous. What's the right thing to say now? And Chris Canty said,
sell high. Go ahead and move off of Justin Fields right now. His value is not going to get higher than what it is. You're talking about a player that has a 25-game sample size, and they've won 6 games. Not to say that Justin Fields can't be a good quarterback, not to say that Justin Fields can't play winning football. What I'm saying is, based on where the Chicago Bears are in their program development, it makes more sense for them to move away from Justin Fields now rather than allowing him to play out the string the rest of the season and potentially devaluing what he could be in a potential trade to another team.
You actually hear me there say, huh. That was a very genuine, huh. I was genuinely surprised by that, because it has been a topic of conversation. Lord knows I've been talking about it all week long, how I'd love to see him traded to Atlanta, which I think would be for everyone's benefit. But suddenly, when you play back-to-back games this well, it changes your perspective at least a little. It feels like maybe you got to let this thing play out a little. Look, only one team is going to get the right to draft Caleb Williams. It's easy to say, yeah, you're going to have 2 high first-round picks. You could package them. No one's trading that. So either Carolina or the Bears finish with the worst record in the league, or you don't get Caleb Williams. He's the no-brainer. He's going to be the kind of prospect that suffice it to say, no one's trading that pick. I don't care what you offer them. Everyone else is a crapshoot. And of course, none of this means that Caleb Williams is guaranteed to be great, but you're not trading that pick. So if Justin Fields were to play well the rest of this year, or reasonably well, the Bears could have some interesting decisions to make, because teams might offer them a king's ransom for the right to go up and get Drake May or someone like that. And then you have another pick that you could use to take Marvin Harrison Jr., who's a can't-miss superstar prospect at wide receiver. And now all of a sudden with Justin Fields that you can lock up for 2 more years at less than $30 million, which is incredibly cheap by just picking up his 5th-year option, maybe you've got something. What do you do now if you're Chicago?
Options are a great thing to have, and the Bears are going to have options. I disagree with Chris Canty insofar as the Bears should trade Justin Fields midseason. The Bears should not trade Justin Fields midseason. It would be incompetent. It would be malpractice to do that, because without knowing where you'll wind up in the draft, you can't just trade a quarterback without knowing who your next one is going to be. But if you reach the end of the season and you are in position to draft Caleb Williams or potentially Drake May if you have a really high grade on those guys, you got to remember a huge benefit of that is the fact that you're going to get the entire rookie contract. Justin Fields only has 1 more year of cheap control. You're going to have to pay him $6 million next year, and then you're going to have to pay him big money. My opinion.
It's not very big money. Let me just say that again. The 5th-year option is not very big money. You can pick up his 5th-year option. I think that's $24 million.
That's about right.
So if you add those 2 numbers together, that's $30 million for 2 years. That's backup money in some. Oh, it's a little more than that, but it would make him one of the lowest paid starting quarterbacks in the NFL.
Sure, but if you're comparing the idea of paying Justin Fields $25 million in year 5 and then the future versus paying Drake May or Caleb Williams $5 million in year 1 and or 2, that's the math you're doing. It's not just player for player. It's player for player and the amount of money and the amount of control and flexibility that you have over them.
Right.
I actually think that you could get a decent haul for Justin Fields in the offseason from some team that doesn't want to start from scratch, some team that already has pieces in place like the Atlanta Falcons. And all of a sudden then you have yourself some real assets because you have your one, you have Carolina's one, you have Carolina's 2 in 2025. You have the pick that you can get or the picks that you can get in trading Justin Fields. That's what the Bears should be doing, stocking up the shelf. That's the best move for the Bears because I'm not willing to give Justin Fields a second contract based upon what I've seen.
By the way, there is another pick that they will have. It isn't that exciting, but I guess I will call this breaking news because Shefty tweeted just a little while ago that the Bears have made a trade. They've traded away Chase Claypool. There's no mystery in this. You want to talk about just devastating turn of events. You're the Bears. You trade what turns out to be the 32nd pick in the draft to get Chase Claypool a year ago. He does absolutely nothing for you. And you wind up today trading him to Miami for a 7th-round pick in exchange for a 6th-round pick. No, they trade him and a 7th-round pick in exchange for a 6th-round pick. So the Bears had to give up not only Chase Claypool, but also throw in their 7th-round pick to get a 6th-round pick for Chase Claypool. You want to talk about taking a play? You want to talk about buying high and selling low. That's one of the worst. That's like saying I bought a stock at $107 and I sold it for 88 cents. That's basically what you just did with Chase Claypool. I mean, that's a devastating blow. But I'll say this. I'll give them this credit. Every team makes mistakes. Every general manager makes mistakes. Every team makes bad deals. I admire what San Francisco did. They made a terrible move in trading up as far as they did and as much as they did to draft Trey Lance. But the biggest mistake you can make at that point is compounding it, is cutting off your nose to spite your face to try desperately to prove it wasn't. They made a mistake with Chase Claypool. They cut their losses. They got what they could, and they got on with their lives. So it's a terrible deal, but it's the right thing to do.
100%. It takes a lot of organizational courage to publicly admit that I'm wrong. And the Bears did that. That's a very important, crucial aspect of team building. And even though it's humiliating, it's way better than doubling down.
All right, Wilbon's going to jump in here in a minute. But first...
Wow, okay. And how are your trivia skills?
This is Sneaky Hembo Trivia.
Regular sneaky or extra sneaky?
Sneaky Hembo, go. Sneaky Hembo, go.
So the Dick Butkus Award has been given out in college since 1985. It's given to the best collegiate linebacker. And so my question is this. Only one college has produced 4 different Butkus Award winners. Which school is it?
Which school? Because you had the good question earlier today that Brian Bosworth is the only player to win that award twice. But this is a totally different question. Which is the only school to produce 4 different Butkus Award winners? The answer next on ESPN Radio.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-6759. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS. There is 0 risk to you. If we can't reduce your tax debt, then you pay nothing. Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems. We have a 5-star rating on Google and Yelp and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau. You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-575-6759. That's 800-575-6759. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
Shop Steinhoffel's today through Sunday and get a free Polaroid camera and a $100 Bears Pro Shop gift card for the latest Bears gear when you purchase over $29.99. The newest Steinhoffel's is now open in Harwood Heights on Harlem and Lawrence.
Don't miss out on the best gaming in Chicagoland. Hard Rock Casino, Northern Indiana, where we're sure to have the action you crave. The choice is yours with a world-class selection of over 1,700 slots and 80 table games. Enjoy some of your favorite games like blackjack, roulette, craps, and baccarat. A roll of the dice or a spin of the reels, and you could be a winner. Live life at max volume at Hard Rock Casino, Northern Indiana, just off Exit 6, I-80-94. Must be 21. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-9-WITH-IT.
Just in time for kickoff.
Hooters' famous saucy wings, mouth-watering seafood, half-pound stacked burgers, and fresh chopped salads. We're honored to serve our communities with delicious take-home. Hooters is a great place to watch the game with friends and family. We provide that famous neighborhood hospitality only Hooters can deliver. Hooters, 11 Chicagoland locations. Visit originalhooters.com for locations near you. That's originalhooters.com. Hooters, the original wing joint.
Your Bears Monday on ESPN Chicago can only end one way, with a bear. Miller Lite invites you to a live broadcast. It's Bears Night in Chicago, live from Crosstown Pub and Grill in Naperville. Eddie Jackson joins Bleck and Abdallah to break down, analyze, dissect, really dig into the details of Week 5's battle. Brought to you by Miller Lite. Again, Monday, 6 to 8, Eddie Jackson joins Bleck and Abdallah live from Crosstown Pub and Grill in Naperville. Please drink responsibly.
Bull riding, the perfect fusion of strength, skill, and pure willpower. Professional bull riders aren't just athletes. They're daredevils with cowboy souls. Come experience the true modern West, where 8 seconds of glory will create a lifetime of memories. It's the Tractor Supply Company PBR at Allstate Arena, January 12th and 13th. Tickets now at PBR.com and Ticketmaster.
Tired of struggling with sinus issues, nasal allergies, or snoring? Visit Sinus and Snoring MD. Their expert ENT specialist can help. With extensive training in diagnosing and treating conditions related to sinuses, your nose, and snoring, Sinus and Snoring MD provides you with comprehensive care. They'll determine the root cause of your symptoms and offer personalized treatment. Improve your quality of life. Schedule your appointment today with the professionals committed to helping you breathe and sleep better. Go to sinusandsnoringmd.com and tell them Cap from ESPN 1000 sent you.
If you have ever thought about remodeling your bathroom but were worried it would take too long or cost too much, then stop worrying. Right now, Jacuzzi Bath Remodel has designed a collection of high-quality custom products and perfected the one-day remodeling experience so you can enjoy your new bathroom faster than ever before. It's a worry-free bath remodel from the most trusted brand name in the business, Jacuzzi. A jacuzzi bath system fits in your existing tub space. It's a no-mess installation with an amazing style selection, factory-certified installers, and a limited lifetime warranty. Call 800-717-4599. That's 800-717-4599 right now and get 50% off installation with no interest and no payments for 12 months. Replace that old bathtub today with a walk-in shower for a safer bathing experience. If you have lived in your home for over 15 years, it's time to remodel your bathroom. For a virtual or in-home appointment, call 800-717-4599. That's 800-717-4599. 800-717-4599.
If you're struggling to pay the mortgage, Making Home Affordable is a free government resource that can make it easier. Call 888-995-HOPE or visit makinghomeaffordable.gov. Brought to you by the U.S. Treasury, HUD, and the Ad Council.
This is the home of Waddle and Sylvie. Afternoons 2 to 6 on ESPN 1000 and the ESPN Chicago app.
All right, Greeny with you on ESPN Radio. In 30 seconds, we will get Hembo's trivia answered, and then we will bring in the great Mike Wilbon with his thoughts, not only on the passing of Dick Butkus, of course, which was our first and foremost topic of conversation, but also a somewhat surprising, pleasantly so, performance from his beloved Chicago Bears last night. First, again, there's 30 seconds for Grainger. For the ones who get it done, Grainger offers high-quality supplies and solutions for every industry, as well as access to product specialists who have the knowledge and experience to answer your toughest questions. Plus, their commitment to being your safety partner can help you keep your facility safe and your people safer. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. All right, we have a Butkus-themed trivia question before we bring in Wilbon. Question again, Hembo, go.
Only one college has produced 4 different Butkus Award winners. Which school is it?
All right, so you guys complained that I never go first, so I'll go first today. I narrowed it down to 3 schools, and I'm really struggling. For most of history, Penn State has been known as linebacker U, but a lot of that precedes 1985, which is when they started giving this award. Alabama, Saban has just been turning out great players left and right, it feels like, and there's been a bunch of linebackers. And I think of the U. For a while there, Miami had all these great players who turned out to be great pros. So I think it's going to be one of those three, and in the interest of moving it along, I will go with Alabama. That's my guess. Bubba.
Yeah, I'm just going to stick with Penn State.
He's going Penn State. We got one Alabama, one Penn State. Bubba? Excuse me, Cam?
Notre Dame.
Notre Dame. Okay, 3 guesses on the board. They're all different. Hembo?
The correct answer is Alabama.
Oh, yes.
Wow.
Yes. 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 There's nothing I love more than when I'm right and everyone else is wrong. So, Cam, let's update the scoreboard. How does everybody stand at this point?
You and I are 4-8, I believe.
What do you mean, I believe? Are you not keeping track of this?
Yeah, I just, I'm looking at the scoreboard now. We are 4-8, Greeny, and Bubba is 3-9, and Mark Cuban is 0-1.
Okay, fair enough. So I feel very good about that. I'm on a win streak of 1 in a row. And with that thought in mind, if you were with us in the first hour of our show today, we spent about 15 minutes talking about Dick Butkus. There's nothing I love more than the history of sports. And it is my opinion that there is no legend greater, no name more revered, and no man more feared in the history of American sports than Dick Butkus. And one of my regrets is that I never got to meet him, and I'm, of course, not old enough to have seen him play. There's no one I know who loves Chicago sports, and in particular the Chicago Bears, more than my friend Michael Wilbon, whom you know from PTI, you know from NBA Countdown and everything else, and he's good enough to jump in for a few minutes here. And, Michael, I just wanted to give you the floor. I know how much you admired and loved Dick Butkus. So I think everyone just wants to hear whatever it is you want to tell us as we get the sad news yesterday that he has died.
Yeah, Greeny, thanks for having me. It was a sad day. It's a sad morning. I'm in Chicago now. I did not stay and watch the game in person last night. I had enough of watching the Bears in person, being at the Green Bay game and at the Broncos game on Sunday. And the Green Bay game, just 3 weeks ago, Dick Butkus was there.
Yeah.
On the sideline, had a microphone at one point promising that we should kick Green Bay's you-know-what. It was great. Butkus roaring into a microphone at 80 years old. And there was no hint that he wasn't fine and good to go for a while longer, although, you don't, how would he have promised at 80? But, I don't know that any athlete has ever personified the city more than Butkus. He's from here. People now don't realize that. Dick Butkus is from the south side of Chicago. He went to Chicago Vocational School. He didn't go to some fancy private school. Dick Butkus went to CVS. So did Ray Nitschke, by the way. If you want to have a short list of the toughest people to ever play professional sports in America, Butkus and Nitschke better be on it. They played against each other for the same high school. To start with, and then Butkus went on to go to Illinois and be drafted the same day as Gale Sayers, 3 and 4. How about that, by the way? And so I did get to know him as a grown man. I was completely intimidated by both him and Sayers for different reasons. Sayers came off much more as the tough guy in person because he was. And Butkus had a laugh that just undermined the whole thing, and you knew that this guy was tough on the field, but that wasn't who he was. The person you saw in the beer commercials and in the interviews was. But he was the most, people say tough. He was the most violent hitter I have ever seen. I've been watching pro football for 60 years, and I'm not going to say he was better than Lawrence Taylor. I'm not going to say that. But Butkus and Taylor, to me, personified linebacker play. And, I was listening to this. There's one line, and I don't know if you've heard it, and I don't know if it was uttered by John Facenda. It may have been written by Steve Sable. I'm not sure which man wrote it. But it tried to capture Butkus and the violence with which he played. And there's this one line at the beginning of an NFL Films treatment of Butkus' career, and it says, and I want to quote it accurately, his 9-year career stands apart as the single most sustained work of devastation ever committed on a football field by anyone, anywhere, anytime. And that, to me, accurately captured. If you have to look, don't look at the Butkus highlights with music. Look at the ones with real sound, where he is knocking the air out of other Hall of Fame offensive players. And Deacon Jones, who had to be in that list of tough guys, who were violent also, said he had a poem. Roses are red, violets are blue. If you've got any sense, you don't let Butkus get anywhere near you. And it's just like, who inspires that kind of talk? And so it was, I met him. I got to talk to him. I got to talk to him more than I should have. And I told this story on SportsCenter last night. I'll tell it again quickly. Somehow my phone got stuck on Dick Butkus's number. He was not living in Chicago past his playing days very much. He lived in California, Southern California, Malibu. And I would butt dial Butkus like in the middle of the night. It was crazy. And one night, I didn't know this. I'm looking at my phone going, oh, my God, I called Dick Butkus in the middle of the night. So I get a phone call, and it's Butkus, and he said, hey, what are you doing butt dialing me like this? It's about the 5th time. And it's Dick Butkus. I'm terrified that Butkus might come through the phone. Instead, he starts that maniacal laugh. And he says, I love it. I can hear you and your son, and Matthew was about 2 years old then. He said, I can hear you and Matthew talking about everything. And subsequent to that, he would ask me about my son. He wanted to know everything about still what was going on in Chicago. Hey, what's this Derrick Rose kid like? He's a tough guy from the South Side, right? I love this kid. Have you seen him play? I mean, when Derrick Rose was in high school. And so Butkus, grew up in Roseland, a place where people listening now are going to say, oh, my God, who's the last white person to grow up in Roseland? Well, like any place in urban America, these neighborhoods change, but Butkus grew up there. And it's just, he personified who we are, who we want to be. We care. Greedy, you spend enough time here with college and work, and you know how Chicagoans care about being tough and being perceived as tough. And nobody, look, Peyton, my God, Walter Payton missed one game. He missed one game in 13 years playing that position. So he was tough. Jordan essentially missed no games, none. Ditka, no games. They missed no games. But if you are going to list tough guys who people identify with as giving us our signature, I'm going to say Butkus is at the top of the list.
Greeny and the great Mike Wilbon, I agree with you. The two things I have come to learn over the 11 years I spent living there and having now been married for 26 years to a Chicago girl is the two things Chicagoans love are people who are tough and people who are their own. They are incredibly defensive.
Yep.
And as you said, he's from Chicago. He's from the South Side. He went to CVS. He married his high school sweetheart in 1963. 60
years.
Yep, 60 years they were married, which is unbelievable. Butkus was, so the few things that I've learned that I did know, he was the youngest of 8 children, which I did not know, which could explain how you get to be so tough. And I just want to read you one thing, Michael, that we came across when Hembo and I were doing the research for our book, and there was a section about him. When they asked him to describe toughness and intimidation, he said, quote, from the Romans to the Native Americans to the United States Marine Corps, the battle cry remains the primary method of pushing the fear down so far that the whimpering can't be heard. On the football field, there was no one louder than me. That's Butkus himself who said that, Michael.
Is that?
Yeah.
Tom Landry told stories. I was lucky enough to be around covering the NFL at the end of Coach Landry's time. And he would tell Butkus stories about putting young offensive linemen or like a young center in the game for the Cowboys, and the Cowboys had great teams. And Landry could feel the fear from the offensive linemen who were going in for the first time playing against Butkus. And you're like, are you serious? This guy was there. He would mangle people. If you look at these films, he didn't just tackle. He would like corkscrew helmets off. I mean, Butkus would be thrown out of every NFL game now in the first quarter. There's no game he could play in until halftime. And when you hear guys like Deacon Jones and Bill Curry and the toughest of tough guys talk about their being intimidated by Butkus. Jim Brown, who's on a list of, short list, toughest guys ever. Jim Brown just shook his head when people started talking about Butkus, talking about being hit by him, because people went backward. Just look at the the video. And so, for me, Greeny, it's, I got precious few heroes left. I mean, we didn't have good teams. You spent enough time here, you know the history. We had terrible teams. Ernie Banks and Dick Butkus and Gale Sayers never played in a postseason game. Never.
Incredible.
And they're gone. And our jerseys in my little league said Ernie Banks Ford on the back of the jerseys because Ernie Banks sponsored our little league in part. We don't have a little league where I grew up now for Ernie Banks. And I got to thank him for that as a grown man in my 30s and 40s and 50s. And I got to meet all of my heroes, all of them. Ditka, Banks, Williams, Bobby Hull. I got to meet all the people say don't meet your heroes. I got to meet all of them. And I'm very lucky, and I understand that those relationships could have been altered, the course of them, by them knowing who I was in some cases at the end. But there's precious few left. So Ditka's left. Ferguson Jenkins is left. Billy Williams. Of that time where Chicago had awful teams, god-awful, except the Blackhawks got to the finals a few times. But we had stars. We had iconic, great players that were tough and played every game. And, it's part of what Michael Jordan understood as he came here and he got to meet these people on sidelines and sitting and watching him play. Jordan understood this, understands it. He met them all. He knows them all. And so, to get to sort of meet them myself and get to know them and now lose them it's hard.
Beautifully told stories. Michael, I knew this would be a wonderful conversation. Thank you so much. I miss you. I love you, big fella, and I will see you as soon as we can get together.
Love you too, Greedy. Thanks for having me, man. I appreciate it.
It's Michael Wilbon. Again, you'll see him on PTI and everything else, and he is a son of Chicago in every conceivable way. And I'm so glad that we talked about this as much today as we have, and I really hope, I understand that I am speaking to an audience that largely did not see Dick Butkus play. You have to be in your 60s at this point at least to have seen Dick Butkus play, because I'm 56 and I didn't. But as I opened the show by saying this morning, I'm a kid who grew up reading about sports history, and I love it. I love it. And these people became larger than life in my mind. Like, to me, Dick Butkus wasn't even a human being. Like, I can't even put into words the way I envisioned him. And so I really hope everyone has enjoyed listening to this day as much as we've enjoyed bringing it to you, certainly as I have enjoyed talking about this and whatnot. There is something very cool. That's one thing Michael and I have in common. Because I really grew up in two different places. I grew up in New York, and then I spent my years from 18 to 29 in Chicago. So those are also formative years. Certainly my professional formative years came in Chicago. But as a kid, what he's talking about, I grew up in New York. And I did get to meet some of those people over the course of my time. And I've had similar experiences that, some of them, every now and again, not always the friendliest people, but many of the people that I grew up idolizing, particularly Joe Namath, Walt Frazier. I remember the first time I met Phil Jackson. Phil's coaching the Bulls. And in those days, this is in the old Chicago Stadium. So this was a building that had probably, I don't even know what year that was built, but they played in that. The first three-peat was in the old Chicago Stadium. They built the United Center after that. But the first three-peat was in the old Chicago Stadium, and those were the teams I covered. So I'm there one night, a young reporter, and there's like a little press dinner that they serve. They put out, salad and whatever it is that you can eat before the game. And Phil Jackson stops in. He just sort of walks in, makes himself some food, and he sits down and he's eating at a table. And I said, what the hell? I may never get this chance again. I grew up watching Phil Jackson. He was number 18 on the old Knicks. And he had these big windmill arms, and they would always put him in to defend against the inbound pass late in the game, because he had these crazy long arms. And I sat down next to Phil. He has no idea who I was, because I was no one. I was a 25-year-old kid, but just happened to idolize him, not because he was the coach of the world champion Bulls, but because he had been a backup on the Knicks championship teams in the early 70s. And I sat down and I just took a chance, and I just started asking him questions about those teams, and he loved it. He loved talking about it. He loved that I wasn't asking him, is Craig Hodges coming off the injured list this week? I was asking him, so who was better, the teams with Earl Monroe or the teams with Dick Barnett? And he loved it. You have no idea what I'm talking about.
No, these are names that I know.
Okay, yeah. So
because of you.
The two Knicks championship teams, the first one in 1970, the starting backcourt was Walt Frazier and Dick Barnett. The second one, they had traded for Earl Monroe. And Monroe was a much better player historically than Dick Barnett was. But my dad would always tell me that first team he thought was better. And so I'm asking this to Phil. And Phil's telling, I don't even remember what he said anymore, but I just remember how much I loved having that conversation with him, which anyway is a long-about way of saying that when you get to talk about stuff with people that you've just looked up to all of your life, like no player today could be as big in my imagination as Dick Butkus. No player could be. He's a bad example because he genuinely was that great. But like people will try and tell me Joe Namath is not on the list of the greatest quarterbacks of all time, and I will just say, you just shut the hell up. I don't care if I'm right or I'm wrong. To me, he is, and he's always going to be. And I think that's the way we all feel. And I think you heard that from Wilbon there, right? That was nice.
Yes, 100%. The one question that I have in listening to him share, with all of his Chicago background and experience, like if you were to rank all the legends that have ever come through and played sports in Chicago, would you say that Dick Butkus is right behind Michael Jordan?
As greatness as a player?
Greatness as a player and then kind of lasting legacy. Like, do you think it's those two in that order?
I think Walter Payton has to be seriously considered.
Mm-hmm.
I think Walter Payton and Dick Butkus are the two greatest players in Bears history, and I don't know how you choose one. I really don't. I think if you were to name the all-time starting team, if you were to name the starting 22 in NFL history, both of them would be on it.
Mm-hmm.
I think Butkus would be on it, and I think to me the running backs would be Walter Payton and Jim Brown. That's who I would choose, and so I think the two of them would be on. I can't choose one over the other.
Gotcha.
It's like choosing between your kids.
So
you
those,
can't do it.
So those three above and beyond, anyone that ever played baseball in the city, that played hockey in the city?
But the greatest baseball player in Chicago history would be Ernie Banks. And he's an all-time great, but he's not on that. I don't think he's on that level with those guys.
Right.
Bobby Hull was a beloved hockey player. He's probably the greatest of the Blackhawks. Trying to think, who am I forgetting? I think that would be, there are people who know the history of the city so much better than I do. That's who would come to my mind.
The thing
Ditka would be right there.
Right.
As far as beloved.
He's up there too. The things about Butkus, though, is that, the pure testimony is almost like apocryphal. Like it's almost like people are describing deity and not a human being. That's what has stood out to me over the last couple of days here.
All right. If you miss any of the show, a lot of our conversations early today, the podcast available wherever you get your podcasts. We're also available on the ESPN app or SiriusXM Channel 80. Who You Got is next on ESPN Radio.
If you're just tuning in, this is Fan 23, Fansville's #1 sports radio station.
Brought to you by Tasty Dr. Pepper.
We are settling the great debate, best third quarter snack, hot dogs or nachos?
You know my mantra, Doug.
Yes.
Meaty early, cheesy late.
Well, it looks like we have a caller here to weigh in. Is this Chuck?
Popcorn in the third is the move.
What?
You go with passive snacking after halftime.
No, it's nachos.
Look, as long as there's an ice cold Dr. Pepper there to wash it down, I'm good with either. Dr. Pepper, the one fans deserve.
Some people just know that a perfect football field is all about the details. Those are the people who know to choose Allstate. Take the head groundskeeper, for example.
Hands at 10 and 2. 90-degree turns, perfect stripes every time.
He knows, because he's done this 100 times. Just like he knows that paying attention on the road can save safe drivers 40% with Allstate.
Saving 40% is based on the national average premium savings for Allstate auto customers with a clean driving record versus those without. Savings vary by state and based on how you buy. Subject to terms, conditions, and availability. Allstate Fire and Casualty Insurance Company and affiliates, Northbrook, Illinois.
Hey, this is the Fat Jack, and what a great week we just had. Going 4-1 on Sunday, we win again last week. Everybody's deeper into profit, and we're heading into October. Go to FatJackSports.com. Get everything through Halloween, only $399, or less than about $70 a week when you go through the Super Bowl or beyond. 4-1 last Sunday. We won last Saturday. We've been turning a profit each and every day. Go to FatJackSports.com. Get signed up today where there's no tricks, no gimmicks, just winners.
Twin Peaks is the best in the game. Here, your favorite drafts are poured at a frosty 29 degrees, and rare barrel-aged whiskeys are served just the way you want them. It's bigger game days and bolder fight nights.
I mean, where else can you find a scratch kitchen that always comes in clutch? Every day, from lunch to late night. Only at Twin Peaks, the #1 sports bar.
Get wings the way you want them. Try Twin Peaks wings bone-in breaded, naked, smoked and grilled, or boneless in your favorite sauce or rub.
There's so much to love about the fall, especially the return of Window Nation's best offer of the year. Get 2 free windows with every 2 you buy, plus put no money down, make no payments, and pay no interest for 2 full years. Call 866-90-NATION or online at windownation.com.
Hey, I'm Tom Waddle, and I drive a Hawk. It's a new season, and I'm liking the lineup. So get to hawkauto.com and choose from Ford, Chevy, Chrysler, Dodge, Jeep, Ram, Fiat, Subaru, Cadillac, Mazda, Volkswagen, Nissan, and Wagoneer models, and a huge selection of pre-owned vehicles. Right now, save with 0% for 60 months or no payments for 90 days. Find your next car today at hawkauto.com. And drive what I drive. Drive a Hawk.
hawkauto.com!
On select models with approved credit.
At the Home Depot, Saturdays are about 2 things. The one-of-a-kind wood-fired flavor of a Traeger Ironwood XL grill. And football. That's right, Desmond Howard. Get fired up for the game in just a tap with Traeger's intuitive touchscreen. Then throw on your favorites and monitor the grill from anywhere with Wi-Fi technology. So you spend less time staring at the grill, which means more time for football. For football. Upgrade your Saturday with Traeger and the Home Depot. How doers get more done.
If you're just tuning in, this is Fan 23, Fansville's #1 sports radio station.
Brought to you by Tasty Dr. Pepper.
We are settling the great debate, best third quarter snack, hot dogs or nachos?
You know my mantra, Doug.
Yes.
Meaty early, cheesy late.
Well, it looks like we have a caller here to weigh in. Is this Chuck?
Popcorn in the third is the move.
What?
You go with passive snacking after halftime.
No, it's nachos.
Look, as long as there's an ice cold Dr. Pepper there to wash it down, I'm good with either. Dr. Pepper, the one fans deserve.
Chicago's ESPN 1000 is conducting a test of the emergency alert system. This is only a test. Your Bears Monday on ESPN Chicago can only end one way, with a bear. Miller Lite invites you to a live broadcast. It's Bears Night in Chicago, live from Crosstown Pub and Grill in Naperville. Eddie Jackson joins Bleck and Abdallah to break down, analyze, dissect, really dig into the details of Week 5's battle. Brought to you by Miller Lite. Again, Monday, 6 to 8, Eddie Jackson joins Bleck and Abdallah live from Crosstown Pub and Grill in Naperville. Please drink responsibly.
Shop Steinhoffel's today through Sunday and get a free Polaroid camera and a $100 Bears Pro Shop gift card for the latest Bears gear when you purchase over $29.99. The newest Steinhoffel's is now open in Harwood Heights on Harlem and Lawrence.
P-Factor Portrayal.
I didn't see it coming. Life can be so unpredictable. After losing my dad, it made me think about my family if something were to happen to me. The mortgage, car payments, and all the other bills. Even things like our annual summer vacation would be out of reach. I had heard about life insurance through Ethos and how easy it was to get coverage. They were right. I knew it was time to stop putting it off and get life insurance right now. I got on my computer and went to ethoslife.com. In just 10 minutes, I was covered. And boom, family protected. Thanks to Ethos, my family won't have to worry about the bills if the unpredictable happens to me.
Ethos, fast and easy online term life insurance. Up to $2 million in coverage with no medical exam. Some policies as low as $1 a day. Answer a few health questions and get your free quote at getethos.com. That's GETETHOS.com.
The Bleck and Abdallah podcast, brought to you by Fry the Coop. Get it at your fave pod place or on the ESPN Chicago app.
All right, Greeny with you here on ESPN Radio. We got a bunch of business to attend to before we wrap up on this Friday, heading into a huge weekend. First off, we can hear it from Hembo.
Jumping into the numbers. This is Hembo Knows.
You got props for me? What do you got?
I do. I'm playing the under. The under 60.5 is the total in Oklahoma, Texas. Right now, the Longhorns are second in the country in defensive efficiency. Oklahoma is 7th. This is not going to be a shootout. This is going to be a rock fight. Play under the total, 60.5.
That's interesting
in that game
to
on
me.
Saturday.
I'm always afraid to go under in these college games because they tend to go on forever late. You never know what the heck happens. But all right, there's one. Hembo's always right on these. By the way, the under in the Red River rivalry. Go.
I'm playing the Dolphins minus 7.5 in the first half against the Giants. That's the first half line, minus 7.5. It's a short week for the Giants. They're on the road, a high of 88 degrees in Miami, and they've been outscored 77-9 in the first half this season.
They haven't scored a touchdown in the first half, right?
They've not.
What is the number in the game?
12. The number's 12, but I think the Dolphins are going to be up by more than 7.5 at the half.
Me too. I love that pick. That feels like stealing money.
It does. And I'm also playing the Jets over 20.5 points against the Broncos. So they haven't scored more than 20 in regulation this season, but the Broncos defense has also forced only 7 punts in 4 games. I think the Jets are going to get to 21 or more than 21 in that game for sure.
Love it. I love that. There you go. The Hembo props this week. He's got the under in the Texas-Oklahoma game. He's got the Dolphins blowing out the Giants at halftime, and he's got the Jets in the over on their points. So that's Hembo's time. Now we go to Bubba.
Life is a series of choices.
Who you got?
Make a decision.
All right, I'll say it. Who you got?
All right, Bubba's got all the questions for me here, including the picks we make every single week. How am I doing in this Pick'em Challenge?
Pretty bad. You are 3-9 in last place. Game night, Carlin versus Joe are tied at 9-3 in for first place. So, time
all right,
to
we got plenty of time for a comeback.
All right, we're gonna got 3 picks today. We're gonna start Jaguars versus Bills. By the way, who you got? Brought to you by Grainger. Jaguars versus Bills. They are in London. In this game, it's Buffalo minus 5.5. Who you got here?
I love Jacksonville. They have an unfair geographic advantage. They've been in London for a week and a half. Buffalo flies out there. It's the biggest home field advantage you can possibly have, which is to say they're acclimated and the Bills are not. This is a sneaky trap game. I love Jacksonville this weekend. Give me the Jags and the points.
Next up, Ravens at Steelers. This game's on ESPN Radio. Tune in. Baltimore minus 4. Who you got?
Ravens are going to kill them, aren't they?
That's what they want you to think.
Doesn't seem like nearly enough, right? Is that not nearly enough points? Is that a smelly line?
It's a little smelly, although the total's in the high 30s. So that's why the line isn't huge, but the line stinks to me.
Ravens minus the 4. I'll take it. Next.
Biggest game of the weekend, Cowboys at 49ers. San Francisco somehow a 4-point favorite. I don't understand why. Who you got?
Says the man wearing the Micah Parsons jersey. I'll tell you why, because they're better than the Cowboys basically everywhere on the field. I don't know where you look to see an advantage. If you want to even call the defense as a wash, and I'm not 100% sure I'm willing to do that, but let's even call that a wash. The Niners offense is way better. Their skill position talent is better. They have no one to even compare to Chris McCaffrey. And the quarterbacks at this point, I'm not 100% sure. Let's put it this way. Dak is not playing better than Brock Purdy, even if he is better. I'll take San Francisco. I'll give the 4. All right, we saved some time for some fun at the finish. Take it away, Bob.
All right, who you got? Brought to you by Grainger. With supplies and solutions for every industry, Grainger has the right product for you. Call clickgrainger.com or just stop by. And 103 years ago last week, Walter Matthau was born in Manhattan. He died back in 2000. Who you got is your favorite Walter movie?
I loved Walter Matthau in every conceivable way. He was especially brilliant in the Neil Simon comedies. Because it became so legendary, I'll choose The Odd Couple, because most people now associate The Odd Couple with a television show starring Jack Luckman and Tony Randall. My actual favorite Walter Matthau movie would be The Sunshine Boys that he made with George Burns. Both of them are Neil Simon adaptations of Neil Simon plays. So I'll go one or both of those two on the great Walter Matthau. Next.
Bruno Mars turns 38 on Sunday. Who you got as your favorite Bruno Mars song?
He has a song called Next Stop Brooklyn, which is not a hit. He didn't play it when I saw him in Brooklyn. What is that picture that I was looking at on the screen? That's not Bruno Mars.
No, that was Yusei Kikuchi. that was a picture on the Blue Jays.
Easy to confuse.
We obviously had a little bit of a mistake there
that.
on the screen. Why? I don't understand.
No,
that's another question.
I just found
that's
it
a
to
later
be
question, but
wonderful.
One way or the other.
I like that.
Bruno Mars. I'm going to go. My favorite song. I'll pick one that everybody knows. So I'll say Marry You is my favorite Bruno Mars song, but my actual favorite song, which is one that nobody knows, is called Next Stop Brooklyn. All right, Greeny and Hembo and Bubba and Cam, go. What's
All right,
next?
Well, speaking of that Blue Jays pitcher, Yusei Kikuchi, I guess is his name. He says he typically sleeps 13 to 14 hours a night, which I don't even know how you can do that. So 13 to 14 hours a night. What is your preferred amount of sleep? Obviously, you got to get up pretty early.
That would be.
So what are you thinking? Who you
I
got?
love it. I don't know what this says about me, but like we were in California for the wedding. Stayed out there for a couple of days. My daughter's not home. My son's not home. My dog is not home. All I could think about was how much sleep I was going to get. I was like, oh, this is glorious. I'm going to sleep like there was no tomorrow. And then, of course, Sunday night, I had to stay up late and watch the Jets. So I was extra tired Monday. And, oh, did I sleep? My preferred... So how much sleep do I get? Usually, I try and get 7 hours sleep a night. How much would I like to get? I'd like to sleep over 8 hours a night.
I would die to sleep 7 hours a night. Because I now have, we have identical twin girls at home, 13 months old. I live in a perpetual state of exhaustion.
Could you ever sleep 13 hours, though? Could you imagine doing that?
Oh, hell yeah.
No,
oh, yes.
No way.
If you didn't set an alarm, you just went in and slept, you would wake up in less than 13 hours?
Yeah, for sure.
Not me. I would wake up a week from Thursday. All right, we're going to finish it with this, by the way, Bubba. Again, if you're just joining us, Hembo's wife went to Vegas for work, and she forgot her wedding ring on this trip. And I think all of us, Hembo, we're saying a prayer for you.
Yeah.
That this weekend doesn't prove to be something, really difficult for you.
Actually, one of the listeners tweeted at me saying, I should actually be feeling better about this because what happens in Vegas stays in Vegas.
Does that make you feel better or worse?
It didn't.
No, I would think that would make you feel
it
much,
made me feel
worse.
that she had nefarious motives.
Yes. No, I think her motives are nefarious. I don't think there's any question of that, and I think you should be concerned about it. If you went to Vegas and, quote unquote, forgot your wedding ring at home, that would not be acceptable behavior.
I would never hear the end of it.
I think an investigation needs to be handled here. I think, Bubba, I'd like you to chair that investigation. Have a great weekend. We'll see you Monday.
Coming up live at Buffalo Wild Wings in Cal City with Miller Lite, it's Kermit and Yurko. Oh, my God, the Bears did it. They won a football game.
It's about time.
They did it.
It was a major miracle last night.
And it was impressive the way they did it. The offense has hummed these last 2 weeks.
And
can they build on this?
And the Bears found a way to get late pressure.
They did.
When you get sacks in the fourth quarter, when you're winning games,
yes,
that's how it works.
Yes.
They should have had 8, only credit with 5.
So come by and see us as we hang out here today on a Football Friday feast with Buffalo Wild Wings in Cal City. 159th and Torrance, do I have that right?
Yeah,
Yurko?
159th and Torrance.
All right, that's where we
West
are.
Mall. And it's the mall of my youth over there.
The mall of
hung out
Yurko's
like
youth.
a bum.
We want to take lots of Bears calls. We'll talk to Courtney Cronin. Bears win. We're talking about it coming up.
Texting enrolls you in a recurring automated marketing text messages. Consent not required to purchase. Message and data rates may apply.
The team's looking good this season.
I think so. Man, I miss playing football. Being young with unlimited energy to burn. Ever since I turned 40, I just can't find that fire I used to have.
Think you could be lower testosterone?
What do you mean?
All guys lose their edge when they turn 40. The body has less testosterone. That's why I take Nugenix Total T.
I've heard about Nugenix. That really works?
Since I started taking Nugenix, I'm lifting like when we played for Coach Carter. I feel more energized at work. It's even spiced up things between me and the missus.
Are they still giving out complimentary bottles for people to try?
Yep, send a text. It's that easy.
Text KING to 42424 right now for your complimentary bottle of Nugenix Total T. It's the #1 selling testosterone boosting brand at GNC and Walmart. Do it now and they'll also send you a bottle of Nugenix Thermo X, their newest, most powerful fat burner ever, absolutely free. Text KING to 42424. That's KING to 42424.
These statements have not been evaluated by the FDA. This product is not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease.
What's up, everyone? It's Zetterman. Snap into action this NFL season with FanDuel, America's #1 sportsbook. Right now, new customers get $200 in bonus bets guaranteed when you place a $5 bet. Only a $5 bet. That's $200 in bonus bets, win or lose. If you've been thinking about joining FanDuel, there's no better time to get in on the action. The app is super easy to use. There's a wide range of betting options, including spreads, player props, overs, unders, first touchdown scorers, same game parlays, and more. Most importantly, when you win on FanDuel, you get paid instantly. So visit FanDuel.com/Zetterman. That's Z as in zebra, EDERMAN, and kick off the NFL season. FanDuel, official partner of the NFL. 21 plus and present in Illinois. First online real money wager only. $10 first deposit required. Bonus issued is now withdrawable bonus bets that expire 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Few Whiskey. Have you met us? Few is born of defiance and comes from Evanston, the town where the temperance movement started and Prohibition lasted until 1972. Here at Few, we make whiskey the only way we know how, our way. We use an iconic 70-20-10 mash bill. We mash, ferment, distill, bottle, and age all right here in Chicagoland. Few makes Chicago-style whiskeys for Chicago whiskey drinkers. Few Spirits, Incorporated 2011, 46.5% alcohol by volume. Evanston, Illinois, 60202.
Welcome to another wonderful Bears football night, ladies and gentlemen. It's time to raise up your flags, put your jerseys on, cheer, shout, and save on your gas. That's right, Bears fans save big on game days. Save 25 cents per gallon on Shell V-Power Nitro Plus Premium Gasoline with the Fuel Rewards program. Yes, that's another touchdown to you all. Download the Fuel Rewards app to join and game on.
Must be a Fuel Rewards member. Offer ends January 7, 2024. Limit 20 gallons. Other restrictions apply.
Bull riding. The perfect fusion of strength, skill, and pure willpower. Professional bull riders aren't just athletes. They're daredevils with cowboy souls. Come experience the true modern West, where 8 seconds of glory will create a lifetime of memories. It's the Tractor Supply Company PBR at Allstate Arena, January 12th and 13th. Tickets now at PBR.com and Ticketmaster.
Hey man, what are you eating?
Fry the Coop.
Wait, what is it?
Fry the Coop.
What's it called?
It's called Fry the Coop, dude. They make the best chicken sandwich this side of the Mississippi. You haven't tried it?
So they sell chicken?
Are you even listening? Yes, it's Fry the Coop. They sell chicken and happiness. It's the bomb.com, as the kids say. They're up in Lincoln Park, Oak Lawn, Elmhurst, Tinley Park, Westtown, Portage Park, and Darien, and Prospect Heights. It's the best chicken sandwiches you'll ever have, period. Just Google it. Fry the Coop.
A lot of Kanoi's energy started to bounce back.
She has a lot of puppy moments, and she'll be 14 this summer.
What did these dog parents do for their dogs? They switched to Nature's Blend, a premium freeze-dried raw dog food made by Dr. Marty Goldstein, a veterinarian Forbes magazine called the Miracle Worker. It's the easiest way to support your dog's easy digestion, nourished skin, playful energy, and most importantly, their healthy, full life.
I'm so confident your dog will love it. Your order is backed with a 90-day guarantee.
Save up to 54% off Nature's Blend and get a free full-size bag of Tilly's Treasures dog treats. They're best-selling beef liver dog treats while supplies last. Go to drmartypets.com/sports or text SPORTS to 511-511. Go to drmartypets.com/sports or shop in over 2,000 stores nationwide. Use the store locator to find the store closest to you. All pets are unique. Your pet's results can and will vary. Message and data rates may apply. Studies available upon request.
Live from State Street in the heart of Chicago, you are listening to the new home of the Chicago Bears. ESPN Chicago. And this is Carmen and Yurko, live from the Old National Bank
will compliment you on what you did and how you did it and what it looked like, but they're looking at what goes wrong. What's wrong? What can I fix?
Yeah, I get that.
Okay,
What
they'll
can
pat
fix?
you on the
I get
back.
that.
Nice job. But we designed that play for you guys to complete it and for them to be touchdowns. So that's what we did, all right?
I love the first play of the game.
Yeah.
Even though we missed it, I
Yeah.
love that they went deep.
Yes.
It's like Yurko and I, it's our favorite thing. What did you do? You went deep. You immediately put something in their minds. We're going to try to stretch the defense. We're going to take shots downfield. We're going to go deep. Like, I loved it. I absolutely loved it, that's how they started the game. And it was a miss, but okay. And it didn't deter them from going down that path really throughout the course of that first half and building that big lead. Attack, push the ball down the field. It was great.
Well, that's what you want.
It was so wonderful to see.
And it didn't look like they were allergic to it. Remember how we used to sit and watch the Bears offense, and it would be a 1 yard pass to the left, 2 yard pass to the right, a short stop stick route with the tight end over the middle. They would never stretch the field. They would never put the safeties on the back foot.
Right.
They would never force them to backpedal. It was always attack coming forward against the Bears. The offensive line did what? They provided the protection that was necessary to get your quarterback to feel confident in the pocket.
Yeah.
Now, they broke down a couple of times, and over the course of 70 plays in the game and 28 some odd passes, there's going to be a breakdown or two. That happens. Nate Davis got beat on a play. Odom got beat on a play. Wright got beat on a play. You're going to end up getting beat. It's the NFL. They're getting paid on the other side of the ball, too. But they did enough, and they provided enough, and they gave and they instilled the confidence into the offense. And when I say the offense, it's not specifically only Justin Fields, but they instilled the confidence in the offense. They all relied upon each other. And because of that, you had the results you had yesterday. I was shaking my head. 17-0. I'm shaking my head. Am I dreaming?
I was shaking my head
was
wondering.
I dreaming? I'm wondering what in the hell is going on. I'm waiting for Ashton Kutcher to come out and tell me I'm being punked. That's what I was waiting for. I had to pinch myself. I like pinching myself.
Yeah, I know you do.
You know?
Pinch and roll, baby.
Yeah, but
Pinch and roll.
The point is, I couldn't believe it was happening, and it was right in front of my eyes. So.
It's the only thing I was shaking my head at was like, where has this been? You know, like the last 2 weeks, what we've seen out of this offense, even though they botched it last weekend, like what we've seen out of the offense, I guess I'm just going like, where was it? What took so long? And is it for real now? Like, is this is what we were hoping for out of Justin Fields? Not, well, just be a running quarterback and cut the field in half and bootleg. No. No.
You're seeing it too, aren't you? You're seeing it too.
What am I seeing?
You know what you're seeing.
Well, I'm seeing
Don't deny what you see.
I'm seeing it. A quarterback that looks like he understands, like, this is how we need to play.
Thank you.
Be quick, be decisive, let it rip.
You're seeing it. Don't deny yourself what
No,
you're
I'm
seeing.
not at all. But I'm just wondering, like, why didn't we?
What I
and
tell
is it real now?
What happens when it clicks? What happens when the game slows down for you? You don't know when it happens, but then all of a sudden it happens. Right? What happens?
I'm going to keep my fingers crossed.
Thank you.
That this is real.
Yeah.
That it's not just, well, it was Denver's defense and Washington's defense, which
That it's
hasn't
not
played
fake.
that well.
Right.
We said it going in yesterday. The weakness on Washington is in that backfield, is in the secondary. We said it.
You guys always ask me, what's it look like? What's it look like when you see it slow down?
This is it.
You saw it.
This is what it looks like.
Yep.
Points on all 5 first-half possessions.
Now, it doesn't mean he's going to be perfect the rest of the way out, but that's kind of what it looks like. All of a sudden, he gets it.
He looks like a quarterback all of a sudden that gets it. That, like, I know what I'm supposed to do and where I'm supposed to go with the football.
Yep.
You're seeing it now the last 2 weeks. This is what we were hoping we would see. When you don't see it,
you know.
You know, and you question it and you call it out. And I never liked that. Well, just go back to cutting the field in half and letting Justin run. No,
you got to be
that's
able
no
to run
way
your
to play
offense.
quarterback in this league.
You got to run your offense.
This is how you play quarterback.
So they asked him of it. He couldn't respond. He went and he lashed out a little bit and expressed his feelings that he couldn't do it. It wasn't going to get done. And in essence, I think they came to realize that it's exactly what needs to happen. And then he kind of settled himself down and he found it. He found it. I don't know what else to say. You can say there were bad defenses. I will accept that, and I'll say not a problem.
Okay.
Doesn't mean that there's not going to be trip-ups and he's not going to fail in the future. But I'm just letting you know when things start to slow down, he's kind of giving you some evidence of what it looks like when things start to slow down.
At least they lit up two bad defenses, I guess. I mean, it beats the alternative.
I mean, you're not playing Philadelphia. I mean,
No, I know.
You know, Philadelphia and Jalen Carter, if they got them on the schedule, you're going to come back to earth real quick.
I wrote down so many things that I like, Yurko, and this is good. And we'll talk about it with you all day today. We're live at Buffalo Wild Wings in Cal City. It's a football feast with we got Miller Lite, we got wings, we got fries, maybe get some nachos in a little bit. I love the chicken nachos here. I absolutely love them.
They got carrots in
so
their
we're
coleslaw.
loaded. I know. And we want you to come by and see us, 159th and Torrance. That's where we are. Yurko's old stomping grounds. He grew up here. He said the mall across the street was the mall of his youth.
Used to have River Oaks 1 and 4 right there. That's where I saw Rambo.
The movie theater?
Purple Rain was over there. And then they had 5 through 8 behind the old Venture. Remember Venture?
Of course.
Oh, yeah.
With the black stripe. Was that the
Yeah.
No, was that Venture?
No, that was Venture.
The big black stripe,
yeah.
right? Yeah, Venture.
And then they had 5 through 8 in the back here.
Would you see Rambo? You saw First Blood?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah?
First Blood.
Great movie.
Oh, man, as a youth.
So great.
As a youth. I saw Blues Brothers up here, too. 79.
See?
1979. I'm
Yeah.
aging myself.
Yurko would have
Good
been,
times.
13 or so?
I was here when the mall was open.
Is that right?
It was an open mall. They put a roof on the darn thing.
Get out of here.
Like the Astrodome. Yeah.
I didn't know that.
Yeah, that was an open mall over there. Now it's closed.
I did not know that.
Yeah,
well,
good times.
We're across from Yurko's, the mall of his youth. We're in Yurko's old stomping grounds. Come by and see us in Cal City. We're commercial free until 12:30, and then after that, we'll talk to Courtney Cronin. We want a lot of your Bear calls today. For the first time in almost a year, they win. I guess it's a primetime thing. They need to be in primetime, and then they win. The last one was on a Monday night. Now they get a win on a Thursday night, and the Bears did it in convincing fashion. A few things I jotted down I want to talk to you about as we, and are you buying this now? Is it for real? I heard Hoodie and Cap. Hoodie's here somewhere, by the way. Where is Hoodie?
Hoodie's over at the pub.
Is he?
Yeah,
he is here.
He's up at the pub right now. He's getting
Hoodie's
some
here.
Crown Royale.
Oh, yeah, he might be drinking some Crown.
Not
Royale.
Royal Crown. Not Royal Crown.
Crown
No,
Royale.
Crown Royale.
He's having a Miller Lite and a Crown.
Yeah.
I heard Hoodie and Cap talking about it. Like, okay, now what? Do you believe again? Or at least are you starting to believe again? And like Yurko said, this is what it should look like. This is when you know, okay, he's starting to get it. He's seeing it, and he's throwing it. Let it rip. And that's what we saw. Bears won the toss. They took the football. That doesn't happen much anymore. Why do you think they did it? Did they just want to try to set a tone and be like, listen, we want to build on what we did offensively last week, and we're going to go out there? Because it doesn't happen much anymore.
Well,
the analytic play is the defer.
Remember,
the Bears took the ball, and they went right down the field and scored.
It's us against the world, right?
Okay.
Circle the wagons, us against the world. Let's do something unconventional. Show them that we got confidence. We want the ball.
Okay.
We want the football. Yes,
and it
of course.
worked.
That's
okay.
it. Send a message. You know what? We're doing what? We're not deferring. We're not being conservative. We're not being smart. We're taking the ball, and we're going to go on the attack.
Score. Yeah.
Absolutely. You
Okay,
love
so
it.
there's that. The deep shot on the first play. It
Boom.
didn't connect. Yurko and I love it. We
was
call
there.
for it all the time.
On the back foot,
It's
though.
a
They put him on the back foot.
You went nice protect. You had a lot of 12 personnel again. And you could see Getsy maybe making a little bit of a shift here. A lot of 12 personnel last week. A lot of 12 personnel. There's nothing that says you can't be explosive and hit big plays in 12 personnel with just 3 guys running around. There's nothing that says you can't do it. Sean McVay does it all the time. There's nothing that says you can't be explosive. And if you feel like it's your best way to get an extra chip or an extra player to stand in and help protect your quarterback, so be it. So I love the shot down the field on the first play. The second possession, 2nd and 3. The throw to Tanyan. That's it. That's a quarterback that sees it. Tanyan gets beyond the sticks. He sits. Justin threw it into a window. I don't know that he makes that throw 3 weeks ago. I guarantee you he doesn't make that throw last year. He saw it. He threw it. Tight window throw to my tight end beyond the sticks for a 2nd and 3 conversion. You bypass 3rd down. Beautiful. They were bypassing 3rd down in the first half a lot. The defense forcing 3 and outs on the first 2 drives by Washington. By the time Washington had its 3rd possession, the Bears were up 17-0.
Yeah.
That's how you make a statement.
And then what do you do with your playbook? You're the Washington Redskins. You took the playbook you had coming into the game, you tore it up, and now you go to your emergency playbook. We're down 3 scores.
Right.
How the hell are we going to get back in this thing?
Right.
And then why did they only rush the ball 6 times with Brian Robinson?
Yeah.
Why?
Yeah, 'cause
you're
you
down
were down
17-0.
Thank you.
That's why you only rushed the ball 6 times, and the quarterback Howell had 4 more rushes.
Yes.
10 rushes.
Yes.
That's
10
got to be
rushes.
a record for the least amount of rushes against the Chicago Bears. It has to be. It has
well,
to be.
especially because they've been down in a lot of games. And
Right.
teams
Well,
might be
I'm not
rushing
talking about
late.
recently. I'm talking
Oh.
over the history of the Chicago Bears and the storied history since they were the Decatur Staleys, Carm. I'm talking about forever.
Before we go too much further, and we'll get out to all your calls today, I got some other really impressive Justin Fields / offense notes about that first half. We should take a moment to acknowledge, we should take more than a moment today, obviously, to acknowledge Dick Butkus. I'm too young to have seen Dick Butkus play. My guess is even you don't really remember Dick Butkus' playing career. I mean,
No, he was drafted in 65.
Yeah,
I was born in
65, yeah.
67, came to this beautiful country in October of 67.
Yeah.
Couldn't speak a lick of English, didn't watch a lot of football,
Couldn't
Carm.
speak a lick of anything. You were 6 months old.
Yeah, I'm telling you. Well, I mean, even as I grew up, as he was continuing his playing career, the first time I have memories of Dick Butkus was on film with John Facenda talking about how tough Dick Butkus was. That's what I remembered about him. And then I remember them talking about it. Buffon's the first linebacker I remember playing. Doug Buffon, 55, double nickel.
Like you remember watching
and Jerry Muckenstern and Wally Chambers. So I think I just missed being able to watch Dick Butkus. But he's a Southside guy.
Yes.
So in Calumet City, you knew he was. He went to CVS.
Went to
right?
CVS. Yes,
so
he did.
you knew exactly who Dick Butkus was and what he was all about. He went to the University of Illinois. Came back. I read a 1973 article in Sports Illustrated on a story, an expose they did on Dick Butkus. He did the interview from John's Pizzeria on State Line and State Street, like close to State Line and State Street, but it was more off the State Street.
Down here?
In Calumet City.
Right here?
Back over in the corner there, the northeast corner of Calumet City. And they talked about the interview and the place and the area and, kind of building up, who Dick Butkus was, describing how tough Calumet City was back in the day. A lot of iron work, a lot of steel manufacturing, a lot of machine companies and that kind of stuff all over there. But I remember that article and painting a picture on who Dick Butkus was and what he was all about and how tough he was and the style of football that he played. That style of football they don't use no more.
No,
in the
it's
NFL.
gone.
That style of football is a thing of the past. Where guys like Chuck Bednarik, Tommy Nobis, Sam Huff, the New York Giants. I mean, it's the style that was played by those guys back then. And it was a style to be appreciated. And if you ever get a chance to go down the YouTube wormhole on Dick Butkus and some of his thoughts and his comments, they're absolutely wonderful. He is the best middle linebacker that played for the Chicago Bears.
Yeah.
In a storied history of middle linebackers that have played for the Chicago Bears. He is the best.
He might be the best. I mean,
By
Ray
far.
Lewis or Butkus, maybe the best ever.
If one wanted to argue, and obviously, he had 25 interceptions.
22. We talked about it on the
22.
outside. So Mike North is old enough to have remembered Dick
Right.
Butkus. I mean, Mike saw almost all of his
sure.
games.
Yeah.
And Mike said he got very emotional last night. Like he did.
sure.
It's a big part of his youth, and he talked about that era of football and how different it is. And Mike had that stat: 22
picks,
interceptions for Dick Butkus over the course of his career. Yurko's not wrong. The only thing I know about him from his playing career is being able to go back and watch NFL films. And now it's even easier because you can watch YouTube highlights. You can go down that rabbit hole and you can get sucked in and you literally just sit there. I do this with Walter a lot too. You can just sit and watch those guys and watch those highlights and be in awe. And the game looked so different. And holy cow, is he mean and nasty. And they really did beat on each other. But my God, could the guy run in space and could he tackle and close? And he was ferocious. And it's just it's incredible to sit and just watch those highlights sometimes. And yeah, he's obviously he's the best Bears middle linebacker ever. He was number 2 on our list.
Number 2.
When we did it back in the spring, the greatest Bears draft picks of all time.
Did we put Sweetness number 1?
Sweetness was 1.
Yeah.
We did Sweetness 1 and we did Butkus 2.
Yeah.
And we thought it was pretty obvious, how we thought 1, 2, and 3, we're certainly, everybody knows it was going to be in some order, Walter, Sayers, and Butkus. And we ended up going Sayers 3, Butkus 2, and Walter Payton 1. And if you want to argue and flip it, hey, so be it. I don't think anybody would really argue with you. But that's significant. We were just talking, I feel like, a couple weeks about Butkus, because wasn't he at the opener? And he still always looked so spry, and he tweeted a lot, and he was on social media.
Luke Butkus was there.
Yeah, because Luke was there. Yes.
Luke was there, and they had Dick, and they were taking pictures together. He with his Bears stuff on, Luke with his coaching garb.
He looked he still looked like he was pretty with it and together. And 80 years old, and God
Still
bless, he died
sharp as a
peacefully in
tack.
his
Yeah.
sleep.
Sharp as a tack.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So we do want to acknowledge that. And anybody that's got
in his Malibu home.
In his Malibu home.
Yeah,
well,
moved out
remember
to
he went out to do
California, yeah.
Hollywood for a while.
Well, I saw that. Yeah,
hang time when I was a kid.
Between him and Alex Karras, who was getting more TV time?
Well, Alex
Little
Karras.
Webster, he had Little Webster.
Alex Karras hit
Right.
it big
Yeah.
because of Webster. I don't think Butkus ever really. I think he wanted to do what Alex Karras
Right.
did. He was on a show not even when I was a kid. I was in high school probably at this point.
Hang Time was awesome.
Yeah, Hang Time. Well,
awesome.
Reggie Theus was originally on Hank. They all wanted to go out and be in Hollywood. Reggie Theus was a good-looking dude. So Reggie, when he was done, went and did some Hollywood. And
so Fred
and
Dreyer.
then Dick Butkus was on
He
it.
was also on My Two Dads. Don't forget that.
He was on My Two Dads, too. That's true. Yeah.
I think Fred Dreyer. Remember Fred Dreyer, the
Yes.
defensive lineman?
Yes.
He had a very successful show. He is one of those guys. And Merlin Olsen.
Merlin Olsen, too.
Merlin Olsen was out there, and they did a show about him, and it was very successful. Not about him. He was the actor in there, and they did the show about him.
See, Hang Time's a little bit more, and Adam Abdallah's with us, because you're, about 9 years younger than me, give or take? 10 years?
Yeah, I'm 38.
Yeah, you're, okay, so how?
So
That's 8 years. We're 8 years apart.
Yeah, I remember
18.
Hang Time.
Yeah.
I remember
younger
Hang
than
Time.
me. Yeah.
Yeah, it was
Oh, yeah.
awesome. I remember seeing him and be like, oh man, Dick Butkus
There's
is on
Dick
TV.
Butkus, And so growing up here in Chicago, even though his playing career was over by the time I was born, or very close, you couldn't help but know of just sort of the mystique around him and the legend of him, and a big part of the Monsters of the Midway and everything else. So if you've got a thought on Dick Butkus passing, if you're old enough to have remembered seeing him play and you want to share some thoughts, you are free to do that with us today as well at 312-332-3776. I've got Waddle texting me. I always want to see what Waddle's telling me. Oh, Waddle also likes the 12 personnel. Also forces the defense to stay in standard defenses a lot. Can't drop the extra CB into the huddle. Helps define coverage, makes things easier, more easily defined.
You can still play nickel against it, though. You can still go into a nickel. You don't have to play regular.
You can,
right? So you can play nickel. You can put a 50 defensive back on.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? So you take one linebacker off, so you're going against a front seven. And then, a front six with five in the back. If you've got a stud safety, you can do that. If you don't have a stud strong safety, then you can't do that.
Let's get some calls. Let me hold on. I just have to bring the call screener up here, boys. We want to take your Bears calls today. Are you thinking this is for real? How much more encouraged are you after these last couple games, even though one of them was a debacle in the way they lost it? But the Bears put it to Washington last night. Over, cha-ching, cha-ching. First half over. Todd Furman gave that out. Abdallah and I told you we liked the game over. That was really kind of a piece of cake. Bears money line, Bears cover, obviously. They win 40-20. Let's go to Jim in Tinley Park on ESPN 1000. Jim, what's up?
Hey, how you doing?
Great.
Anyway, bringing up Dick Butkus, I grew up in Rosewood when Dick Butkus was there, and I don't know if you knew that. He used to be a mover back in the day when he was worked for a moving company. I don't know if you guys knew that.
I did not know that, actually.
Did not.
Oh, yeah.
What do you mean, like in the off? What do you mean, in the off season?
No, when he was young.
Oh, when he was a kid.
Growing up in Roseland. I'm an old Roseland boy myself.
Got it.
And his I think it was called Stump Movers.
How about
was
that?
the name of the company, and he had brothers, and they were all movers. They used to carry pianos up three flights of stairs. I mean, they were all animals. You know what I mean?
Yes, absolutely.
But that's what made him so tough. But getting back to the Bears game, I mean, I called it last week when everybody was knocking Justin Fields. I mean, I always believed you always play a quarterback to his strengths. And finally, the coaching staff figured that out. I mean, design rollouts when you got a lot of pressure, and then when he's in the pocket, get rid of the ball right away. And I got to say something that it's always been a Chicago trait that when the offense is playing some good ball, always our defense for some reason feeds off that, and I think it really showed yesterday.
That's an interesting point. Yeah, Jim, thanks for the call. On the design rollouts, I haven't rewatched the game yet. I will at some point this weekend. I don't think I saw one bootleg, blind, where his back was to the line of scrimmage, and they were going to try to boot him out. I don't think I saw it once.
I didn't see it either.
It needs to be eliminated from the playbook. You don't need it. Now, you want to move Justin out of the pocket, that's fine. There are other ways.
But you game plan that against those that specifically like to flatten out and run down the line of scrimmage. So a naked bootleg can be game planned against the defensive end that's very aggressive and pursues across the line of scrimmage.
Fair enough if you try to catch him once in a while.
Right, and it's not 5 times a game.
No.
It'd be 1 or 2 times a game to open it up for you. When you show it too much, people prepare for it.
Teams are prepared.
When you don't show it at all, then you're in pretty good shape, and you can pop it on somebody, and it's like, well, hey, they haven't done that in 3 weeks.
Thank you.
Yes.
I don't need to see it for weeks. I don't need it. The Bears' offense doesn't need it. And again, I don't think they attempted it once. Just off the top of my head, again, I haven't rewatched the game yet, but I don't think they did. And good for Luke Getsy. Throw it out. You don't need it right now. All right, let's go to, how about Jeremy in Peoria on ESPN 1000? Hey, Jeremy.
Hey, boys. So, what 2 words describe my attitude towards the Bears? Cautious optimism.
Yes.
I got home last night. My wife's like, hey, let's watch our show. We're watching Ted Lasso. And I was like, well, the Bears game's on, but, give me an hour. I might be able to come up and watch the show with you. And, about halfway through, I'm like, okay, well, it's probably not going to happen tonight. But cautious optimism. Just when I thought I was out, they pulled me back in. It's always that way.
Yeah, I know. That's the way. Well, that's sports. That's being a fan. I know. They're going to suck us back in. We were already this morning. We're like, man, if they would have held on last week, they'd have 2 wins.
Listen, you're 1-4. You haven't done anything yet. What you're doing is trying to get back and fight for mediocrity. That's where the Bears are at right now. We're fighting for mediocrity. You're fighting to be average. So, however hungry they were yesterday and whatever motivation they used for last night, they got to find a way to replicate that and get that feeling back in their guts when they go back out and start to play again next week against the Minnesota Vikings.
And they're going to be a home underdog probably. The Vikings in the look-ahead are already a 4.5-point favorite.
I'm not shocked.
Now, the Vikings have a tough game this week. Let's see how that goes.
None of that shocks me.
They're a 4.5-point dog. But like Waddle said this yesterday during Crosstalk, a win, all things considered, with this long bye really comes in handy for this team right now. Because a loss, after everything that's gone wrong these last couple of weeks, if you were left to sort of sit and stew with all the rumors around Matt Eberflus, and by the way, Claypool's been traded, all the other stuff, that would have left a nasty taste in your mouth for this long mini bye now. And what the opposite effect of that is really feeling better about yourself, about your job status, about the way your quarterback's played, about the way your play caller has done his job, about the way your defense sort of rose up. Good for Jaquan Brisker for going out there, playing not at 100% and giving it his go. Greg Stroman had a game last night. That kid had a game. He had a sack. He had an interception.
Yes, he did.
He was right there on the forced fumble.
Yep.
That kid had a game. And, so it sure beats the alternative. Look.
Pressed into action, he performed. And that's what you're looking for. You're looking for people to perform.
This team needed a win in the worst friggin' way. And Waddle and Sylvie were on Dan Patrick yesterday, and Dan Patrick said, are you guys cheering for a win? And that was what Sylvie was alluding to. And he said, I was stunned Dan asked that. And Sylvie said, yeah. I mean, you can't start cheering for losses in week 5.
Yeah,
week
too
15?
Early. Yeah.
Can you cheer for a loss?
Sure.
Yes.
Yeah.
I get it. Week 5?
No.
This team, this fan base, all of us, needed a win badly. And to go out and do it in convincing fashion was impressive. All right, you want to talk Bears with us? Light them up. 312-332-3776.
You mentioned the Chase Claypool. What'd they do with him?
It's their 7th this year in Chase, right? Or is it a 7th next year? For Miami's 6th, I think, in 2025. I think that was the trade. So he's going to Miami.
So a player and a pick.
Yes.
For a pick 1 round earlier.
Yes, for a 1 round earlier.
2025.
2 for 1.
Yes.
It's Claypool and a 2025 7th for Miami's 2025 6th.
Right. So, yeah. Well, trust me, Miami's not going to be happy with what they get. So
you needed to get rid of him.
For Chase Claypool's sake, I hope he finds a way to turn it around.
I agree with you.
Okay, because I think there's a
no
ton
longer
of
our problem.
There's a ton of unrealized talent. Stinks. Unrealized talent is a coach killer. Maybe he gets down to Miami. Maybe that's the place he needs. I wish Chase Claypool all the luck in the world. Hardest thing to do as a general manager, Ryan Poles, admit you made a mistake. And Chase Claypool in Chicago was a mistake.
Yes. Yep.
The toughest thing to do is to admit that you screwed up, and you go ahead and he admitted it, and he said, boom. That's a maturation process as a general manager. It's going to be a mark on his record forever.
Right.
It will be.
Right.
If he goes to Miami and becomes a player, at least he can come back and say, I told you he could play.
Remember his comments, though,
He
too,
just
right?
couldn't play here.
His comments were like, well, you can't always be in the best offense. Well, he got what he wanted.
Now you got it. Good for him. Whatever happens. The Bears are done with it. Their offense has looked the best it's looked without him on the field the last 2 weeks.
Now if they get
I don't know. I mean, so I don't.
Now if they get rid of Venus flytrap, that would even be better.
All right, I got some impressive numbers on the first half that I want to throw at you. Courtney Cronin's going to join us, and we'll take your Bears calls all day. The win, Dick Butkus, Justin Fields. It's all there for you to talk with us about. We'll cross-talk with Waddle and Sylvia, too, and then they're going to have the Matt Eberflus show at about 2:15. We're live at Buffalo Wild Wings. It's a football feast. We're here in Cal City with Miller Lite. Come by and see us. We'll be right back.
You're listening to Carmen and Yurko on Chicago's home for sports, ESPN Chicago.
Former Bear Lance Briggs is live in studio with Cap and J Hood, Monday mornings at 9:30 on the new home of the Chicago Bears, ESPN Chicago.
What's up, everybody? It's Adam Abdallah. Snap into action this NFL season with FanDuel, America's #1 sportsbook and my #1 sportsbook. Right now, new customers get $200 in bonus bets guaranteed when you place a $5 bet. That's $200 in bonus bets, win or lose. If you've been thinking about joining FanDuel, what are you waiting for? There's no better time to get in on the action. There's tons of NFL action coming up this Sunday. The app is safe and easy to use. There's a wide range of betting options, including spreads, hundreds of player props, totals, and so much more. So visit FanDuel.com/Abdallah, ABDALLA, and start wagering today. That's FanDuel.com/Abdallah, ABDALLA. FanDuel, official partner of the NFL. You must be 21 or over and present in Illinois. First online real money wager, only $10 first deposit required. Bonus is just non-trouble bonus bets that expire 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Hey, it's your pal Tom Waddle from my friends at Voss Equipment. We all know you warehouse managers walk into a full plate of responsibility every day. You're thinking about safety and efficiency. You're worrying about supply chain issues. And most days, that all gets pushed to the back burner. Voss Equipment knows you gotta have a plan in place for equipment servicing or purchasing. They help keep you up on the latest products like electric walkie pallet trucks from Yale. Voss has them in stock now. So get some help for your busy day at VossEquipment.com.
RJ Curcio from Curcio Law Office is here. You've heard me talk about Jennifer and her gardening, but what you haven't heard is the outcome of her personal injury case. Jennifer was physically changed after her personal injury and couldn't do all that she loved. We successfully obtained the financial compensation she deserves so she could pay for the medical treatment she needed. Now, Jennifer can get back to gardening and enjoying those swaths of color in her modest yard, when Chicago weather allows. Give us a call at 312-321-1111 or visit us at curcio-law.com for your free case consultation today.
At the Home Depot, Saturdays are about two things. Easy cleanup with the Ryobi 18-volt 1 Plus Whisper Series leaf blower.
And football.
That's right, Reese Davis. With variable speed, it has the power for when you really need it and just the right amount when you don't. And the 1 Plus battery platform means you go from yard work to DIY in just a click, so you can get projects done faster.
Which means more time for football.
For football. Upgrade your Saturday with Ryobi and the Home Depot. How doers get more done.
eBay Motors is here for the ride. 120,000 miles of night drives, daily commutes, and who knows how many.
Are we there yet?
Through countless fixes, elbow grease, and a new radiator, you kept your ride alive. With eBay Motors, you have over 122 million parts to keep it running. And with eBay Guaranteed Fit, they'll be the perfect fit every time. Plus, at these prices, well, we're burning rubber, not cash. Keep your ride or die alive at ebaymotors.com. Eligible items only. Exclusions apply.
Today's live broadcast of the Carmen and Yurko Show is brought to you by the letter F. It's Friday. We're having fun. We're super excited about football. Very good, class. And let's not forget food. Yummy. Put it all together now. It's a Friday football feast. Brought to you by Miller Lite and Buffalo Wild Wings on ESPN Chicago.
Outside in Cal City at Buffalo Wild Wings. Come by and see us. A Bears victory Friday. Wow, they finally win a game. Courtney Cronin in a second. Justin Fields, yesterday, 89th percentile EPA per play. 79th percentile in ADOT, 10.2. Back-to-back 4 touchdown games. Early downs in the first half, Yurko. Yesterday, the Bears generated .187 EPA per play. That is borderline elite stuff. 47% success rate. Explosive plays. 3 big-time throws out of Justin. It was beautiful. will we see more of it? That's the question. Let's bring in Courtney Crone and see what she thinks as she joins us now. Was there last night at FedEx, obviously, for the Bears' 40-20 win over the Commanders to kick off Week 5. Courtney joins us on the CarX Tire and Auto Guest Hotline. You know, even though they lost 2 weeks ago, the offense did a lot of encouraging things. Last night, more the same. They score points on all 5 of their first half possessions, Courtney. They were explosive. They were dangerous. Justin was decisive again with where to go. What's been the big difference these last 2 weeks, you think?
I think the fourth quarter. I mean, take a look at that touchdown drive where he finds DJ Moore on a curl route, and that ends up being the dagger. And Fields watching Moore run up the field, knowing that was going to ice the game. That's a feeling he hasn't had, guys, like in a really, really long time. And the last couple of weeks, I mean, especially last week against Denver, they show you that they can put together 3 good quarters of football, and then they squander it away in the fourth quarter with Fields and his 2 turnovers that he had against the Broncos. There wasn't any of that last night. So getting that proverbial monkey off your back in that moment and going back to the well, going back to your best playmaker after he had already had such an explosive first half and this offense was fighting through a third quarter lull, I think that's super critical for his growth and for his confidence going forward.
Is it for real? I don't want to say is it for real. I mean, because we don't know yet. Like you've got to see more of this. If you're going to play, if you're going to be the quarterback that everybody wants you to be, you need consistency. You can't do it for 2 weeks and then not do it for 5. I mean, these are all things we know, right? But this is what we envisioned when the season started. I don't know why it took so long, but now this looks like the quarterback that they could go forward with if it continues, right? Because all of a sudden he looks incredibly decisive with the ball, and he's just sort of letting it rip where earlier in the season he wasn't.
Yeah, and it's the same story that we went through last year in the early part of the season, and it's amazing. Like watching First Take this morning, we go from everything in Chicago is an atrocity to it's Justin Fields a long-term answer at quarterback.
Right.
I know we're all prisoners of the moment, and especially when you see the results from 1 week where the team gives up 24 unanswered points and Fields looks good but can't put the entire game together, then to seeing him do that more or less despite a third quarter lull, it does raise that question. And to the question of where has it been, I think you're seeing his growth in real time. So those tight window throws that he's fitting to DJ Moore but not to anybody else, no other Bears player. I mean, Moore, I think it's 8 of 11, or Fields is 8 of 11 on those throws to DJ Moore and 0 of 8 to everybody else. Like that's stuff that he's still clearly working through in real time. But what you're seeing now, and I think the perfect example of it was on that 4-yard touchdown to Cole Kmet in the first half. That's a play that Kmet told me that they had run a bunch and they had been waiting to go to that. And that was one of those moments where you saw the patience from Fields when the pressure's coming off the left edge. He doesn't get razzled. He doesn't stand back there and take a sack. Like he buys time for Cole Kmet to do what he needs to do. And then they're able to complete the throw and cap off that moment of kind of their offensive onslaught in the first half. That's what you're seeing from Justin Fields now with 30 starts as a starting quarterback. I believe the stat is 6-24 over 3 seasons with the Bears. Like, is that enough to go on to know whether he's the guy moving forward or not? I honestly think we're going to be doing this song and dance for the rest of the season. Like, they're going to end up losing a game here again. If it's next week against Minnesota, or if it's later on, who knows? But because there's so much at stake with the quarterback and what his future holds here or doesn't hold here, that's going to be the focal point. But at least from right now, I think you have to look at things as a sample size and in a vacuum in a way to know, okay, there were 2 really good games from Justin Fields. What does it look like when he can have 3 really good games? And is it 3 in a row? Is there a lull in between? How he's able to fight off any sort of regression, so to speak, I think is really critical to his growth as a quarterback.
I never thought I'd say this, but we've got a running back problem. We've got a running back dilemma. Too many guys hurt.
Too many guys hurt.
Too many guys hurt. Too many guys banged up. And if Rashkan Johnson has got the concussion, he's got to learn how to run a different way. He can't lower his head into the pile. He's got to learn to run a different way.
Yeah, and I'm pretty sure he and Lucas Patrick got hurt on the same play, both of them knocked out with concussions, which, you know, you lose one guy and then you lose somebody else, so that's not great. And they were down to Kari Blasingame at the end of the game. I mean, what a way to honor Dick Butkus. I mean, on the day of his passing, like the old school football nature that you've got the fullback out there with the most carries of his career.
It's
like,
wild.
It's poetic at those moments. So, like, they clearly need to figure out, their health situation. Hopefully Khalil Herbert won't be out for long. Like, that one looks pretty nasty at first, watching the replay and at first glance. So hopefully he's able to, not have to miss much time. The 10 days in between games should certainly help. But they're thin right now at that position. Luckily, they still have Deontay Foreman. I don't know if you guys forgot. He's still on the roster.
Right.
He's been inactive a bunch. But that's a silver lining. They didn't, they haven't moved on from him, even though he's been inactive the last couple of games.
You might be seeing him. Now, it's good for Khalil that he'll have a little extra time here, too. And for all these guys, they'll have a little extra time because they have, they played on the short week here, so they get the little extra time going into week 6. Khalil Herbert, by the way, leads all running backs in yards after first contact, and he's over 5 yards per carry for his career. Yeah, he's good, man. He's good. We know that. Courtney, a couple other things. Tevin being back and, like, how they worked him in. Can you talk about the plan and what they were doing and if, they feel good now about Tevin being back? And he's got to stay healthy, but you can see the difference. I think that line's going to be better. As long as he's back in there, it's just like knock on wood, fingers crossed. Can he stay healthy? He's a really good player. But talk about the progression that they went through to get him back acclimated last night and playing a little bit.
Yeah, it's supposed to be every 2 series, and then he would rotate in, and that was their plan going forward with him. Now we'll see. I mean, there was the need, obviously, because of the Lucas Patrick injury, for him to play a little bit more, so that factored in, and he said afterwards that that wasn't, he played more than he had thought he was going to. So we'll see with him. I mean, he's going to eventually get back up to playing full speed and being there at left guard, and then moving Cody Whitehair back into center feels like the natural fit. But it was good, like, as far as the protection, like when I'm watching, because the vantage point that you have from the press box, like the other side of the field is so far away. So when the team's on the other side of the 50, like you're watching through your binoculars, and on that first big pass play, the 58-yarder to DJ Moore, I'm watching through my binoculars, and you're watching the pass protection before you get up to the quarterback, and how clean of a pocket Fields had that entire drive, but particularly that play. I know that it wasn't Jenkins in there right away, but just collectively, the entire pass protection, the entire unit last night looked like they kind of had a breakthrough from Darnell Wright, mauling guys down in the second level, to Nate Davis looking solid, and then Cody Whitehair looking more comfortable back at center. I think it's a good mix right now, considering their injury situation, and it feels like they're almost to the other side of that. We obviously don't know when Braxton Jones is going to be back, but they're in a good spot, and having Tevin, work his way back in was a good part of their plan to make sure that he doesn't end up dealing with a setback or another injury.
How big was this, all things considered? The last couple of weeks were pretty tumultuous, let's face it, from everything from some of Justin's comments and all the weird Claypool stuff and the Allen Williams thing and Eberflus's job status. Like, now a lot of that quiets down as they go into a division game next time they're going to be on the field.
It's wild. It's almost like whiplash because, had that gone differently, we're sitting around today talking about a 15-game losing streak and people's job security coming back into the forefront, and that conversation, ramping up. And now it's like, all right, like everything's okay, at least for a little bit, knowing that they have a long road ahead of them. They're still 1-4. They're not 0-5, but they've got a long way to dig out of this hole if they're able to do it at all. I think they're talented, but this is such a week-to-week league that this whole situation, from the short week of them going on the road, I mean, you're going to see stuff like this, not just in the Bears. I mean, you saw the Cardinals beat the Dallas Cowboys earlier this year. Like, there's definitely been moments where it's really been personified throughout the NFL, not just the Bears, but the off-field turmoil. And I think you really got to credit Ryan Poles for cutting bait on Chase Claypool when he did. Look, I know he's going to get crushed for it because he gave up the 32nd overall pick, and he moves on from the guy by having to give up a pick to get him out of there.
I know,
today. You know, they did get a 6th back, but good general managers don't let ego get in the way of trying to make things happen and force things through just to prove a point. And that's something that, for as much of a stain as Ryan Poles is going to have to wear on this one for a while, and even he admitted on the pregame show last night with Joniak that, you know, he was disappointed in this, and he took full ownership of it. To cut bait when he did and to just move on from any negative energy that was around this team and kind of stamp it out himself, I thought was a sign of good leadership for a team that certainly needed it, because it just felt like things were so far off the rails in the first 5 weeks.
So when does Vilas leave?
Oh, can't put that one on me right now. They just won a game.
All right.
We'll save
I'm
that
just
one.
saying, if you're willing to admit mistakes.
Yeah, but Vilas isn't a problem child.
Yeah, but he hasn't done
Claypool.
He hasn't done anything wrong to get himself put off the team. It's not like he's like a locker room cancer or anything. He's a nice guy.
I agree. He's a nice guy. He just can't play.
Well, that'll be at the end of the year. That's okay. I think that was summed
There's
up
time.
well. And
You don't need
Yurko,
to cut the whole roster today.
right? Yeah, Yurko was saying the exact same thing in our last segment, actually, too.
About Ryan Poles.
You got that's the sign of a GM that's maturing and feeling good about his position and the things he needs to do to carve out any sort of cancers within the organization. So good on Ryan Poles, and at least he got something out of it, even though you did have to send another draft pick their way. Courtney, thanks. Have a great weekend, and we'll catch up again next week.
Thank you, guys. Talk to you soon.
We'll see you. There's Courtney Cronin at Courtney R. Cronin on Twitter. All right, a lot of good stuff in there, huh? We got a great crowd here. Yurko's old stomping grounds. Get those baby pictures up here. Viking Scott's here. He brought Munster Donuts, which was nice.
I saw those.
Why does Viking Scott have to go everywhere with that Viking thing on? I mean,
why? Because he's a Viking
We
fan.
know he's Viking Scott.
He loves Fran Tarkington.
He's got the Viking phone case, too. Yeah, he's got the phone case. Did you see the guy on the sidelines yesterday with the Washington phone case? It looked like he was filming Getsy's, Denny's menu.
Oh, you're kidding me.
No, I'll show you the picture during the break.
Yeah.
It definitely looked like he was zooming in.
Somebody that works
on
for
it.
Belichick.
Oh, yeah. Well, it didn't help. All right, get out of here.
Yeah, he's excited.
He won't be so excited after the Chiefs beat the hell out of him.
He still thinks the greatest running back tandem is Chuck Foreman and Tony Galbraith. he still believes that.
Yurko's got a nice little crew building here. All the South Side guys are
All
here.
members-
Hoodie was here a little earlier. You got
members
some
of-
Lincolnshire Country Club members.
Members of Lincolnshire, Yuki, and we've got one Olympia Fields member.
Oh, big
yeah,
time.
Yeah.
Yeah.
For some
Where are
reason,
those pictures?
He forgot my number. Oh, they're up there. I've hit them.
I want to put them on the camera.
You want to put them on display? They're not hidden. They're over by Mex.
We'll get them over
Over
here.
by Mex
We
and
got to make
Matt.
sure we get them over.
Yeah.
Back to your phone calls coming up as the Bears win.
Who's Matt?
312-332-3776. We're live at Buffalo Wild Wings with Miller Lite in Cal City. We'll be right back.
You're listening to Carmen and Yurko on ESPN 1000, Chicago's home for sports. Coach Matt Eberflus joins ESPN Chicago in the Waddle and Sylvie Show today at 2:10 to talk about last night's game in D.C. Hear the coach only on the new home of the Chicago Bears, ESPN Chicago.
Hey, not sure if you've heard, but football's back. So is Happy Hour at Twin Peaks. Monday through Friday, 2 to 7, scores sweet deals like $1 off all wine, liquor, cheap shots, and ice cold 29-degree draft brews. Feeling snacky? They've got selected apps available for $2, $4, and $6. Don't forget, every game day at Twin Peaks, they'll be giving away an epic jersey of your favorite Chicago player. Twin Peaks eats, drinks, scenic views.
Turn up your weekend plans at Hard Rock Casino, Northern Indiana. Dance the night away every Friday and Saturday night at the Hard Rock Cafe stage. Or grab a cocktail while you listen to local beats at the Council Oak stage. Get closer to your favorite artist than ever before in our state-of-the-art Hard Rock Live, where we host some of the biggest artists in the industry. Live your life at max volume. Hard Rock Casino, Northern Indiana. Just off Exit 6, I-80 94. Must be 21. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-9-WITH-IT.
Save big money in your next project with 11% off everything. From simple paint protection to heavy-duty construction, Polar Plastics Polyfilm has a solution for any project. It can even be used to help seal off drafty windows and save you money on energy costs. An 8 by 25-foot roll of all-purpose polyfilm is only $8.99 after 11% rebate. Good through October 8th. Savings are a mail-in rebate. Some exclusions apply. See store for details.
Save big money at Menards.
At Grainger, we're for the ones who specialize in saving the day and for the ones who've mastered the art of keeping business moving. We offer industrial-grade supplies for every industry with same-day pickup and next-day delivery on most orders, all backed by real people ready to help. So you can get the right answers and products right when you need them. Call, clickgrainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
O'Reilly Auto Parts' new Brake Best Select Pro brand raises the bar for the best aftermarket domestic brake pads and rotors available. For vehicle-specific friction formulations, Quiet-Tech noise-canceling shims, and stainless steel hardware, choose Brake Best Select Pro. Professional-grade brakes from the professional parts people at O'Reilly Auto Parts.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
This is the football feast at Buffalo Wild Wings in Calumet City. Brought to us by Miller Lite. This is the new home of the Bears, ESPN Chicago.
Yeah, Dallas showed me the picture. I didn't notice this last night. There is someone there. He's got an NFL logoed shirt on. He's got a Washington phone case, and it sure looks like he's taking pictures. He's standing behind Luke Getsy. Well, it didn't matter. Boy, that display by Washington.
His fingers are pinched as such.
Yeah,
he's about to zoom in on the phone,
like
you know?
I know we got to get back out to the phones, but I really like Ron Rivera. That said, last week on the road, he's tying a football game instead of going for a win, and then they lose in overtime. You'll have to explain to me in a game like last night, when you're down 16 and you're 4th and 2 at the opponent's 15-yard line, you're kicking a field goal to make a 16-point game, a 13-point game. You're going to have to explain that one to me.
Yeah, I don't get that either.
I mean,
when he did it, I said, thank you.
Ron, come on, man. What are we doing?
And if anything, you make him go the whole field. You try to get a 3 and out and get off the field.
I don't know. I honestly don't understand. And I think a lot of it is just these coaches are under tremendous amounts of pressure. I get it. They, the leash is short these days. But the decision making that goes on week to week in this league, and I guess it's easy from my couch, but you got to be kidding me. I don't know. You're down 16 and you're kicking a field goal to go down 13. I don't understand it. I don't get Josh McDaniels. I don't get Ron Rivera these last couple weeks. I don't know. Anyway,
it's puzzling to you.
You got to be better. Flat out. Listen, you've got to be better. I mean,
now that we're with the Bears, and we're the official radio station of the Chicago Bears, what I want is for you to be able to be down there one time and maybe just handle the cords for Eberflus, you know what I'm saying?
See how hard it is?
No, just experience it. Not whether it's hard or not hard. I want you to be down there so you can experience everything that's happening on those sidelines.
Yeah.
Not that
I know
it's
what you're
difficult,
saying.
right, but I'm not saying it's difficult.
No, but it is.
Yeah, no. But I want you to feel the energy and the this and the that and everything that goes on in being. Until you walk in a man's shoes, you don't know, right? So get behind with the cord. You're not doing anything. You're not going to call anything. But you can see all the way things are working, right? The machinations of what's working, when decisions need to be made, how quick they need to be made, how much you got to be looking in advance. Who do you give responsibilities to on the sidelines for specific things that need to happen? So we're in a unique opportunity where one day you can get the chance to be down there because you want to experience it. That's it.
Yeah.
I'm not giving anybody
I know.
excuses.
I
I'm
know,
not
I know.
saying it's
It's-
rocket science. It's not rocket science. You're not opening up somebody's heart and you're fixing a valve or anything like that. I'm just saying to be able to truly then say, hey, this is what it was like,
Yeah.
and why not since we have the relationship?
Yeah,
That's
maybe.
all. That's all.
And the pressures are real. I get it. And in game time, like in real time, I get it. There's
and
a
steal
lot.
me a pair of golf shoes
I will.
from the locker room,
But
please.
you've got to be better as a head coach. You've got to know that is a go situation. I mean, at that juncture of the game, like it doesn't make any sense. And so I don't know. There's a lot of weird things that happen week in and week out. But hey, we move on. The Bears won, which is good. Let's go back out to the phones. Tom's in Oak Lawn. What's up, Tommy?
Gentlemen, happy Victory Friday. I mean,
Yes.
I don't know how to feel. I don't think I've had this feeling in over a year or so. So I feel happy. I feel excited. Is this normal? And I mean, I can't believe I saw a quarterback throw to an actual number one NFL wide receiver who scored like 3 touchdowns in the game. I don't think I've ever seen that as a Bears fan. I mean, maybe what, Marty Booker?
Well,
Maybe
Alshon's got the
Bernard
record.
Berrien? I don't know.
He came close to breaking Alshon's record.
Oh, yeah, that's right. Alshon Jeffrey.
Alshon
yes,
had a
that was
242-yard day, I think it was.
that was still a long time ago. So, and I'm not going to go full meatball and say that they could win the rest of the games, but I mean, next week against the Vikings, they could beat the Vikings. The Vikings are trash.
Well, I don't know that they're trash, but yes, they can beat the Vikings. Yeah,
they can make it. They can do 2 games in a row, and like Lou Brown said, you win next week, that's 2. You win the following week, it's called a winning streak, and it has happened in Chicago before. And then just a short thing about Dick Butkus, just like you, Carm. I'm not old enough to have watched him, live. I've only watched the NFL Films highlights, but I still remember 2011. My wife and I were going down to Canton because Richard Dent was getting inducted, and I found out he was going to be there, and he was going to do an autograph session, and I had bought tickets, and I had borrowed my brother. He had a replica Butkus High School CVS jersey, number 62 and everything.
That's great.
So, and his birthday was coming up, so I borrowed the jersey, brought it down with me to Canton, and when Mr. Butkus saw it, he looked at it and he's just like, "Where did you get this?" Kind of deal, in shock and awe. And he was great. He signed it, signed number 60, did the number 62. Signed another 8x10. It was really nice to me and my wife. And my wife knows nothing about football, but she knows who Dick Butkus is.
Of course.
So
that's pretty good. I like that, a 62 vocational jersey. Tommy, thanks. I never met Dick Butkus. You believe that? All these years I've been fortunate to meet so many great legendary Chicago athletes, work with so many of them. Never met Dick Butkus. Never. You believe that? 20-something years
I can
in the
believe
business?
it, yeah. I only met him once. It was in Sanford, Connecticut.
In Sanford, Connecticut?
Yeah, I was out there interviewing for an XFL television position.
No kidding.
Back in the day. It was the early 2000s.
Wow.
Flew out there. Butkus was coming out of the studios, and it was WWE studios in Sanford, Connecticut. World Wrestling Entertainment.
Right. You were in the building?
I was coming into the building. He was leaving the building, waiting for a ride. And I introduced myself, John Yurkovich, Calumet City. I played 10 years in the NFL. You were a hero of mine with the Chicago Bears. I was a Bears fan. Blah, blah,
Was
blah.
he cool?
He passed away, Carm. We're not going to be mean, okay? And he goes, "Nice to meet you, kid. Good luck with your interview." Straight into the car.
You ain't getting this job, kid.
That's awesome.
Straight into the car.
That's awesome.
He interviewed for the television position. They wanted him to coach the Chicago Enforcers.
Oh, is that right?
Remember that?
Yeah, I do.
And you had Mama's Boy, and it was Huge and Lou.
Yes.
They were doing the games.
I do remember
right.
that, yes.
And so I had gone out there flat to do the television thing.
I do remember
3
that.
weeks later, they called me after not hiring me. 3 weeks after the season started, they called and wanted me to do the games. goes, come on, come do the games. I'm like, nope. And
You missed your
basically,
chance at the good kid.
Brian Harlan, my agent, told me that if you take that job, you'll never work in the NFL.
Really?
Yeah.
Oh, so you're like, no.
Guess what? I never worked in the NFL, and I didn't take the job. So, but no, that's the one time I met Dick Butkus.
That's awesome.
Good luck, kid.
All right, we got more to come. We will be uninterrupted from 1 to 1:30. Huh? What do you think of that, Adam?
Uninterrupted.
We will be uninterrupted.
Is that like Girl Uninterrupted? Do you remember
No.
that movie?
No.
With Angelina Jolie
We're
and
just-
Brittany Murphy.
We're uninterrupted.
Boys, uninterrupted.
And while we're uninterrupted, we're going to open up some new partnerships, too. We're live at Buffalo Wild Wings with Miller Lite. It's Carmen and Yurko. We're back in 2 minutes.
You're listening to Carmen and Yurko on Chicago's home for sports, ESPN Chicago.
When your cat's a meme and your dog is too.
And it's hard to know what's fake or true.
Just raise a glass with a friend or two.
You tell them more, tell them more, tell them more, do.
When the online trends keep getting worse.
And you lost your keys in the metaverse.
Now your right swipe just went left on you.
You tell them more, tell them more, tell them more, do.
It's a crazy world, so what do you do?
You tell them more, tell them more, tell them more, do.
Bet like the pros with the world's largest sports book right at your fingertips. Circus Sports is now available in Illinois. Hi, I'm Derek Stevens. I've been a lifelong sports bettor, and I'm the owner of Circus Sports. We're excited that the Circus Sports app is now ready for action. Experience big app bets with high betting limits, tight money line splits, and more. Now you can download, fund, and bet like a pro from anywhere in Illinois. Download your new bookie today at circusports.com. If you or someone you know may have a problem with gambling, call 1-800-GAMBLER or text ILGAMB to 833-234.
Jeez, did you see that? Another big green Cenobogan scrap machine swinging tons of metal. I saw them before at Alta Equipment. Cenobogan. It's moving one heavy load. Well, stand back. Cenobogan is quicker than it looks.
In Illinois, Northwest Indiana, Alta Equipment is your only authorized Cenobogan dealer. Cenobogan, the world's toughest name in scrap handlers. Call today, 844-GO-TO-ALTA.
We're the Hellsberg Wedding Band, and whoa, look at that ring. Boy, is she fancy dancing with that ring. Everybody checking her dancing with that ring. Disco ball on her finger, dancing with that ring. Honestly, nobody's dancing because they're just staring at that ring. Ha! For a great selection of high-quality natural and lab-grown diamonds and custom rings at a great price, visit a Hellsberg near you or Hellsberg.com, and she'll be dancing with that ring. Ha!
Live from State Street in the heart of Chicago, you are listening to the new home of the Chicago Bears. ESPN Chicago. And this is Carmen and Yurko, live from the Old National Bank Studio. WMVP, WSHE, HD2, Chicago. A good Karma Brands radio station.
The Friday football feast continues on the Carmen and Yurko Show. Live from Buffalo Wild Wings in Calumet City. If you aren't with us, you can still see the show on twitch.tv or the Twitch app.
This is Bears Friday, ESPN Chicago.
Here comes the goal.
Snap is back. Fields, late pressure coming, but it doesn't reach. It throws downfield. He's got DJ Moore over the shoulder. 20, 15, and out of bounds. Snap back to Fields. Fields looking, now throwing. Got open man. DJ Moore, end zone, touchdown. Touchdown Bears. A motion as he sets to throw right side. It is caught. DJ Moore spins away from a tackle at the 40, 45. Nifty footwork on the sideline. Inside the 40, inside the 35. Wow. Paired in the left slot. Snap to Fields. Roche on the back. Gonna throw. Left side of the end zone. Up in the air. Contested catch. Touchdown, DJ Moore! Got out to the right, snap Field, stares down the left side. Pass is caught by Moore. Down the sideline, and nothing but green grass. He is gone, baby. Touchdown, DJ Moore on 3rd and 2. The corner broke out. Go DJ,
That's my DJ.
DJ Moore had a near record-setting day for the Bears. 230 yards, 3 touchdowns. He was awesome. Justin was great, especially in the first half. Bears win 40-20. Finally a victory. We're live on the south side at Buffalo Wild Wings.
What do you
Cal
have?
City.
What are you doing?
With Miller Lite.
What are you doing?
Well, this is your own hometown.
And so it's my hometown. So what are we doing?
I want everybody on Twitch to make sure they see.
See pictures of a little immigrant boy that found a way to come to America and make it big?
So, I've seen this picture before. This is, my favorite Yurko picture.
Yeah.
That's
that
the
smile.
one from him. It's like a team picture from his basketball team.
5th grade basketball.
It's so great. So great. You look so happy. What happened?
I was always happy.
What happened?
No, BS. I'm always
busting
happy.
balls.
It's the American dream, the original dreamer.
But this picture here, you got to get on Twitch or YouTube to see this. This is a little immigrant boy.
That's right.
Look at
See that shirt my mom dressed me in there?
Shirt. I mean, how old were you in this picture?
Looks like a kid
probably
from It's a
3 or
Wonderful
4.
Life.
3 or 4.
No, he doesn't.
What are you talking about? That's a handsome Diablo right there.
So good. It is so
Are you
good.
kidding me? That guy's conquering the world. That's what that picture is.
Oh, my God.
Don't know how, but he found a way. That's it.
I mean, look how happy little Yurko was.
That photo right there. You show that to any kid in 4th grade that feels a little bit awkward, you tell them that guy succeeded.
That's right.
Yeah, you instill confidence into the youth of America today. That's what you do.
This guy played 10 years in the NFL.
I was a baller in that picture, too.
So good. Well,
I was the MVP of that team, let you know.
Were you really?
Of course I was.
God, it's a great.
Little
picture.
chunky boy running up and down St. Florian in beautiful Headwish, Illinois.
It is absolutely.
Should have seen me making it. I was making it happen.
Here, it is just great.
Yeah, I'm glad somebody did that, huh?
Well, I guess they're gonna. Well,
I
where's
guess
your
we-
hometown?
I guess we got enough money in the budget to produce some of that, huh?
Yurko's the mall of your youth is across the street. You know, you've told us, you regaled us with stories of growing up here in Cal City.
That's
So,
right. Walking the
it
train
feels good
tracks.
back home.
Walking the train tracks to get to River Oaks.
Is that right?
That's what we used to do, hang around in the summer. We'd watch, what's the soap opera that had Luke and Laura? General Hospital.
General Hospital.
So we'd walk here, we'd go shopping, and then we'd go up to Sears on the 2nd floor. That's where they had all their console TVs. And we'd sit there by the escalator, we'd watch General Hospital.
Yeah.
Then the minute it was over, we'd get on and we'd go walk the railroad tracks and go back to where we lived in Calumet City.
Well, why didn't you just watch General Hospital at home? That's
Because
great
we
too.
were on the move.
On the move?
We were on
Okay.
the move, man.
All right,
we were
yeah.
doing something that day.
Are Luke and Laura still a thing? or no?
Usually, what we did in Calumet City at 9 a.m., we played baseball at St. Andrew the Apostle Grade School. Played rubber ball. Went over by Jeans at the corner store, and we went and get 3 rubber balls, and we'd go out and we'd play until about 1:15. The RC man, the Coca-Cola man, or the Pepsi man would come and he'd make deliveries over at Gene's store. And we'd say, how about a 2-liter of something, and we'll let you hit some balls.
Really?
Invariably, the truck drivers would come out because they wanted to show the kids how much they can hit the balls. So they'd come across, they'd give us a 2-liter of soda. Dale or Donald Petrinchik would go over across the street. They'd get some cups for us. We'd come back and we'd be drinking high on the hog because we couldn't afford the $1.19 for the 2-liter, but we got it for free. And these guys hit bombs over the convent at St. Andrews. Okay, that was what our day was. Or it'd be too hot. We didn't want to play baseball. We'd go over to the pool at Calumet Memorial Park. We'd go swimming at the pool. Finneran was the better pool, but that's where all the rich kids lived.
Oh, really?
At Finneran, and it was too
Finneran.
long to walk.
It sounds rich.
Finneran's probably over here, maybe about a mile and a half. They had the slide. They had the big slide. Oh, man, they had the slide and a half. And their pool wasn't just a straight pool. It was a pool with an L.
Oh,
so they had an L, too, for the diving boards.
Wow,
you know?
it was fancy.
Ours in Calumet City didn't have an L.
Yeah.
And then every September, October, they do a fishing derby in there. And
Really?
they'd load it up with catfish.
Really?
And they'd sell cane poles. And then you go in there and you catch catfish.
Wow.
Oh, good times.
At the
in Calumet
community
City.
pool?
The community pool, because they winterized it already. Then come the springtime in the summer, they clean all of it out. They do it. They paint it again. They put all the lines down for swimming. The whole ball and wax. I was an eight-year-old and under champion. You know that.
I know.
I was a
I'm
Marlin.
aware.
I was a record holder.
I am aware.
I held the record here for an
I feel
extended
like
period
next
of time.
Yurko's going to tell us about the time that he brought a bunch of chew into a carnival, or
Yeah, he's basically doing
the Sandlot.
the
Or the
Sandlot.
time one of his
But
friends
we did the
pretended
same
to drown
thing.
to make out with Wendy Peppercorn.
But that's true. That's what we did when we were
I
kids.
was a swimming champion. I wasn't trying to
No,
make
but
out
the whole
with a
story,
lifeguard.
the whole
I get
story
it.
sounds a lot of
No.
baseball in the pool, but that's all we
I
did
get
as
it.
kids.
No, it was rubber ball. That's what we played. We didn't have a full team. We didn't play hardball. We played rubber ball. Big difference. And it was center field out. You had to hit the ball in the left field. You had to pull the ball. We didn't have enough guys. Center field out. You know how it goes.
Stories of Yurko's.
That way you don't have to go chase some balls in the right field. You're out automatically. And if you hit 2 foul balls left, you're out also. Because the ball would run down the street and we're hauling 220 yards trying to catch a rubber ball that's on the other side of the street. You had special rules when you played baseball.
Yeah.
You know that, right? Pitcher's hand out.
Pitcher's
Remember
hand.
that?
We'd
Pitcher's
always
hand
we
out?
used to play pitcher's
Then
hand.
the great debates you'd have. You were out. You were safe. I was out. You were safe.
I beat it. No, it was
Yeah.
in my hand. Yeah,
Yeah,
we used to have the same
exactly.
arguments all the time.
You left the pitcher's mound because guys would go meet the ball and they'd be like 20 feet off the mound when the guy would catch it in the hole.
Yeah.
No, you weren't near the pitcher's mound. I was right here on the edge of it. It's great.
We used to have the same fights.
That's when kids used to play together.
Yes.
Now parents got to schedule play dates for them.
Now they play on Xbox.
Little Billy's going to come on over and they can sit in the basement for 12 hours watching TV.
Yeah.
And then wonder where
they play video games.
And
too
you
much.
wonder where the imagination went,
I
you know?
I know.
You wonder why they can't think for themselves no more.
I don't wonder that much, but
I
don't
do.
know. Okay.
I do.
I mean, I guess I wonder a little. The Bears win, first time in almost a year. Bears win easy. Bears cover, money line, over first half, over game. It all hits.
Everything hits, Carm.
It feels better to be a Bears fan today, doesn't it?
does.
My God.
Yes,
I mean,
it does.
yeah.
Look, you're wearing Bears
I
stuff.
know.
I'm wearing Bears stuff. People are actually wearing Bears stuff
You
right
can
now.
walk out of the house and people were saying, oh, doesn't it feel
Chest
good
out.
to finally be able to wear that? Yes.
Put your chest out a little bit.
Thank
You're the
goodness.
cock of the walk now. You know what I'm saying?
This team really needed a win badly, and they did it in impressive fashion. They had 17 points on the board by the time Washington had its third possession. I think they had outplayed, the number of plays, the disparity in plays, I think was 22-6, right?
Mm-hmm.
It was 22-6.
Yes.
They were bypassing third down. They were getting big plays down the field. They were hitting explosive chunks in the run game. It was beautiful.
It was magical. Then the second half started, and I'm like, please. I hit my knees.
But I will say,
I hit my knees, Carmen.
but
I said,
even-
please, for the
I
love
will
of everything
say,
that's holy,
they still
don't blow it.
They still stayed aggressive, which I like. They threw the ball on third down a couple times in the second half. Remember? Like, they still were trying to stay aggressive. Maybe some of that had to do with the fact that they were down two running backs. But
to Blasson game.
They were still staying aggressive. Actually, one of those third down pass plays might have still been before Herbert got hurt. I think it was, actually, because I think it was in the third quarter. Didn't Herbert get hurt early in the fourth? I'm trying to think of the timeline now. I'll go back and rewatch the game this weekend. But, they were still being aggressive. And this is the Justin Fields we were hoping to see. This is the player that he talked about becoming in the offseason when he told you, I don't care about rushing records. I want to set passing records. I want to throw for 4,000 yards. I want to throw 30 touchdown passes. This was the player he was telling you he wanted to be. I don't know how to explain the first 3-4 weeks, especially the first 3. It was awful. I don't know where this was. I hope this continues because this looks like a quarterback you can win with. This is a quarterback that is trusting what he sees and throwing the football. And all the metrics
right.
and everything else, it was all good last night.
I told you what I saw 2 weeks ago.
2 weeks ago in KC?
They lost the game. No. 2 weeks
last
ago.
week.
Last Sunday.
Sunday, yeah.
Not the game, this game that just went by, but the game before.
Yeah.
Which is the loss they had.
The Denver game.
The Denver game. The heartbreaking loss they had to Denver.
I call that last weekend, not 2 weeks ago.
Either
that was
way,
last week.
well, it's 2 games ago because yesterday was 1 game ago. The other one's 2 games ago. So either way, the Denver game. When he sat in the pocket and faced the blitz, didn't run out, didn't panic, didn't do anything. He stood in there and he threw the ball, completed the ball, got the hit.
Yeah.
You took the hit. And that's what he did. Period. Saw that, I go, no.
That's progress?
For those of you that don't know, that's progress. For those of you that can't see it, that's him doing it for the first time in a long time.
Yeah.
Okay, and completing the ball. I go, so yeah, I said that's progress. Last week I said it's progress. This week, we've made progress again. And when I always tell you, the first thing that happens for a rookie player is the game slows down. It slows down quicker for some players, and it takes a little bit more time for other players. This game is starting to slow down for Justin Fields. And if it slows down for Justin Fields, that means good things are ahead for not only Justin Fields, but the Chicago Bears. So when I'm telling you, and somebody can ask them, is the game slowing down for you? I think the answer is going to be yes. I'm starting to see things a little bit better. Boom. That's what you want to hear. That's what you want to see in an individual's play. That's when you can sit back and go, because the kid from USC is a projection. They're projecting that he can't be the next Patrick Mahomes. I've heard a lot of that. in my lifetime.
I would stop with that.
I've heard a lot of that in my lifetime. This is going to be the next this. Harold Miner was the next Michael Jordan. Remember that?
Of course.
Poor Harold Miner. He wasn't. No,
he
that
was
doesn't
not.
happen. He needed to just be Harold Miner, not the next Jordan. I have heard a lot of guys are going to be the next this, and that when it comes to quarterbacks. Justin Fields, it's going to start to slow down for him. If it does slow down for him, it's going to be something special for the Chicago Bears. That's all you need to know.
Okay, I like it. Let's go back out to the phones here, 312-332-3776. Plus, we were talking about the passing of Bears legend Dick Butkus, NFL legend Dick Butkus. Chris is in Minneapolis on ESPN 1000. Hey, Chris.
Hey, guys. Thanks for taking my call. I found you guys about 3 years ago and been listening ever since.
Thank you. Thank you, my friend.
Yeah, you're welcome. I grew up in Chicago, so it's nice to hear everything about the teams from Chicago. And my Butkus story, I have a Butkus story. I was a cameraman in Tucson, Arizona for a while, and they sent me out to shoot a couple of guys playing in a Pro-Am. And they teamed me up with Dick Butkus and Ernie Banks. And so we're walking down this fairway, and it's just us three. And it's just like, it was just really surreal. The guys I watch, I'm a kid from the 60s, and so I watched these guys play football. My dad and his brothers would hoot and holler watching Butkus destroy guys on Sunday. And it was just a cool thing to be around those two guys who were such icons in Chicago sports history. And I don't know. That's about all I got.
I like it. Well, thanks, Chris. We appreciate it. I like watching Butkus do the arm bar. You know,
Yeah.
I mean, just
Clothesline.
like
The clothesline.
the clothesline. Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, just and it was the game really was played differently. That's sometimes the.
We might have to explain what a clothesline is to the modern youth.
Explain it.
Because they've never seen a clothesline. They've
I mean-
always had dryers. So in the old days, you used to have a clothesline, and when you're playing,
you mean the literal clothesline?
Yeah.
Oh yeah, you
clothesline
dry the
where
clothes.
you hang your clothes, you dry your clothes.
You think kids don't know what that is?
So what happens every once in a while, it'd be low enough when you were running through the backyard.
Yes.
You'd hit the clothesline, and it would slam you on your back.
Yes.
So Butkus's move was to put the arm out and clothesline the individual down to the ground. That's why they called it the clothesline. I'm telling you, there's 21-year-old dudes going, clothesline? What the hell's a clothesline? When's the last time you saw clothesline in somebody's backyard?
Well, that's true.
Who doesn't have a dryer nowadays?
That's true.
They like 15 cents
We
for
had
a
a
dryer.
clothesline when I lived in Berwyn. We had a clothesline.
Right.
And my grandparents, my grandma.
1980 what?
The 80s.
Yeah.
You know, the early 80s.
Okay, that individual will be how old? 43,
I
right?
guess that's true.
Okay, so that's why I'm
Do
explaining
you know
what
what
a
a
clothesline
clothesline
is.
is? You know what a clothesline is.
I know what a clothesline is. I also watched wrestling as a kid, and there's
Yeah, that's true.
millions of kids that watch wrestling right now.
Then
that
what's
know
a
what
snapmare?
clothesline is.
What's a snapmare?
A mirror that snaps.
No. What's a snapmare?
A snapmare?
Yeah, it's a wrestling move. What's a snapmare?
That's a mirror that they don't do. They do that in
Uh-huh.
the WWE.
They still do it.
The
Yeah,
WWE?
they still do it.
What is
Yeah.
it? Show
They
me
do
on
a
Carmen.
snapmare.
Real
Show me
Stand
on,
up.
Show me on Carmen.
Stand up.
Show
Isn't
me
that
on
a
Carmen.
real
Get the
wrestling?
switch
No.
right now.
So here, when you get here, you get a wrestling move, and then you come up. Stop. Then you come up over the top and you slam him to
That's
the
a
ground. It's a snapmare.
Do you want to try it
That's
real
a
quick
stunner.
on
No,
the table?
I don't want to hurt you, Carmen.
Give him a Stone Cold Stunner. Come on,
But
right
there
here.
it is. I never did. I did the DDP.
Do you do the?
The DDP. Diamond Dallas Page.
Did you ever do the?
yeah, okay.
Did you ever do the?
The diamond cutter. Hey, right here, the diamond cutter. Woo.
Did you ever do the coffee grinder
No.
wrestling move?
No.
What
What's the
about-
coffee grinder? I'm afraid to ask, Carm.
What about a hat? What about a full Nelson?
Nope, I checked the oil, though.
What- yeah.
That's 100%
Let's not
correct.
demonstrate that one.
Well, no, but that's what we used to call it. When you're sitting there and after the first period, you either you're up or down.
Now you're talking about
So
real
you're
wrestling.
talking- this is amateur wrestling. So you'd sit there, and when you try to go for an arm bar, if you couldn't hork him down around the waist, you hear the coach go, check his oil. So you'd go up behind
Right
there,
up
and,
the-
and you'd get an arm, and you try to hork him over and get
Boy,
him down.
Jeez, I'm
Yeah.
glad I never wrestled. My
Well,
God,
you know, it's
checking oil.
checking
I
the
mean,
old oil.
Please.
You know?
What about a half Nelson?
He's half full, coach. You half Nelson, the full Nelson, and then the father Nelson. That's something special too.
What's the difference between the
better
half
be
and the full?
careful.
What's the half Nelson? and
Half
the
is
full?
one side, full is both.
Oh, the
full,
full is a-
full is illegal.
Oh, it is?
When you come up. Yeah, you
Okay.
can't do a full Nelson.
Just a half
Just
Nelson.
a half Nelson. But in professional wrestling, they do a full Nelson.
But that's like WWE. Though,
Yes.
right? Yeah. That's
in
not
professional
yeah,
wrestling,
that-
not amateur wrestling.
Right. That's like for the.
Amateur wrestling is pure.
Let's
It's to the heart.
To the
It's
heart.
to the Greek games, to the old days.
That's what I mean.
The
Yeah.
Olympiad.
Let's go to Riley in Bourbonnais on ESPN 1000. Hello, Riley.
Hey guys, how you doing? Can you hear me?
Great. Yes, we can.
Hey, yeah. So just want to say, great Bears win last night. Very exciting. My wife, lifelong Bears fan, born and raised in the bustling metropolis of Bourbon A, home of the old Bears training camp. It's her birthday today, so I thought what a great way to celebrate
Happy birthday.
the Bears win.
Yes.
Happy birthday. She also used to be the trainer for the old Bears Bears team doctor. She used to be his personal trainer, so pretty neat connection for her. So I'd love to give a shout out to her and beautiful wife, birthday today. I'm also a Miami Dolphins fan. That's where my allegiance lies, and I see that Claypool got traded to them today, so it'll be interesting to see if he can maybe turn it around a little bit and add some value to hopefully a Super Bowl contender. So very exciting to see that as well. Love listening to you guys, and thanks for taking my call.
Thanks, Riley, and happy birthday to your wife. Yeah, were you surprised it was Miami with all the skill they do have down there? That Miami came.
Well, they have the luxury to take a chance.
I guess maybe
That's the way you got to
you're
look
right.
at it. A luxury to take a chance.
Kind of like the Eagles taking Jalen Carter. You know, it's
but
like, hey,
they're upside. They're upside with that. Only Jalen Carter was a much more proven physical entity. His was the mental side of it all.
That's true.
Both sides of it are a question mark for Chase Claypool, but they have the luxury of being able to gamble.
They can miss, and it's no big deal.
And what'd they give up?
A sixth round pick.
And they got a seventh back. What'd they give up?
They gave up nothing.
Really nothing. Right.
I mean,
I didn't think
Bears
they'd get anything for him. The fact that they got something for him.
And they had to throw in a draft pick for it.
Yeah.
So, okay. It's a seventh rounder. It's fine. But just think about that.
But they have the luxury to be able to gamble on a guy with a ton of upside. Unrealized talent is a coach killer. That's the problem. Coaches lose their jobs every year because of unrealized talent.
Wasted talent, man. It's crazy. Let's go to Matt in Streamwood on ESPN 1000. Hey, Matt.
Hey, Carmen Yurko, thanks for taking my phone call. Carmen Yurko, I met Waddle last night at the Hooters. It was great.
Nice.
He was the one that told me, he said, Matt, don't give up on this team and this quarterback just yet. And he was right. I'm just happy for Justin that this is his second game in a row. It's more than just one quarter or just one half. He's been putting games together, and he's making records. Regardless, like last week in Denver, he was almost perfect for the first three quarters, and then this one, he scored 27 points in the first half, which was great. So I'm just happy for Justin to make it difficult on Ryan Poles. If he can put wins together and put some games together, then make it a hard choice for Ryan Poles to go for Caleb Williams.
All right, Matt, thanks, buddy. And, of course, always listen to Tom Waddle. That's very important. I don't have this piece of research. I could look it up probably, and I didn't see this in reading any of the game stories or anything. Maybe you guys did. I mean, who's the last Bears quarterback to have 4 touchdown passes in back-to-back games? You know? I mean, like, that doesn't happen to us.
Jim Miller.
I'm guessing Jay maybe did it at some point, right? And I can look, and I don't know if anybody saw or heard that stat anywhere. It made me think about it listening to Matt talk about these last 2 games. I mean, we're not accustomed to that. Our quarterbacks ripping off 4 touchdown passes in back-to-back games.
No.
And that's what Justin's done.
No, we haven't seen a ton of that in our thing. Can you imagine Tommy in there at the Hooters yesterday in Park Ridge?
Tommy was at Hooters.
Singing David Soul's Don't Give Up on Us, Baby.
No, I can't
We
imagine
can
that.
still come through.
Was he in
Starsky and Hutch? David Soul.
It was Jay.
It was Jay?
He
Jay
did
Cutler,
it
I
in the
told you.
final 2 games in 2009 against the Vikings and the Lions.
So the last time was 2009?
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's what you're telling me?
Fields became just the second
So
Bears
we're telling
quarterback to throw for 4 touchdowns in back-to-back games. He joins Jay Cutler, who accomplished the feat in the final 2 contests of 2009 season against the Vikings and the Lions.
How about that? It's been forever. 8 touchdowns in his last 2 games with 1 pick. That's what we want.
If you have the answer to your quarterback situation currently on the roster on your team, do you know how much easier life is when you've got two first-round picks in the draft this year?
I do.
So when I tell you I don't cheer one way or the other, but if he's the answer, your life is so much easier going into the draft.
I agree with you.
To get those key positions that you need to be able to propel yourself forwards. But that question's still there, and the answers are being given to you as we go along. So we'll see if you can get that 3rd straight game, if you can get 4 straight games, if you could string, a number of great games together, if you see him recognizing more things. If Justin Fields can become the legitimate starting quarterback for the Bears, your life to the top becomes so much easier. If he's not the answer and you decide to go a different direction, things become difficult once again.
Of course.
Because now you're starting from ground
Starting
zero
scratch again.
with a quarterback that theoretically is supposed to be tremendous, but you've still got to wait for the game to slow down for him at the NFL level.
Position A would be Justin becoming a great quarterback. Yes.
Yes.
That's what you want.
Yes. Justin Fields becoming a great quarterback is position A.
Who leads the NFL in touchdown passes?
Kirk Cousins and Justin Fields.
Yes, that is correct.
They both have 11.
They both have 11. Now, Kirk will probably throw one or two this weekend.
You'd have to
He's
guess.
got a game on Sunday, but
yeah.
Justin Fields is tied for the league lead in touchdown passes thanks to these last 2 weeks. And it has looked so much better, so much crisper. The pocket's been clean. The design's been good. Play calling's been good. All of it. Where was it the first 3 weeks? I don't know, but at least it's happening now. That's a good thing. We're uninterrupted for a few more minutes. We got time for your phone calls. And then we're going to crosstalk at 2. And Matt Eberflus, since the Bears played late last night, was not on with Cap and Hoodie this morning. He's going to be on with Waddle and Sylvie at 2:15. So you'll get the coaches show during Waddle and Sylvie at 2:15. But we'll crosstalk with the guys for a little before Coach Flus jumps on. 312-332-3776. Southwest side, Mount Greenwood. We go to Gorman on ESPN 1000. Hey, Gorman.
Hey, fellas. How are you doing today?
Good, man.
Good. So at the beginning of the season, I don't think I was alone. I thought the Bears were probably going to go 6 or 8 games, and then the wheels kind of fell off the cart. And 48 hours ago, everybody was ready to fire Eberflus. So now there's an upward trajectory with Fields, and they're doing better. So here's my question to you guys. I want to get your perspective. If the Bears have the opportunity to get Lincoln Riley and Caleb Williams, because you can't have Caleb Williams without him, I don't think, because who are you going to get to develop them, right? So if you can get the two of them over, do you cut away from Fields and take them, or do you stick with Fields? I'd like to hear your perspective on this. I'll hang up and listen. Thanks.
Thanks, Gorman. I don't think you need to have Lincoln Riley either. There are plenty of good offensive coaches in the NFL that can develop quarterbacks. I mean, what if Ben Johnson's great? What if who was talking to us about Bob Slowick's kid? Bobby Sloak Jr., right? Who's coaching down in Houston with C.J. Stroud. I mean, you don't have to make it a package deal of Lincoln Riley and Caleb Williams. It's hard to answer right now, Gorman. Like, I don't think it's been trending in a very good direction, but these last 2 data points, like, we're still allowed to see the way the rest of the season plays out, right? That's what I would say. If Justin does, if he's got 9 more games like these last 2, we're going to think differently about him, and that's okay.
And I originally talked about, when do you not, all 17 games. You judge all 17 games. And obviously you see the way things are going to be able to judge it. I mean, if you start off hot and then you end up cold as ice down the stretch,
right?
Then you kind of have an idea. So, you want it to build and you want him to continue to play well. Can't have your high water mark right here.
No.
The best football you're playing in weeks 3 and 4 or 4 and 5. You can't have that. You need to continue on and on and on and on. And you still need to continue to see growth.
Like, let's collect the data points.
Yes.
We don't have to answer in October should the Bears draft Caleb Williams. Like, we truly don't. If you said, well, make a pick. I mean, like, if you're forcing me right now, I mean, look, I think it's trending in a direction where they're going to be moving on from some things. But it's October. There's 12 games left. It's a long season. Like, I don't know. I mean, he could change their minds. He could change our minds. It's up to him. It's up to this offense. It's up to this coaching staff. Those guys can go out there and do all those things. Let's. Do we have to break at him? We got a couple more minutes. We got time.
We got more minutes.
Oh, we go all the way to 1.
Yeah, we go all the way to the bottom of the hour.
Uninterrupted, my man.
Yeah, I love that.
Let's say hi to Corey on the south. I'm sorry. Wait a minute. Frank in Lafayette on ESPN 1000.
Hey, what's going on,
Frank.
guys? Hey, good kid. Hey, Carm. How you guys doing, man? Thank y'all for having me on.
You got it.
Good.
This is that was that perfect. It's been perfectly led into my call. Like, I think that's the problem. Like, I've been saying before, as soon as Poles was hired, Eberflus was hired. We're at least 2 years of development, and then year 3, year 4. Zach Taylor with the Bengals. Nobody thought that guy was going to do anything. 3 years, 4 years later, they were in the Super Bowl. You have to let them develop. Of course, I had high expectations last season, the off season they had. But when we get to training camp and we see all the injuries, we see Justin doesn't play, we see the line doesn't play, we see all the defensive injuries. Tremaine Edmonds didn't come back to literally right before the season. You see they have all the guys on the back end, and then you look at development, right? Can he develop guys? Who were the two guys on defense that did the most last night? Two young
played great last
guys,
night.
An undrafted guy, development. And my thing is, and the other thing I have to say is Yurko, can I ask you a question? When you were in your process, did you ever have like a point where you were trying to do what the coaches wanted you to do, where you were trying to develop yourself, and you kind of got like a crisis of conscience, like, oh my God, is this going to work? Or should I just do what I normally do?
Oh no, there's plenty of times you reach crossroads. And you
so
question what you're being told. You question what you're doing. You question what your own sensibilities are. You're going to go to the crossroads a handful of times.
And so my thing is who's to say that everything that was going on with Justin wasn't just impressive, right? Justin trying to become that pocket quarterback he wants to be in this NFL. Who's to say he said it? He said it he said, man, the coaches are telling me what the right places to be. Like, he was trying to say, like, hey, in my development, I'm trying to figure out between what they're telling me and but he wasn't throwing anybody in the bus. So my point is Bears fans, I get it. We want the best for the Bears. We want them to be the greatest team ever. But constantly cutting the guy every 2 years, we're never going to be what we need to be. We've seen development from players. We've seen a development in coaching from the coaches. Let's just give them to the end of the year, and if it's not good by the end of the year, then we can talk about cutting bait with the coach. I think Justin can be the guy. And, I just want to say, Dick Buckus, family, God bless you, and my prayers are with you, and I love you boys, all the way back to, what was it, the Saloon with Harry. That's when I really start listening to sports radio. You guys, Waddle and Sylvie, and the other thing is, not you guys and Waddle and Sylvie have been fair in the process, but some of these media outlets get up this morning and have Mike Tenenbaum act like he's been along with it, and you guys will push and fire everybody.
Yeah.
Like, it's crazy when you see, not everybody say, oh, well, that was always the problem. It's a process of growth and a process of development, and I've seen it, and I hope that we continue to see it. But, yeah, thank you all, man. God bless y'all.
Brother.
Have a terrific weekend.
Thank you. That was beautiful. Thank you very much. Don't worry about all those other people. Just worry about ESPN Chicago.
That's right.
That's all you need, my man.
Exactly.
It's
Tannenbaum.
It's time.
Is that the guy that celebrates Christmas all the time?
Funny. Hilarious.
You can leave now.
It's a dad joke.
Yeah.
That's a total dad joke. It's time to bear down with Buffalo Wild Wings. Fans, keep your eyes on the field, because if the Bears get a defensive takeaway, and they did last night, you get a free appetizer. Watch for a big play for the Bears and a big play for your wallet. We're at Buffalo Wild Wings. Wait a minute. Let me grab it.
What do you got, Carm?
Where'd our thing of Yurko go?
Well, guys, where the sticks at? The pictures.
Picture Yurko
They went
back.
away.
We are live at Buffalo Wild Wings in Cal City.
Why?
Don't worry. We're going to be in Berwyn, and I guess they're doing this to me, too. So you
yeah,
can make
but
fun of me.
you were
God only knows what you'll say about me.
Carmen, you were a cute kid.
So
I
were
wasn't a
you.
cute kid.
You're cute. What are you talking about?
What are you talking? Look at that picture.
It's cute.
Look at that picture.
It's awesome.
Where'd my mom to take me to get that haircut? You wonder why I didn't like my mom at
Well,
times. Take a look at that picture.
When we're kids, though, this is what everybody's hair looks like.
Look at that. I mean,
that's the good kid.
What kind of part is that on that head?
I don't know. We're in the good kids' old stomping grounds.
I look like a demonic child in that photo.
Please, sir, more cruel.
Look at that.
This little guy.
Look at that. It looks like I'm going to cause chaos, like Dennis the Menace.
This kid looks like I could sponsor him for $1 a day.
That's right.
Oh, come on. That's terrible.
Well, I don't want to say what I was searching for, but
you can't see. This one doesn't do justice because you can't see his beautiful green eyes or
green eyes,
blue eyes.
For the price of a cup of
Blue
coffee
eyes,
a week,
blues.
Carm.
Look at that
Baby
shirt
blues.
my mom dressed me in. Look at that.
You're terrible.
How many different patterns are in that thing?
How many couches had to die for that shirt?
Yeah,
A
and
lot.
by the way, you see that vest?
What is that, rayon?
Hey, do you see that vest right there? That's crushed velvet. There's a picture. There's a picture of Elvis on the back of that. That's
All right.
crushed velvet.
We're drinking Miller Lite. We're live at Buffalo Wild Wings in Cal City, Yurko's hometown. We'll be right back.
Yeah, can't wait till we make fun of you.
You're listening to Carmen and Yurko on ESPN Chicago, Chicago's home for sports.
Courtney Cronin checks in from Hallis Hall and beyond all week long on ESPN Chicago. Brought to you by Purple Wave Auction.
What's up, everybody? It's Adam Abdallah. Snap into action this NFL season with FanDuel, America's #1 sportsbook and my #1 sportsbook. Right now, new customers get $200 in bonus bets guaranteed when you place a $5 bet. That's $200 in bonus bets. Win or lose, all you got to do is place a $5 bet. If you've been thinking about joining FanDuel, there's no better time to get on the action than right now. The app is safe and easy to use. There's a wide range of betting options, including spreads, hundreds of player props, totals, and so much more. So visit FanDuel.com/Abdallah, ABDALLA, and kick off the NFL season the right way. You got a whole slate of games on Sunday. FanDuel, official partner of the NFL. You must be 21 or over and present on my first online money wager. Only $10 for deposit required. Bonus issues, no trouble. Bonus bets expire 7 days after senior supply. See terms and sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Hey, I'm Tom Waddle, and I drive a Hawk. It's a new season, and I'm liking the lineup. So get to HawkAuto.com and choose from Ford, Chevy, Chrysler, Dodge, Jeep, Ram, Fiat, Subaru, Cadillac, Mazda, Volkswagen, Nissan, and Wagoneer models, and a huge selection of pre-owned vehicles. Right now, save with 0% for 60 months or no payments for 90 days. Find your next car today at HawkAuto.com. And drive what I drive. Drive a Hawk. HawkAuto.com! On select models with approved credit.
Seal off drafts, dust, and moisture with MD Weather Stripping from Menards. We have the Midwest's largest selection of in-stock weather stripping with over 130 products available to take home and start lowering your energy bills today. Save time and money with a 17-foot-long self-adhesive weather strip. Only $189 after 11% rebate. Get 11% off everything. Now at Menards. Good through October 8th. Savings are mail-in rebate. Some exclusions apply. See store for details.
Save big money at Menards.
Peoria, Illinois, that wildly underrated peach of a place downstate, wants you to take its jobs. Okay, so they're careers, really. High-paying ones at world-class companies. And there are hundreds of them just waiting for someone with as much talent as you to say, bleep it, I'm moving to Peoria. But that overabundance of opportunity isn't the only thing Peoria has going for it. To explore all the perks and to land your dream career, head to choosegreaterpeoria.org.
A lot of Kanoli's energy started to bounce back.
She has a lot of puppy moments, and she'll be 14 this summer.
What did these dog parents do for their dogs? They switched to Nature's Blend, a premium freeze-dried raw dog food made by Dr. Marty Goldstein, a veterinarian Forbes magazine called the Miracle Worker. It's the easiest way to support your dog's easy digestion, nourished skin, playful energy, and most importantly, their healthy, full life.
I'm so confident your dog will love it. Your order is backed with a 90-day guarantee.
Save up to 54% off Nature's Blend and get a free full-size bag of Tilly's Treasures dog treats. They're best-selling beef liver dog treats while supplies last. Go to drmartypets.com/score or text SCORE to 511-511. Go to drmartypets.com/score or shop in over 2,000 stores nationwide. Use the store locator to find the store closest to you. All pets are unique. Your pet's results can and will vary. Message and data rates may apply. Studies available upon request.
Miller Lite Buffalo Wild Wings at Carmen and Yurko, the perfect way to Friday. This is the new home of the Bears, ESPN Chicago.
We're back. We're live at Buffalo Wild Wings, Cal City with Miller Lite. We have the Big Toast coming up at 2. And you submitted your entries on the ESPN Chicago contest page for the chance to win a $200 gift card to Buffalo Wild Wings and a Miller Lite prize pack. So, Adam, what are our finalists?
So I've narrowed it down to normally we go 5 or 10. I narrowed it down to the top 6.
Okay.
The problem is...
you wanted to go with a nice even number.
Yeah. The problem is a lot of them had to do with the Bears losing yesterday.
That's what I figured.
And they didn't, so they didn't make a lot of sense, right?
Okay.
All right, so our first entry is from Zach. I read it yesterday. Cheers to the Bears. JK, sell the team.
Yeah, I like that one. That's good.
That's a good one. This one is from
Dave
sweet. Tully. I feel like Dave Tully here is pandering a little bit.
Okay.
We've suffered the most, so upbeat. We can't toast. Let's hope for good things. And B-dubs, thanks for the wings. It's not bad. A little pandering.
Yeah, that's not bad.
That's good. It's great. It's a good one.
I like that.
Ron, our buddy Ron Maday here.
Love Ron.
Ron Mayday.
Love
Mayday.
Ron. Mayday.
Mayday.
It's easy for polls to grin when Eberflus walks in and say that again we've been beat. but it will all be worth the while when Poles picks 1 and 2 with a smile, like Carmen when looking at pretty feet.
I mean, that's pretty good by Ron. I'm not going to lie.
That's top notch.
And he's obviously riffing on Caddyshack. He's taking the speech from Caddyshack, which I really appreciate.
This is from Reverend Brooks. I don't know if his first name is Reverend and his last name is Brooks, or
He's
if
a real
he is
reverend.
a Reverend, but he
He is a
filled
reverend.
he filled it out, Reverend Brooks.
I am a reverend myself, a minister.
Right.
Universal
ordained?
Life Church.
Oh, okay.
We've got a couple other ministers in the back from ULF also.
Yeah?
Oh, yeah.
Here's to my favorite football team in the world, the Chicago Bears. May you continue to remind me of the ex that did nothing but disrespect me, cheat on me, and break my heart.
Oh,
Bear
wow.
down.
Wow.
Okay.
He's going.
Interesting.
The Reverend's going through some stuff.
The Reverend's going through some stuff,
Tough
and he's
times.
just unloading.
Tough times, Reverend.
This one is from Jacob. He writes, "Here is to the Bears for whom we always cheer through the ups and downs, even when our coaches are clowns. Keep cheering for the orange and blue all fall, even if you feel like curling up in a ball."
Not bad. Got a little rhyme going, you know?
This one is short and to the point and timely. Michael puts in, "Raise a glass or a fist to 51, R.I.P. Dick."
Ah, that's pretty good, too. Dick Butkus passing.
Sad, but a wonderful salute. It is. It's sad, but a wonderful salute. Carm, you look at me, it was so longly. I was like, I don't even know what to do. I'm just going to smile.
He was emotional.
He's looking at me. I thought he was going to shed a tear.
He was to the what? Oh, shed
Yeah,
a tear.
shed a tear. Shed a tear. Yes.
Shed a tear.
Yeah.
Do we have to pick now, or do we
You
wait
got to
till
pick a winner.
I like the one that
Ron's is pretty good.
The pretty feet one.
Yeah, that was
Mayday.
pretty
Pretty
good.
feet?
I'd say Ron's is
You
pretty
guys have to
good.
now. This is the toast that you will use at the rest of the Buffalo Wild Wings locations for the rest of the year.
Oh, really?
You're going to say this toast.
Oh, boy.
No, I thought it's a different one every time we go.
No, this is the winner.
The one time, this is the one we do. I
is
like
the
this
winner.
one. Yeah, because listen, Butkus' death,
Yeah.
though it's just happened, and we got an RIP. That's not going to be applicable.
No, I agree.
In January
I
when we're
agree.
in Tinley Park.
I agree.
Or when we're in Berwyn.
Right.
Your hometown.
My hometown.
We got the Sons of Italy going to come out.
Sons of Italy
Oh,
tonight.
yeah, I can't wait. Sons of Italy will be out. The organization, the wonderful.
There's no
The guy
Sons of
from
Italy.
Capri will come out, because they're up in that neighborhood.
Capri's not there anymore.
Yeah, they got a Capri up there. Don't worry, he'll come out. Hey, yeah, oh yeah, we'll be.
Is that what he's going to do?
Yeah, he's just going to have a good time.
Well, what do you think?
I like
Pretty
Ron's.
feet. I like
All right,
Ron's. It's
Ron's.
the pretty feet. Plus, he
pretty
knows
funny.
you. He knows you.
Well, the whole
And we're
thing
out
is
of pretty
funny.
feet season too. Pretty feet season's
I
gone.
know it's gone.
You're gone, Carm. Pretty feet season's over.
That's why we got to move down to Florida.
Now you got barking dogs all over the place.
It's the worst.
Carmen walks around sometimes and just hands out like coupons. Here, go
Coupons,
get yourself some pedicures. Here you
what-
go.
that's what
Here's
I do.
$25 gift card.
That's what
$25
I do.
gift card.
You need to trim up your toenails. By
I
the
know.
way.
I know that already.
Terrible.
Dude, if you start looking at my toes long,
Well,
like
yeah, I
you
couldn't
just looked
help
at
it
me,
the other day because
let me tell you,
you had
start looking at my toenails, we're gonna have a problem.
You had your feet up in the office,
Yeah.
and I couldn't help but notice.
I get comfortable.
Come on, man. You
Well,
gotta
I'll
cut
take
those.
care of my dogs. If I was going to the beach tomorrow, might have a pedicure. I'm not
But I
going to
guess
the
you're
beach
right. Now
tomorrow.
that you're not going to be barefoot as much, and you're not going to the beach.
I know when I'm going to the beach. I'm going to the beach the Bears bye week. I'll be going down to the beach. Oh, yeah.
You don't take care of that
Marco
before you
Island,
go get a
Florida.
massage because she's got to massage your feet?
What does that matter?
Oh, she's got to touch your feet,
Imagine
man.
Renee like
Every
massaging
second week.
his feet.
She's got no. When he goes and gets a massage,
get
they
a
do your
real
feet
massage.
too.
I
I get a
thought you meant Renee.
professional massage.
Yeah, they do your feet too. You don't.
Yeah.
I mean, come on.
Let me ask you a question.
Rubbing Yurko's feet.
Let me ask you a question. When I'm with Renee, you think I'm worried about her touching my feet? I mean, do you think that's what I'm really worried about? Man, I hope she doesn't touch my feet. Come on. Got to be serious.
She's
I
still
didn't
here,
trim
by
my
the way.
toenails
Is she-
today.
There's other types of touching going on there, my
I
friends.
didn't trim the toenails. Damn.
You want to talk about 15 yards for illegal use of the hands? Oh, man.
Let's go.
Maybe penalizing me 4 or 5 times.
Here, have an ice cold Miller Lite. Miller Lite draft. Now we're talking. $5 draft, by the way, on Fridays. All right, let's.
So Ron's the winner.
You
All right,
buried
I guess
Congrats.
Ron's the winner.
Congrats to Ron,
you buried the lead here.
What was that?
$5 beers.
$5 Miller Lite.
Don't go burying the lead, man.
$5 Miller Lite.
You mentioned it in
And
passing.
beautiful the Bears cups. Look at that, huh? Bears win. By the way, I like the change to this permanent logo.
The bear?
I like it.
You don't like the C?
I didn't say I don't like the C, but I love this bear logo. The one on my sweatshirt that I'm wearing today. That's my favorite.
Well, I got it on the cup here.
I know.
Yeah.
That's what I'm saying.
Well, I'm comparing it to the C. I'm giving people something to compare it to.
Oh, I got you.
All right? You got two bears.
No,
Nobody
I got
cares.
2 bears. Yeah, that's true.
Try that. That rhymed, huh? I'm like Father Grimm over here, or Brother Grimm, one of the three.
Let's go to
Dr. Schultz.
Let's go to Corey in South Shore on ESPN 1000 with Carmen and Yurko. What's up, Corey?
I got a question. Have you guys, it's a Dick Buckus movie, came out in 1986, called Hamburger, the motion picture. Ever heard of it or seen it?
Hamburger, the motion
No,
picture?
I can't say that I have.
And it's not for the kids. Tell you
It's
that
not
right
for the
now.
kids. Really? All right. So, hamburger. How do I not know?
Yes, check. I seen it when I was 11 years old.
Okay.
I was born in 77, so I'm 46. I seen it when I was 11 years old, sneaking in my uncle's, he had a little stash, movie stash. And I seen it. I just pulled it out. It had a little cover on it with some, they were dressed like they were in the restaurant gear.
Yeah.
Put it in, and there's Dick Buckets on the I swear. It's called Hamburger,
All right.
the motion picture.
You're
and it's
exactly
not
right.
for kids, I repeat.
Not for kids.
Not for kids. All right.
Not
Thank
for
you.
kids.
Thanks, Corey. We appreciate it. Hamburger the motion picture. Is it like looks like it might be a National Lampoon's or something. Is it, Yerk? I don't know.
A college goof-off's inheritance hangs on a diploma, so he studies fast food at Buster Burger U.
Oh, my good Lord. Dick Butkus. I see him. He's got a credit. I don't recognize anybody in this movie.
Not a single
One
person.
of the best comedy movies ever made. I was lucky enough to find this on DVD a few years ago. I'm going to have to look it up.
All right.
Hamburger the movie.
That's
It's got to be available
Never heard
streaming
of it.
on one of the, Netflix, Hulu, Max, any of the other 70,000 things that they've got movies on.
Let's go to Bobby on 55 on ESPN 1000 with Carmen and Yerk. What's up, Bobby?
How's it going, guys?
Good, man.
So, did you catch the morning unsportsmanlike? Did you guys catch any of that?
I did not this
at least?
morning. I did not this morning, no.
Hoodie was actually on with them right towards the end of their bit, and Canty was talking about, well, they were talking about buying or selling on Fields. Of course, the national media likes to kill us at any time that they can, even though how Fields has played the last two games. So I just want to know thoughts on, they all said to sell on him, and Canty put a lot of the losses on Fields, which I fully disagree, number one. And number two, he said they're better off resetting and drafting, getting rid of Fields and drafting a new guy strictly because it's better from a financial standpoint, which is horrible. I mean, I fully disagree with that. And then I just wanted to know your thoughts fully on Fields with his development. Like, how much do they look at? He throws a pick that's on him, but, like, his development from the coaching staff and the players he has with him, your thoughts on that. And then lastly, Hoodie did speak up and say, like, the defense, their situation, and just bad players, and those losses were definitely not on field. So that's all I got. Last thing was Fitzpatrick definitely was the only guy that picked the Bears to win, so that was nice to see. Maybe it was just a camaraderie from one quarterback to another, but appreciate you guys. Listen to you every single day.
Thank you. Appreciate it. I mean, listen, if you know the quarterback's going to be great, you can hit sure, you want to reset the clock. Of course you do. I mean, it's the most advantageous thing you have going for you as an NFL franchise. If a young, great quarterback on his rookie deal. I mean, I understand that, but then you've got to make damn sure that the guy you're picking is better than the guy you have. I'm still willing to give Justin like this time to develop. It was not looking good in the first 3 weeks. There is no other way to put it, but it's looked much better the last two. I'm still willing to give him some time to work through this and see if he can get it.
I'm not a fan of people anointing somebody in college as already a finished product in the pros. It doesn't necessarily work that way. It's truly the exception more than it is the norm. So to think that there's not going to be a little bit of development that needs to be made from anybody in college, I think is a mistake. I don't listen to anybody that tells me anything about Justin Fields. I use my own eyes. I use my own judgment to know what's happening with Justin Fields. And the things that happen during the game dictate to me what is and what isn't happening and what he does and what he doesn't understand. That's what I go by. I go by what I see.
It's looked a whole lot better these last 2 weeks.
I don't need any affirmation, or I don't need anybody telling me anything else from anybody, anywhere. I just say, you have your opinion. I thank you very much for it, and then I move on. I know what I've seen the last 2 weeks, and I know they're positive signs.
Yes.
I know they're good things.
Yes.
Period.
Yeah.
And it's not always what everybody expects, and it's not always this and that. It's what I saw. When he threw the ball to Equiminius St. Brown last year, it resulted in interception. But it was the throw that he wasn't willing to make that he finally made.
Yes.
It ended negatively, but it was still a throw that needed to be made. And if your receiver was better, it wouldn't have been a problem. It would have been a completion. Him looking into the blitz and making those throws into the blitz, those 2 throws last week into the blitz, of all the touchdowns he threw, it didn't make a difference to me. It was those 2 throws looking at a blitz without having to bail or getting happy feet or getting out of there. That's what concerned me.
All right, coming up, Mike North has the bonus play. We'll crosstalk with Waddle and Sylvie at 2. They've got Coach Eberflus at 2:15. We're live at Buffalo Wild Wings in Cal City, and we'll be right back.
You're listening to Carmen and Yurko on ESPN Chicago, Chicago's home for sports.
The ESPN Chicago Fantasy Football Show with Jeff Meller, presented by Tullamore Dew and brought to you in part by ETI School of Skilled Trades. Get the knowledge you need to manage your fantasy football team. Sunday morning at 7 on ESPN Chicago, 100.3 HD2, the ESPN Chicago app, and ESPN 1000.
Hey, this is Yurko, the good kid. Shop the 93rd anniversary sale at Grand Appliance for Chicagoland's guaranteed lowest appliance prices on top brands like Whirlpool, Electrolux, LG, Samsung, and more. Visit grandappliance.com or your local showroom for details. I'm telling you, Grand Appliance is the go-to place for a great deal. Buy local. Go to grandappliance.com. That's Grand Appliance, the appliance expert since 1930.
Want to live life at max volume? Then look no further than Hard Rock Casino Northern Indiana. With over 1,700 slots, 80 table games, live entertainment, and 5 restaurants which span a wide range of culinary genres, we are sure to have something for everyone. Whether you want to indulge in a savory dish at Council Oaks Steaks and Seafood, or take in dinner and live music at the world-renowned Hard Rock Cafe. Amplify your entertainment experience at Hard Rock Casino Northern Indiana, just off Exit 6, I-8094. Must be 21. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-9-WITH-IT.
We really lucked out, getting all the internet we need for one all-in price.
All in?
It's like this Coach meal. Comes with nuggets, fries, soda, a toy, and an ice cream.
Can I have some?
I'm here to provide wisdom, not free meals.
Introducing an all-new internet plan only from Xfinity. Now through October 30th, get gig speed internet on the Xfinity 10G network. Plus, storm-ready Wi-Fi, so you can stay connected for up to 4 hours when the power goes out. And our Wi-Fi Boost guarantee. It's everything you need for one simple price of $50 a month for 2 years with no annual contract when you add Xfinity Mobile. Go to Xfinity.com, call 1-800-XFINITY, or visit a store to learn more. Requires paperless billing and auto-pay with stored bank account. Restrictions apply. Taxes and fees extra. After promo, regular rates apply. Xfinity Mobile requires Xfinity Internet. Storm-ready Wi-Fi limited to customers within range of 4G LTE cellular signal. Speeds reduced to 30/7 megabits per second. Actual speeds vary. For more details, visit Xfinity.com/stormready.
If you're just tuning in, this is Fan 23, Fansville's #1 sports radio station.
Brought to you by Tasty Dr. Pepper.
We are settling the great debate, best third quarter snack, hot dogs or nachos?
You know my mantra, Doug.
Yes.
Meaty early, cheesy late.
Well, it looks like we have a caller here to weigh in. Is this Chuck?
Popcorn in the third is the move.
What?
You go with passive snacking after halftime.
No, it's nachos.
Look, as long as there's an ice cold Dr. Pepper there to wash it down, I'm good with either. Dr. Pepper, the one fans deserve.
For the ones who get it done, the most important part is the one you need now. And the best partner is the one who can deliver. That's why millions of maintenance and repair pros trust Grainger. Because we have professional-grade supplies for every industry, even hard-to-find products. And we have same-day pickup and next-day delivery on most orders. But most importantly, we have an unwavering commitment to help keep you up and running. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
What's up, everybody? It's Adam Abdallah. If you need something to fill you up this weekend, head to Fry the Coop. They love Nashville, but this is Chicago's hot chicken sandwich. It's the best chicken sandwich money can buy. The fries are great. Why? Because they fry them in beef fat. They've got 8 locations around the Chicagoland area. Try them. They've got heat levels for every single taste bud. So if you like it spicy and super hot, you can get that. If not so much, you can get it to cater to your taste buds. Try their newest location in Lincoln Park or their location in West Town that has a full-service bar. Head to frythecoop.com for more information.
Back to the Carmen and Yurko Show on ESPN Chicago. Brought to us by Miller Lite. This is the football feast at Buffalo Wild Wings in Calumet City.
Yeah, Yurko's out working the crowd since we're in his hometown. Buffalo Wild Wings, Cal City with Miller Lite. We'll cross-talk with Waddle and Sylvie coming up. New Odds Couple is available now on the app. Make sure you've got the ESPN Chicago app. You can catch up on demand all weekend long. We break down a lot of the games in Week 5, recap Bears and Commanders, hit on a couple key college games. Then, of course, Jim Miller had ponies for everybody. Big races at Keeneland this weekend, just a month out from the
There's
Breeders'
huge
Cup.
races. I don't know if you saw today. They got a full card today, 12-horse fields. You want to make some money?
Yep.
Make some money at Keeneland with these 12-horse fields.
And Jimmy gave us 3 picks for tomorrow.
And there's a lot of maiden special weights. You know, some of the top 2-year-olds in the country will be running in this Keeneland meet trying to break their maidens. They got some $400,000 or $500,000 stake races there today. You got to break your maiden, Carm.
Got to break your
Not in the way you're talking about.
No.
I'm saying horses got to win their races. So
isn't it the same thing?
they can run. You know,
I mean, isn't that where we get the term?
No, they run. Yes, it is. Exactly where it comes from. So, but there's great races today, Carmen.
I know. And we're a month
money.
away from the Breeders' Cup. Let's bring in Mike North. He joins us every Friday for the bonus play. He's been red hot. So let's get out to the CarX Tire and Auto Guest Hotline and see what Mike's got cooking for this weekend. Mikey!
Well, it's like when MacArthur went back to the Philippines. Yurko back home. I mean, what can I say?
I'm telling you, Mike.
Did you walk through the water, Yurko? Did you walk through the water off the half track onto the beach?
The Little Cal. I walked through the Little Cal to get here.
I can't pay Yurko a higher compliment than to say that he was cut from the football I loved in the 60s, 70s, and 80s. I know he played later. He could have played, of course, in front of Dick Butkus, and Dick Butkus was one of those rare linebackers real quick. I know Yurko knows it. Wasn't like Lambert. Didn't need the big boys in front of him. He just would push his defensive tackles like Dick Evey or Jim Osborne away and said, I'll get him first.
I'll get him.
I'll get him first. But, Yurk, it's good to talk to you. You're definitely a throwback, even though you played recently. And, Carm, good to talk to you. And we got another special game. The Raiders got us up to 7 last week. Thank God we got a push. So we got lucky with that. But I'm going to go with the Dallas Cowboys plus the 3.5 at San Francisco. That's what the read is to me. I'm not enamored with it. You heard me this morning. I didn't have the read on this yet. I like McCaffrey. I like that whole team. Purdy hasn't lost a game. But if not, I'm one of these. I'm not a guy that says we need this game. I'll just say this. If Dallas can't win this game against San Francisco, and if there should be a 10-point, 15-point, maybe blowout, which it would be, are they really serious Super Bowl contenders? So I think this is more about what they're about than what San Francisco's about. So I'm going to take the Cowboys, saying in a must-win game. That doesn't mean you're going to win it, but a game I think they need for their psyche, plus 3.5.
I love that pick. I do. So there's the bonus play, the Cowboys and the points. Mike, you have a great weekend, all right?
All right, guys, take care.
See you, brother. There's Mike North with the bonus play. Yes, I do like that. We also gave out some other plays on the odds couple, so you can check that out. Our buddy Mike Jimenez was texting us a picture of he and Dick Butkus. That's pretty cool. He said Dick used to he'd throw an amateur boxing show back in the day. And Mike was fortunate enough. Mike used to fight
to be on the card.
He fought twice, I guess, and had the pleasure of meeting him. So that's pretty cool. He sent this nice picture of Mike and his brother and Dick Butkus. Look at that. Yeah,
Rest
in peace, Dick Butkus.
Why don't you put that on the old interweb?
Well, I'm sure Mike put it up on his social.
Put it on X.
Put it on
Instagram.
Yeah, because you showing it to Yurko and talking about it on the radio is really not helping anybody.
Exactly. That's why I tell him to put it on X.
I'm just saying.
He's saying that the correct way to do it. You know, being so youthful.
It's a great 2 minutes of radio for everybody that can't
that
see your
wasn't
phone.
2 minutes, smart guy.
Yeah.
Watch yourself.
We're uninterrupted,
All right,
by the way.
go.
The rest of the way, we're uninterrupted.
Danny's gonna kill us.
It's not the first time he's wanted to kill us, and it won't be the last.
Let's go to Randy in Seattle real quick on ESPN 1000. Hey, Randy.
Hey, boys, real quick about Dick Butkus. And by the way, I've heard a lot of sounds from your show today that I haven't heard in almost a year, so that's pretty cool. I am old enough to have seen Butkus. I was 13 when he was drafted. The amazing thing about Butkus when you watch him, unlike any football player I've ever seen, is his ability to explode into impact on a tackle. It was like nothing in football. No other linebacker, no other player ever could time it, gear it, and generate the explosiveness that he could. It was amazing to watch.
That was, freak in nature. Randy, thanks, buddy. We appreciate it.
He brought the boom.
Yeah, like we talked, like his closing speed, right? And his ability to chase guys down, his ability to drop in coverage, all those interceptions, 22 interceptions. I mean, and you just watch those highlights. Butkus dropping into coverage and good hands.
He tore his knee to shreds.
Yes, he did.
And still came back and played a little bit. But then were still the days when you came back from that surgery, you weren't the same
Got
player.
into a dispute with the Bears for years after his playing career because they sued the Bears, if I'm not mistaken. All right, we'll take a break. We'll come back in 2. We'll cross-talk with Waddle and Sylvie, and then they've got Coach Eberflus at 2:15. DJ Moore's got the final word.
Carmen and Yurko present today's final word.
Because you had to be a big shot, didn't you? You had to open up your mouth.
Today's final word on Carmen and Yurko.
Tight end right side of the line, Mercedes Lewis. And counter scout out to the right, snap field. Stares down the left side. Pass is caught by Moore. Down the sidelines. And nothing but green grass. He is gone, baby. Touchdown, DJ Moore on 3rd and 2. The corner broke on it, missed it. DJ Moore caught it, and he accentuates what's been a spectacular day. 56-yard touchdown, and that puts the icing on the cake.
You're listening to Carmen and Yurko on ESPN 1000, Chicago's home for sports.
Football fans, the best spot for cash betting and big screen entertainment is in the PointsBet Sportsbook at Club Hawthorne Betting Bars. Pro and college action, including Illinois teams, on dozens of big screen TVs in Prospect Heights, Villa Park, Crestwood, and at the track. Plus, horse races from around the country with big odds opportunities every few minutes. See photos, menus, and locations at HawthorneBettingBars.com. And if you or someone you know has a gambling problem, please call 1-800-GAMBLER to get help.
Jeez, did you see that? Another big green Cenobogan scrap machine swinging tons of metal. I saw them before at Alta Equipment.
Cenobogan. It's moving one heavy load.
Well, stand back. Cenobogan is quicker than it looks.
In Illinois, Northwest Indiana, Alta Equipment is your only authorized Cenobogan dealer. Cenobogan, the world's toughest name in scrap handlers. Call today, 844-GO-TO-ALTA.
Whether you own a local business or a global one, you're always looking for ways to position your operation to create opportunities and move on them faster. With Bank of America, you get access to experts, award-winning insights, and business solutions so powerful, you'll make every move matter, locally and globally. Visit bankofamerica.com/banking for business to learn more. What would you like the power to do? Copyright 2023 Bank of America, N.A.
Every bite, a better burger. It's more than just a motto at Smashburger. It's a lifestyle that includes top quality ingredients. What you waiting for? 7 Chicagoland locations, now including Oakbrook. But did you know Smashburger has wings? Yes. Choose from garlic rosemary, barbecue, buffalo, scorchin', or Thai chili. And now get $6 wings any flavor from Thursday, October 5th through Sunday, October 8th with keyword ESPN 1000. Visit any of their 7 convenient Chicagoland locations or order online at smashburger.com.
Live from the Old National Bank State Street Studio, across from the historic Chicago Theater, you are listening to Carmen and Yurko on the new home of the Chicago Bears, ESPN Chicago. This is WMVP WSHE HD2 Chicago, a good Karma Brands radio station.
The Friday football feast continues on the Carmen and Yurko Show. Live from Buffalo Wild Wings in Calumet City. Brought to us by Miller Lite.
Yeah, thanks to everybody who came out here to Cal City and Buffalo Wild Wings, all the great folks here at B-Dubs. We got these football feasts throughout the course of the fall and winter, so stay tuned for the next one. We're going to give away Bears tickets here in a few minutes for the Viking game next week. Thank you for listening, calling, and participating today. Thanks to Courtney Cronin for an update from Washington, Mike North, Chris Black, and Kevin Zipak back at the shop. Adam Abdallah was here with us at B-Dubs, Josh and Emma in our promotion staff. Thank you so much. Hoodies stopped by. We had a great crowd here today. So
Good
it was
group.
a lot of fun.
Good group.
Yes, very good group indeed. And let's now get back to 190 North State and
Come
the Old
on.
National Bank State Street Studios. It's time for Crosstalk with Waddle and Sylvie. Brought to you by Club Hawthorne, celebrating Oktoberfest all month with Sam. Buy a beer and get a free bet every Friday. See HawthorneBettingBars.com for details. Tommy and Sylvie, what's up, boys? Bears win! Victory!
My gosh, what a relief, right?
I mean, really.
I mean, it's. Can you imagine the relief that all of those guys up at Hallis Hall are going to feel going into this long weekend? They get some time off, they get a chance to regroup and catch their breath, and come back next week feeling much better about themselves than they did the first month of the season.
Huge.
Yeah, it is enormous.
As we say, they got the stank off.
They got the stank off.
Yeah,
them.
they did. They did. There's only so much stank that you can have, right? Before you need
Well,
to
I don't know.
I mean, come on.
Ask Yurko.
Wow.
Yeah.
That was personal. I'm not sure why you went there. Probably because he's at more than an arm's
'Cause
length
he's
distance
cranky.
from you.
He was cranky from yesterday.
Really?
He left us at halftime of the game.
Why was he cranky?
Were you
He
cranky?
was doing one of his. He was doing one of his weird videos again. You know, he's got to put his image out there all the time.
I was promoting
And
halftime.
then he has
Yerk.
to. Then he has to involve Peggy and I in it. You know.
I got to
of
get the
course.
Yurko bump.
He needs the bump,
You
right?
guys
He knows.
mind? I
knows.
need to do this. Sure, Glove.
He knows he needs the bump.
No, he was fine. Sylvie was fine. I think Sylvie was happy that the Bears found a way to win.
Well, how could you-
Yes,
which is the most important thing.
We were having a good time.
Yeah.
When you have 451 yards of offense and you score on all 5 of your possessions in the first half, you have a good time.
Can I
Your
say-
football team has a good time. Your fan base has a good time.
I want to say this too, Carm, and I'm not kissing ass knowing that the coach is coming up in about 10 minutes.
Oh, yeah, you are.
No, I'm
Pucker
not.
up, baby.
No, I'm not. No, I'm not. Dirtball.
Pucker up.
Pucker up, Buttercup.
After all of the grief.
Pretend it's Coach Ditka's keister.
And deservedly
then
so.
he could really do it.
Like, they did a really nice job getting their guys ready to play on a short week.
Yes,
And
they did.
there was no doubt, was there, which team was more prepared and had
None, right,
had the
none.
gas,
Yeah.
None.
going a little bit
Who was
more than the
prepared
other
to
team?
play? Who was prepared to play? It was the Bears.
It was the Bears. And
Yeah,
and
you got that
considering
right, Tommy.
you're on a short week and you're coming off of a loss that was devastating and everything has gone wrong, to go out there and give that effort. And every time you turn your head, there was a different guy coming into the secondary. I just thought it was, you know what, you give credit where credit is due. You assess blame when blame is due. But I give the coaching staff a tip of the cap for getting their guys ready to play. And thankfully, we got a dub.
And there was only one way to go. And
Absolutely.
that only way is up, obviously, because of how bad they've been. And I think finally, I don't know what when he finally got the message, but or what. I don't know. I don't know what clicked with Matt Eberflus, but the pressure has been better.
We're going to talk to him about that.
Yeah,
I think that they blitzed in over 30% of the snaps, didn't they?
Yeah,
Yesterday,
which is a high number for them.
No
you
question.
Know? I mean,
It's
they
huge.
They don't. It's a big number for really anybody. I mean, that's a lot of pressure. It's a lot of manufacturer pressure. But it was working. It was coming at opportune times.
Right, but some of those blitzes were slow,
like the strong
and scary, and they were coming from such distance that by the time he engaged anybody, the ball was gone. So yeah, I'm happy to see blitzes, but let's get some well-designed blitzes in there.
I thought the Stroman one was good.
Yes,
the corner blitz was good.
The one that came and got actual pressure and got a sack. The one I don't like the stunts in the middle. The stunts in the middle are run poor. So there's room for improvement. It was great to see they're willing to blitz, but then you've got to be sharper on your blitzes. You know what I'm saying?
You know who Yurko was very excited for yesterday in the
Billings.
first half? Yeah, and he keeps calling. He calls him Billings.
My guy Billingsley, man, I'm telling you, nice
They
little
made a
swim
start
move
on their
to the
first,
inside.
third down? Was it third down or
Yeah,
second?
that was third down. It was third
Yeah.
and short. I mean, that was a great tone setter right
Yeah.
there. That's
Gamble
what I'm talking
a little
about. Somebody make a play for crying out
Billingsley.
loud.
Billingsley
and they
played well.
they did it.
You know what the greatest stat of the entire game was for me? Think about it. What stat?
The win.
40-20,
No, it's not
the
a
final
stat.
score.
Well, I mean, it is.
Sure, it's combination of numbers.
Zero
turnovers.
Yeah.
Zero turnovers.
When you're trying to learn how to win, the first thing you need to do is eliminate all of those big mistakes.
They scored points on all 5 of their first half possessions. That's beautiful.
It's what Eberflus said in the locker room afterwards. He was talking about the ball. Again,
Yeah.
we won the ball. He
Won
goes,
the
this is
ball.
what I've been telling you guys. We won the turnover battle. We won the ball.
They won the ball.
And
There
that
you
is
go.
the hits. We were debating with Big Cat the other day about the T. The T, I guess, does stand for the ball.
Takeaway.
Well, I thought it was takeaway.
I thought it was turnover. Turn the ball over.
Somebody
Get the ball
sent
back.
us, though, someone sent us an overhead of him showing, like, from behind the scenes at Hallis, where it had HITS up on the big screen in the theater room where he was in front of the players. And the T, and under the T, it said the ball.
Okay, well, there you go. Then it's the ball. I mean, what do you know?
Okay, then.
Us?
All right.
Whatever.
I
I'm
buy
for
it.
it.
I'm
Why
in.
wouldn't it be? Why wouldn't it be the
The ball, the ball, the ball.
Yeah,
We
why
should-
wouldn't
we'll
it be the
ask him.
hits
Maybe we'll
principle?
ask him. We'll ask him what the T stands for in hits.
I'm
can't it be
currently,
If
the
it's
hits?
takeaway or if it's the ball.
HIBS.
Both.
I am currently trying to find out when the last time this Bears team did not commit a turnover, and I'm still going through the process.
Which game? Like the last game, they didn't. commit
When
a
was the
turnover?
last
That was-
time
I
that the
think that
Bears
was-
offense didn't commit a turnover? I'm still not there yet.
I think if you look last year,
I don't know.
Some,
Top of
some
my head, I
games
don't know.
they didn't have a turnover.
Still going. They've had a turnover prior. They had it in the first 4 games this year. They've had a turnover.
The best thing is that
I think there's a game last year where they forced 2 turnovers. They didn't turn the ball over, and they still found a way to lose.
yeah, that's hard to do.
Because Carmen and I would invariably come in here, and they won the turnover thing.
Well,
again.
that was like during
they
the Nagy
controlled,
era.
yeah, they controlled the ball more, and they still found a way to lose.
That was during the Nagy era.
They used to do. I mean, in some of those losses, they would just totally counter. It was counterintuitive to what normal thinking was. The way some of the stats would come out, and they'd still find a way to lose.
I'm already back through. I'm at the Atlanta game.
Are you at the
Going
Kyle Orton?
backwards.
Are you at the Kyle Orton area?
Kyle Orton.
Kyle Orton era. My
I'm just
God.
listen. Turnovers are bad. Turnover bad.
That's a good era. It's the Cordell Stewart era that really
that was not a
shocked
good
you.
era. That was a
shocking.
short-lived era.
I still remember Amon Green rushing for 1,000,000 yards that day.
Amon Green. He
Yeah.
was a good fantasy player.
Great fantasy.
I loved drafting Amon Green.
Do you know
Amon
it?
Green?
Do you- it did happen last year. I've just found out when the last time they did not turn over the football in a game. Would you guys like to take a guess?
It was.
Oh boy!
It looks like they did turn it over in every game last year.
No, I don't believe
No?
so, Carm. I don't
Oh
think
no,
so.
it was the Miami game.
That is correct, sir.
The Miami game. Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah,
So
the
that was week 9 of last year. That
That's
was
the
last
last time they went turnover free, which
Yeah,
is
and that-
important.
And that was the only game last year, Tommy,
Yeah.
where they went turnover free.
That's right.
All right,
It
we
was the
got to
only
let
one.
you guys go.
All right.
Get out of here,
we've
fellas.
got
All
the
right, we're
coach.
gonna let you
Yeah.
go.
Have fun with the coach.
Let you go.
Peace out.
All right, see you guys. Do we have an open? Are we playing the Cap and J Hood, Matt Eberflus open, or are we just bringing him in right now?
No, we're going to do it differently considering the result was better.
We're right. We mix up the mojo. That's
Yeah.
what we do. It's Waddle and Sylvie on ESPN 1000. We're taking much credit for the win because we believe we mixed it up. And this is what was needed. Matt Eberflus doing the show with us instead of Cap and J Hood.
Amen.
Let's bring him in, the head coach of the Chicago Bears on the CarX Tire and Auto Hotline. Coach, congratulations. Thanks for joining us instead of those other guys in the morning.
Yeah, thanks for having me, guys. I enjoy being on in the afternoon.
Yeah, I mean, the mojo is switched up, don't you think? I mean, maybe we have to do this more often.
Yeah, I agree, no doubt. That 8:30 is really early.
It is. Coach, how bad did you need this victory? You personally and the team?
No, it's really a culmination of things. The guys working hard. Really staying together during this time of adversity, and the guys just kept working during the weeks, and we saw momentum really build during the Denver game, and you could see that coming. And we just had to learn how to finish. And that was the message all week to the guys, and they did a really good job. In a short week, preparing their minds and their bodies to come out and play the way they did and the way they finished the way they did. So my hat's off to those guys and the coaching staff.
What was the moment like for you, Matt, in the locker room afterwards with the team?
Yeah, it was pretty special, because when you go through adversity and you keep working, and you fall short a little bit, during the times, 4 games this year we fell short, and then to come through with the victory and finish as a football team and play really good complementary football. It was to see the joy on the in the faces and the eyes.
and it was a really.
Are we having trouble with his phone? Sure, let's put him back on hold. Let's reestablish the cell phone with Matt Eberflus. We're talking to Matt Eberflus, usually with Cap and J Hood,
Yes.
Mondays at 8:30.
Last night they got night game. They got in late, so there was not an opportunity for them to talk to the coach. And as you said, I think the coach should talk to us from now on because we got a one-game win streak.
You don't break up a streak, right?
Of course you don't.
And the Vikings coming up next.
Exactly.
And by the way, we're going to take all of your calls at 312-332-3776. Coach, we were interrupted in the middle of while you were talking about talking to your team and what it meant to you personally.
No, like I said, in the locker room, it was, a lot of excitement, a lot of joy, looking each other in the eye and saying, hey, our hard work does pay off. And it was really, we saw it coming last week. This is a new group, getting these guys together, and they're starting to execute the details really well and understanding that playing complementary football is winning football. And that's protecting the ball, taking the ball away, sustaining drives on offense, going 3 and out on defense, setting the field with your kicking game. And the guys really bought into that. And again, we got one victory here, and then you just got to build upon it and build upon the momentum we've had the last couple weeks.
I've noticed in the last week or two that you have cited quite a bit that you've coached for 32 years. In those 32 years of coaching, have these last few weeks been the toughest as a football coach?
Yeah, we've had some tough times. When you're in coaching, you're going to have some tough situations that you get into, and I've certainly had those over the years. And the model that I've had is some really good coaches, some Hall of Fame coaches, and they've really just stayed true to the process. And it's about if you do right and you keep doing right in practice and keep doing right in the games, good things are going to happen for you. And that's just what it's about. And you got to really stay the course and have conviction and stay determined.
Is that easier said than done sometimes? I mean, I know it's a motto to stay within the process, but when everything seems to be spinning, is that easier said than done?
Well, I think your core convictions are certainly tested, and you got to really stand on solid foundation of what you believe in and just keep working and really focus on that day-to-day process. And when you do that, good things are going to happen. And again, there's going to be adversity as we go through this season. That's the way it is. You're going to play some good football teams, and we're going to have to really do hard better. And when we do that, we're going to like the product on the field.
Coach, this is a fraternity, this business is. Did any of your colleagues, anybody in your past reach out to you over the course of the last couple of weeks, or did you reach out to somebody to try to kind of smooth things out and get a different perspective?
Yeah, I've had a lot of guys that I care for and they care for me reach out to me, so it's been really good. A lot of my mentors have talked to me, and I've visited with them and called them. So it's really important to be able to stay connected during the times of adversity so you can really stay grounded in where you are.
Coach, it looked like last night that this was the most aggressive defensive game plan that we've seen from you guys this year. Maybe going back to when you took over the team last year. Is that true? Is this because the blitz rate was higher? Is this the most aggressive game plan that you've ever put into play?
No, the game played out that way a little bit, because when certainly we were going to be aggressive the entire evening.
I'm giving it a chance to come back.
Yeah.
I'm staying the process here.
Cell phone service up in Lake Forest, not good all the time.
No?
No, it comes out
right?
for me every now and
Is
again.
that by Wesley Road?
Yes. Yeah.
All right, we'll try to reestablish.
I did notice that, though. That was one of the things I noticed most was guys were coming from everywhere, and I kind of liked seeing it. And I don't think that the Commanders liked seeing it because they had Sam Howell on the run quite a bit.
Should get him in Joniak's office. Get him on the Comrex.
That's right.
We'll reestablish.
You hate a bad cell phone, don't you?
What's that?
Yeah, you hate a bad cell phone. Line,
He's back to Cap and J.
It was going so well.
Yes. And after a win. We've got Matt Eberflus back on the CarX Tire and Auto Hotline. Coach, you were talking to Waddle about being more aggressive defensively.
So it's really how the game played out. We were going to be aggressive the entire time. We started with 2-3 and out. the offense scored on the first 5 possessions. But, once it became a pass game, we got up on them so much. You can't just sit back and lay back and play coverage. You got to be able to pressure and pick your spots to make the quarterback comfortable. And we did that last night. And the front four did a good job of pressuring as well. We had 5 sacks total. We missed more opportunities that we could have had, but I thought the defense played well last night.
Coach, I know you said in the locker room at halftime and during the week that the motto was to finish. Was there at all any thought going through your head as they were coming back, we have to guard against the feeling of, here we go again?
Yeah, my message to them was be aggressive, at halftime. I told the play callers, including myself, I said, be aggressive. I said, players, you be aggressive. I said, we got to take this thing one play at a time. We get to play one play at a time. Don't look up at the scoreboard and just keep executing. And if we do that, we'll like the final at the very end. And that's what they did.
With that in mind, is that partially one of the reasons why you decided after winning the coin toss to actually take the football?
Yeah, we feel really good about both sides of our offense and defense, but we like sometimes being able to turn Justin loose right away, get him on the field, and let him attack, and that's what we felt last night. But again, that could change week to week, but that's what we did last night.
Talking to Matt Eberflus, it's Waddle and Sylvie on ESPN 1000. DJ Moore, this is going to be a game that Bears fans remember as the DJ Moore game. There was an interesting comment that I thought you said afterwards, that he is the hardest worker on your football team. When did you realize that? Did you know that after you scouted him for the trade, or did you realize that at one point after he got into your building?
Well, when you are doing a big trade like that, you want to get all the information that you get, before you make the trade. So that was the, small fraternity in the NFL, as you guys know. And that was the word, that he was a great worker, a great teammate, a really good person, and obviously a great football player. And so we just kept digging on it, and we got everything was a green light in terms of his makeup for being a great Chicago Bear, and that's what he showed since he's been here.
Coach, the offense has clicked very, very well over the last couple of weeks. What do you attribute that to? Is it Justin? Is it Luke Getsy? Is it a combination of both? And I think we all have the one question in mind. Do you believe that Justin Fields has arrived in some way, shape, or form?
It's like I've said, it's the fruits of his labor, and Luke and the offensive staff have done a really good job of finding the plays and the schemes that fit the skill that we have. And again, obviously we got a bunch of new guys in there, and then Justin's getting more and more comfortable, and he's been working his butt off since the springtime, really since the end of last year, of just really knowing, studying, and getting better in the pocket, getting better out of the pocket, and getting better just overall in the scheme. And I think that we're doing a great job of communicating that with the quarterback and also with the offensive staff, and they're really doing a good job here. And again, you got to be creative every single week, and continue to keep this thing going.
Has he arrived?
I think it's a process of. I really do. I think that he's growing leaps and bounds. I think we've taken some big steps, 2 big steps in the last 2 weeks, and we just got to continue to keep growing and keep getting better because we want to be playing our best football at the end of the year.
We take a different approach, as you know that, Coach. Fans take a different approach. Instant gratification and instant success is what everyone's looking for. But inside your building, did you all think that it would take some time? You've got a lot of new young players. You've got a lot of new faces. Did you guys think that it would take some time before you found your stride? And with that in mind, I was going to say, did you, with that in mind, are you surprised that the struggle lasted for the first month?
Yeah, we really felt that, it could take some time, based on the injuries that we had in training camp. So we didn't have a time to really gel together. But we have seen progress over the course of the games. Obviously the game in Kansas City was not a good game, but from the first game to the second game to the third game to the fourth game, we felt we were really progressing. really well. We can feel that momentum building in that Denver game as a football team. We're playing complementary football, offense, defense, kicking, and then really trying to build upon that to this Thursday. And again, we got to keep building. The process is what it is, and like I said, we want to be able to play our best football at the end.
You seem to be a very calm guy. Behind closed doors, do you flip tables? Do you throw things around? Do you swear? I mean, what is it that you to get the frustration out when things aren't going well?
Well, I've always stayed positive, because being positive doesn't mean you're not challenging the players. But you always want to have your eyes forward, and you want to be looking to the next challenge. And that's what we always do: learn from our performances, and then go to the next challenge. And I certainly have intensity. I have a little bit of fire. The players will definitely say that. But I always want to be steady in my message.
What's the way that you challenge the players, even though you stay positive?
Well, it's like, for example, before we played Denver, I challenged the guys to be really on the details of their position. I challenged the position coach to be on the details of their position, because the details make the big things happen. And we really did a good job of focusing our drills, the practice, and then really creating an environment to really focus on the fundamental details of their position. And that showed in the game. And we carried that message on to this week. And the improvement was there from the Denver week to this Thursday. So we got to continue that as we go forward.
We're talking to Matt Eberflus. It's Waddle and Sylvie on ESPN 1000, your home for the Bears. Coach, now that Chase Claypool is gone, what can you tell the fan base as to the main reason why it did not work out?
Yeah, I would just say that, when Ryan and I sat down to acquire, Chase in the trade, we did it for the right reasons. We were trying to get skill, there, for Justin to be able to utilize. And, it just didn't work the way we wanted it to. And we wished Chase Claypool the best. And now he's in my.
What was there a main reason why? Was it attitude? Was it work ethic?
No, I wouldn't say that. I would just say that, when you have adversity, there's times of frustration. And, you certainly get that from a lot of different players, and players handle it a certain different way. And, we've obviously moved to the next step, and so is he, and it worked out both good for both guys, both parties.
Since he has not been active on game day, your offense has exploded. Would you call that addition by subtraction?
No, I would not call it that. I would just say that, the growth of the entire offense of the entire football team is just stepping in that direction from Denver week to this week.
Coach, you're a former linebacker, and you've always stressed the importance of knowing the history of this great franchise. So I'm sure you had some very strong feelings about Dick Butkus. Did you mention anything to your team before they went out to play last night about the passing of this all-time great?
Yeah, we talked to some players, and players asked me about it, and I told them about my relationship with him, and I at the podium last night about how many several times I talked to Dick, and really great conversations we had about ball and about playing linebacker. And one of the first things I did when I was hired here, I got a mural of the Monsters of Midway behind my desk, and I got all the retired jerseys there, and I told him I want a couple things. And one of the things I said, I want Dick Butkus at the very top. And I'm looking at the picture right now. He's in his jersey in black and white, and he's right between Hallis and Sweetness. So it's pretty cool. Yeah. But I loved my time and enjoyed my time that I spent with Dick, and my deepest sympathies to his family.
As a guy who grew up loving football, and I think you're about Waddle's age, so maybe a little young to remember watching him, but we all watched NFL films. Do you remember seeing the way he would just terrorize players on offense?
Yeah, you talk about the hit principle, man. That intensity piece, he's definitely got that. So he was an amazing player.
Can you and settle something with us? We were debating this. Does the T in hits principle stand for takeaways, or does it stand for the ball?
It stands for the ball.
Okay.
So on defense, it's about taking it away, and then whoever carries it, it's about protecting it.
Okay. And then I want to know a couple of things about this weekend with not having a game. First of all, there's lots of college action going on. There's a big one between Bama and I think is it Texas A&M, Waddle? Is that who they're playing?
I believe so, yes.
I think Nick Saban was your first college head coach that you played for. Did you have any idea that Nick Saban would be as great of a head coach as he's turned out to be?
Yeah, because his first year at Toledo, we won the championship there in the MAC. And you could definitely see the intensity and definitely see the detail in the way he coached. And you could see him. He was on the rise for sure. That was his first year as a head coach. But I certainly enjoyed that time way back in 1990.
Will you get away from the game a little bit this weekend? If you have a break, I mean, a chance to maybe go to dinner or relax or do something away from things?
We'll finish up today. We're going to go have a personnel meeting here at 3:30, and we're going to do our self-scout. So I'll meet with the offense and defense about the scouting, about self-scouting, and then where we're going with our team coming up here this afternoon. And then we'll take a break. Coaches will have the next couple of days off. I'll be able to enjoy their weekend with their families. Players got today off and the whole weekend off, and then they come back in on Monday, and we'll do some corrections from our self-scout. And then we'll get on to Minnesota briefly, and then they'll have Tuesday off, and then we'll start Wednesday in prep for Minnesota.
Are you able to just like chill out and watch Red Zone, or are you always in football mode as a coach?
Well, I think during the season, you really can't get away from it all the way because you got to be locked in. It's not like you're on vacation, so you're still wired in to some degree. But I will take some time to spend with the family, go to dinner, relax a little bit, and then get back at it.
You get date night, even during the season, it has to happen. And you got to have date night for sure.
Yeah, typically that's on a Friday night. Get a chance to have dinner with my girls, and then get back at it on Saturday.
Well, all the best, Coach. Congratulations on the win, and we're enjoying the victory Friday. Thank you.
Thanks, Coach.
All right. Appreciate it. Thank you very much.
There you go. We'll be sending a brand new cell phone up to Hallis Hall.
You are such a ball buster.
Matt Eberflus with a win.
Yes.
And
listen,
and a
it's
victory
hard
Friday.
to win in this league, and I know it hasn't started the way we wanted, and we've been frustrated the way they've been frustrated, but I'm telling you, there's an enormous, I think, sense of just relaxation. Let it all out. Let all the frustration flow. And as you said, the stank goes away for a while.
Yes, it does.
Keep the stank off.
Well, yeah. Now can they build on it? Has Justin Fields arrived? 312-332-3776. There's a lot of interesting thoughts to that poll question that I threw out there. Your thoughts on last night's game. Could they actually win a few here now when just a few days ago we were talking about could he be gone? Matt Eberflus.
We were talking about it and writing about it, I think.
Yes, absolutely. Tom Thayer's going to be joining us at 3. He will talk about the late, great Dick Butkus as well. Wilbon's going to join us to talk about Butkus. I know Rick Sutcliffe wants to tell a Dick Butkus story. He texted us last night to discuss that. Anything on your mind? The DJ Moore game. I mean, we knew this. We knew they were getting a stud. In the last 2 games, they have finally used him as a stud. We will talk about all this. This is what Bears Nation needed. They needed a big win like the Bears gave us all last night, and we're talking about it next.
This is Waddle and Sylvie on ESPN Chicago, Chicago's home for sports.
The Chicago Bears win their first game of the year.
Got open man, DJ Moore, end zone, touchdown! Touchdown Bears!
Victory over the Washington Commanders.
Finally slings him down, and the ball is ripped out of the hands of Logan Thomas.
Here comes Bears Friday, all day today.
Hey, win column, we're glad to be in there.
The new home of the Bears.
Touchdown, DJ Moore!
ESPN Chicago.
What's up? It's Tyler Rocky. Snap into action this NFL season with FanDuel, America's #1 sportsbook. Because right now, new customers get $200 in bonus bets guaranteed when you place a $5 bet. That's $200 in bonus bets, win or lose. So if you've been thinking about joining FanDuel, there's no better time to get in on the action than right now. The app is super easy to use. Plus, they offer a wide range of betting options, including spreads, player props, over-unders, and so much more. So visit FanDuel.com/Tyler and kick off the NFL season. That's FanDuel.com/Tyler. FanDuel, official partner of the NFL. You must be 21 and older and present in Illinois. First online real money wager only. $10 first deposit required. Bonus issued is now withdrawable bonus bets that expire 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Where can living well take you? Well, anywhere you want. At Blue Cross and Blue Shield of Illinois, we understand greater all-around health starts by making sure greater access to health care is all around you. It's why Blue Cross is committed to advancing and simplifying the healthcare experience for our members, no matter the state you find yourself in. We'll be forever by your side, always elevating your healthcare well beyond.
Blue Cross and Blue Shield of Illinois, a division of Healthcare Service Corporation, a mutual legal reserve company.
Apt, your #1 destination for the home, is here with savings to kick off fall the right way. Find deals on OLED and QLED TVs, perfect for watching the season's games, and complete your setup with a powerful soundbar that blasts every time your team scores. Finally, grab an air fryer from their gourmet shop. It's the best way to make finger foods like wings and potato skins healthier. It's game time for free local delivery, professional installation, and complete satisfaction. Shop where I shop at aptabt.com. Apt pleasing people since 1936.
Keep your engines and carburetors protected with Sta-Bil Fuel Stabilizer. It keeps fuel fresh for up to 24 months and prevents gum and varnish buildup, ensuring quick and easy starts. A 32-ounce bottle of Sta-Bil Fuel Stabilizer treats up to 80 gallons of fuel and is only $8.99 after rebate. Get 11% off everything. Now at Menards. Good through October 8th. Savings are a mail-in rebate. Some exclusions apply. See store for details.
Save big money at Menards.
Just in time for kickoff. Hooters' famous saucy wings, mouth-watering seafood, half-pound stacked burgers, and fresh chopped salads. We're honored to serve our communities with delicious take-home. Hooters is a great place to watch the game with friends and family. We provide that famous neighborhood hospitality only Hooters can deliver. Hooters, 11 Chicagoland locations. Visit originalhooters.com for locations near you. That's originalhooters.com. Hooters, the original wing joint.
Are you ready to make a difference for the environment while helping the visually impaired at the same time? Then donate your vehicle to Heritage for the Blind today by calling 1-800-983-6530. Every donated vehicle will either be properly recycled in an eco-friendly manner or given a new life through reuse. Donating your vehicle is easy. Simply call 1-800-983-6530 and Heritage for the Blind will do the rest. They'll even arrange for your vehicle to be picked up at no cost to you. And for a limited time, when you donate your car, you'll receive a $200 restaurant voucher and a 2-night, 3-day hotel stay at one of 50 locations. Call 1-800-983-6530 right now to schedule your vehicle donation and make a positive impact on the environment while helping others. Heritage for the Blind, where every car donation counts and every person makes a difference. Call 1-800-983-6530 now. This advertisement is paid for by Heritage for the Blind.
Hey, this is Chauncey. For 25 years, I've been your host of Chauncey's Great Outdoors. Clever name, huh? I came up with it, and I stand by it. Chauncey's Great Outdoors, Saturday morning from 6 to 7 on ESPN Chicago.
Listen to us now, live on the ESPN Chicago app. Listen to the show in HD at 100.3 HD2 FM. 1000. This is Waddle and Sylvie, ESPN Chicago, Chicago's home for sports.
All right, Matt Eberflus joined us. That was fun to do it after a win, too.
Yes.
It's much tougher to do that after another tough loss.
Let's keep this streak going.
Yes. It was fun last night. We sat here yesterday and through the week, and my theme was what I wanted to see was more of the first three quarters against Denver. I wanted to see that carried over because, like you said so eloquently in your film study and you watching it the first time around live, is you felt that it was the best quarterbacking you have seen from a Bears quarterback, at least in the modern era.
Yes, and that to me, I was not trying to get clicks or, bring you something that was filled with exaggeration and hyperbole. That's true. For me, 23 of 24, 4 touchdowns, no interceptions. The ball delivered perfectly on time. The decisions are being made. There's no click, click, pat, pat, hitch, hitch. He's seen, and we saw that all night last night. To me, that's the biggest change, is he looks confident, and he trusts what he's seeing. You're not seeing him hitch, and he sees it, he trusts it, he throws it. Boom.
And then, and again, this was, you could have said, well, it's Denver. And then he didn't finish. So after not finishing the game, how would he look on a short work week? On the road now in a hostile environment against a better defense with a better front, albeit, yes, their secondary is suspect, but still. And what I liked was he didn't hit Mooney early, but yet he didn't let that affect him. And they still managed to march downfield and score. And he still managed to have a big game, and they score major points. And it's not him running around rushing for 100 yards or 90 yards. It's him for throwing scores. It's him hitting DJ Moore. It's him working from the pocket the majority of the time. And I'm excited.
See, like everyone's screaming.
I'm hopeful here.
Everyone's screaming, well, get him out of the pocket. Get him where he's comfortable. Okay, we'll do some of that. But at the end of the day, we also have to be efficient from the pocket. And he has been efficient and good from the pocket. And that's why his overall play has looked so much better. Confident, decisive. There's no hitching. And he's played really, really well. Most important to me, as I said to you last week, there was a lot of progress. But real progress is made in crunch time and finding ways to win. Last week, he turned it over twice in the fourth quarter. 0 turnovers last night. And they found a way to close out this Washington Commanders team. Offensively, with the late touchdown with DJ Moore, and defensively with how they got after Sam Howell. So as a group and as a quarterback and as an offense, they found a way to close things out and win a football game. And to me, again, that's the definition of real progress. So last night, I saw real progress. You know what you do now? You go back to work on Monday, and you build on it against the Minnesota Vikings team that is a solid team, but they're not the Kansas City Chiefs, and you look and see if you can build on what you've done the last couple of weeks.
I polled the question again, and it is very black or white here. There is no gray area in this Twitter poll question brought to you by your local Chicagoland Toyota dealers. And it's what you asked originally, Eberflus. So then when he didn't answer, I followed up with it again. And again, he said, it's a process. It's still going on. And it is a more nuanced thing. And I don't think we'll know. It's kind of like the rock bottom thing. I don't think you know you're truly at rock bottom until you could kind of back away from it, until you get out of it. So I don't know you'll know if Justin Fields arrives until we get further down into the season and we see 10 more of these games.
We live in a world of 15-second sound bites and careening from one guardrail to the next.
Yeah, it's a week-by-week league.
After 3 weeks, what was everybody saying?
He's a bust. And
now after 2 better weeks, what is everybody saying?
He's arrived.
So why don't we just let this play out, as you and I have suggested all along, and allow this thing to kind of develop and see where we're at over the course of some time.
We're right. Well, it's kind of like the Getsy stuff, too. And I was very hard on Getsy. Going into this last game at home against Denver, he was my who needs to rock. Like, he
rock.
That's a segment we do on the pregame show. Like, he was the guy that needed to make guys better. He needed to come up with better plans. But still, Justin needed to make more plays within the realm of the offense. Justin himself wasn't making enough plays. Justin wasn't hitting enough open receivers. Both can be true.
Absolutely.
Now, it's not like all of a sudden Getsy is just
Oh, no,
way
we're losing.
better.
He's going to get a head coaching job.
No. It's Justin's better.
Yes.
Justin's better. Just like early in the year, Justin wasn't better. So the question is, it's very cut and dried. And I know this, so you have to pick one. Has Justin Fields arrived? Yes or no? We've had 2,200 votes. It's brought to you by your local Chicagoland Toyota dealer. How do you believe Chicago is voting?
99-1.
Come on now. You know,
well,
though,
everyone's high.
You know
on
that.
a
Well,
high.
no, you know that there are a lot of detractors of Justin Fields in this town. You know there are a lot of people who believe he will never be a true pocket passer or a true franchise quarterback.
There are skeptics.
There are a lot.
And there are a lot that believe that he's
there's
Patrick
there's
Mahomes.
the him crowd. Yes.
Yeah. I will say 65-35.
Now you're getting somewhere.
65-35.
Now you're using your brain. 61.1%. 61.1% say yes, he has arrived. 38.9% say no. And again, you have to get the ball to DJ Moore. It was I could not believe early in the season that they weren't targeting him, whether it's Getsy, whether it's Fields himself. The one thing that I loved at training camp, despite them not operating well offensively, is he seemed to trust DJ Moore. He seemed to throw
Literally.
it to him. Yeah.
He trusts DJ Moore. M-O-R-E.
Very good. Yes. He did. Like the name says, he would force the ball to him much differently than the other guys. And he shows you why, because he'll make the catch for you. He's stronger than the rest.
Listen,
he will get the yak after the catch. He will turn a 7-yard reception into a 27-yard reception.
This is not some sort of massive surprise. Now, is everyone expecting 230 yards? Maybe not. But I think even somebody that is a casual observer could have watched training camp practices, or even prior to that, watched mini camp practices and identified him as, if not their very best player, which is what I would define him as, one of their best. He's a difference maker. When you can have the collection of quarterbacks and situations that he has had in Carolina and still come away with 3 1,100-yard receiving seasons, you're a player. And like I said, when you watch him play, he checks all the boxes. Now, I'm not going to sit here and debate with you that he's Justin Jefferson, but I'll debate with you that he's a true one and he elevates people around him and his quarterback.
It's why, though, I was so pissed off after the opener. You waited all offseason. You knew what you saw, like you just said. You didn't have to be an expert to know after watching training camp practice. You prepared for that one game all offseason, and you targeted him twice in that Green Bay game. DJ Moore had 2 targets. He had 2 catches for 25 yards. That was crap. It was total crap. So now, all of a sudden, he has 500 some yards receiving. He is averaging over 100 yards per game.
Can you believe his number was 50.5 in the game?
Yeah, I know.
Before last night.
It is a must play.
Free money!
It is a must play until further notice.
Now, I will say this. Teams going forward, this is a league of adjustments. They're going to start rolling a safety on top of him. So now we got to start getting something more out of Mooney and some of the other guys as well. But that doesn't mean that he'll ever be completely eliminated from your offense. You just have to be aware of it, that while teams become more conscious of trying to stop him, because, again, look at the stats last night. 3 guys caught footballs. DJ Kmet, was it Khalil Herbert?
Yeah.
Like that, you got to spread it around.
Yeah, of course you
That's
do.
the next step.
But every guy on every team who's the one gets
no question
game planned for, and they still
Absolutely.
get the ball too.
Yes.
312-332-3776. Your big takeaway from last night's win. It's a Victory Friday. We're finally talking about a Bears win on this radio station in a little less than 365 days. It's been that long. Matt Eberflus is truly Mr. October.
You're listening to Waddle and Sylvie on ESPN 1000, Chicago's home for sports. The ESPN Chicago Fantasy Football Show with Jeff Meller, presented by Tullamore Dew and brought to you in part by ETI School of Skilled Trades. Get the knowledge you need to manage your fantasy football team. Sunday morning at 7 on ESPN Chicago, 100.3 HD2, the ESPN Chicago app, and ESPN 1000.
Guys, it's Steinhoffel's 89th anniversary since 1934. My guys over at Steinhoffel's has been the trusted furniture and mattress destination for quality selection and service, whether it's your first apartment, your first home, or your home of your dreams. Steinhoffel's is something for every style and every budget. It's the reason why we shop there. Shop today through Sunday, and you've got plenty of time with no game, and get a free Polaroid camera and a $100 Bears Pro Shop gift card for the latest Bears gear when you purchase over $29.99. We're shopping there. You should too. Shop online at steinhoffels.com. You can shop in-store at their newest location in Harwood Heights. It's located east of O'Hare on Harlem and Lawrence. We shop at the one in Vernon Hills. I know Carmen shops at the one in Downers. There's a location near you. The 89th anniversary sale at Steinhoffel's. Shop there today.
Old National Bank.
I just got your home equity loan, and this feeling of joy and exhilaration overcame me.
Yeah, it's a phenomenon we call getting old.
Wow, so I'm not the only one?
No, small business owners feel it with expansion loans. Families feel it when they're setting up trusts and 529s. Nonprofits who need financing to help the community. And anyone who needs investment advice. They all feel it.
So it's not just me?
No, you're in a pretty big club.
Like a club I can join?
I really don't.
Is there at least a secret handshake?
Old National Bank, where relationships and results matter. Old National. Get old. Member FDIC.
Football fans, the best spot for cash betting and big screen entertainment is in the PointsBet Sportsbook at Club Hawthorne Betting Bars. Pro and college action, including Illinois teams, on dozens of big screen TVs in Prospect Heights, Villa Park, Crestwood, and at the track. Plus, horse races from around the country with big odds opportunities every few minutes. See photos, menus, and locations at HawthorneBettingBars.com. And if you or someone you know has a gambling problem, please call 1-800-GAMBLER to get help.
Twin Peaks is the best in the game. Here, the scenic views stick around after the sun sets, and your favorite cocktails keep you company long after overtime. Where else can you unwind with bourbon and late-night bites? Only at Twin Peaks, the #1 sports bar.
Every week, our friends at Great Clips help us find the great and celebrate the 25 greatest moments in the past 25 years of ESPN 1000. Find the Great on the Waddle and Sylvie Show is sponsored by Great Clips. It's gonna be great.
Individuals and businesses with tax problems, listen carefully. Do you feel like you're losing control of your finances? If you owe over $10,000 in back taxes or have unfiled tax returns, we can help you take back control. The IRS is the largest and most aggressive collection agency in the world, and they can seize your bank accounts, garnish your paycheck, close your business, and file criminal charges. Take control of your tax problem now by calling the experts at U.S. Tax Shield and take advantage of the Fresh Start program and new laws that may allow us to negotiate a settlement for the lowest amount possible. Our team of tax attorneys and enrolled agents can stop collections and get you protected so you can take control of your financial future. U.S. Tax Shield offers a price protection guaranteed quote to get you protected today. U.S. Tax Shield is A+ rated with the Better Business Bureau, so call now. 800-687-5192. That's 800-687-5192. U.S. Tax Shield. 800-687-5192.
Hey, it's your good friend Tom Waddle here, and guess what? I drive a Hawk, and I'm proud to drive a Hawk. It's a new season, and I'm liking the lineup as well. So get to hawkauto.com and choose from Ford, Chevy, Chrysler, Dodge, Jeep, Ram, Fiat, Subaru, Cadillac, Mazda, Volkswagen, Nissan, and Wagoneer models, and a huge selection of pre-owned vehicles. Right now, save with 0% for 60 months or no payments for 90 days. Find your next car today at hawkauto.com and drive what I drive. Drive a Hawk on select models with approved credit.
Ah, commuting in Chicago. If you're stuck, stick with Waddle and Sylvie. Weekdays 2 to 6.
I want to stand here on Friday saying, oh, 3 great quarters in this last Denver game, and now a really good game, and they went into Washington and they upset them, and it was because of Justin Fields. Now we may have something.
Well, that's true growth. That's true progress. That's something you can build on.
Back to the left of Fields. He brings a man in motion. Mooney into the slot to the right. Snap is back. Fields, late pressure coming, but it doesn't reach. It throws downfield. He's got DJ Moore over the shoulder. 20, 15, and out of bounds. DJ Moore. Snap back to Fields. Fields looking, now throwing. Got open man. DJ Moore. End zone. Touchdown. Touchdown Bears. Toasted the secondary on a 20-yard strike. His third touchdown pass from Justin Fields, the Maryland Terrapin, comes back to the area and puts the Bears on the board. Fields with bombs tonight. 2 to DJ Moore. They motion as he sets the throw right side. It is caught. DJ Moore spins away from a tackle at the 40, 45. Nifty footwork on the sideline. Inside the 40, inside the 35. Wow. With the ball in his hands, do not take it for granted. DJ Moore with great contact balance. They're covering the slot. Komet in motion now. Paired in the left slot. Snap to Fields. Roche on the back. Gonna throw. Left side of the end zone. Up in the air. Contested catch. Touchdown! DJ Moore! What a return to Maryland for the former first-round pick of Carolina and the new Bear. Breaking hearts here in Washington. 11-yard touchdown on a beauty from Field. Left corner of the end zone in tight coverage. Tight end right side of the line, Mercedes Lewis. And Tyler Scott out to the right. Snap. Field stares down the left side. Pass is caught by Moore. Down the sideline. And nothing but green grass. He is gone, baby. Touchdown. DJ Moore on 3rd and 2. The corner broke on it. Missed it. DJ Moore caught it. And he accentuates what's been a spectacular day. 56-yard touchdown, and that puts the icing on the cake.
Right here on ESPN 1000, it was Joniak and Thayer calling a win, calling one of the most prolific receiving games in Bears history. DJ Moore, last 2 weeks have been outstanding, and yesterday was just insane. And he should rewrite the record books for Bears receivers if they play this right. There's no reason he shouldn't, considering...
It's like, well, it's a coloring book right now. You should be able to rewrite it.
Considering what the quarterbacks have been like, considering that when you did get a good receiver like...
Brandon had a great run.
But because it was only, 3 years?
3 years.
You know, he didn't stay long.
I think after last night, he's 3rd all time on the Bears receiving list.
He's not 3rd all time.
Pretty close.
It's nuts. I was texting you guys, and I tweeted it out. The total for him before the year was 800.5 yards. He's over 500 yards for the season.
Yeah, that number was low.
It was low. We gave that out before the year. Like, there's no reason, if he stays healthy, that he shouldn't double that.
He already has more yards than any Bears wide receiver did last year, and more touchdowns than any Bears wide receiver had last year.
He's like
All
only
last year.
He's only a few yards away from what Komet had that led the team for the entire season.
Yeah.
Well, this is why he was instrumental, or his inclusion in the draft, or in the trade for the number 1 overall pick in the draft was what it was.
What a like a weird week for Ryan Poles, because Ryan Poles, it's the interesting debate about Ryan Poles. On one hand, you have DJ Moore that you had to have when you traded the number 1 pick, and you could have one of the greatest wide receivers in franchise history. And on the other hand, you had to trade Claypool and a 7th round pick just to get a 6th round pick back. And in a year's time, like, you traded the 32nd overall pick for him in one of the biggest busts of a trade ever.
Yeah.
So you know what I mean?
Feast or famine.
Here, awesome. Here, complete bust.
Remember, too, part of that whole thing, too, I mean, Darnell Wright became part of this year's haul as well. So it was DJ, it was Darnell, and it was next year's first-round pick for the Carolina Panthers.
Right.
I mean, so Like,
We'll
it's
see.
pretty sweet haul.
Yes. I know there are people yelling, what if it was Jalen Carter with that?
Okay, I get it. But, like, look, and I'm not going to argue with those folks, but as I've said from my own perspective, if Darnell Wright becomes the player that we all think he can become, I'm going to be okay with it.
Me too. And that front four is really good that they faced yesterday. Justin in LaGrange, you're on ESPN 1000. What's up, Justin?
Hey, how's it going, guys? Happy Victory Friday.
How about that,
It's
huh?
been far too long for
It's
a victory.
great, too, because you can go out and have some drinks tonight, too, and not have to worry about getting up early for
we
work
can watch
tomorrow.
the Red Zone, like just enjoy the football weekend. And we haven't had a victory anything in forever.
Hey, man. Hey, we got to take it when we can, man. So I'll take it today. Best believe that. But this is what I wanted to say, which caught my eye yesterday. I don't know if you guys agree or disagree, but I'll hear about it after I hang up. Two things. One, Darnell Mooney, I don't know what was up with him yesterday, but on that first pass when he turned around and backpedaled like 3 or 4 steps to catch it, I felt like he should have kept running. He turned his head over either shoulder, whichever one would have been better. And also on that sideline pass that he didn't get to, I just felt like yesterday was off for him, maybe because his best friend, Claypool, was off.
Did he get Eberflus's
I was
cell
just going to
phone?
say, Coach Eberflus just texted us and wants his phone back.
And also, man, I know it's exciting and everything, but people, I don't want everybody to overreact. If the Bears get 2 of the first 3 or 4 picks, then, I see the business aspect, we got to go on.
Justin, I can't do it anymore. Do you want it? What do you have to say about the Mooney stuff?
Let's just be honest with it. I mean, Darnell Mooney needs to be a larger part of the offense going forward. I'm not blaming Darnell Mooney for balls that were thrown over his head or off target. Like, I'm not pointing the finger at Darnell there. Justin played fantastic football. You're not going to be 100 for 100. He was close last week, at least through the first 3 quarters.
Yeah.
But those were, from my perspective, until I would hear differently from up at Hallis Hall. And I think, Justin is always very much a stand-up guy and would tap his chest and say, this is on me.
I think he did, too.
Yeah.
I think he did. I think after one of those throws, he did tap his chest and say, that is on me. I think the sideline one. Tom Thayer is great at what he does. We're going to bring him in here in a second. This is ESPN 1000, WMVP Chicago, and also WSHE HD2 Chicago. ESPN 1000. The phone number to reach us is 312-332-3776. It has been far too long since Tom Thayer has been able to call a win on the radio. And I'm sure him and Joniak had a great time and a great flight, and they feel much, much better. Thayer joins us right now. He joins us every Friday normally, but we get to talk to him about a win on this Victory Friday. He joins us on the CarX Tire and Auto Hotline. How does it feel to just soak up a win for your favorite football team?
It feels good at the end, but I'm still apprehensive the whole game because of what happened last week. It seems like when you get a lead, it's not a guarantee that you can hold the other team off. So, you kind of sit there on the edge of your seat and you say, okay, I'll celebrate this when the game is over, because there was one point in the game in the third quarter where Jeff was talking about, let's go for a lightning.
I
let's
heard
go
that.
for it. And I'm saying, hey,
pissed.
man, play the game according to winning the game. Don't sit out there and try to play this fantasy football that, you're going to try to get Justin to throw a touchdown pass of 80 yards every single time they have the ball. That's not going to work. And then the way Sam Howell was playing in the second half and the way Eric Bieniemy decided to go exclusively to the pass instead of the running game, I still had my radar up. So I didn't feel, I honestly didn't feel great until the end of the game because, I'm still in a little shock from last week.
Are you nervous that if Washington kicks the field goal to cut it to 7, that next Bears drive is different?
Oh, 100%. And I was thinking, okay, now this is a 1 touchdown separation, and it changes everything. It changes what the defense has got to do against our offense. It changes what the Bears offense has to do in a sustained type of a way on the offense side of it. The crowd started getting in the game. and people were pounding on everything they could to try to make it as loud as they could, and thankfully it worked out in the Bears' favor, and they made some plays at the end of the game to seal it up.
Tom, give us a list or description of some of the stuff that you saw that really encouraged you last night.
Tevin Jenkins coming in, kind of being forced into action early, and then Cody Whitehair being able to take one giant step to his left, and also now he becomes a center. And then Tevin Jenkins, who I really didn't think was ready to play because he didn't have any time in his stance with pads on since the injury in Indianapolis. I thought that the Darren Payne and Jonathan Allen would do more damage from the inside, both in the running game and pressure on the quarterback. And I was super encouraged about the pass protection that first drive. I was super encouraged by the patience that Justin showed early in the game, and he was never, getting hurried off of his spot, where he could patiently wait for the routes to open up and, make some connections. And even though that, when you guys were just talking a second ago, it was an incompletion to Darnell Mooney on the first play of the game, I was excited to see him, go downfield to say, okay, you guys, this isn't going to be a 2-yard passing game because we have a kind of respect for the passing game. We believe that we can pass block you, and we're going to give you some downfield attempts. And then I was encouraged by the fact that they finally got some sacks. I was encouraged that they showed a little bit of defensive line where they're showing some 5-man fronts. They were bringing Strowman on a blitz. They were bringing Jaquan Brisker up to the line of scrimmage. They were able to anticipate a throw by Howell and get an interception. So, all of those types of things that ended up resulting in a win encouraged me, because I think there's a lot of those things that they can use going forward. And I also believe that going forward, some of these guys are going to get healthy and healthier, where, the Bears could maybe have a larger plan of attack and a larger pool of depth on the sideline.
Tom, do you believe that was the most aggressive defensive game plan you've seen from this group since Eberflus took over? And do you believe he would be committed to do the same if, in fact, he has to?
T. Waddle, I thought he had to in last night's game, because you're just not going to go with the same blueprint of game that you ran the first games of the regular season, especially what you weren't doing on third down. So all of a sudden, T.J. Edwards is up at the line of scrimmage. They brought Strowman from the opposite side. Like I said, Brisker was lined up at the line of scrimmage, and they were able to move the other deep safety around a little bit. Tremaine Edmonds had some opportunities to get upfield. Gervon Dexter finally showed a little bit of length and power in his pass rush. And Unique Ngakoue was able to make a couple of nice moves to the inside of Charles Leno and immediate pressure on Sam Howell. And then instead of making Sam Howell look like Baker Mayfield at Tampa, they made Sam Howell look like Sam Howell. It wasn't like he was able to make some ungodly completions or showed escapability if they did get him inside the pocket.
Tom, what has been the biggest difference for Fields these last 2 weeks? Has it been game plan? Has it been how has he regained his confidence? Is it more him? What's been the big change?
I think DJ Moore has bailed him out a couple times, making some incredible catches of a small window of opportunity, distraction in front of his face, and was still able to come up with it. And then he shakes a tackle if there's one guy on him when he makes the catch, and then he has the yards after the catch. But I think Luke Getsy has done a nice job in the last couple weeks. He's had a good game plan, some good calls for Justin that was able to take advantage either of respect the ability that he does have if he wants to run the ball, give him an opportunity to get protected and make some reads, and trust him to throw the ball into some of those smaller windows that we talked about. The thing that I was most disappointed is forgetting about the tight end in the second half. And I thought Tanyan and Cole were giving Justin more opportunities, and especially when EQ St. Brown got hurt, and then the tallest wide receiver they had was 6 foot. And 2 years ago, when we all clamored saying, "Oh, the receiver position's got to get bigger," and they brought in Claypool and EQ St. Brown, now they're back to the 6-foot wide receiver, but he was still able to use him. And like Tom was saying, excuse me, before I came on, that Darnell Mooney has got to get more involved in this offense. And I think he has great hands. He's a super determined receiver. But if they can use him 30% more and, still keep DJ Moore involved, obviously, but some way that Justin's going to have a different target that he's going to have to use.
Tom, you know this team better than anyone, so I'm probably not telling you something that you didn't already know, but people don't realize this team, last night was the first time they hadn't committed a turnover offensively since the Miami game of last year. And for a team that's trying to learn how to win, Tom, tell people how important it is that those mistakes can't happen.
T. Waddle, last night I was driving home because when we landed last night, we got home at about 3:40. Jeff and I went into Hallis Hall and did an hour podcast.
Wow!
And I'm driving home at 5 o'clock in the morning. I'm listening to AM 1000, and they brought that point up. And I really wasn't aware of it. And then I started thinking about all the things. Okay, they haven't won a game since last October, and then the whole turnover thing. And all these, factors and reasons why they did win the game started to pop into my head because, listening to the radio on the way home, I wasn't aware of it, but now I am. And I think it's it's hard to win when you turn the ball over so often.
Whose call is that to do a 4 a.m. podcast?
Is that your idea or was it Joniak?
Well, he asked me and I agreed. And so
Joniak's got to get some sleep. My goodness.
Oh shoot, I haven't slept yet. I got home at 5:15, and I have to pick up my dogs at 6 o'clock. And so I got home and I just started to watch the tape of the game and been forcing myself to stay up all day. So if I do go to sleep, I'm a dead man. And so I'm waiting for my high school game to come on YouTube at 5 o'clock, and then the varsity game is at 7. So I'm going to watch that, and then I'm going to hit it.
Tom, how impressed were you at how ready this team was to play? Considering, compare them to what Ronnie's team looked like. Considering it was a short week, they're on. This game is on the road, and they're coming off of a loss that was as devastating as the loss was to the Denver Broncos.
Well, a couple factors. So a couple hours before it is announced, we heard about Dick Butkus passing away. And I was curious of how people inside the Bears was gonna react to that information. But as I made my way down to the field, T. Waddle, before the game, and I was sitting on the Bears sideline watching guys warm up and stuff, and I talked to some Washington people, it was almost a foregone conclusion that they were going to beat the Bears, but they just didn't know by how much. And so I'm going, wow, this is kind of suspicious here because obviously the Commanders had won some games, but you're not lighting the world on fire in your division. And so for you guys to have an overconfident belief that if they just throw the ball out in the field, the game is over and you're going to win. And so it was kind of a wait and see situation. And then I felt super confident because you saw the changes on the defensive line of scrimmage. You saw how confident they came out and played on that first drive. But the thing that really caught my attention most was the pass protection, because if you got to go into that environment, if you allow that crowd to get actively, vocally involved in the game, it could be different. It could be difficult to protect Justin. And in those first long passes of the game, when he wasn't shaken, he wasn't getting moved off his spot, he wasn't getting harassed immediately, he wasn't looking to find a running lane. Those were all encouraging signs to me that they kind of had a confident game plan going into it. And then maybe the Butkus deal was a little bit of inspiration to these guys, considering his role in the history of the NFL, his role in the history of the Chicago Bears.
Oh, hey, Tom, we talked about Dick Butkus yesterday in the pregame show. For those who missed it, and maybe you can expand on it a little bit more. Like, you two have stuff in common as far as being people who grew up in this town or this area, starring for their hometown team. You guys also played for universities that is beloved in this area as well. Dick Butkus playing for the University of Illinois, you playing for Notre Dame. So, like, is there even sort of more of a like a small company that you guys kept because of those facts?
I can't even sniff Butkus's greatness, because he lived a lifetime of an intimidating figure that had historical traits and development and lineage of the NFL. People remember him all over the country. If you only, you say Butkus, everybody knows who you're talking about. Just how when he would be walking around the locker room as a broadcaster, when I was sitting in my equipment, all I wanted to do is play well enough to get the okay from Butkus that, okay, if he gives you, the sign that he thinks that you're a good player, that was all that you needed, to have that vote of confidence to, kind of feel you believed. And I just admired him so much because I knew of him and I got to meet him and then I got to talk to him a lot after his career was over. And he was such an awesome figure of football that he was just, to me, he was just amazing. It was, whatever I was able to, have taken part of with the Bears, it could never scratch the surface of Dick Butkus.
You could make the argument that he was the face of the NFL because the game, played to his style. It's like in today's game, Tom, where you'd look and you'd say, well, Patrick Mahomes is probably the face of the league because you high-flying offense and everything else. Back in his day, it was about blue collar and hitting people and being physical, and nobody really represented the league any better than what Dick Butkus represented.
I thought that exact same thing. I thought if you take that still picture of Dick Butkus with his hands folded and that tape around his knuckles, or if you took an outline figure of Dick Butkus in his middle linebacker stance, you would know what it was if it was a caricature or just an outline. He could be the NFL logo.
Yeah.
And that's why I think for years when you look at the videos of him, and back in the day, we used to get tapes of older guys, whether it be Dick Stanfeld or Dick Butkus from the NFL archive, and we would look at these guys in their prime. And it's different than having a lot of video that, the generation saw of him in his latter part of his career, because in the younger part of his career, 6'3", 245, the dude was legit, and he could probably have played any of the front 7 positions if he really had to.
Hembo from the Greeny Show him and I were exchanging some facts about Dick Butkus. He's a researcher, by trade. Hembo is. Here's a couple going into what you were just saying, Waddle. In 1970, a panel of NFL coaches voted Dick Butkus the player they would start with if they were building a new team from scratch.
Middle linebacker.
Right, like that's how the NFL used to be played.
Yeah.
And this, I thought, you could list all these Pro Bowls and Hall of Fame
22 interceptions.
How about this one? When the Lions used an I formation against the Bears at Tiger Stadium, every player in the I, the center, the quarterback, the fullback, and the halfback was knocked out of the game by Butkus. How great is that?
It's fabulous.
There are so many of those stories that for those who are too young, and most of us are, but just, and there are films to watch it, but he just embodied what the Bears were built on.
Ditka, there's several, aren't there, Tom? Aren't there clips of Ditka saying, in being serious, he was afraid of Butkus because he had to practice against him pretty much every day.
Right. And then, last night when I was driving home, AM 1000, they were interviewing Archie Manning. and Archie Manning was telling everybody how scared he was of playing against Butkus. And he said even after the fact, when they would play in a golf outing, within the last 5 to 10 years, he was still intimidated by Butkus. And, again, that's the way he carried himself, with that look and that mustache and that square head of his, that flat top haircut. He's going to be a guy that's going to be remembered forever. And there's probably no greater honor than being remembered for a vicious football player years after the fact.
All right, go have a drink, enjoy the high school football, and then
get some sleep at some
and then
point.
get some sleep after the
like
game. You
vampire.
deserve it.
Yeah, sleep. That's for you. You can sleep anytime.
See you, Tom. You're
All
the
right,
best.
buddy. Adios.
He's awesome.
He's great.
Tom Thayer, Jeff Joniak. He was.
I bet you Joniak's sleeping right now.
Do you think so?
Yeah, call him. See if he's sleeping.
I'm not poking that bear.
Yeah,
No
that's a good point. I was driving home after because I wanted to see the fourth quarter and watch it with my oldest son, who was, by the way, melting down in the fourth quarter.
Why?
Because they were coming back. He was all invested, and he has DJ Moore on his fantasy team, so that's one thing. So he was going crazy over that, and then he was melting down as they were giving up the lead that they're going to blow it, that this and that, it's going to be bad, and everything like that. But I heard the exchange that Thayer was talking about. The Bears got the ball. I think they had it at the Commanders' 45. And
Jeff wanted a deep shot.
Joniak goes, I want a lightning play right here. Thayer goes, no. He goes, I want to milk the clock. I need a long drive. And then Joniak's like, long drive? You're at the 45. How long of a drive can you have?
It's great that
And
they
they're
have those
just
conversations. I
They're
love it.
bickering back and forth over, like, what's good. Thayer's like, I want a 9-minute drive. He's like, you can't have a 9-minute drive from the Commanders' 45. So it was hilarious. Ray in San Antonio, you're on ESPN 1000. What's up, Ray?
And how you doing?
We're good.
Good.
First and foremost, Tom, huge fan of yours. I remember watching you jump up in the middle of the field and catch whatever was in the vicinity. So huge fan of yours.
Thank you, Ray.
But to answer your question for your poll, Justin has been here. He hasn't arrived. Who's the one person who kept us in all those games last year? Wasn't nobody on the defense. It was Justin Fields. Yes, granted, he still needed to show us what he can do passing. If anybody watched film from his college highlights or his college career, we know he could pass. We just needed to find out who was going to give him the time and if this coach was going to call plays to his strengths and his abilities. And I think all of that is finally starting to show its fruition.
You know, Ray, thanks for the call. I don't think that when it's really, really good, the offensive coordinator is putting him in position to take advantage of what he does well. When it's really, really bad, it's the offensive coordinator's fault that they're not putting him in position to take advantage of what he does. This is a shared responsibility and a shared relationship. And there's an offensive line that's involved. There's a receiver crew that's involved. There's running backs that are involved. It's a very complex, process. And I just don't think that you can blame him for the offense not working at all times, and you can't blame the coordinator. I think it's somewhere, as I've always said, the truth is always in the middle somewhere. And so what is everybody saying now? Like they've had over 900 yards of offense. He's thrown for over 600 yards and 8 touchdowns. Is now Luke Getsy the greatest coordinator in the National Football League? You can't just say
have the Bears ruined him. Like Greeny was saying, like that's what was the problem that I had with Greeny. Like Greeny a couple of days ago said they need to trade him because the Bears have ruined him. Well, does he look ruined?
No. I mean, you just, I can't. I won't tell anybody. I can't careen from one guardrail to the next. It's just not, it's not a healthy way for me to fan. And I don't fan that way. As I said, I'm going to tell you what I see that is really good. And I'm going to tell you what I see that is bad. And I just don't think that it's as black and white as everyone thinks. Well, when Justin doesn't play well, it's because the offensive coordinator is holding him back. The offensive coordinator is not responsible for him sailing a football over someone's head. nor is the offensive coordinator going to get credit when Justin drops back, reads coverage, believes in what he sees, and throws a dart in between two defenders. That's Justin.
Right.
That's not the coordinator. That's Justin. And when Justin fumbles a football or throws an interception, that's not the coordinator. That's the quarterback. So just think it's a nuanced sport, and it's a nuanced conversation 99 times out of 100.
Justin's been better. Justin wasn't good early in the season. His accuracy wasn't good. His processing wasn't good. It's been much better now.
Absolutely.
Rich and Joliet, you're on ESPN 1000. What's up, Rich?
Hey, guys. Just a little tidbit. Notice at the end of yesterday's game, I noticed the total yards the Bears did was 451. Talk about a tribute to Dick Butkus. 4, number 51.
There you go.
There you go. Well said, Rich.
Appreciate it.
Oh,
I was wondering, would the total hit 51? You know, at one time it stopped at 50, and then they went over that. That was another play that I loved yesterday was the over.
Yes, I did as well. I loved also that some of the current players who obviously would have never seen Dick Butkus play, and like even DJ Moore hasn't spent much time in Chicago, still found time to honor one of the greats of this franchise when they were meeting the media and talking about what had just transpired.
Sure. Joniak told the story that when Butkus came, remember, Butkus was at the opener. Remember that?
Yes.
He was there. He had a
weekend.
cane, but he still looked great.
Yes.
He was still super excited, and he made more Packer jokes. And he sat down with Tremaine Edmonds, and Tremaine Edmonds wanted to know stuff from Dick Butkus. Like, even though there are some that don't care about history, there are still more than most who want to know about the greatness, who still care about history.
I was very happy to hear that DJ Moore and Justin Fields and others acknowledged, that Dick Butkus had passed away and the importance of what he meant to that organization and what he will always mean for this organization.
I thought it was when I first saw it. So we started the post game, the pregame, and I first saw the tweet before TMZ came, and we waited till we got confirmation through the Bears. We had seen all the tweets, TMZ, and everything like that. We wanted the Bears pregame show. We wanted to make sure the Butkus family and the Bears had confirmed this before we went with it out of respect to them.
You don't get extra points for being first.
Right, especially with that, right? Yeah. This isn't an injury. This isn't a trade. This is real life and death. So we wanted to wait with that. We felt like we needed to respect that. But that's neither here nor there. When I first saw the first one, it was from one of those kind of sideshow Twitter handles. I thought it was fake because I'm like, wait a minute. Dick Butkus is in fine health. Dick Butkus is only 80. I still think of 80 as not being old. That Butkus was just here a month ago. Butkus tweets. Butkus is fine. This is someone who's got it wrong. Butkus is okay. And then it was TMZ, and I'm like, oh no.
They usually get it right.
Well, once it was TMZ,
right,
and I'm like, say no, and I was heartbroken. It sucks.
Yeah.
And so you know who texted us in an hour from now? Rick Sutcliffe, out of all people.
Yeah,
he knows everybody. He's texted us. He goes, "I've got a Butkus story that's going to be worth your time." Michael Wilbon used to butt dial Dick Butkus, out of all people. Remember that?
Oh, yes.
So
he used to wear his Butkus jersey all the time as well. I think he said he's got two jerseys, Sayers and Butkus. Or at the very least, those are the two he wears most.
And there are still young Bears fans that I see at Soldier Field who wear either the Peyton, the Butkus, the Ditka, or the Sayers jersey.
Yeah.
And the Urlacher's in that group now, too.
Yep.
So 312-332-3776. You want to talk about yesterday's Bears win and what it meant here, other than ending 14 in a row. Can it be bigger than just winning a game here? Can it be meaning more than just one for this offense? Can they grow here, at least offensively, this team? We'll take all of your phone calls as we are in Victory Friday mode, heading into your weekend. And we're going to be out and about next week. I'll tell you all about that coming up next.
This is Waddle and Sylvie. On Chicago's Home for Sports, ESPN Chicago.
Courtney Cronin checks in from Hallis Hall and beyond all week long on ESPN Chicago. Brought to you by Purple Wave Auction.
Guys, I've told you about Window Nation for a while. I've purchased new windows from Window Nation, and I love them. My neighbors have heard me talk about them. I've showed them my windows firsthand. They purchased new windows, and they love them. And fans of the show have purchased them. You should too. Beat the winter rush. Are your windows leaky or drafty? Do they have problems opening and closing? Call my guys today at Window Nation, 866-90-NATION, 866-90-NATION. Ask for my guy, Alan Favada. He's their sales manager. He's going to come over to your house, and he'll show you exactly what you need and what you don't need, give you that in-home estimate free of charge, and he's going to do you right. He's going to give you the best customer service possible, because this is what Window Nation does. It's what they've been built on. It's a family-owned business. It's been built from the ground up, and they've installed over 2 million windows to date. Right now, buy 2 windows, get 2 free, and have no payments for 2 full years. No interest payment, no down payment. And you can save money on your energy bills, too. I've saved money 30% year over year. Again, the number to call, 866-90-NATION, 866-90-NATION. Check them out online at windownation.com and let them know that Sylvie sent you.
Hey, this is the Fat Jack, and what a great week we just had. Going 4-1 on Sunday, we win again last week. Everybody's deeper into profit, and we're heading into October. Go to FatJackSports.com. Get everything through Halloween, only $399, or less than about $70 a week when you go through the Super Bowl or beyond. 4-1 last Sunday. We won last Saturday. We've been turning a profit each and every day. Go to FatJackSports.com. Get signed up today where there's no tricks, no gimmicks, just winners.
Jeez, did you see that? Another big green Cenobogan scrap machine swinging tons of metal. I saw them before at Alta Equipment. Cenobogan. It's moving one heavy load. Well, stand back. Cenobogan is quicker than it looks.
In Illinois and Northwest Indiana, Alta Equipment is your only authorized Cenobogan dealer. Cenobogan, the world's toughest name in scrap handlers. Call today, 844-GO-TO-ALTA.
Play video games, work from home, and do so much more with Astound Broadband's ultra-fast gig internet. For a limited time, you can join starting as low as $25 per month. Astound's fiber-rich internet delivers ultra-fast speed, no matter what high-bandwidth activities you choose. Create the perfect plan, plus get a 2-year price lock when you upgrade to the award-winning gig internet. Give yourself a better internet experience. Head to Astound.com or call 1-800-4ASTOUND. Restrictions apply. See website for details.
Money saved through energy efficiency can directly benefit a business's bottom line. That's why businesses throughout Northern Illinois are partnering with the ComEd Energy Efficiency Program to find up to 35% in energy savings, resulting in lower energy costs for their facilities. Because at ComEd, we're powering your business's future. Learn more at ComEd.com/poweringbiz. ComEd, powering lives. Savings figure is hypothetical only. Actual savings will vary based on the measures implemented and on customers' usage and rate.
Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today. 1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Donate your car today at carsforkids.org. Your car, running or not, can be picked up as soon as the next day. No title, no problem. Call 877-CARS-FOR-KIDS or go online at carsforkids.org to donate today.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Now accepting donations of land, homes, buildings, or any kind of real estate.
Paid for by K4K LLC.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well,
trying to find a needle in a haystack. Sure, you can post your job to some job board, but then all you can do is hope the right person comes along, which is why you should try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter doesn't depend on candidates finding you. Its powerful technology identifies people with the right experience and actively invites them to apply to your job. You get qualified candidates fast. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you what you're looking for. The needle in the haystack.
4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate through the site within the first day. ZipRecruiter, the smartest way to hire. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free. That's right, free. Just go to this exclusive web address, ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter.com/free.
It's that time again when we venture deep into the great unknown.
And in Chicago, Tom Waddle. He can't run, he's not fast, but he gets open.
A trip inside the mind of a multi-concussed former Bears wide receiver.
He caught everything that was thrown and took every hit that they could give him, and he had an all-time day in the use of smelling salt.
Buckle up, boys and girls.
Tom Waddle, every team wants to have a Tom Waddle. If I had a football team, I'd like to have a Tom Waddle on my team because you draw from that.
It's time to go inside Waddle's world.
Tom Waddle did have to use a lot of smelling salt.
Oh, that is correct, John. Waddle's World brought to you by our great friends and partners at Wintrust Community Banks. They are Chicago's banks. Find your nearest Wintrust Community Bank. Visit wintrust.com/find us. Member FDIC. Take your phone calls.
Yes. Can I tell you where we're going to be next Wednesday? We got a hump day event. Let's all hump.
Excuse me?
I'm talking about next Wednesday. We are going to be out at Twin Peaks, Warrenville. This has been a place that we've been to multiple times.
Is that off of 88?
I think so. It's 28252 Deal Road in Warrenville.
Oh, yeah. We've been there a bunch.
A bunch.
We're almost like
we love it there.
Part owners.
Yes.
Not really, but.
It is next Wednesday, so come out and see Waddle and me for a Wednesday event. That's a rare day for us to be out on a Wednesday.
It's a day that ends in a Y.
But why not? Let's do this. Next Wednesday, Twin Peaks in Warrenville, 2 to 6. Who's up for this? Twitch, you up for this? 28252 Deal Road in Warrenville. The Nissan Titan Street Team will be on hand as well with prizes. We want to see you. So coming out to Twin Peaks, Warrenville next Wednesday.
Let's do this.
Let's take some calls. Big C.
Big C.
What's up, Big C?
What up? Victory Friday.
Take us off a speaker.
Come on, Big C.
Yeah, what's going on?
Oh, there we go. There we go. That's nice.
Hello?
Yeah, we're good.
Yeah, you got to turn up. You got to turn your mics up. I can't hear you.
How am I going to turn my mic up?
Hello?
Yeah.
Yes. You got to turn your end up.
You have been a bad caller recently.
What?
Hey, last night proved everything that you were saying, the Football Observer was saying, right?
What's that?
About, what feel like, we got to cut the field in half. The one read plays and use field legs, right?
I don't think that that's really what they've done. In fact, I think that they have stuck to more pocket throws than.
But I'm saying them the one read plays, correct?
Some of them are, but not all of them. I listen, Big C. I like I said, when I see bad, I point out bad. When I see good, I point out good. And what I've seen is a confident quarterback who's decisive, who's trusting what he sees, and he's ripping the football. And for the last 2 weeks, he's been very good doing it.
Okay. So Sylvie, this is what I've been saying. Everything I said last year, the year before last, it coming to light. He's not going to be able to sustain, get hit like that. He took a lot of hits last night, running the ball, whatever the case may be. So yes, with your poll question, still the same. So what do you do?
We just continue to watch and see where it goes.
We keep on keeping on.
Yes. Well, there's
nothing to do right now. It's October 6th.
Right.
But it's not like a lose-lose situation.
What do you mean?
Like, okay, the team has some type of success, but you're not really going. Like with the Mitch, y'all said with Mitch, you're not really going nowhere with Fields.
Well, that's what you have to see. You have to play this out, and you have to see if he continues to grow. Will he continue to get better?
We're in no rush right now, Big C. All right, buddy. Take care. Have a good week.
Was he at a loss for words?
Well, listen, his take all along has been that Justin isn't going to be their answer long term. And at this particular moment, you know, that's a bad hand. You know, when you play poker, you're sitting there. Sometimes you have a good hand. He had a really good hand after 3 weeks. If his perspective was Justin isn't the answer. After the last 2 weeks, he's sitting there with a really bad hand. He's got like deuce 4, jack 10, ace, all of different suits, except for there's 5 cards. So there's maybe two hearts, a spade, a diamond, and a club. He had a bad hand. He's got a bad hand right now. But you know what? The game of poker, you throw your cards in, you get another hand.
I don't think he could hear you too well. You guys need to turn up your mics.
Yeah, turn up my mic.
I admire his moxie to turn the tables on you for once.
Yes, he's like, I might be on a bad speakerphone, but your mic sucks.
I will say this, though. I mean, like, I have been an advocate of when there was zero. Remember when he was meeting the media, and you could hear it in his voice, you could see it in his face. There was zero confidence. So you needed to find a way to boost that confidence. I'm like, okay, well, let's do something that makes him feel confident. And then if we have to go back and reinstall some of the other broader plays in the passing game, we can do that at a later date. I think they've run plenty of plays from the pocket, and he's been more efficient, and he's been better from the pocket.
Maybe they said to him, too, look, you got to get better at this, and this, and we'll do this, and this.
I can't remember if it was the second touchdown, the third touchdown, which is such a cool thing to say as a Bears fan.
Right.
But when he, with his eyes, held the safety and then just zips it into DJ Moore in the corner of the end zone, like, I got all tingly because that's the type of stuff.
That was the first drive, wasn't it?
Was it? Okay.
Yeah.
So, like I said, I can't even remember anymore. There's so many touchdown drives. But to have the Bears quarterback do things that you watch Patrick Mahomes do and just go, oh my God. Like, more of that, please. That was awesome.
Yeah, and like now will he do it against the Vikings? And he's got some games where you can do it.
Yes.
You got a couple home games
This is
here
what
against
we were
teams that are beatable.
This is what we were preaching 2 weeks ago when they were coming off of 3 really bad losses, and everyone was like, well, when do you pull the plug and move on? No, you've got a full complement of 17 games
You're playing
to
the whole
figure
way.
out who he is, because you don't want to have even a scintilla of uncertainty when it's time to make the decision.
You never know when the light could go on.
Right. And I don't think they're ready. They weren't ready to write him off after 3 games, and I don't think they're willing to give him a giant bag of money just yet.
No,
I think they are going to let the season play out as they should, and we'll see where we end up.
Jason in Crown Point, you're on ESPN 1000. What's up, Jason?
Hey, buddy. Can you feel the difference today?
Yes.
Can you feel how different it is,
Yes.
man? Just one win from the Bears just changes my whole life. It's ridiculous.
Think about Jason.
Well,
Think about how they feel. Like they have been public enemy number 1 for the last month. We talked about the stank that was on them. I mean, at least for a week and a day or two, they get some relief and they get to feel good about themselves and hopefully build on that against the Vikings.
Agreed. And not just like here in Chicago, they stunk throughout the whole nation. Everybody was down.
There's a lot of stank
so
on
they
that.
got to be rolling today. But I was calling, like I was rewatching the game. I'm watching it now. And I saw something that I haven't seen in such a long time.
Quarterback
and it
sack.
was just, well, yeah, well, there's a few things I saw. But the reality is complementary football. We got out to a lead, and guess what we can do? We can take some chances on defense and get some sacks. You know, you can't do that when you're constantly chasing people. It was complementary football. Usually our complementary football is offense 3 and out, defense on the field for half the quarter, you know?
A blown coverage by the defense.
Right.
It's a turnover followed by a
game,
blown coverage.
Exactly. Yeah. It's a pick followed by the defense back on the field after one play. But the reality is they played such a complete game. Like, that gives me hope. Not Justin Fields, not Luke Getsy, not Eberflus. Just the fact that these guys played a complete game and went out there and won one for themselves, for the city, for the organization. I'm in heaven today.
Good.
Jason, thanks. I still like putting up 40. That's
You've
what
got
I'm
a
most
better-
excited about.
You've got a better chance of winning games putting up 40 than you do putting up 20.
Yeah, like I don't think I'm going out with and buying any Stroman jerseys anytime soon.
He had a game, an
Cubs or
interception,
Bears.
a sack, and a fumble, a forced
I
fumble.
know, that's my point. That even
Would
still,
would you rather buy a Greg Stroman jersey or a Marcus Stroman jersey?
still Marcus.
Okay.
Isn't Greg Stroman like 27 too? He's not. He's been around, hasn't he?
Yeah.
Wasn't he drafted by Washington? Thought he was drafted by Washington, or he was with Washington, wasn't he?
He's been a journeyman a little bit.
Yeah.
It's not like he's some rookie. He's had some time in the NFL.
I'm going to be honest with you. I had no idea who they were running out there at the end of the game because so many guys were coming off the field with injuries.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, I had no idea who some of the guys were.
That's one thing we didn't get to with Eberflus, but that I would like to ask Ryan Poles or someone on their team is I want to know if they need to. First of all, I want to know if they've hired the White Sox strength and conditioning people first. And if they haven't, if they need to look into doing things differently. It seems to me like there's a lot of soft tissue stuff, like more soft tissue stuff than normal going on with the Bears. Like every guy seems to be grabbing their hamstring. Am I wrong about that?
No, you are. You are right about that. You want to play a real quick game, a bear or not a bear? Steven Johnson, bear or not a bear?
Steven Johnson. Steven Johnson is a bear.
No, he's not.
Yeah,
I just made that up.
Damn it.
Jaquan Williams.
Not a bear.
Well, he's a bear. He's
Damn it.
You're a cornerback.
Let me host your pregame show. What's next?
I'm telling you, I don't know half the guys
Wait,
they're
by
running
the
out
way,
there either.
What is Brisker? What is Brisker doing?
I don't know.
Flapping
his arms?
He seems like he's doing like the Eagles thing, the fly Eagles fly. What is? Did you guys know what Brisker's doing?
I'm not sure.
Ball hawking. He's ball hawking.
Is that what it is?
I don't know.
Is that
I'm guessing.
Catch the pick next time if you're going to ball hawk.
Does anyone know what Brisker is doing? Anyone in Twitch?
I'm not sure. You know what, though? I like the fact that he wasn't 100%, but he was out there trying to get his thing done.
Good for him.
Yes.
But what?
I don't know what that means. Yeah, I'm not sure. I'm not sure what that is.
Someone said the crane. Someone said the pelican. The pelican.
Elijah Jones, bear or not a bear?
That's not a bear.
You're back.
All right.
You're back.
Elijah Jones.
Elijah Hicks.
He's a bear.
There you go.
I'm two for
Now
two
you're
for
going.
4.
Now you're rolling.
I'm betting 500.
Yes, you are.
That's the big contract in Major League
Joe
Baseball.
Reed. Is Joe Reed a bear?
Joe Reed is a bear.
He's on injured reserve, but
Yes.
you are correct. He's on injured reserve. But he's a bear.
3 for 5.
You're going. Now you're doing it. Do you think that they'll you asked a good question on
Chase
the text chain.
Claypool. Bear, not a bear. We have not mentioned that he. Well, I guess once we did that he was traded to Miami today.
You know what? I'm done with him. So I really don't care. Do you believe, based on we'll find out early next week where they're at? Their running back room is a mess right now. Khalil Herbert is hurt. Roschon Johnson went into concussion protocol. He was out. Travis Homer, I believe, had a muscle pull. If you're going to keep Velus Jones active going forward, don't you have to see if he, in fact, can pick up the slack a little bit carrying the football, maybe?
It's a great question. I asked a question on Twitter, and I was met with some skepticism about the numbers game regarding their running backs. I want to ask you about it and see what you think. 312-332-3776. If you want to weigh in, it's a Victory Friday. And we're also talking about Dick Butkus as well. We lost him at the age of 80 yesterday. I was very surprised about that. But we'll ring it up. Talk to us. It's Waddle and Sylvie heading into your weekend.
Waddle and Sylvie on Chicago's Home for Sports, ESPN Chicago.
Peggy Kaczynski and Dion Miller. Peggy and Dion, tomorrow at 11 on ESPN Chicago. Brought to you by Advantage Acura in Naperville.
Snap into action this NFL season with FanDuel, America's #1 sportsbook. Because right now, new customers get $200 in bonus bets guaranteed when they place a $5 bet. That's $200 in bonus bets whether you win or lose. So if you've been thinking about joining FanDuel, there's no better time to get in on the action than right now. The app is super easy to use, plus they offer a wide range of betting options, including spreads, player props, over-unders, same-game parlays, and so much more. So visit FanDuel.com/Tyler and kick off the NFL season. FanDuel, official partner of the NFL. You must be 21 and older and present in Illinois. First online real money wager only. $10 first deposit required. Bonus issued is now withdrawable bonus bets that expire 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
When your cat's mean, then your dog is too.
And it's hard to know what's fake or true.
Just raise a glass with a friend or two.
You tell them more, tell them more, tell them more, do.
When the online trends keep getting worse, and you lost your keys in the metaverse.
Now your right swipe just went left on you.
You tell them more, tell them more, tell them more, do.
It's a crazy world, so what do? You tell them more, tell them more, tell them more.
Hey, I'm Tom Waddle, and I drive a Hawk. It's a new season, and I'm liking the lineup. So get to HawkAuto.com and choose from Ford, Chevy, Chrysler, Dodge, Jeep, Ram, Fiat, Subaru, Cadillac, Mazda, Volkswagen, Nissan, and Wagoneer models, and a huge selection of pre-owned vehicles. Right now, save with 0% for 60 months or no payments for 90 days. Find your next car today at HawkAuto.com. And drive what I drive. Drive a Hawk.
HawkAuto.com!
On select models with approved credit.
My little brother's friends have been camped out at our place for 2 days straight. 3. It's because of the Xfinity 10G network. Internet that can handle a house full of screens at once, with basically no interruptions. And it's only getting faster. When I was their age, internet like this was a pipe dream.
You sound like my grandpa.
Please go home.
The next generation 10G network only from Xfinity. The future starts now. Now through November 15th, new customers can get 75 megabit internet on the next generation Xfinity 10G network for just $20 a month for 12 months with no annual contract. Go to Xfinity.com/10G, call 1-800-XFINITY, or visit a store today. Requires paperless billing and autopay with stored bank account. Restrictions apply. Equipment, taxes, and fees extra. After promo, regular rates apply to internet service. Actual speeds vary.
Blue Chew presents Johnny the Good Kid Yurkovich with another episode of Chew on This.
Chew on this, fellas. The best part of your day should be when you and your partner get to make magic happen in the bedroom. You know how that works. If it isn't and you aren't able to perform, listen up, because you can't be wasting these opportunities. Do like I did and talk to my friends at BlueChew.com. The chewables from Blue Chew will make sure you have the confidence you need when it's time to perform. Blue Chew is a unique online service that delivers the same active ingredients as Viagra and Cialis, but in a chewable form at a fraction of the cost. And now they also have Vardenafil mint-flavored chewables. So not only are you performing at a high level, but with fresh breath. Yes! Sign up at BlueChew.com. Consult with their licensed medical provider. And once approved, you'll receive your prescription within days. Visit BlueChew.com today. Try Blue Chew free when you use our promo code ESPN at checkout. Just pay $5 shipping. That's BlueChew.com, promo code ESPN to receive your first month free.
Hellsberg Diamonds presents Great Wedding Speeches.
Put your hands together for the father of the bride.
Kara, honey. Boy, am I proud of the woman you've become. And Craig, my man, my brosa. When Kara first introduced us to Craig, boy, I knew he was the one right away. He tells the greatest jokes, he smokes a killer brisket, and he knows what team to root for, don't you, buddy? Woo woo! So, when he proposed to Kara, with that awesome ring from Hellsberg Diamonds, boy, we couldn't say yes fast enough, could we, honey?
That's right.
Lab-grown diamond, emerald cut, big sparkle. Oh, it's a great ring, picked out by a great guy. He's like the son I've never had.
Well, Dad, I'm your son, Donnie.
Oh, right. Well, you're great, too, Johnny.
For over 100 years, Hellsberg Diamonds has been customizing engagement rings of the highest quality. To learn more about our great selection and transparent pricing, visit our experts at a Hellsberg store near you or at Hellsberg.com.
Bring it in, Broheim.
a lot of Canoli's energy started to bounce back.
She has a lot of puppy moments, and she'll be 14 this summer.
What did these dog parents do for their dogs? They switched to Nature's Blend, a premium freeze-dried raw dog food made by Dr. Marty Goldstein, a veterinarian Forbes magazine called the Miracle Worker. It's the easiest way to support your dog's easy digestion, nourished skin, playful energy, and most importantly, their healthy, full life.
I'm so confident your dog will love it. Your order is backed with a 90-day guarantee.
Save up to 54% off Nature's Blend and get a free full-size bag of Tilly's Treasures dog treats. They're best-selling beef liver dog treats while supplies last. Go to drmartypets.com/sports or text SPORTS to 511-511. Go to drmartypets.com/sports or shop in over 2,000 stores nationwide. Use the store locator to find the store closest to you. All pets are unique. Your pet's results can and will vary. Message and data rates may apply. Studies available upon request.
Follow Chicago's Home for Sports on Instagram at ESPN_Chicago. This is Waddle and Sylvie. Listen now in HD on our app and on ESPN 1000.
I think we're in the process of building something special.
Back to the left of Fields. He brings a man in motion, Mooney, into the slot to the right. Snap is back. Fields, late pressure coming, but it doesn't reach. It throws downfield. He's got DJ Moore over the shoulder. 20. 15 and out of bounds. DJ Moore. Here's the handoff. Herbert with an inside cut at the 30. 25-20. Chase from behind. Ankle grab. And down he goes near the 12. You saw it open up right through the hash marks. And a 35-yard gallop for Khalil Herbert. Fields with bombs tonight. 2 to DJ Moore. They motion as he sets the throw right side. It is caught. DJ Moore spins away from a tackle at the 40, 45. Nifty footwork on the sideline. Inside the 40. Inside the 35. Wow. With a ball in his hands. Do not take it for granted. DJ Moore with great contact balance. Fields awaits the snap. The noise is significant as Mooney goes in motion to the right. Snap. Again, a design run with Carter with a block. Fields sprung free, left 35 and out of bounds. Taken out there by Forrest Jr. Nice job by Jatari. Tight end right side of the line, Mercedes Lewis. And Tyler Scott out to the right. Snap. Fields stares down the left side. Pass is caught by Moore. Down the sidelines. And nothing but green grass. He is gone, baby. Touchdown, DJ Moore on 3rd and 2. The corner broke on it, missed it. DJ Moore caught it, and he accentuates what's been a spectacular day. 56-yard touchdown, and that puts the icing on the cake.
How about that? Jeff Joniak, Tom Thayer on the call.
Feel good for Jeff.
It was 8 days ago.
Yeah.
8 days ago when
What did he say again?
said,
Play that again. Play that again. Can you?
He said we're building something special.
You and I laughed.
Oh.
900 plus yards later, maybe he had the answers to the test.
My comp was Luke Getzey saying that we're building something special is like me looking in the mirror saying, I see George Clooney.
I think we're in the process of building something special.
900 plus yards later. How many points as well? Like 28 and then 40, 68 points. Almost nice.
Hello, Mr. Clooney.
Yeah.
Maybe
I'm going to start calling you George until they throw a clunker out there. Until they drop a deuce on the field, you're George from now on.
Hello, George. Maybe Costanza, not Clooney.
Well, I'm just saying. I mean,
I was in the pool.
I don't know what to say. I mean, we were giggling.
No shrinkage with the Bears. They're walking around with big D.
Envy, yes.
BDE,
Yeah, we are.
Everybody, man.
I hope they go out and everybody's safe. I'm not asking for chaos. I hope everyone, is mature and does. But I hope they enjoy themselves this weekend. A lot of tension. Going around up there for the last month plus.
That's what I'm saying, that maybe, everything could just settle in a little bit.
Yeah.
No defensive coordinator going AWOL. No.
I wasn't exaggerating when I said to you yesterday, look, you have no idea how much relief will be felt inside that entire building if, in fact, they can come up with a victory, and how much that will make going into next week's game easier and more pleasant for them. I heard, too, I don't know if it was true, that when they were coming off the field, George McCaskey and Kevin Warren were there to hug everybody as they walked into
were
the.
they giving hugs
Did you
out?
hear that? I thought I heard
that. I'm trying to remember where I heard it, but I heard that too. Yeah.
Yeah, that there was so much elation.
Hugs at the door.
It's so much relief that existed.
They have been through a lot.
Yes.
And then with the Chase Claypool situation,
Yes.
with them getting blown out, followed by a choke job, the biggest in franchise history, equaling the biggest in franchise history.
It's a lot of tension.
14 in a row, the
Surrounding
longest
that team.
losing streak in
Yes.
franchise history.
If they had lost the 15th in a row, they were embarking upon like some of the historically bad teams in NFL history.
Jeff, that's why I'm saying to you, like, I mean, I'm not making too much of this. I don't believe this propels them to represent the NFC at the Super Bowl this year. I'm just telling you, those conversations were on the horizon had they lost this game.
Like they've already, prior to last night, they were the national laughingstock across the league. That's why you hear Get Up talking about Justin Fields has been ruined by the organization. They need to trade him to the Falcons. Like, so the fact that they were able to get this win, it also spins last week's game against the Broncos a different narrative, right? Like, we can look at the offensive game they had against the Broncos and say, maybe that's not a fluke. Whereas, had they lost last night, it would have been like they blew the game against the Broncos and then they lost their 15 straight.
So again, don't get me wrong. I'm not telling you this is step one towards a trip to the Super Bowl. I'm just telling you that this may have been the most massive release of collective tension in that franchise's recent history.
Everybody needed it.
Everybody. Fans needed it. The players needed it. The coach needed it.
Think about this, too. I'm looking at the DJ Moore numbers. DJ Moore so far in 5 football games, and he got off to a start, and I told you this, where he was targeted twice in the opener. He has 531 yards and 5 touchdowns through 5 games. So he's averaging over 100 yards per game and a touchdown per game.
Yes.
Incredible, right? Chase Claypool.
Oh, God. Why are you doing this to us?
I'm just giving you it for context. Played 10 games for the Bears. And what did he put up? He put up 191 yards.
He had 4 catches this year. So what did he have? What did he have, like 14 catches last year?
They had the 18 catches
18
as a
total.
Bear.
Yeah.
18 catches for 191 yards. 19 yards per game?
And that's the reason why he's not here anymore.
And we saw the last 2 games. He was inactive, and all of a sudden, Bears receivers aren't running into the same spaces as each other.
Coincidence?
I don't know.
I think not.
By the way, it's WMVP Chicago, ESPN 1000, and WSHEHD2 Chicago, as we are uninterrupted here for the next 25 minutes. 312-332-3776. We do have, believe it or not, Rick Sutcliffe. I know he's a longtime baseball man, but he's also one of the all-time great storytellers who wanted to come on. He reached out to us. He says he's got an all-time great Dick Butkus story. He's going to come on in about 20 minutes to tell us that. I want to play you this exclusive Ryan Poles audio from yesterday's pregame show. Remember, during every pregame show, Ryan Poles does a one-on-one with Joniak. And this was from the one-on-one yesterday with Joniak on Chase Claypool. I thought it was pretty upfront regarding, and they traded Claypool today. He's going to the Dolphins. So the Dolphins get Claypool, and they get a 7th-round 2025 draft pick. And the Bears, in return, get a 2025 6th-round pick. So they get Claypool and a 7th-rounder in 2025. The Bears get a 2025 6th-round pick. At least they got something for him. Basically, they swapped. They get a 7th-rounder for a 6th-rounder.
Yeah, they might move up like 10 to 15 slots, depending on where they finish and the Dolphins finish.
Let's just put it this way. This did not go well.
How many balls? What is he going to be? Like a red zone target for them? Because they have a ton of weapons.
They collect speed, and the one thing, at least, even though he doesn't play as fast as his time says, he does run fast. So I'm sure if he can ever learn the playbook that Mike McDaniel gives him, maybe he'll have him in motion and he'll try and, he's going
to catch the fourth corner because there's 3 other guys that are going to be more, interesting to the opposing defense.
So here's polls on what went wrong with Claypool.
You're always disappointed in this situation, and it's definitely something I take ownership of. Last year in the situation we were in, wanted to, add another receiver to the offense, not only to help us be more productive, but also help Justin take the next step. So the right thought process was there, and I feel comfortable with that. Unfortunately, it didn't work out, and we're hoping for him to be a little bit more productive and be someone that could help us take it to the next level. So obviously unfortunate of where we are.
Everybody is asking and wondering was that the root of the problem?
Yeah, there's a couple of things. I always look at things from a player's perspective. You have a player going into his free agent year who wants to be productive and help his career out. And when things aren't going the right way, sometimes you get emotional and, things don't work out and you struggle to blend in and keep resilient and stay resilient with the rest of the crew. And again, I think Chase is going to learn from this situation. We all will. And I wish him luck, moving forward throughout his career.
What is his future here?
Yeah, so right now we're kind of just taking it day by day to figure out what the next move is. But I know whatever, we do, we're always taking the interest of, the best interest for the Chicago Bears in mind.
And obviously he was traded, so that was from yesterday. But I thought him taking ownership and admitting, saying, we're going to learn from it as well. It's a good moment of reflection for Ryan Poles right there.
You almost got it again.
I almost
got another pie in the face there. Saw you saved yourself.
I had to overly think about it.
Yeah,
yes.
I get it.
Notice how it's during the bad moves that I almost say,
ooh, Freudian slips.
Yeah, I think you're connecting the dots, so to speak. Look, I love the fact that he owns it as well. I mean, it was time to move on. And the reason why they allowed it to exist for even a few more days was they were trying to orchestrate a trade.
Yep.
And even if you get something out of it, it's better than nothing.
Right. You could have panicked and you could have said, forget him, get him out of the building. I've had enough.
Yes.
He's gone. But at least you got something.
Correct.
I know you had to send a 7th rounder just to get a 6th rounder, but a 6th rounder is better than a 7th rounder, and he was worthless to you at this point. And even though Eberflus was with us earlier, and I asked Eberflus, is it addition by subtraction? I truly believe that, yes, while Justin's been better, and while the play calling's been better too, I really believe getting him out of the equation, not forcing him to get the reps and to get the play time and to get him out of the huddle, I truly believe it has freed everyone up and that they have been more productive, and it hasn't been just a coincidence without him, that it has been addition by his subtraction.
I agree.
Good. 312-332-3776. You want to hear a little celebration in the locker room afterwards?
I love celebrating.
You love the locker room? They don't do a club dub, but this was...
Would you like to have another club dub going? You loved a good club dub.
I loved... When they were winning 12 games, I loved club dub. 8-9 club dub, nah. 12-4 club dub when it was 16 games was good.
My guess is they blew the roof off this locker room after losing 14 straight.
I don't know. I don't know if they know how to blow the roof off. They don't have a lot of practice. This was.
Sometimes that's when you get a little too crazy because you try to act like you've been there. They haven't been there.
Here's Eberflus's post-game little session with the team.
I want you to listen up. Hey, listen. Listen. I read this before the game today, right? This list. Okay, win the physical battle. Did you do that? Okay. All right. Did you do the basics? Did we block and finish? Okay. Did we tackle and finish? Yes, sir. Yes, we did. Did we win the ball? Yes, we did. Yes, sir. Right? And I said, when we do that right, it will be right. Right? Yes, sir. That's what we did. Now, the reason you're able to do this, fellas, is go through all this hard adversity, right? Okay, is because of the relationships we built. Okay? Because we're tight. And we've always been tight. And we're going to remain tight. Okay? You guys did a great job. Now, we had momentum last week, right? and it poured into this week, didn't it?
Yes, sir.
Right? And it's going to keep going.
Yes, sir.
That's called momentum.
Yes, sir.
Right now, you guys are coming back in on Monday. Enjoy your weekend, right? Get yourself right in terms of your bodies, your minds, right? Spend some time with the family, right? You got to do that and relax. All right? And get ready to go. Because hometown guy, you guys.
Hey, man. Hey, good to everybody, dog. All three phases, man. I'm proud of everybody, man. Real talk. Hey, DJ, good today, bro. Real talk. That momentum really carried us, man. I appreciate y'all, man. Hey, family on three. 1, 2, 3. Family.
There you go. That's the Bears locker room.
And then it got crazy.
Then it got crazy.
Then it got really crazy.
I like when he says, that's called momentum. He's teaching him. Chris in Little Rock, you're on ESPN 1000. What's up, Chris?
Hey, guys. Happy Victory Friday.
Amen.
You too.
Hey, love the show. Thanks for having me on. I think a lot of the reason, like, everyone's just so frustrated how the season started was just the whole expectations versus reality battle. You know, like in the off season with all the on-paper hires, I think we got really excited and got a little ahead of ourselves because, you know, the first 4 games are just disappointing for 4 different reasons. You know, they seemed to trot out cardboard cutouts against the Packers. Justin had the ball super glued to his hand in Tampa Bay. And I don't know if you guys have heard this yet, but Taylor Swift has been going to Chiefs games. So,
no.
Oh, yeah, no way, right?
Wow.
But there was no way we were going to go into Arrowhead and just, you know, pulling out from the Chiefs. And then, of course, we don't need to talk about the Denver game anymore. But in the second half last night, I kind of felt the same way as last week, you know, but they buckled down even though they were down multiple players. And even so, Fields and the co put it together. I know it's only one game, but at minimum, you know, it's a chance for the team, even for us, just to exhale and reset with at least a mini break. Because the reality is we were hoping for anywhere from a 7-10 to a 9-8 team over the course of the season where at least Justin could show that he's the solid starter that we could build around. And it didn't start pretty, but, you know, at least right now and going into the weekend, he's tied for the most passing TDs in the league with Kirk Cousins, and DJ Moore is clearly a dude. And the upcoming schedule being manageable enough that, I mean, after the next couple weeks, they could be near 500 and close to that goal. That was what we were all hoping for at the beginning of the year. I know none of us really thought it'd be a playoff team, but at least contending. So if they can build off this and continue to show tangible progress as much as the first month hurt, you know, the future could be very well look a lot better. And if the Panthers help us out with a top 5 pick and we get another one in the middle of the round, if we reach that goal, you know, I think it'll look really good. So, again, thanks for having me on, and I'm interested just to hear your
all
thoughts
good
on that.
points, Chris. I would say this. At this particular moment, for me, I can't even look down that far. I'm just looking for them to build on what they did, like we were looking for them to build on what they did the first 3 quarters against the Broncos. We saw that against the Commanders with the victory. Let's build on that. Let's have Justin go 3 straight games.
That's called momentum.
That's momentum. Thanks, Coach. We saw true progress because what they did is they found a way to close. When was the last time this team closed somebody out? They learned. They took a step towards learning how to win last night in Washington.
And the field goal kicker missed a kick.
Well, he did, but like there's no doubt had Sly made that kick, it would have been a little more tense. I get that, but still, they didn't commit 0 turnovers.
You know what I'm thankful for? I'm thankful they weren't embarrassed on national TV. Do you know what I mean? Like, we weren't the butt of everybody's joke on another national televised game.
No, we won convincingly.
Yes. Like, we weren't sitting there and everyone was making fun of us on Twitter all night.
Right.
Like, they were the team taking it to the other team for once.
With a group also on defense that really had been decimated by injuries once again.
Like, LeBron was raving about our guys. Not about the guys we were playing. Like, I know, LeBron, whatever, whoever the guy is, the famous person is, they were talking about our guys doing good stuff instead of the opponent taking it to us.
Progress.
Justin on 355, you're on ESPN 1000. What's up, Justin?
Hey, boys. Love the show. Thanks for having me on. I got a couple of things. Number one, do you guys know why when DJ Moore had caught the ball, looked like he scampered, looked like tiptoed, and then went to the end zone? They never reviewed it. No replay, no nothing. And I actually had some friends at the game that said the same thing. It looked like it should have been reviewed even on a bounce or not, and it went nothing. No one knew anything about it.
Moore was pissed off about that. He even said at the podium after the game.
I don't know.
He used those words that he was pissed off.
I don't know why they didn't show any type of replay afterwards. Now,
Yeah,
I have
totally.
seen since then, though, Justin, I have seen, like, there is something out there on the internet that shows it's from a distance. It does look like he's possibly out of bounds, but I never saw a replay. It was very questionable.
Yeah, I'm not going to complain, obviously. DJ had a great game, finally, which I'm so happy for him because I'm number one. He's on my fantasy.
Finally, he had a great game last week, too.
He did, and I didn't start him, but that's another story.
That's on you. That's on you, Justin.
I know. And then second, off subject, I keep on hearing about Brian Burns. If they keep losing, is there a possibility we might grab another Panther player? I'll hang up. I want to listen and keep doing what you guys are doing. I appreciate it.
I will say this:
Got to give up your first-round pick for him, and I'm not giving him their first-round pick back.
No, it is a position that they are going to have to focus on intently in the offseason. I love the fact that they had 5 sacks last night. They aren't as good on the defensive line as they need to be. They need an elite difference-making pass rusher going forward.
Can I ask you guys, I saw a stat that Chase Young had one of the highest pressure rates all season long. However, I don't know if you guys agree. Watching it personally, I was not extremely impressed by Chase Young. He was not setting the edge. He was just blowing up the field. And
it seemed like a very undisciplined approach that the Washington front four were.
He was hunting sacks, but I'm not sure he was applying the pressure the way I would want the team to necessarily go out and build like an offseason around, like if you're the Bears.
In that regard, too, Justin got lucky that there was no grounding penalty. Remember when he threw it out of bounds? The rules official thought that should have been called. He wasn't out of the pocket, and he just launched it out of bounds. Did you think that should have been a grounding? I think Young was pressuring him, wasn't he?
Yeah, it felt like it should have been. I'll say this as well. I mean, Justin gets high marks for handling bad snaps last night, too.
Oh, Cody.
That's got to be worked on.
Is that what you like?
It's got to be worked on.
They got to
going
draft
forward.
the center, for goodness sake. Like, get a solution at center, enough plugging guys in.
It's hard enough to play that position knowing guys are coming at you trying to rip your head off. But when you're having to work hard to make sure you just secure the snap, it makes life even more difficult.
Like trying to grab a rebound.
I don't know. Maybe Cody's hand is still injured. I have no idea.
Yeah,
regardless,
he's never been able to snap, Cody
That
Whitehair.
is true.
It's the shotgun snap has always been his issue. That's why they moved him to the guard, right?
But he had a brace on his left hand, I know. I think he's still
whatever it is, that's got to get cleaned up.
Jalen Carter and John Michael Schmitz, 2 guys I think Bears fans are always going to look back at.
You're right. Reggie and what's his name on Pittsburgh, too? George Pickens.
Hey, love the show, guys.
What's up, Reggie?
Love the show. You all do a great job, and I love how Waddle just took out my whole argument.
Oh, I'm
about
sorry, Reggie.
I was talking about Fields catching all the snaps from Whitehair. Thank you, Waddle.
My bad.
Anything else you want to say, though?
No, I just kind of feel like Terrell Owens about how they've been beating up on Fields. That's my quarterback. You know? Y'all remember?
T.O., yes. T.O. with the sunglasses on went through a teary presentation. Don't cry on us, though, Reggie.
I'm glad Fields just came back and he proven himself to be the quarterback.
Listen, the best thing that can happen for this franchise is that trend continues, and he defines himself as the without a doubts answer at that position. Think about how many resources would be saved to go into other areas to make this team better if you don't have to focus on the quarterback position. Like, there's no question that the best outcome from this entire season would be that Justin continues to play like this and erases all doubts. And there will still be a conversation because of Caleb Williams.
Even if Carolina has the #1 pick?
Listen, if he plays to this level for the entire season, you're not going to draft a quarterback. Now, can he play like this?
Right. It's twofold.
Of course, it's too early to go there.
It will be a huge debate, though. I'm telling you, it's not as easy as you think.
But if they do get that first pick, they could hold it for ransom.
Of course.
Let whatever team wants Caleb Williams to come up and do exactly what you did last year.
I'm not saying that's what's going to happen. I'm telling you that.
Meller, you think it's bad thinking about John Michael Schmitz and George Pickens and Jalen Carter?
And Trubisky.
Imagine being the team not drafting Caleb Williams.
They already did it with Trubisky over Mahomes.
So you're already saying that that's what they should do.
All I'm telling you is everything I've read and watched and thought and heard about Caleb Williams is he's a do not pass quarterback.
I've heard
I've
heard Baldy speak that way, and I've also heard
Sylvie played Joe Klatt for us on Monday.
And I believe that who's the other Spielman? Rick Spielman has said comparable stuff as well.
Like this is a generational college prospect.
Yeah.
At least to this point.
Thank goodness we don't have to make any decisions right now on October, what is it, 6th?
Tyler, you got to call Sup, by the way. Call him now. I think he's waiting for us. Let me take Joseph in Wisconsin. Joseph, you're on ESPN 1000.
Hello, guys. How y'all doing today? I am so happy that we won last night. I was in tears. I've been a Bear fan ever since knee high to a duck behind. And I'll tell you, Waddle, I done saw every game that you played. And that Dallas game in the playoffs, I was about to go through the screen and choke Dicker for keep throwing you the ball.
Don't do that.
I was at least around about, 14, 15 then. I was like, why you keep throwing Waddle the ball? But he catches everything. Justin Fields is a quarterback. And we all forget last year how he balled out, and he throws some touchdowns last year. He threw touchdown passes last year. So I don't know why people keep on saying that he's not a quarterback. He don't see the field. Yes, it's not a quarterback right now in the league right now that's doing like outstanding, except Purley on 49ers. He's doing pretty good. But everybody has their struggles. And that's this is Lou's second year as being a coordinator. He's never coordinated before. So give them some time. And we'll see how the rest of the season go and see how Justin Fields doing. And I think he's going to do fine. And Waddle.
That's right, Joseph. You know what we have? That's what we have. We have the benefit of time. No decision has to be made right now.
None.
So just let it all play out.
We're going to let it breathe.
Let it breathe.
One of our great friends, we love this man. And the other thing that I consider, and we're not here to talk baseball with him today. Other days, yes. But one thing that I love about him.
He's a man of many sports.
Yeah, well, and I was going to say, first, I love that he could crush some beers.
Yeah, me too.
Yeah,
and
he
like
loves
that
some
as well.
country music.
Yes, I love that
We're
as well.
not here to talk about that either today. He is one of the greatest storytellers that I know. He can tell and spin a yarn.
Yes.
And he texted us last night, and he said, guys, I have a great Dick Butkus story. So we're like, Sut, our house is your house.
Amen.
And so he knows that. And Rick Sutcliffe, one of our great friends and favorite people, joins us right now on the CarX Tire and Auto Hotline. Sut, how the hell are you?
I'm doing better now that I'm back with you guys, man. How are you guys?
We're doing okay. We're riding high after a Bears win too. So you caught us at the right time.
You know, I don't think I would have called had the Bears not won last night. It seems like you guys are always great, and you're always informative, and you bring the energy, but there's just a different vibe when the Bears have won, you know?
Absolutely.
Yep.
So I want to know this. So how do you have a Dick Butkus story?
All right, well, let me start out, Marco, with saying that we were up playing golf at Palma Valley with Bill Murray a couple days ago, and I'm telling some stories and everything, and these generals are cracking up, all these old retired people that Bill lives with up there. And they asked Bill, they go, Bill, are these stories true? And Bill goes, you got to realize when Sut's telling the story, it's kind of like, when you go to a movie and it says that it's based on a true story.
Some facts
And
have
I mean,
changed.
that brought the house down more so than anything I had said. But let me tell you something. On our friendship right now, this is not based. This is a true story that happened with Mr. Butkus. A buddy of mine, a great friend named Larry Stewart. A lot of you out there might not know that name, but you'll know this name. He was the original Secret Santa, and he lived in Kansas City. We lived there. We went on what he called sleigh rides every year around Christmas, and we would go to like thrift stores, and we'd be with the chief of police and the chief of the fire department, and he had to have a lot of security because he carried, a couple of $100,000 in cash. And our job was just to go to people in that thrift store that looked like they needed it and just give away money. And, he'd give me $10,000 or $20,000, and you just go give it out however you felt, and you go back and get more from him. I mean, he was an amazing person. There's been a lot of books written about him and all. So anyway, one year we go to Chicago, and there were some things he wanted to do with some service people up there. And the night before, we did a big sleigh ride. And the next morning, he says, come on, we're going to go to breakfast. And he wanted to go to Buck O'Neill's favorite place. When Buck was a coach with the Cubs, we go to this restaurant. We walk in there, and there's the chief of police, the fireman. There's all kinds of security around us. And sitting at a big table was Dick Butkus. And I am just like, oh, my goodness, this is like a dream come true. I can't believe this. We all walk over and sit down. And, of course, they wanted me to sit by Mr. Butkus. I sit down, and on our friendship, guys, he hikes his legs up and just rips a fart, okay? I mean, he just lets one go. And, I mean, I'm like going, if somebody else had done that, I'd have slapped it. But I didn't want to get my butt kicked by just sitting there. And he didn't say a word. He didn't act like, and nobody else did anything. Well, I mean, all of a sudden, the waitress comes up, and he hikes the leg again, lets one go, and he goes, oh, man, my stomach's just not right. And, a couple of people would walk by, and he'd do it. And I mean, by then, the whole table's crying, laughing. I don't know what's going. I don't know what to do. So we get done with breakfast, and we head out. We got to go to this golf tournament where Dick had to make an appearance and ride around in a golf cart and take pictures. Well, around every time somebody would come up, I said, man, how do you do that? And he pulled out of his pocket. There was this little rubber thing that had a hole in it, and when he would squeeze it, it was something. It was called the pooter. And Bubba Larry Stewart has a patent on it. He invented it. And I'm telling you, Butkus was unbelievable at it. Every group that come up there for the picture, he'd do that. Everybody, I mean, it was just, some people, it might be, it might not be right to do that. He made it funny. I mean, everybody was cracking up. And every person, including myself, was still thinking it was him until he told me that. Now, for the clincher. Okay, we head downtown to the Federal Building. We go upstairs, and next thing you know, we're walking into Mayor Richard Daley's office, okay? We walk in. There's like 20 people all around. All of a sudden, they want Butkus and I behind the desk with the mayor. Everybody gathers around. They're taking pictures. And wouldn't you know it, Butkus let a dandy go. He lets it go. Everybody kind of went, and he turns and he goes, Mayor, what'd you have for lunch? And as people scattered, the mayor, I mean, he got flustered. He was red as could be. He goes, that wasn't me. Yeah, right, Mayor. Dick Butkus just called you out on it.
Oh, that's fantastic. I got to tell you, son, of all the things I thought you were going to tell us, that wasn't it.
I mean, he was so much fun. Tommy, you guys both knew him. You know him better than I do. I mean, this guy, he lived life large, man.
Yeah. And what a career, you know, and regardless of what sport you ever played, I think pretty much everyone around the country would have known who Dick Butkus was and what he had achieved in his time in the NFL.
I mean, just thinking about that reputation and just, when Mike Ditka says that he's the toughest, that he ever was around and all that. Come on, man. I mean, how do you get a better endorsement than that?
That's fantastic.
So you're the best. Thank you for calling and sharing.
Yes.
That laugh was awesome going into the weekend for sure.
I thought I could pass a little gas on to your fans.
Perfect.
You're the best.
Thanks, son.
Love you guys. Thanks,
you
man.
too, buddy. Yeah, there's Rick Sutcliffe.
Under no circumstances would I have ever thought that was the story he was going to tell. That's fabulous.
Yes, the pooter. I watch those videos all the time. That's still a product out there.
Is it
There's
really?
a comedian who uses it and goes into Walmarts and Targets, and he does that. And it's fantastic with the camera.
That's fantastic.
Don't forget, we're going to be out at Twin Peaks in Warrenville.
Without that device.
Without the device, I will just fart real.
That's
in
right.
real.
You don't need the device.
This Wednesday, Twin Peaks in Warrenville, 2 to 6. It's 28252 Deal Road in Warrenville. Come out and hang out with us. Waddle and Sylvie, the Nissan Titan Street team will be with us as well. This Wednesday, Twin Peaks, Warrenville, 2 to 6. We'll all be there. It will be a great time. We'll talk Bears and have a lot of fun. It's Waddle and Sylvie. We've got Like It, Love It, a little gambling coming up on the football weekend. It's next.
You're listening to Waddle and Sylvie on ESPN 1000, Chicago's home for sports. Get ready for your college football Saturday slate with Chicago's College Tailgate. Host Tyler Rocky and Shane Orling put the spotlight on the week's big matchups. Brought to you by Twin Peaks, Chicago's College Tailgate. Tomorrow morning at 10 on ESPN Chicago, 100.3 HD2, the ESPN Chicago app, and AM 1000.
Hey, it's your friend Tom Waddle here, and I want to let you know that at Great Clips, they know you live a full life, which is why they are full of ways to make getting a great haircut easier for you. With online check-in, Great Clips works on your schedule, and with new features, you can see where you are in line, get a ready next text, so you know when to go to the salon, and they have a haircut reminder feature that reminds you that you haven't been in quite some time, so maybe you should come into the salon. With Clip Notes, they save your haircut details so you can get the look you love from the skilled stylist each and every time. And yes, it is nice to be on the same page when it comes to your haircut. So even when you're not thinking about your next haircut, Great Clips is. And when you choose Great Clips, it's going to be great. Download their app today. Also, if you're interested, join a salon team. Visit jobs.greatclips.com.
What's up? It's Tyler Rocky. Snap into action this NFL season with FanDuel, America's #1 sports book. Because right now, new customers get $200 in bonus bets guaranteed when you place a $5 bet. That's $200 guaranteed in bonus bets, whether your first bet wins or loses. If you've been thinking about joining FanDuel, there's no better time to get in on the action than right now. The app is super easy to use, and there's a wide range of betting options, including spreads, player props, over-unders, futures, same-game parlays, and so much more. So visit FanDuel.com/Tyler and kick off the NFL season. That's FanDuel.com/Tyler. FanDuel, official partner of the NFL. You must be 21 and older and present in Illinois. First online real money wager only. $10 first deposit required. Bonus issued as non-withdrawable bonus bets that expire 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Roofers and Waterproofers Local 11 provides quality, value, and service in all facets of the commercial, industrial, and institutional roofing and waterproofing industry. Promoting skilled craftsmen and craftswomen through apprenticeship training, Local 11 members are trained in the application of the latest roofing and waterproofing techniques. They are at the forefront of design and installation of environmental-friendly solar, green, and garden systems. To find a highly skilled roofing contractor today, go to ChicagoRoofingContractors.org.
Okay, so greaterness isn't technically a word, but in Peoria, Illinois, it might as well be. You see, they're all about greater here. Greater jobs, greater work-life balance, greater opportunities to grow your career. That's a whole lot of greaterness. With hundreds of open positions in a variety of fields, from healthcare to manufacturing to education, even the job prospects are greater. Visit ChooseGreaterPeoria.org to elevate your career.
eBay Motors is here for the ride. So minivans, sedans, JDMs, roll out. Go ahead, feel your engine. Admire that perfectly installed exhaust. Your vehicle's moving along this freeway like it was made from fresh installs and a whole lot of love. And with eBay Motors, you get over 122 million parts to keep it running. And with eBay Guaranteed Fit, they'll be the perfect fit every time. Plus, at these prices, well, we're burning rubber, not cash. Keep your ride or die alive at ebaymotors.com. Eligible items only. Exclusions apply.
Hey, if you're thinking about getting the latest iPhone, check this out. With Boost Infinite, you get the latest iPhone every year and unlimited wireless for just $60 a month. Yeah, you get the new titanium iPhone 15 Pro that was just announced. Then again, next year you get the latest iPhone. every year. Boost Infinite. Infinitely better. To learn more, pick up your phone, dial pound 250 and say Boost Infinite. That's pound 250 and say Boost Infinite. Terms apply. After 30 gigabytes, service may be slowed. Receive a comparable iPhone model each year with an acceptable trade-in every year. Requires credit qualification and 36-month phone financing agreement. You'll have the option to receive a one-time auto-dial text message from this station's network.
Are you ready to make a difference for the environment while helping the visually impaired at the same time? Then donate your vehicle to Heritage for the Blind today by calling 1-800-983-6530. Every donated vehicle will either be properly recycled in an eco-friendly manner or given a new life through reuse. Donating your vehicle is easy. Simply call 1-800-983-6530 and Heritage for the Blind will do the rest. They'll even arrange for your vehicle to be picked up at no cost to you. And for a limited time, when you donate your car, you'll receive a $200 restaurant voucher and a 2-night, 3-day hotel stay at one of 50 locations. Call 1-800-983-6530 right now to schedule your vehicle donation and make a positive impact on the environment while helping others. Heritage for the Blind, where every car donation counts and every person makes a difference. Call 1-800-983-6530 now. This advertisement is paid for by Heritage for the Blind.
Hooters' famous saucy wings, delicious seafood, stacked burgers, and fresh salads. We're proud to serve our communities with delicious take-home food and a great place to watch the game with friends and family. At Hooters, it's always easy to pick a winner. Hooters, the original wing joint.
Follow Chicago's Home for Sports on Twitter at ESPN 1000. This is Waddle and Sylvie on Chicago's Home for Sports, ESPN Chicago.
I love it. Just a little taste of it.
I love it. I want some more of it. That's right. Like it, love it. Just the taste of it is our Pick'em segment. And it is every Friday at 4:30. How'd everyone do last week, Tyler?
Well, I wonder why you're asking, because you went perfect last week, Sylvie. A nice 6 spot for you across the board. I got 5, Waddle got 4, and it was a goose egg for Jeff Meller.
What? Oh, a goose egg for Meller.
I got screwed by the Browns and Deshaun Watson being ruled out on Sunday.
There's a joke there. I'm going to let it go.
Did not get massaged.
I didn't say anything. I just...
So the standings now, Waddle is in the lead with 18. Sylvie's got 16, Meller with 12. I'm at 10.
All right, Waddle.
Well, you went perfect. Don't you get to start?
Well, you still have honors.
You're the weekly.
Yeah.
You want me to go? You want me to? How do we do this?
We usually go.
The leader
season
goes.
standings.
Goes, yeah.
Okay. So for my like, I'm going to take under 61 the total in the Oklahoma-Texas game. I believe that this is a battle of two of the better defenses in college football. Do I have that right?
Well,
Tyler?
Oklahoma's a defensive-minded coach. They have Clemson's old defensive coordinator. He was the guy that was making like millions of dollars to be a defensive coordinator.
Brent Venables or something?
Yeah. But Texas has a fantastic defense. I wouldn't characterize Oklahoma as a defensive team quite yet, but
that's not going to change my pick. I'm still going under 61 total in that game. Is that the what is the name of that battle?
Red River Rivalry.
Yeah, there you go.
At
It's
the
going to be
the Cotton Bowl.
Yes.
I'm going to like the Packers. I feel dirty doing it, but they're playing Vegas. Vegas is no bueno.
Is Jimmy G coming back this week?
I just saw Schefter tweeted he cleared concussion protocol.
They're still not great. And you know, Packers are still decent. I know they got beaten up by the Lions. But that's going to be a home game for the Packers, in my estimation, in Vegas. Most games like that are. The Packers are getting a point on the road. I like the Green Bay Packers here.
For my like, boys, I'm going to head over to the early game on Sunday, the London game, part 2. The Jaguars playing the Buffalo Bills, and I do like the Buffalo Bills right now, laying 5.5. They showed you last week against the Dolphins that they are amongst the elite in the NFL, and I don't think the Jags are really as good as they looked last year when they went to the playoffs. So
How
I think
about the fact that the Jags have been in London for
this
the
is a good
week?
point. You know what? That's a good point, and I think that's probably why the line is what it is,
Yeah.
to be honest with you. And so I'll admit that that's something that you should probably take into account, but I think the Bills are just a better team, so I'm going to go ahead and take the Bills.
I am actually going to be on the other side of that game for my like. I'm taking the Jaguars for the reason that Waddle laid out there. The Jaguars spent the whole week in London. Buffalo's going over to London after a long game against the Dolphins. A lot of scoring in that one.
Don't the Jags have a good record in London, too? Haven't they played there
I think they have a good spread record. I don't know what their record is, but I think their spread record's pretty good.
Now, I will say, if you're into the referees, apparently the referee for this game, the Bills have like a ridiculous record with the referee who will be on the call for that game. Josh Allen, I think, is like 8-1 in games officiated against the spread. So, for what it's worth,
Is this like the Scott Foster effect?
it might be. It might be
Scott Foster and Chris Paul? Is that what it is?
It's Sean Smith. He's on the call for the Jaguars-Bills game, and the Bills have been very effective, and Josh Allen in particular is 8-1 against the spread in games where Sean Smith is the official, for what it's worth.
That is interesting information.
What do you got here?
My love? You looking for my love?
I'm looking for your love.
Is the Miami Dolphins. It's a big
I
number.
was thinking about this game, too.
They're at home. The Giants come to town. It's going to be 90-plus degrees.
Right.
This is going to be a good old-fashioned boat racing beatdown.
It's a big
Huge number.
But the Miami's coming off that loss against the Bills.
Correct.
You know they want to get right. The
Yes.
Giants are trash. Saquon's coming back. They are better with Saquon, right?
Yes.
But
I still think that
I don't mind
it goes
that.
down.
I don't mind that.
Not only do I not mind it, I love it.
I know you love it. Normally I would stay away with a hook here, but I think the Chiefs want to get right. Especially, I feel like Mahomes feels he's played sloppy. He feels like he played sloppy in New York. The Minnesota Vikings are hosting the Chiefs this weekend. It's next week's opponent for the Bears. And I think you're getting the Chiefs at a good number here at only a 3.5-point favorite. The Vikings are so I love the Chiefs minus 3.5. I think they win this by a touchdown. I think the Chiefs go on the road and win by a touchdown. So I love the Kansas City Chiefs in this one.
Do you know that the Vikings have never faced Patrick Mahomes?
That's pretty crazy.
And
why is that? Was he?
I just think scheduling, and maybe Patrick was out if there was a moment. But it's on ESPN. So the Vikings have never lost to Patrick Mahomes. They've never played against him either.
I was going to say, because the Bears played against him 4 years ago, whenever the last time was. So I'm wondering why the Vikings.
Remember that he had that knee injury that one year, though, where he missed some significant time. I bet you that's what happened. For my love, gentlemen, Sunday Night Football. It is one of the epic rivalries in NFL history. The San Francisco 49ers against the Dallas Cowboys. Of course, the 49ers have eliminated the Cowboys from the playoffs the last couple of seasons, and Dallas is going on the road to take on San Francisco. And you know what? The 49ers do really well, aside from score points, because they've scored 30 in 4 games in a row to open the season. They also attack teams up the middle of the field, something the Cowboys defense has had trouble with. I think Kyle Shanahan and the 49ers laying 3.5. Yes, please. I'll take the home team 49ers and I'll lay those 3.5.
It is
I
amazing
love the Niners.
how many, don't they go back last year too? Maybe not. They're scoring 30
in a
points
row.
plus.
All I know is every week Christian McCaffrey scores a touchdown. He's got 13 in a row. And I just think the Cowboys, especially without Trayvon Diggs as well, it's a bad spot for them. Love the Niners.
It's good love.
By
the way,
it's kind of like a prove it for Dak, right? Until you see otherwise, you always go with the Niners in this
Last
matchup.
3 games of the season for them as well. They scored 37, 37, 38 before the postseason. So they know what they're doing on the offensive side of the football.
The Niners?
Yes. Crazy.
For my love, I'm going to go to the Jets and Broncos game. And the Jets have a fantastic defense. Denver has a good enough defense to go up against Zach Wilson. So I'm going to go with under 43.5. That number seems suspiciously high.
I know, but Denver doesn't have a good enough Denver's defense stinks.
Dead last.
But what has Zach Wilson done? At least there's a couple playmakers on that Denver team.
The Zach attack on last week.
I'm not buying it.
Okay.
He was the best. He was the best quarterback on Sunday Night Football last week, for what that's worth.
Right. Yeah, interesting.
Hey, listen, Tyler, don't let us shake you from your pick. You stick with that.
I'm sticking with my love.
Okay. My taste is the Texans.
I was thinking about this game too, Waddle.
Just saying that
Desmond Ridder stinks.
Yes, and they're coming back from London after they got beat. The Texans are getting 1.5 points. They play hard. This is definitely a team that the Texans can beat. So I'm taking the 1.5 for my taste. I'm taking the Texans.
I was this close to making that my taste as well, but I'm going to go with the Bill Belichick effect here. His back's against the wall. They need a win. They're at home against the New Orleans Saints, and they're only favored by a point.
You realize Tom Brady's not still playing for them?
I know,
Okay.
I know.
Trying to help you out.
But still, they've got to win. Mac Jones has to find something. They're playing the Saints. The Saints aren't that good.
Saints play pretty good defense, but they're not a good team.
I give me a taste of the Patriots.
That sounds like an under to me, doesn't it? Patriots, Saints.
Well, then you should have made that one of your
you know what?
choices.
That may be a side bet that I make and make a little cash on it.
I don't love what you're selling there, Sylvie, for your taste, but for my taste, I love what your love is. I do think the Chiefs minus 3.5 is a good spot there. I'm going to go ahead and ride with Sylvie on his love. For my taste, the Chiefs minus 3.5.
For my taste, I'm going to go to the Sunday night game and play the under there between Dallas and San Francisco. A lot of talk has been made about the offenses here, but the defenses are elite as well. And Dallas has relied on getting a lot of their points from defensive touchdowns. They've got 4 defensive touchdowns this year. I don't think you're going to get that level of defensive scoring from the Dallas defense, so give me under 45.
Nah, the Niners are going to score 45 by themselves.
Damn.
All right, is that it? Did we hit it all?
That's all.
Everyone's got
That's
it?
all, folks.
All right, so then we're going to kick off some uninterrupted time with what to watch for. Then we have not addressed this either, and someone just sent it to me again. I mentioned this. Have you guys seen this? The stuff from Getsy, behind Getsy with the cell phone. Did you ever look at this?
I saw the picture.
I saw the video. Yeah, you alerted me of it, Sylvie.
You got to go see look at Dove Kleiman's tweet about what was someone with the Commanders cheating against the Bears yesterday.
Cheating poorly.
Were they doing some spying on Luke Getsy? I want to discuss this coming up. And has Justin Fields arrived? All that coming up. If you want to talk to us about a Bears victory Friday, 312-332-3776. Plenty of time for you.
You're in the middle of the Waddle and Sylvie Show, ESPN Chicago.
Guests appearing live on ESPN Chicago call in on the CarX Tire and Auto Guest Hotline. Who's going to be next? This is Chicago's home for sports. ESPN Chicago, where the pros go.
Hey, Chicago sports fans, are you ready for some SUV action? Toyota SUVs can roll up their sleeves for twisty trails or dress up for a great night on the town. You have plans this weekend? Heading there on a Toyota is fantastic. You can up your family adventure game with a Highlander. Super luxurious, room for up to 8. Can make a splash in the rugged, sporty RAV4. It's what I drive. I love it. I have the hybrid version. I get 40 miles to the gallons, and it's awesome. You can haul your toys in the spacious new Sequoia. It's my next great vehicle in the Toyota family. They all come with standard features and some sweet, sweet tech. And every Toyota comes with Toyota Care. It's a 2-year, 25,000-mile, no-cost maintenance plan that includes roadside assistance. It's a great deal. So check out the full Toyota lineup at Toyota.com and do what I did. Visit your local Chicagoland Toyota dealer today. Toyota, let's go places.
Bet like the pros with the world's largest sports book right at your fingertips. Circus Sports is now available in Illinois. Hi, I'm Derek Stevens. I've been a lifelong sports bettor, and I'm the owner of Circus Sports. We're excited that the Circus Sports app is now ready for action. Experience big app bets with high betting limits, tight money line splits, and more. Now you can download, fund, and bet like a pro from anywhere in Illinois.
Download your new bookie today at circusports.com. If you or someone you know may have a problem with gambling, call 1-800-GAMBLER or text ILGAMB to 833-234.
Every bite a better burger. It's more than just a motto at Smashburger. It's a lifestyle that includes top quality ingredients. What you waiting for? 7 Chicagoland locations, now including Oakbrook. But did you know Smashburger has wings? Yes. Choose from garlic, rosemary, barbecue, buffalo, scorchin, or Thai chili. And now get $6 wings any flavor from Thursday, October 5th through Sunday, October 8th with keyword ESPN 1000. Visit any of their 7 convenient Chicagoland locations or order online at smashburger.com.
Now at Menards, save big money on your next project with 11% off everything. Give any room a fresh look with Mohawk flooring. Mohawk tile includes ceramic, porcelain, and mosaic glass tiles to fit any decor. Clean Protect Point Park Collection floor and wall tiles protect against bacteria. Just $159 each after 11% rebate. Get 11% off everything now at Menards. Good through October 8th. Savings are a mail-in rebate. Some exclusions apply. See store for details.
Save big money at Menards.
Old National Bank.
I just got your home equity loan, and this feeling of joy and exhilaration overcame me.
Yeah, it's a phenomenon we call getting old.
Wow, so I'm not the only one?
No, small business owners feel it with expansion loans. Families feel it when they're setting up trusts and 529s. Nonprofits who need financing to help the community. And anyone who needs investment advice, they all feel it.
So it's not just me?
No, you're in a pretty big club.
Like a club I can join?
I really don't.
Is there at least a secret handshake?
Old National Bank, where relationships and results matter. Old National. Get old. Member FDIC.
Individuals and businesses with tax problems, listen carefully. Do you feel like you're losing control of your finances? If you owe over $10,000 in back taxes or have unfiled tax returns, we can help you take back control. The IRS is the largest and most aggressive collection agency in the world, and they can seize your bank accounts, garnish your paycheck, close your business, and file criminal charges. Take control of your tax problem now by calling the experts at U.S. Tax Shield and take advantage of the Fresh Start program and new laws that may allow us to negotiate a settlement for the lowest amount possible. Our team of tax attorneys and enrolled agents can stop collections and get you protected so you can take control of your financial future. U.S. Tax Shield offers a price protection guaranteed quote to get you protected today. U.S. Tax Shield is A+ rated with the Better Business Bureau, so call now. 800-687-5192. That's 800-687-5192. U.S. Tax Shield. 800-687-5192.
Advantage Acura of Naperville, the #1 volume Acura dealer in Chicagoland. They have the largest inventory of new Acuras. Plus, they offer a 5% price match guarantee. Visit them today at Advantage Acura of Naperville or online at AdvantageAcura.com.
ESPN 1000, Chicago's home for sports. You're listening to Waddle and Sylvie. Watch us and join the chat. Follow ESPN 1000 Chicago on twitch.tv or the Twitch app. Waddle and Sylvie get you set for your weekend viewing with What to Watch For.
That's right, What to Watch For, brought to you by our great friends and partners at Connie's Frozen Pizza. Be caller 10 right now, win free pizza from Connie's Frozen Pizza, the official frozen pizza of the Waddle and Sylvie Show. 332-3776. Caller 10 wins. You watching any new shows? You usually have a good recommendation.
I'm kind of out of. I watched the most recent episode of the morning show last night. It was kind of a throwback, or it was a revisit show from. You'll understand when you see it.
Yeah, I just started watching it.
The night before, I watched Equalizer 3. So I've been watching. My wife's out of town, so I've been watching some television. Like, I get to choose what we're watching, and I've enjoyed it. But I'm going with the old. These guys talked about it. I think that this is the game of the year so far for me. It's the Dallas Cowboys at the San Francisco 49ers. That's what I'm looking most forward to this weekend watching any television.
I'm looking forward to on Sunday just to watch like the NFL because I don't have to work.
Yeah.
You know, it's the first Sunday for me. I got a lot of rave reviews, by the way, last week for my recommendation on the documentary that I recommended on Netflix. I will give you another documentary this week, too. My wife is a big fan, and this goes into what a lot of people are talking about pop culture-wise with Travis Kelce. This is Jason Kelsey. My wife loves their podcast. Have you guys seen the Jason Kelsey documentary on Amazon Prime?
I have not.
She was watching it the other day since she's such a big fan, and I do believe she likes Jason Kelsey even more than Travis Kelsey. He is a very interesting dude. He did a whole documentary and like the whole Super Bowl thing and playing against his brother and how tough of a loss it was. And then when he was debating whether or not he would retire, it was all captured. It's really, really good. And I think it's got an 8.4 rating. I'm looking at it right now on IMDb. So Amazon Prime, if you're, again, it's not multiple episodes, an hour and 42 minutes. If you want some extra football, Jason Kelsey, the center for the Philadelphia Eagles.
Nice.
Really good stuff.
They're a fun family to watch.
Yeah. My wife loves it.
Yes.
She loved it. What are you guys watching for?
I think my favorite sports viewing item was the one you recommended about the quarterback show. I loved that. I think that was the best thing I saw this year sports related.
Remember Full Swing, how good Full Swing was done? I raved about that.
This one was better.
When a sports documentary is done right, and it teaches you something that you did not know, and it captures emotion like you could not plan for, that's the essence of it. And this was good. From the parts I watched about a half hour of it because I was surprised. I walked into the bedroom and my wife was watching Kelsey. I'm Jason Kelsey and his documentary just came out. What are you guys watching for?
For me, a series I've been watching lately this past week, Live to 100, Secrets of the Blue Zone documentary series about people who are in 5 unique regions across the world. An author by the name of Don Buettner, who wrote a book about this, has a series and go exploring all these different locations across the world and why these particular people tend to live these much longer lives. And a lot of the things are very inherent, and it's nothing that
you're not having 3 scotches on Friday the way that I am.
Yeah, that's probably part of it. But a lot of them are drinking, a glass of wine.
Walking to get to and from dinner, right?
And but it's a really good look at some things that you might want to incorporate in your own life if you'd like to live longer. And I'll also double back. I mentioned it last week.
This is on Netflix, right?
This is on Netflix, the series. Yeah, it's called, again, Live to 100, Secrets of the Blue Zone. And then finally, I'll double back. And I mentioned it last week without having seen it, but I was interested. I watched it, Reptile. And you said you watched it as well, Sylvie. It wasn't like a 4-star movie, but I thought for Netflix, it was probably, I'd give it a 3.5 stars. So I enjoyed it.
So would I. Waddle, you would like this. I'm going to endorse
Reptile?
Yes. Benicio del Toro, Alicia Silverstone. It was a good watch. So
I love Benicio del Toro.
Yeah, he's really good.
And what's his name?
What's his name?
What's his face?
One of the most famous people around. Singer.
Yes, Justin Timberlake.
Justin Timberlake.
Yes, he's in it as well.
Is he still one of the most famous people around?
I think he's been low-key lately.
Okay.
He has not been in much lately, and he has not done much music lately.
Yeah, he's definitely more of an actor than a musician these days.
Interesting. A lot of other actors, a lot of other character actors that you will certainly recognize in this.
Yeah. Okay.
Someone from Entourage, the bald guy.
Yes.
And then one guy who always plays like a creepy character. It was a very, very good cast, and I thought a very good movie, 3 to 3.5 star movie.
Okay.
This weekend, I'm going to be watching the 11 a.m. slate of college football on Saturday. You got a couple good ones there. Oklahoma and Texas, Maryland, Ohio State, LSU, and Mizzou. All those very good games. So if you've got the YouTube TV multi-view, you can multi-view them up, put them on all 3 because it should be a good one.
I love college football.
Yeah, college football's been great.
I'm going home to watch Moeller High School take on Cleveland St. Ignatius.
How is your team?
I think we're pretty good. I'm going to get a better feel for them when I go see them play tomorrow. But I think so far, so good. My coach is being honored for a great career, college football, or high school football, rather, Steve Clowney. So I'm going home to see them.
When did he stop coaching?
He was on the staff recently, up till a couple of years ago. Hasn't been their head coach for a while, but going to be a good opportunity to go back and see some high school friends that I haven't seen in quite some time. So
Good. It's always great.
Always
you appreciate that more and more the older you get.
My favorite years in all of sports were my high school years.
Even more so than college.
Absolutely.
Because you are still very tight with all your.
Sports-wise.
I know, but you're still very tight with all your college guys.
When we're talking about having a good time, the college days may rank up there higher, but I'm talking about the pure enjoyment of sports. I had more enjoyment playing sports in high school than any other level.
That's awesome. That's cool. 312-332.
I still got my drink on after games in high school too.
Yeah, you were one of those.
What?
You were an early drinker.
Not you mean like not in the day. I didn't wake up at 9 and have a beer.
No. Like for me, I was a late developer as far as my party game.
Well, you have to remember in Cincinnati as well, in Ohio, the drinking age was like 19. So like,
but you were 14.
I was not 14.
You were 15 or 14.
15. No, that's not true.
Well, how old were you?
16, probably.
Okay, I mean, like. To me, still, it was more. I drank more because peer pressure. I didn't enjoy the drinking. Didn't enjoy it. The first time I got drunk was on wine coolers.
Ooh.
Because I thought it tasted more better. Because
Bartles and James for you, Sylvie?
I think it was Bartles and James, or whatever. Like, what were the?
Were you a big Zima guy too?
I didn't like Zima. Oof. Zima was clear, wasn't it?
Yes.
But beer to me back in the day, at least the skunky beer that people would get at the parties.
It was the nectar of the gods.
I hated the taste. And then the hard alcohol that my buddies would drink, and they would do quarters.
I would not drink. I didn't drink hard alcohol until I went to college. I never drank.
Disgusting.
Never drank hard alcohol in high school at any point.
And then I told you that at prom we drank peach schnapps.
Yeah, we did some of that.
I'm like,
in
this is
college
disgusting.
Let me tell you, I swore off Rumplemints by the time but before I even got to college.
So let's enjoy some mouthwash.
Yeah, oh, God. How about Goldschlager?
Oh, yeah. That was before I even got to college. I was like, I've had my run with this. I'm done.
Yeah.
It's like Goldschlager with puke then.
Yes.
Is basically what you remember.
I'm telling you, like the worst decision you'll ever make is that when the lights go on or they're saying last call and you order 10 shots of, Rumplemints, like thinking like, let's finish tonight off with a bang. Let's do this. Everybody, Rumplemints for everyone. Next thing you know,
Rumplemints.
You're out in the alley puking your guts up.
Gross. It's WMVP Chicago, ESPN 1000, WSHE HD2 Chicago. We could do that. We could do things. Multitask, Waddle.
This was the party me. This was from high school or from college. This was college picture. Rocking the mullet.
Yeah.
That was college time right there.
Party in the back.
Yeah.
Business in the front.
You know it.
If you want to weigh in on the
Win or
Bears,
lose, drink the booze.
312-332-3776 or Victory Friday. We go into the weekend in style, talk about the Bears game, all that. I also want to talk about what we mentioned here before we got into what to watch for. A buddy of mine was just texting too, Mike Strauss, great lawyer, was sending me, and other people have sent me this. I wanted you to watch it earlier in the show as well. This going around Twitter. So Luke Getsy's calling plays. I think this happened in the third quarter. Is that when it was, Mallory? When this was recorded? Dove Kleiman has it going around on Twitter. You can watch the video, and there's a still picture. Luke Getsy is calling a play. And there is somebody who is working for the NFL who is wearing the lime green vest that says NFL on it, who is standing behind Luke Getsy. But he is holding his cell phone, and the cell phone case, which we all have so your phone doesn't break when you drop it, is a Washington Commanders case. And it's got the W on it in Commanders colors. And he is holding the phone up like he's either texting or he's recording or taking a picture or a video, possibly like of Luke Getzey's Denny's menu.
Aren't they not like they're not allowed to have
I don't think you were allowed to have a
phones.
phone on the side.
Yeah, I thought so too. Now he has an all access pass.
Right.
He will not be hard to identify and interrogate if that is necessary.
Right. Like at the very least, I would think that this video would prompt the NFL to ask questions on who this is and what were you doing and why do you have it. And if cell phones are indeed banned from the sideline, if you're an NFL personnel person, or like, again, there are many local people who wear these things. What were you doing?
If you look at the phone closely too, the Washington logo, it's a Washington football team logo too. It's not the Commanders one. And also you see too, he's doing the motion where it looks like he's zooming in, as if he's like zooming in on the play card there.
If he was texting Jack Del Rio, it made no impact.
Well, whether or not, like, there's good cheating and bad cheating, but cheating is cheating.
Yes.
And I saw someone in Twitch say that, like, whether it worked or not.
Oh, absolutely.
Or you still have to look into these things. And I don't know what it was, but it just looks odd. And the NFL in today's world, especially with gambling being legalized, you have been the one who has been on top of this. You cannot afford to have anything.
Full disclosure on everything. Full transparency. You can't have this stuff happening.
You can't have any sort of cheating going on. You have to have everything on the up and up. So if this is being captured, you have to look into it. I would hope that the NFL will be transparent. I would hope that the Bears have seen this. I would hope that the Bears, like Phil Jackson always used to say, that he would submit some tape of blown calls and would send it into New York. I would hope the Bears would take this footage and send it to the league office.
I agree.
And I would like to hear what the league office would say. Has anyone else seen this? And what are your thoughts? 312-332-3776.
I think the only acceptable action of recourse here is that the Commanders need to send the Bears either their first overall pick next season, the first round pick.
Yes.
Or Montez Sweat.
I think that's a good deal.
One or the other.
That would be fair.
Right?
Not really, but
What do
it
you mean,
sounds
not
good.
really?
It's not fair.
What,
But
you
it
hate the
sounds
Bears?
Great. It sounds great. It's
What, you
not
hate the
fair.
Bears?
I wouldn't call that fair. No, as I'm judging.
You think Chase Young needs to be added?
As I'm
Jonathan
trying
Allen?
to decide what would be a fair punishment.
The entire Commanders' defensive line needs to come play for the.
They didn't do much against us last night.
I trust that Eberflus can get them right. Give us a pass rush. It can't be worse, right? I guess yesterday was good. 5 sacks. So you think no one on the Commanders' line could play for the Bears?
No, I think they all could. I think they all could.
By the way, yesterday's ratings, I don't know if you saw this, Mike McCarthy, who works, I think it's for Front Office Sports, posted that yesterday's prime stream of the Bears win against the Commanders averaged nearly 12 million viewers, 11.72 million viewers. That is up 21% over last year's Colts and Broncos game, according to Nielsen-only figures. It is Amazon Prime's fourth straight week of double-digit viewership increases of Thursday night football year over year.
I'm assuming everybody watched it on Fox, right?
I wasn't sure.
I did.
I'm an idiot.
When I got home.
I'm an idiot. I watched it on the stream because I forgot.
When I got home, I was out at Hooters hanging out with a bunch of Bears fans. When I got home for the fourth quarter, I was watching it on the Fox affiliate.
See, I'm not sure. I was coming home from downtown, and as I was drawing closer, I called my wife and I said, "Can you do me a favor?" Because a lot of times for me to get onto Prime, it takes like there's like a couple of minutes to get through Comcast and everything to set up. I go, "Can you have the television set up for me?" Because I got home right as the fourth quarter was starting, and I didn't want to miss anything. So she had the television for me ready to go. It was very nice too. She had a bag of pretzels and something else on the
It was your
the side
suitcase with all
table.
of your clothes in it.
No, it wasn't. And like
Something
it was,
naughty?
It was like like snacks right on the
Oh,
table, right next to the couch, with the television on, ready to go for me.
A warm lotion.
I didn't know because the way he was like
Warm
being
lotion.
You
What
were
do I-
being you were kind of obfuscating what the actual you were like and something else.
And this other thing
I
over
was-
here.
I think they were. It was the pretzel rods, and it was pretzel nuggets with the peanut butter inside.
It's an assortment of pretzels.
What is it?
Yes, I'm a pretzel guy.
Okay, good. What kind of beverages? Because those can get salty.
I had water.
Okay.
It was too late to start drinking.
It's never too late to start drinking.
It's too late.
I got home at 9 whatever, and the first thing I did was opened up a bottle of Cabernet.
Did you really?
Yes. It's like 9:35 or 9:40.
I can't believe I suffered through the stream last night. I could have been watching it on Fox.
Yeah.
Ugh.
I
So
did notice that
disappointed
too
in
because then
myself.
I went upstairs and my wife had Fox on, and I'm like, "Oh, was the game on Fox too?"
Yeah, it was.
See, you called her because you knew it was going to take you 2 extra minutes to actually
Right.
get to the stream.
Well, that lag sometimes
No,
can
you're
be
right.
frustrating.
And sometimes the stream, it'll go in and out a little bit from time to time. I can't believe I
Who's
forgot.
watching Amazon Prime? Is it Allie? Is it Mark? Is it Mason? Who's on Amazon Prime?
Well, Mason was
And then I gotta
upstairs
click
throwing
on
things,
that. Yeah,
throwing
he
things
was-
around the house.
Did they show you a replay on Fox of DJ Moore stepping out because they didn't on Amazon Prime?
I think it's the same
No,
feed,
it is.
though.
It is. I
is
know.
the same.
I was annoyed. Were you guys annoyed by that?
I was annoyed that they didn't show it again, and they
what I
immediately went
mean.
to break, and they didn't come back with it.
I know.
I think that is like for what you're paying.
Yes.
and what
Wasn't that
they're-
third quarter though? So I
Was
think
it?
I was
It
listening
was.
on the
No,
radio.
yeah,
on
so
that.
you missed it then, Sylvia. It was the third quarter when DJ Moore stepped out of bounds. But there was no
You
definitive
have to
view
show that review. You have
that
to.
it looked like he scored a touchdown, and that's the one where he got very animated
Yes.
because he didn't think that he stepped out.
That's bad television.
Yes.
That's bad TV.
Call Al.
I'm not calling out. It's not his fault.
Herbie actually released a statement about it on Twitter. He
Herbie.
said, speaking for me personally, I was so locked in on the throw versus soft coverage and DJ getting another opportunity to make a big play after the catch that my attention was on his physicality and burst and didn't see it was that close to him staying in bounds. That's on me. I apologize. Field goal on that drive made it 30-14. Pride myself on seeing it all, missed it being that close on the push out of bounds.
It shouldn't
Collinsworth
be-
wouldn't have missed it.
But I don't know. Is that really on Herbie?
No, it's not.
No,
on
that's
Herbie.
got to be
That's
from the
the
director.
director's
That's
call.
on the truck.
Yeah,
Yeah,
It's
I don't
coming
know.
from the truck.
That's why I'm like Herbie. Why
He's
is
just
Herbie?
taking one for the team.
It's a good teammate right there.
It is.
But I guess, don't you think, I guess like the good color analysts, the guys who are, in those A crews, they probably, when they go to break, a lot of them are telling
Say,
the
"I
truck.
need a replay."
Yeah, and, that kind of is the impetus for the
I
truck
would
to
think
get
if you're-
after it.
If you're doing that game, that's probably, you're right, Mel. Your thought is like when you go to break, hey, you know what? Can we re-see that? Because A, the player
Yes.
is demonstrative about going out of bounds, and B, I think he didn't go out of bounds, so maybe we should look at this again.
Also,
Look at us, a bunch of high-powered
yeah,
television
like-
executives, all of us.
here's the poll question too, brought to you by your local Chicagoland Toyota dealer. Has Justin Fields arrived? It's very black and white. There's no nuance in the poll question. There can be nuance here on the show. So if you want to weigh in on it, 312-332-3776. It's divvied up this way with 3,200 votes. Yes, getting 60.2% of the vote. No, getting 39.8% of the vote. Fields putting two really good games together after really him looking like, we have ourselves a quarterback issue with the lack of progress, with the lack of processing, with sometimes the accuracy not being where it should be at this point, and things now starting to look better.
Just goes to show you that every week is like a lifetime in the National Football
Of course
League.
it is. And it could change next week against the Vikings.
Yep.
Or maybe he could put three in a row together. Let's go to Austin on the south side. Austin, you're on ESPN 1000. What's up, Austin?
What's up, fellas? Peace.
Hey.
Just was a couple things, man. First and foremost, reverence to Dick Butkus, Chicago legend. No way can you grow up in Chicago with a name like Dick Butkus and not be tough as nails.
Yeah, you have to. You're right about that.
Yes, sir, Reverend. But, man, glad to see the fellas win yesterday. I was concerned, though, about those Darnell Mooney drops and wanted your take on that, see what Waddle was thinking from a receiver perspective. Another Chicago legend.
I didn't see any drops, Austin. I got to be honest with you. I saw they couldn't find a way to connect, but I didn't see any drops. And again, as I've always said, to Justin's credit, he's the first one to tell you that, hey, that's on me. I thought the first one, that ball should have been thrown a little bit flatter. The other one was outside his. I mean, they'll work this out because Mooney has to be a bigger part of the passing game. But
absolutely,
yeah. I mean, I have a wide receiver bias. There's no question about it. But I didn't see either one of those or any of the throws, honestly, as drops from.
Can I ask you guys a question? I meant to bring this up earlier about Butkus, and it was in an article. Why doesn't Dick Butkus have a statue anywhere?
I don't know.
In the town where we have statues for everybody, why? And I know it took forever even to get a Walter Payton statue, but at one time he was the poster boy for the NFL.
Yeah.
And one of the greatest athletes in Chicago history. I would hope when they build the new stadium.
And a homegrown guy.
I would like to see like maybe a linebacker statue where you have like Butkus, Singletary, Urlacher as the middle linebacker statue. Maybe like one in front of the other, like as they came in a timeline.
Yeah.
Or something like that. But at the very least, like Butkus deserves his own.
Now, he does have a statue down at U of I. They did one back in...
That's
no,
U
no,
of
I know. In 2019, they did one.
He's from here. He's one of the greatest Bears ever. I mean, like, it took them long enough to retire his jersey in 1994. Nobody could get their jersey retired anymore to begin with. Like, let's make some statues.
Let's do some statue stuff.
Like, they make statues for everyone on the South Side. Let's get some statues for Dick Butkus at least.
Get a Butkus statue outside of the rate.
I only need one. I don't need more than one. I mean, statues, I think one is good.
Okay.
I mean, if you want to make multiple ones, I'm not going to object to it, but I
An
certainly
army of
believe there's
Butkus
one.
statues.
Yeah.
That'd be awesome.
Joe in Evanston, you're on ESPN 1000. What's up, Joe?
Hey, hi. Hey, I just wanted to mention one more thing about Butkus. I haven't heard it mentioned in anybody else anywhere else on all the stories I've heard. He actually caught a point after touchdown, which won the Bears a game back, I don't know how many years ago.
I remember that video's been going around for a while.
And the one other thing I saw in that game, he either recovered a fumble or intercepted a pass, and he's running it back, and he got called for hurdling, and it's the only time I've ever seen that penalty called.
What's hurdling?
Hurdling?
You're allowed to hurdle somebody?
Yep, and he got called for hurdling in that game on that play, too.
Figures you wouldn't know what hurdling is.
Jumping another player on the ground.
Why?
I don't know, but he got called
No,
for
I
it.
want to know why I wouldn't know what hurdling is.
Because your feet don't get off the ground.
I'm surrounded by great athletes, right? I never heard that as being called a penalty.
They probably changed the rule. Yeah, they probably changed the rule.
That's
I would bet
the
you.
silliest rule I've ever heard in my entire life.
And look, did you guys go back and watch any highlights of him? Because I definitely.
Oh man, they're all over the place.
It's
There's like a 15-minute one.
I know there's so many good ones, and I just love he never, as much as he's punishing everybody who he's tackling, he's never getting blocked. He's just, like a matador out there, Olay, just stepping to the side, and that's like one of those things where.
Him?
No, of course not. But it's one of those things where it's just so cool to go back and watch some of those highlights.
I love listening to some of the greats.
John Facenda.
Talk about him in a reverent manner.
You want to hear some of the
how
quotes?
Scared they were of him.
Hembo sent me some of the quotes. If I had a choice, I'd sooner go one-on-one with the grizzly bear. That's former Green Bay Packer running back MacArthur Lane said. I prayed that I could get up every time Butkus hit me. Here's what Jim Brown said in his autobiography, Out of Bounds. Cleveland running back Jim Brown wrote that Butkus was unequivocally out of control, the ideal linebacker. He also noted that no middle linebacker ever did it better than Butkus. When football players sit around, discuss guys they admire, they talk about Butkus. Football is hitting. Butkus was the ultimate hitter. And this is what it was. Butkus played with the ferocity of an angered animal. He was mean. That was from George Allen.
There's some great. There was Deacon Jones had some really good comments I saw on a tape.
My favorite one that I saw yesterday. This is it. This is the perfect quote about Dick Butkus. Is there a place to hide out around here? Dick Butkus, Christ. He's the only guy that's ever, I guess, intimidated me on a football field. O.J. Simpson.
Yeah. Oh, you said on a football field, right?
That was the quote.
Yeah. Dick Butkus was a grown-ass man.
How about from Playboy? In October 1971, Playboy magazine described Butkus, quote, "He's the meanest, angriest, toughest, dirtiest son of a bitch in football. An animal, a savage, a subhuman." How great is that?
Listen, I all I ever heard about him off the field, especially, years after he played, was he was just a sweetheart of a guy. Like, I don't have a lot of information on like kind of how he was off the field. Like he'd been in,
Did you
in
ever
LA
meet him?
forever. Oh yeah, I've met him on a number of occasions.
Well,
Didn't know
I
him
don't
well.
know. We did lunch with a legend with him. I don't know why I even asked you that.
I know. I mean, we met him I met him a couple times. I didn't know him well, but like he had spent the majority of the last several decades out in Malibu, right?
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
When were the last years he was in the booth? I mean, that was
late
a crowded
80s. It wasn't it him and Jim Hart? I want to say Butkus, Jim Hart, Wayne Larrivee.
Yeah, it was a three-man booth. You're right.
I thought he was still in there like when Hub became part of it.
Was he?
I thought it was like Hub and Wayne and Fensick and and Butkus. I thought I may be wrong, but
was Butkus on the radio call for the Super Bowl?
I don't think
winning
so.
80s.
Was
I
he?
think he was gone by then.
It says
no, he was
radio
there.
in 85
was he?
through
Okay.
89.
Yeah,
Okay.
85 to 89, right. Yeah, it was, and he was very similar to Santo in the way he did the games.
Yes.
A lot of oohing and eyeing and cheering, and it was great.
He had a hell of a run in Hollywood too.
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
Dude, if you look at his IMDb, he's like all over like all these television shows in the 70s and 80s.
Well, don't forget, he retired at such a young age because of his knee injury.
Right. He only played, what was it, 8 years?
9
7
seasons.
years? Was it 9?
I think he was the youngest player enshrined into the Hall of Fame at 36 years old. He was the youngest for any defensive player in history.
He also never missed a down of any of the play. Like in his 9 seasons, he didn't miss a down. He played every single down he was available for.
Mark in LaGrange, you're on ESPN 1000. What's up, Mark?
Hey, fellas. I was just calling to let you know that I actually saw the play happen where it was 5 minutes and 23 seconds left of the second quarter. I rewound it to see if I was like, that couldn't have been what I saw. So then I snapped it with my phone, and I have the picture of it and sent it to all my buddies, and they're like, that is ridiculous. That guy should be, fired. I mean, he's got the Washington logo on it. It's crazy. But, yeah, it was something that shouldn't happen, and I don't know how it was allowed.
I do hope that they check it out. I mean, you
And
can't have this happen.
I hope a reporter, I don't think he was asked. I didn't know this before Eberflus was on with us. If I did, I would have asked him about it. I hope someone asks Eberflus about this on Monday when they get back to work.
For sure.
Because you cannot have this. I know the joke's going to be, well, obviously it didn't work for the Commanders, but you can't have this, and it can't be a joking matter.
Yeah, I mean, it's not the severity of the situation isn't affected by whether or not, it helped the Commanders. The fact that the guy was there with the phone is the issue.
Evan in Wisconsin, you're on ESPN 1000. What's up, Evan?
Hey, how's it going, guys?
We're good.
So I guess my question is kind of a two-parter, and I'm surprised I hadn't thought of this question before, but, since we were playing the Commanders last night, it came up. I know for possible guys to replace Flus have been, circulating, obviously Harbaugh is one of them, but I'm surprised that people haven't really, at least to my knowledge, haven't been naming Eric Bieniemy as a possible replacement. So I guess one of my questions is, do you guys see that as a possibility? And if not, like, what do you think Flus has to continue doing, whether it's winning a certain amount of games or something other than wins? What does Flus have to keep doing to end up saving his job after this season? Thanks, guys.
Thank you, Evan. I think if there's a job opening at Hallis Hall, that Eric Bieniemy would definitely be a candidate to be interviewed for sure. Whether or not there will be a coaching change, what needs to transpire, I think you'll know. I mean, you'll watch the season and you'll know whether or not it's even a possibility. I would say right now, despite our fantastic exchange with him at 2:10 today, I believe it was, and I'm sure you can listen to that later when you have time.
He got docked a letter grade, though, because of his cell phone.
I would still say he is swimming upstream with regard to job security.
Yes, indeed. Yes.
So, but you know what? Hey, listen, our motto has been, whether it's Justin and the entire offense and Luke Getsy after the first 3 games, or the head coach now after 5 games, change the narrative. You got an opportunity.
We talked about this on the air, right? About George and Kevin Warren hugging guys as they came into the locker room.
Yes, I said that I had heard that in Washington last night when they were coming off the field, that there were a lot of hugs that were being given out by the owner and the president.
And I'm only saying this half kidding because I think there's some truth in this. I believe that the hugs, too, had something to do with, thank goodness, we don't have to even think about having to fire our coach during the long weekend. Like,
so do you think they were thanking them for making their decision
that wasn't like, I didn't think that it was going to happen even if they lost.
Nor did I.
But now that wasn't even a part of the equation. Like, thank goodness this isn't even on our radar now, thanks to us scoring 40, winning decisively, and, ooh, thank God we could take a breath. I believe that.
Yeah, I don't believe that they will revisit that concept at all throughout the course of the remainder of the year either. Now,
like, losing 15 in a row and going 0-5 is a one-time thing.
Right.
You know what I mean? And that ends it.
Yes.
So I think going into a 10-day off period would have made them think long and hard about that. And I think they really, especially
they didn't want to have to do it.
They breathed a sigh of relief that they didn't have to do that.
Yeah, I wouldn't have thought that they would have done it anyway, but I agree with you. I mean, it's something that, at least for a while, that they won't have to focus on.
Yep. Dave in Lake Station, you're on ESPN 1000. What's up, Dave?
What's up, guys? Love your show. Go Bears.
Thank
you. As cool as it was to see the offense really start to show some explosiveness the last 2 weeks, more specifically last night, we got to give props to the defense, and we got to think of the younger, more inexperienced guys in the secondary and how solid that they played. I know they're kind of banged up back there, and that could have been a disaster. And I thought that they played an exceptionally good football game to help the Bears get a victory, a much-needed victory.
Yes.
I agree. I mean, I think that half the time you didn't even know who was coming in and who was coming out of the game.
Or who were the people making those plays.
Stroman had an interception, a sack, and a forced fumble, was part of a forced fumble. It's pretty good for a guy being called into duty.
Yeah, absolutely. Very, very impactful. I think we got to give props to those guys.
I agree.
Can you answer us a question, Dave?
I can.
What does Brisker do with the arm flapping? Do you have any idea what that is?
Well, I'm sorry, I lied to you. I can't answer that. I have no idea what he's doing.
Take a guess, though. Take a guess. What do you think it is?
I mean, the first thing that came to mind was the fly, Eagles, fly thing, too. But I was like, I don't know what I really can't wrap my head around what he was trying to do. I really am kind of at a loss for words for that, man.
Did he think he was in Philly? No?
I don't know. Maybe he was mocking them for losing to Philly. I don't know.
He's a big finger wagger too.
Yeah, he says like, no, like a Dikembe type thing.
When they make a good stop or there's a good play, he's really quick with the finger wag. I give him credit. He was a guy that was banged up. He had the bad hamstring.
So Brisker played at Penn State, right?
Yes.
So that's not It's obviously not a Lion move. I
No,
was wondering
no.
where he went to school, if he maybe would played for a bird school.
No.
Didn't play for a bird school.
Nope. I'm not sure what it was.
We need two things answered at Hallis next week. We need answered if the Bears have submitted that video to the NFL about the guy trying to take a snapshot of the playbook, and we need someone to ask Brisker what the waving is.
Okay, we can get that done.
Okay. Michael Wilbon's going to join us next, talk about his hero, Dick Butkus. That's coming up next.
You're listening to Waddle and Silva on ESPN 1000, Chicago's home for sports. The ESPN Chicago Fantasy Football Show with Jeff Meller, presented by Tullamore Dew and brought to you in part by ETI School of Skilled Trades. Get the knowledge you need to manage your fantasy football team. Sunday morning at 7 on ESPN Chicago, 100.3 HD2, the ESPN Chicago app, and ESPN 1000.
Guys, with Connie's Frozen Pizza, you can experience real pizzeria quality without paying pizzeria prices. Connie's Frozen always delivers because they're made with only premium ingredients. And whether you're craving their cornmeal dusted thin crust or their new crispy yet fluffy pizzeria style crust, Connie's comes with a variety of delicious toppings that everyone loves. So forget delivery, forget cooking tonight. Just pop in a Connie's and savor their authentic pizzeria flavor right at home. You can find them on your way home today at Jewel, Mariano's, or Meyer. Connie's Frozen Pizza, born in Chicago, enjoyed everywhere.
Football fans, the best spot for cash betting and big screen entertainment is in the PointsBet Sportsbook at Club Hawthorne Betting Bars. Pro and college action, including Illinois teams, on dozens of big screen TVs in Prospect Heights, Villa Park, Crestwood, and at the track. Plus, horse races from around the country with big odds opportunities every few minutes. See photos, menus, and locations at HawthorneBettingBars.com. And if you or someone you know has a gambling problem, please call 1-800-GAMBLER to get help.
Switch to Astound Broadband's fast, award-winning gig internet. Plus, you can save $240 a year when you bundle internet and TV. Astound makes selecting the best live TV and streaming services easy, no matter how you choose to watch. Turn your compatible smart devices into your own personal TV with the Astound TV Plus app. Astound gives you more options, more shows, and more ways to save. Switch today. Head to astound.com or call 1-800-4ASTOUND. Restrictions apply. See website for details.
Hey, I'm Tom Waddle, and I drive a Hawk. It's a new season, and I'm liking the lineup. So get to HawkAuto.com and choose from Ford, Chevy, Chrysler, Dodge, Jeep, Ram, Fiat, Subaru, Cadillac, Mazda, Volkswagen, Nissan, and Wagoneer models, and a huge selection of pre-owned vehicles. Right now, save with 0% for 60 months or no payments for 90 days. Find your next car today at HawkAuto.com. And drive what I drive. Drive a Hawk. HawkAuto.com! On select models with approved credit.
There's so much to love about the fall, especially the return of Window Nation's best offer of the year. Get 2 free windows with every 2 you buy, plus put no money down, make no payments, and pay no interest for 2 full years. Call 866-90-NATION or online at windownation.com.
Old National Bank.
I just got your home equity loan, and this feeling of joy and exhilaration overcame me.
Yeah, it's a phenomenon we call getting old.
Wow, so I'm not the only one?
No, small business owners feel it with expansion loans. Families feel it when they're setting up trusts and 529s. Nonprofits who need financing to help the community. And anyone who needs investment advice, they all feel it.
So it's not just me?
No, you're in a pretty big club.
Like a club I can join?
I really don't.
Is there at least a secret handshake?
Old National Bank, where relationships and results matter. Old National. Get old. Member FDIC.
Your Bears Monday on ESPN Chicago can only end one way, with a bear. Miller Lite invites you to a live broadcast. It's Bears Night in Chicago, live from Crosstown Pub and Grill in Naperville. Eddie Jackson joins Bleck and Abdallah to break down, analyze, dissect, really dig into the details of Week 5's battle. Brought to you by Miller Lite. Again, Monday, 6 to 8, Eddie Jackson joins Bleck and Abdallah live from Crosstown Pub and Grill in Naperville. Please drink responsibly.
Prescriptions require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. Restrictions apply. See website for details and important safety information. Subscription required. Price varies based on product and subscription plan.
Hey guys, did you know there's a generic form of Viagra that works just the same, but is 95% cheaper? And you can get it online? Just go to hims.com/joy. Through Hims, you'll get a free medical consultation, discreet shipping if prescribed, a 100% online process, and trusted generic alternatives to the name brands at up to 95% off. That's right. Get generic for Viagra, the same active ingredient as brand name Viagra, but for 95% less. It's the same medication, still prescribed by a licensed medical provider, but with zero copay, no expensive appointments, and no awkward face-to-face conversations. To start your free online visit, you need to go to this exclusive address, hims.com/joy. That's hims.com/joy for your free online visit. HIMS.com/JOY.
At Great Clips, their online check-in app saves you time on haircuts. With just a few taps, you can get in and out with a fresh cut. Great Clips, it's gonna be great. Also, join the greatest salon team by visiting jobs.greatclips.com. All salons are independently owned and operated. Contact your local salon for specific safety measures.
Listen to us now, live on the ESPN Chicago app. Listen to the show in HD at 100.3 HD2 FM. Listen now on ESPN 1000. This is Waddle and Sylvie, ESPN Chicago, Chicago's home for sports.
We expect to talk to Wilbur, and also I have a hot take time machine.
Did he watch the game? He remember he was telling us he wasn't going to watch the game.
He was going home. I think he DVR'd it. I think that he saw that they were winning. He DVR'd it.
My goodness. For all the games not to watch.
Our guy Little Z, who has done the Bears broadcast forever. He's worked the parabolic mic for Joniak and Thayer on the radio broadcast for years and years as an institution in this town. Texted me about the pseudo controversy regarding the guy taking the picture.
Who's got the badge?
Right, of what looks to be he's taking the picture of Getsy's play sheet. Little Z texted me, and he said the guy behind Getsy with the cell phone, and it was a Commander cell phone, or like a case, is a uniform compliance officer, similar to what does
Jim Thornton used to do that.
Jim Thornton used to do that.
He may still do it over.
Didn't Brian Baschnagel do it for the Bears for years?
Correct. To make sure that everyone's uniform is following policy.
So he says he's a compliance officer similar to what RoboCop does for the Bears. So I said, okay, then what was he taking a picture of? Because it sure looks like he's taking a picture of Getsy's play sheet. And he says the socks of the players on the field. He was taking pictures the whole game. Getsy was standing out of the bench area.
Because the compliance officers are not allowed to be in that spot.
Right. Like you can't stand behind coaches. So he says Getsy was away from the bench area. He's taking pictures of people on the field. So it looked like he was taking a picture of Getsy, but he was really taking a picture of the guys. Like, for instance, Stephon Diggs, last week was fined by the NFL, I believe, $7,500. He was not wearing socks. Did you see this? He did not play with NFL socks last week.
I've seen guys do that, and they get fined.
He got fined $7,500.
Yeah.
So he didn't wear socks. So like a compliance officer who works for the league would take pictures of that, send it to the league. I guess that's what this guy was doing. And I said, hey, can I mention this? He goes, if you wish. He was next to me most of the game. He had an official NFL credential. So, if you were worried about this story, Little Z's a big Bears guy. He works for our broadcasts. He's been covering the Bears for years and years, working the parabolic mics. And if there was anything nefarious going on, he would say
Any
so.
word on whether or not Luke Getsy's play sheet says BU on it at any place? No?
I have not seen that. I have not zoomed in on that. No. Does it have a catchphrase on there?
I don't know. I don't know if all offensive coordinators have catchphrases. I'm not sure.
What would your catchphrase be on yours?
Win or lose, drink the booze.
Picture of a beer.
Yeah.
Beer is for winners.
Yeah. It's like
beer is for first downs.
It says, okay, if everything doesn't go well, win or lose, drink the booze.
6-pack for 6.
Yeah. What?
6-pack for 6.
Oh,
you
I thought
score.
you
You
said
score
sex.
No,
I don't know what you're saying.
No, you score like touchdowns. Touchdown equals 6.
I'm texting Joniak right now. He's texting us. He wanted to know if I don't think we have brought this to the attention of people. Remember, I think many people have seen this, though. But so far this year in 5 games that Justin Fields targeting DJ Moore, he's 27 of 34 for 531 yards, 5 touchdowns, 0 interceptions. And over that stretch, he's got a perfect quarterback rating of 158.3.
Perfect. I did have that. I was saving that for the pregame show, Jeff. He was telling me to save my stuff for the pregame.
9 days from now?
I'm joking.
And then he sent an expletive. I didn't think Jeff swore. And I asked him if he was in a better mood today. He said yes, but he has a headache.
Yeah, I mean, they got no
Well, I was going to
sleep.
say, yeah, because you did, Jeff, because you did a podcast with Thayer at 4:30 in the morning this morning.
It's nice to see that Jeff has woken up from his slumber.
Yes.
Thayer didn't even go to bed.
No.
Well, you know what? When you take a nap, too, you wake up, don't you inevitably, because you sleep too long after a nap?
Yeah,
Or like during a nap that you do have a headache?
It's a terrible idea. It's like just power through and go to bed early. That's probably the move.
Or nap for 15 minutes,
Yes.
which is virtually impossible to do. But if you do it, you do feel refreshed.
I can't take naps. It's just the worst. It is the worst feeling in the world not being able to take a nap, even if you're tired. Like I can lay down and I'll close my eyes, but I'll never fully go to sleep.
Before we get to Wilbon, we have a hot take time machine as well. What is this?
What is what?
Do you really want caller 40, Tyler?
Yeah, I was going to do 40 for the 40 points they put up yesterday.
I thought you had, because I always thought this is years ago.
No, we didn't have one for today.
Oh, there is
This
no.
yeah.
Oh, there's no hot take time machine. Oh, I was looking forward to this.
I mean, I have one, but it's just not from today.
Grand and Western Liquors brings you hot take time machine. Caller 40 wins a gift card to Grand and Western Liquors right there at the corner of
Grand and Western. This is so me. Like, this is the disconnect that happens with me. This doesn't usually happen with you and with Tyler.
right at the heart of the city, and they pass the savings along to you. Win or lose, drink the booze and drink it from Grand and Western Liquors. That should be their motto.
Absolutely.
When you go to Grand and Western Liquors, you shout, "Hey, where's Alex? Waddle and Sylvie sent me."
They said, win or lose, drink the booze. Please drink responsibly.
Yes. Caller 40 wins the gift card to Grand and Western Liquors, 312-332-3776. So, yeah, Hot Take Time Machine is usually when we go back in time and look at a tweet that I sent out a few years ago.
You said you had one.
I have one here. This is from yesterday.
From yesterday?
Yeah.
A tweet that I sent out yesterday?
Yesterday.
DJF and more is all I was basically tweeting out yesterday.
Yesterday would have been, 13 years ago. Looking forward to the 30 for 30 on the Red Sox comeback. Would love to feel that kind of joy once in my baseball lifetime cheering.
Yeah, and they did. Who would have known it would have turned out to be probably the greatest baseball game ever played? You know, I mean, the Red Sox had probably the greatest comeback ever, for coming back in the ALCS from a 3-0 deficit, and then they won in sweep fashion. But the Cubs won coming back from a 3-1 deficit in the World Series, and then they played an epic Game 7.
Were the Cubs down 3-1? I didn't realize. I forgot about that.
You really did.
Listen, I don't remember much.
They were down 3-1.
That's
Yes.
right.
Yeah. It was 1-1 coming back to Chicago.
Yeah.
They lost the next two at Wrigley. John Lester saved Game 5, and he didn't save the game. He started Game 5. Chapman then came in for the save. It was 3-2. We flew back. They won Game 6 convincingly, 3-3, and then they won that epic Game 7. Yeah, they were
Was
down
that
3 games to
the
1.
flight that we took out? I was sitting
Yes.
behind gentleman Jim Tomey.
You were sitting next to him across the
That's right.
aisle. I was behind you two.
That's right. He was the nicest human being I think I've ever
really
spent some
is.
time with.
He really is one of the greats.
So cool. We were talking baseball.
Yeah. Which games do we get tonight?
No, they all start tomorrow.
Really? There's
Yeah.
no baseball? Why wouldn't they play baseball?
Because they were all sweeps.
Damn it.
So because they were all, every team won 2-0.
You're just going to have to drink and watch something else.
Get yourself ready for some Connor Bedard start to the season on Tuesday.
When does is that when the regular season starts?
Saturday's the last exhibition game.
So good time Patty Boyle is joining us when?
Yes,
Tuesday.
Opener.
Our plan is Tuesday. I think we're going to try and get him on.
What do you mean try?
Well, I mean, it's going to be a Bedard bonanza on Tuesday. I just hope he can, carve out 10 minutes for us. That's all.
Now he can fit us in.
I mean, listen, there's Bedard mania
how the
going on.
tables have turned.
Yes, I'm excited to watch Bedard. All right,
it's going to be isn't it? Also, I mean, where did I see they were?
Oh, they're going to be trotted out on national television all over the place.
Right.
It's Blackhawks at Pittsburgh.
Right.
So Bedard Crosby for the opener on ESPN Plus. Then
Didn't they cut a commercial for that too, where they're talking to one another?
And then the very next night they're in Boston to open TNT's season. So he's gonna be on national
so we get
television.
Eddie Olczyk.
Yeah.
How old is he again?
We got to get Eddie.
Is he 18? Not Eddie. I know Eddie's not 18.
Yes, Connor Bedard is 18.
18.
He just turned 18.
Jesus.
He was 17, basically, either like on draft day or he turned 18 right before the draft. Forget what it was. Dirt on the West Side. You're on ESPN 1000. What's up, Dirt?
Dirt.
Hey, what's going on, guys? Thanks for taking my call.
You got it.
Happy Bears Friday.
You too. Victory Friday.
So I just want to give props to you guys because it's where everything I'm thinking you guys cover it. So I just wanted to chime in with the guy I've seen the guy with the Commander's phone case, and I was like, what is this guy doing? And I thought I was the only one seen it, but at the end of the day, I forgot it was probably over a million, thousands of people watching the game. But when you guys covered that, I'm like, man, that's why I love this show. And earlier, Cap had covered something about, Justin, on First Take, they was like, Justin Fields' stock is raising up, so now they can trade him. And it's just like, what are you guys talking about? You know what I'm saying? And it's like we can't never just have something good to go on with our players.
We live in a hot take universe, Dirt.
Yeah, hey, that's exactly what it is. That's exactly what it is, man. And for Brisker, I think he be trying to quiet the crowd down because I never see him do that at home, but I always see him doing that on the road.
Maybe
I
that
could
is.
be wrong.
So you think he's trying to say, hey, quiet down now, quiet down, sit down.
Exactly. But thanks for taking my call.
All right, you got it, Dirt.
There's Dirt.
That makes sense. Like he's in a very condescending fashion. He's telling them to quiet down.
Quiet down. Everyone shush, shush. Let's go to Joe in Elmwood Park. Hey, Joe, you're on ESPN 1000.
Hey, guys. Thanks for taking my call.
You got it.
Love the show. You guys had mentioned something about whether or not he's arrived, and I feel like he is, but obviously we got to see some consistency. What I saw last night, and actually I tried to call in about a week and a half ago before the last game, and I was on hold for a while. I wanted to say, does anybody notice how long he takes to release the ball? But last night was different. He was faster with the release. I saw him checking down, moving his head around. I saw a different Justin Fields, and I still haven't watched the taped game from last week because it was during my son's game. So,
what you will see is you'll see all of that and then some in the first three quarters, and then the final 15 minutes you saw some mistakes and a regression back to some of the less perfect moments. But for I would say 7 out of 8 quarters, you've seen a guy that is confident, that is trusting what he is seeing.
More decisive.
He's not hitching. He's more decisive, and he's letting it fly. And I think you can connect the dots. There's no question about it. And I think a lot of it has to do with confidence.
Let's crosstalk with Black and Tyler Filligan with Abdallah today. It's all brought to you by our great friends and partners at Steinhoffels, and we'll crosstalk with the boys coming up next.
This is Waddle and Sylvie on ESPN Chicago, Chicago's home for sports.
Courtney Cronin checks in from Hallis Hall and beyond all week long on ESPN Chicago. Brought to you by Purple Wave Auction.
Hey now. If you're a warehouse manager, you're all right? You're walking into work with a full plate every day. You're moving products in and out, managing a crew, and thinking about safety and efficiency in your warehouse. You also know that supply chain disruptions have become the new normal. Tasks like routine maintenance scheduling and product forecasting can often get shoved to the back burner when work is busy. Voss Equipment knows you're busy, but that's why they're here to lighten your load. Material handling products and services are backlogged everywhere. Having a plan in place for equipment servicing or purchasing is a must right now to avoid costly downtime. Voss Equipment has multiple brand new units in stock as well, featuring electric walkie pallet trucks. The walkie pallet truck provides operators the confidence to move loads quickly and efficiently in a variety of applications, including loading and unloading trailers and trucks, direct store delivery, horizontal transport, in-store replenishment and stocking, and dock work. They are favored across multiple industries like auto manufacturing, beverage industry, chemicals and plastic, food, and logistics. For more info, check them out online at VossEquipment.com.
Turn up your weekend plans at Hard Rock Casino, Northern Indiana. Dance the night away every Friday and Saturday night at the Hard Rock Cafe stage. Or grab a cocktail while you listen to local beats at the Council Oak stage. Get closer to your favorite artist than ever before in our state-of-the-art Hard Rock Live, where we host some of the biggest artists in the industry. Live your life at max volume. Hard Rock Casino, Northern Indiana. Just off Exit 6, I-80-94. Must be 21. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-9-WITH-IT.
Jeez, did you see that? Another big green Cenobogan scrap machine swinging tons of metal. I saw them before at Alta Equipment.
Cenobogan. It's moving one heavy load.
Well, stand back. Cenobogan is quicker than it looks.
In Illinois, Northwest Indiana, Alta Equipment is your only authorized Cenobogan dealer. Cenobogan, the world's toughest name in scrap handlers. Call today, 844-GO-TO-ALTA.
Blue Chew presents Johnny the Good Kid Yurkovich with another episode of Chew on This.
Chew on this, fellas. Confidence is the key to life, in business, in your personal life, and most definitely in the bedroom. Confidence knowing you'll be ready to go when your partner is, and maybe even go a few extra rounds. I get the confidence I need from the chewables from BlueChew.com. Blue Chew is a unique online service that delivers the same active ingredients as Viagra and Cialis, but in chewable form and at a fraction of the cost. There's no visits to the doctor's office, no waiting in the line at the pharmacy. Blue Chew ships right to your door in discreet packaging. It's simple. Sign up at BlueChew.com, consult with one of their licensed medical providers, and once approved, you'll receive your prescription within days. So if you could benefit from some extra confidence when it's time to make some magic, visit BlueChew.com. Try Blue Chew free when you use promo code ESPN at checkout. Just pay $5 shipping. That's BlueChew.com, promo code ESPN to receive your first month free.
Old National Bank.
I just got your home equity loan, and this feeling of like joy and exhilaration overcame me.
Yeah, it's a phenomenon we call getting old.
Wow, so I'm not the only one?
No, small business owners feel it with expansion loans. Families feel it when they're setting up trusts and 529s. Nonprofits who need financing to help the community. And anyone who needs investment advice, they all feel it.
So it's not just me?
No, you're in a pretty big club.
Like a club I can join?
I really don't.
Is there at least a secret handshake?
Old National Bank, where relationships and results matter. Old National. Get old. Member FDIC.
Your Bears Monday on ESPN Chicago can only end one way, with a bear. Miller Lite invites you to a live broadcast. It's Bears Night in Chicago, live from Crosstown Pub and Grill in Naperville. Eddie Jackson joins Bleck and Abdallah to break down, analyze, dissect, really dig into the details of Week 5's battle. Brought to you by Miller Lite. Again, Monday, 6 to 8, Eddie Jackson joins Bleck and Abdallah live from Crosstown Pub and Grill in Naperville. Please drink responsibly.
Smashburger has wings. Now from Thursday, October 5th through Sunday, October 8th, get $6 wings, any flavor, when you use keyword ESPN1000. Order online at smashburger.com or visit one of 7 convenient Chicagoland locations. Smashburger, every bite a better burger. I mean wings.
Waddle and Sylvie, from our State Street studio to your hellish commute home, we're there with you, making it bearable. Never mind. Back to Waddle and Sylvie on ESPN Chicago.
Yeah, it's a Victory Friday. Crosstalk with Bleck and Tyler, who's in for Abdallah. Brought to you by our great friends and partners at Steinhoffel's. Make it a Steinhoffel's weekend. It's their 89th anniversary, by the way. Check out their newest location in Harwood Heights, not far from O'Hare. I shop at the one in Vernon Hills. Carmen likes the one in Downers Grove. They got a location nearest you. So check it out at steinhoffels.com. Chris, welcome. Tyler's been here all along.
Hello, guys. As I joined the party, I'm glad you got to the bottom of the guy who was stealing pictures off of Getsy's play sheet. I saw that on TV last night. He was spying. I saw this spy. Did you guys get to the bottom, though, of whether or not DJ Moore went out of bounds on the sideline? Because I think he scored a 4th touchdown.
I think there have been photos, still shots showing that he was out of bounds.
I think I saw Hogue tweeted him.
I don't know. Next Gen stats show that the line never crossed over. He just carried on down the sideline and then had to stop because the whistle blew.
I'm shocked that they didn't, show any type of review or replay.
It prompted me to look up how much is Amazon worth.
Is the heel
and it
down?
said $1.3 trillion.
Yes,
and we can't get a sideline camera.
Yeah, it's a good point.
The whole thing is. It's a nice broadcast they got there.
It's an expensive one.
You think? Yes. I appreciate that. I get my packages day of. That's nice.
Yeah.
They're really good at that.
Yeah, like actually, I think our Amazon delivery guy just lives in my house, and he's got a truck outside, and they just like stock a different truck, and then they put it all in there, and then you wake up every morning, and there's 10 packages on the front.
Do you know about the Amazon subscription though thing? Are you guys aware of this? The subscription prices?
No, for
are they going up?
Do you guys subscribe to anything on Amazon? I'm not talking about television. So, like a product, for instance.
Oh, yeah.
So if you hit subscribe and save, like if you buy a product, like for instance, toothpaste. Let's say you like Colgate toothpaste, and it says subscribe to this, and you'll save 5%, and then you buy it for $3.99 for the tube. I always thought that when you hit subscribe and save, you lock in the price. That I lock it in for $3.99 and going forward it's $3.99. My wife informed me that that it always goes up to whatever the price is at the time. So even though I'm subscribed, if the going price is $4.69, I am being charged $4.69.
Why are you subscribing to it then? If you don't,
right? That's what I want to know.
Because he thought he was saving.
Yeah, it's like a set it and forget it kind of thing.
Yeah,
like it's just you go through a tube of toothpaste every X number of months,
and then they send you right.
Yeah.
So I'm like, why am I subscribing to it? I thought the reason I'm subscribing is to save money off of
How many tubes of toothpaste do you have like in the closets? Like 20 of them?
I probably have 5.
Yeah.
I have 5
Were
in
you
the
guys expecting like nuclear winter or
That's
something?
awesome.
No, but I'd
That's
like
awesome.
I like to know that I'm stocked fully.
How long will 5 tubes of toothpaste last you?
6 weeks. I'm probably good every 2 weeks with a tube of toothpaste. So what is that then? 10 weeks?
Yeah, I can see that. That makes sense. That's good boy math. I'm with that.
Good what?
Boy math.
Boy math. Yeah.
Boy math.
What's
It's a
boy
thing.
math?
There's
Tyler?
girl math. There's boy math.
What does that mean?
Fill the guys in.
I like a little more
Math is math.
paste on my toothbrush
days.
than most.
No, I don't. No, it's not. Not these days.
Why?
No.
I'm trying to think of a good example.
What's girl math? Give me an example of girl math.
Girl math would be.
I'll give you girl math. Okay, let me answer my own question.
you know.
I'll give you girl math. Girl math
Now
is
you're
this.
gonna explain it to
Girl
us.
math is this. My wife's got this brand new something that's sitting on the counter, and my wife's. I go, well, how much was that? She goes, that was $200, and then I get the bill. It's $294.
Yeah.
It's not 200. It's 300.
Yeah. So another.
Is that an example of girl math?
Another example of girl math would be say they go shopping somewhere, and they buy a lot of stuff.
Yeah.
And then like a few days or weeks in the future, they go and return a bunch of stuff. They claim that that's free money coming back.
Oh, no.
The money that is being returned.
Because you've already paid off the credit card bill.
Right.
Yeah.
So it's free money
Even
coming
credit.
back.
Yeah.
That's girl math. It's a big trend on TikTok. So,
Did not know that.
Yeah. So yes, you would be very familiar with the girl math.
Yeah.
Also,
You have a PhD in girl math.
I do. And it's not, you know what? It's
Expert
not
level.
useful. It's not useful.
I want to ask you guys this about the broadcast last night, Amazon Prime, Herbie. So the thing about Herb Street, have you guys ever been somewhere watching a game and there's a guy who's like your girlfriend's friend's boyfriend who like doesn't really know anything about sports but wants to talk to you about sports?
Is that Herbie in the NFL?
Poor Herbie on these NFL games. The poor guy is just so in over his head with history, the why guys have been places for. Did you guys see him get tripped up on why Kirk Cousins was on the list of consecutive starts or starts with touchdowns on the Washington
No,
list?
I didn't.
He was so tripped up on the he's in Minnesota now. Oh yeah, thank you, Herb Street. Yes, Kirk Cousins is in Minnesota now. Yes. And he originally was drafted by Washington, and they didn't want to sign him long term. So he left via free agency, Herbie. That's why he's with the Vikings. He's never really won a game that's meaningful, but he has nice stats. That's Kirk Cousins. He is just so in over his head. Nice college football guy.
You know who he is? He is Kirk Herbstreit is Shaquille O'Neal on an NBA floor. So he, when the clock is going and the play is going on, he's Shaquille O'Neal in college. Like, that is him in the college game. When he's on the free throw line and the clock is stopped, that's Kirk Herbstreit doing an NFL game.
Yeah.
Shooting a free throw.
Yeah. And like, it's also kind of fun to watch. Like, I'm not hating. I'm just saying it's entertaining to listen to him because he also gets really excited when he points out someone that he remembers from his college prep.
Well, I was going to say, good thing Justin Fields was in the game because...
Well, did you know he played baseball at some point? For some reason, I don't know, this is a talking point in Herbstreit's mind that Fields was an ex-baseball player. Okay, you read that when you You read that for Ohio State prep, what, 3 years ago? 4 years ago? I mean, come on
Sounds
now.
like it was a good thing that I was at Hooters hanging out with people instead of listening to the audio of the game.
It's kind of funny because you're like, I've been in that spot where the guy who really knows nothing about sports.
10 million a week doesn't get you what it used to.
He's flying too much up there in the altitude. That's what it is.
It's just too much work. Too much work.
The NBA is trying to limit travel. Meanwhile, Herbstreit is eating
Honestly,
all the emissions with
Herbstreit's going to be on that
Gulf
list.
Stream from side to side.
By the way, did you hear Al Michaels told us what his schedule is?
I heard, yes.
He's going to be on that list. You know, at the end of the year, the list comes out of the people who use the most private jet miles.
Leonardo DiCaprio.
He's going to be on the list.
Herbstreit's number 2.
I want to be on
Leo's
that
out
list.
there saying save the planet. Meanwhile, he's flying all over the world in a private jet. Come on now.
I want to fly around in a private jet.
You want to be on that list.
If we had a private jet, you could go anywhere right now. Where would you go?
I'd probably go to Italy.
Right this second?
Yeah.
Just today? Just Italy? Today?
Oh, you asked me.
Well, you got to be back. You got to be back like midday tomorrow.
Cabo.
Oh no, I'm not going to Italy for a day.
Vegas.
Yeah,
Isn't the answer always Vegas?
This is an impromptu. We just have the night. We're gonna go get dinner somewhere. Where are we going?
I think you're going to Vegas.
I'll go to Vegas.
I don't think I'm going to Vegas.
Go to the
You're going to
library.
Cincinnati because you got to go see your high school coach
That's right.
tomorrow.
I got a football game I got to go to tomorrow. So instead of driving, I'd fly to the greater Cincinnati airport, which is in Covington, Kentucky.
Waddle's the only guy with a private jet that's going to get the Skyline chili.
No, I'm not. I don't eat that.
Going to
I
like
never
a
ate
great
that when I was
restaurant
a
in
kid.
New York.
Yeah,
Somewhere in Boston.
I may
go to
go
New
to I may
York?
go to New York to visit my daughter. How about that?
Yeah, that's pretty
sweet.
cool.
Yeah. Yes, that's what I would do. Family
I
first.
don't know if you guys know this, but Sam Howell threw a pass to a player he played with in college. Herbie was very proud that he pointed that out.
And a player in college also dropped it.
I'm just saying it's fun. When you watch the Thursday night games, he is so overmatched.
You know what's fun? Finally watching our football team win a game for
What
the
a
first
win,
time in almost
sir.
365 days.
How about that?
You know, it's fun watching the red zone without having to worry about our football team for a weekend. Scouting
fun.
the league.
That is fun.
Scouting the league.
Yes, I'm scouting the league for us this weekend. Full scouting report coming up on Monday.
Can you scout while you're intoxicated?
Yes.
Yeah,
oh,
really?
of course.
Okay.
Yeah.
When the
Of
best
course you
scouting
You know what
happens.
you're seeing?
Some of the great scouts have.
Some would say there's been some scouting going around up north when people were hammered. You've seen some of the decisions that have been made?
Oh, I thought you were breaking news.
I don't break news, Chris.
It's like, okay, all right.
not my thing.
What a way to go out on a Friday.
It's not my thing. I'm breaking news.
Victory Friday stuff?
Oh, yeah. I mean, did Justin Fields turn the corner? It's something we started talking about last week, into this week, heading into the Washington game, but last night was impressive. I think that was his most impressive game he's played in a
I think
Bears
it was
uniform.
too because they had 0 turnovers and they found a way to win a game. They closed it out. That's real progress.
Absolutely.
All right. Thank you today to Rick Sutcliffe, who called in with a great
Tom
story.
Thayer.
Tom Thayer and Matt Eberflus. How about
Okay.
that? Not his cell phone, though. Needs an upgrade right there. The iPhone 15. Thanks to Tyler Aki and Jeff Meller. For Waddle, I'm Sylvie. See ESPN 1000.
Where are
Have
we at?
yourself a great weekend.
I am really excited
That was a big thrill. Hi, it's Andre Dawson, including myself, Ed Belfour.
Who's getting wild tonight? That's what I'm talking about, baby.
No hi from you?
What?
No hi from you?
I give him more buys than highs.
Waddle, waddle, waddle. Then he waddled away, waddle, waddle. Till the very next day. Bum, 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 bum.
And thank you to all, and to all a good night.
I just want to say thank you all, and as always, everybody else. I love y'all.
Paid actor portrayal.
I didn't see it coming. Life can be so unpredictable. After losing my dad, it made me think about my family if something were to happen to me. The mortgage, car payments, and all the other bills. Even things like our annual summer vacation would be out of reach. I had heard about life insurance through Ethos and how easy it was to get coverage. They were right. I knew it was time to stop putting it off and get life insurance right now. I got on my computer and went to ethoslife.com. In just 10 minutes, I was covered. And boom, family protected. Thanks to Ethos, my family won't have to worry about the bills if the unpredictable happens to me.
Ethos, fast and easy online term life insurance. Up to $2 million in coverage with no medical exam. Some policies as low as $1 a day. Answer a few health questions and get your free quote at getethos.com. That's GETETHOS.com.
O'Reilly. Get ultimate durability and extreme weather performance with Rain-X Advantage wiper blades at O'Reilly Auto Parts. Purchase a pair of Rain-X Advantage wiper blades and save $10. Plus, get 2 times O Rewards points. Our professional parts people will even install your new wiper blades for free. Stop by O'Reilly Auto Parts today or visit O'ReillyAuto.com.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
At the Home Depot, Saturdays are about 2 things. Easy cleanup with the Ryobi 18-volt ONE+ Whisper Series leaf blower.
And football.
That's right, Reese Davis. With variable speed, it has the power for when you really need it and just the right amount when you don't. And the ONE+ battery platform means you go from yard work to DIY in just a click, so you can get projects done faster.
Which means more time for football.
For football. Upgrade your Saturday with Ryobi and the Home Depot. How doers get more done.
This is ESPN Chicago, Chicago's home for sports. And now, the new home of the Chicago Bears. We are live from the State Street Old National Bank Studio, WMVP WSHE HD2 Chicago. Welcome to Black and Abdallah on ESPN Chicago, a Good Karma Brands radio station.
This, the Bears win last night, 40-20. Chris Black along with Tyler Aki. Aki in for Abdallah tonight. It's Black and Abdallah. It's an all calls welcome Friday. That's right, Friday night calls. All calls welcome at 312-332-3776. But Tyler, we would be taking calls anyway because we want to respond and react to the Bears winning their first game of the season last night. They're now 1-4. They have the mini bye that leads into the Minnesota Vikings game next weekend. But what a game last night from the Bears, from the quarterback, Coach Flus, getting the most out of his players last night in Washington.
That's the best game we've seen in the Matt Eberflus era. It was complimentary football all the way around. You saw the defense get takeaways and sacks, and it funneled into short fields for the offense. The offense capitalized not just with field goals, which has been a struggle sometimes in the past to really put up high point totals for this team, but they were capitalizing and putting the ball in the end zone. I think the best part that I saw was at the end of the first half when the Bears got the turnover. I believe it was the Stroman interception, short field, and you're thinking, okay, maybe they just sort of punch this thing in or get like a field goal here, go to the half feeling really good about yourself, and it would have been 23 to 3 at the time.
Sure.
But instead, they go out and get the touchdown. And Justin Fields finds Cole Kmet in the end zone. They move efficiently down the field. It was a great thing to see. Everything was firing with this offense yesterday. Offense, defense, special teams, it was great across the board.
Yeah, it really was. And my takeaway, you know, when the Bears got to halftime and it was 27-3, my original thought at halftime was, you know what's refreshing about the way that they've played here in the first half It's that the offensive and defensive lines have controlled this game.
Yes.
And, you know, Billings early with that third down short yardage
First drive of the game, yeah.
He popped. He made a big tackle for loss. That set the tone. Players were getting into the backfield and making plays, making life hard for Sam Howell. And then on the offensive side, you had offensive linemen, and I know at points during the game, different guys were in different spots, but they were creating holes for the run game, and Herbert was busting out some runs early on. Justin Fields had protection. I was most impressed with the line play on both sides, and I think it goes back to this conversation that we always have. Does the quarterback make the offense, or can you allow the quarterback to thrive based on everything else taking care of itself? Like, the offensive line was ready to go. They protected the quarterback. They created running lanes. They set the tone last night. Did that allow Fields to thrive? Absolutely it did. Now, could Fields have done that without that? I don't know, because at points this season and in last season, when Fields doesn't have time, he looks terrible. When he has time to step up in the pocket, make a decision, and throw down the field, boy, did he look good last night. Last night was interesting because they're 1-4, so it's not like they really accomplished much. They ended that losing streak, right?
Yeah.
And they get their first win of the season. But I don't want to be over the top positive with what we have, the current situation right now, because they still are 1-4. Now, if you turn around and you beat Minnesota in the same fashion you beat the Commanders last night, then I'd say, okay, now we're cooking. Now we're working with something that maybe this season can be different than what we thought it was a couple days ago.
And then maybe you can get back to what your preseason expectation was of, oh, can you get to 7 wins, 8 wins, something in that neighborhood there. But
yeah.
I think getting back to like the time to throw there, Fields, when he dropped back, not only did he have time to throw, but he looked comfortable back there. There was one sack in the first half that he took where it was like, he probably ran into that one a little bit there. But everything else, he looked comfortable back there, and it was quick decision-making, and that's what allowed him to be accurate. He knows what he's doing, and he's gotten to the point now where we've seen 7 of the last 8 quarters have been elite-level football from your quarterback position. Elite. And it was far from that the first 12 quarters of the season.
And Tyler, it was taking what was there, right? A little check down to the running back, a little check down to Tunyon. You know, maybe it wasn't a home run hitter, which they opened up the game looking to do so. And Fields missed, and you saw on television, he pointed to his chest a couple times like, that was on me. I missed that throw. Now, Justin Fields wasn't perfect last night. He went 15 of 29. You know, preferably he would complete some more passes. He did have 282 yards passing, the 4 touchdowns. He was only sacked 3 times. But he took what was there, and he didn't try and be Superman on every single play. And quite honestly, that's all he has to do. And I wish earlier in the season he was willing to dump off to a running back, to find the tight end over the middle, the second or third option. When the play was essentially starting to break down, he got out of there instead of waiting, pat the ball. Hopefully something comes open 20 yards downfield. If it's not there, go on to something else and get the football out of your hand.
Well, not just that, but I won't say they were some of his best plays, but some of his smartest plays were the balls he just threw away, too. Yeah. I don't think we've seen Fields throw the ball away as much as he did, and I think that's the sign of progress. Sometimes there's just not going to be anything open on a play, and you can only extend for so long. Now, he did get away with the one non-intentional grounding call there. You like to be a little bit smarter. He's had a couple of those so far this season where he's just trying to salvage anything he can out of it and try to throw the ball away. But overall, you're seeing a quarterback that's playing at a higher level, not just physically, but also mentally well.
Well, let's do this. For all of the, it should have been a intentional grounding penalties. How about this? How about he gets away with it because Justin Fields gets hit in the helmet more than any other quarterback in the National Football League, and 0 penalties are ever called,
Probably could have thrown some pass interference flags as well in that
game. Getting sacked where the player
body
whips him around into the turf. Any other quarterback in the National Football League, that's unnecessary roughness. But for some reason, Justin Fields just has to deal with it, and the dude is tough, and he does deal with it. And I think that's where it's also impressive to see him start to play well, because it's like in some aspects, I know people are going to say I'm way too positive on Justin Fields, and I have been, but in some aspects, he's really been up against it. He's the quarterback that steps a yard out of bounds and gets hit, and then the officials just look at him like, okay. He's the one that takes a slide in the open field. Someone comes over and gives a shoulder to the head. Oh, just deal with it. Get up.
Yeah.
I mean, it has happened, so I'm okay with Fields getting away with a couple. It's Black and Aki, Friday night. All calls welcome right here on ESPN 1000. It's a Friday night. We go to Sean in Roscoe Village. You're up first. What's up, Sean?
Hey, so I'm just calling about, Justin Fields is on his rookie contract, and I can't help but think about his window's 2 years. And the way the defense looks, the way the rest of the roster looks right now, is it possible, the way he looked the first 3 games of the season, for me to feel confident that it's still not the better option to move away from him in the draft and extend the window 3 years?
So is your question like figuring out right now whether or not the Bears should take a quarterback in the draft?
I mean, it's hard for me not to look. To me, this whole season was about, is Justin Fields going to be the guy or not? And it's going to be hard for me to be convinced that he's the type of quarterback that can win on a second contract when you're taking up a higher percentage of the salary cap than on that rookie deal. And given what we saw the first 3 games, I don't know that I'm going to be able to trust that he's the type of quarterback that we can trust to win on that second contract. And if that's not the case, why not move on now?
Yeah, and that's a fair point. Thanks for the call, Sean. You can call us at 312-332-3776. Tyler, there's a couple of ways I think about this, that point that was just brought up by Sean. One, yeah, of course, the sweet spot in the NFL is if you have a roster ready to go to win a championship and you can have a rookie or a second-year player be your quarterback and be pretty good. That right there is 100% the sweet spot, and you're talking about the San Francisco 49ers. They are in that sweet spot. They have a roster built for a Super Bowl. They have a quarterback who's a second-year guy who was a rookie who played last season on his rookie deal. That's the sweet spot. If you can get that done, yes, totally. That's the way to do it. The other thought here is, yeah, if Justin Fields doesn't continue to improve, there is a likely option that the Bears could select a quarterback if they fall with that number 1 pick for a player like Caleb Williams. It's possible. I would also then combat that very thought with, well, he's improved a heck of a lot in the last 2 weeks. I'm excited to see what else happens the rest of the way this season goes. There is a possibility he does improve to the point where we say, this guy is the guy for the future. It's possible. But if he doesn't, you could draft a quarterback next year.
I think the other part, too, is a lot has been made of, all right, are you going to pick up his 5th-year option or not? The 5th-year option does not matter because you're making your decision at the end of this year. Yeah. You're either going to draft a quarterback this year or you're riding with Fields for the long haul, and the 5th-year option is not a part of this equation anymore. I've completely ruled that out here. But, yes, at this point, you're trying to gather data points. You're trying to gather enough information about your quarterback to say, okay, we can win because of this guy. Because if you can't find out by the end of the year if Justin Fields is a win because of guy, then you're moving on from him.
Yeah.
Because in all likelihood, that means you will have the ammo in the draft somewhere to draft a quarterback in a very quarterback-rich draft as well.
Right. And 6 days ago, we were thinking that this is leaning towards drafting a quarterback. The Bears have played 2 games. Justin Fields has thrown 8 touchdowns, 1 interception. He's thrown for just shy of 600 yards in those 2 games, and he's looked like a respectable, solid to above average quarterback in 2 games. Detractors could then say, well, if you look at Washington's defense, they're 30th in defensive yards per play. The Broncos are the worst defense in football, and Justin Fields, he carved up 2 teams that are susceptible to the pass game. That's fair. You could do that.
Yeah.
And we will have that conversation if he plays poorly the rest of the way out. But if the guy improves the way that he has to this point, it makes it intriguing. Jake in the northern suburbs, you're on ESPN 1000. What's up, Jake?
Hey, guys. One thing I noticed about the past 2 games is that when the defense is getting stops, the offense is taking advantage of that. And I think that has a big play with how the offense has been looking. However, we do need to continue to see defensive improvement with the schedule just to keep the offense positive. However, my question for you guys is it a certain stat line, 35 TDs for the year, 4,000 yards, or is it win-loss? Is it a win-loss column for Justin Fields in Chicago next year?
Yeah, my answer for that, Jake, would be interceptions. If he keeps the interceptions low, which he does have quite a few at this moment, I think he's tied for like fifth most in the NFL at this point. If he can keep the interceptions low, I think that outweighs everything else, because I think the touchdowns, the yardage, all those stats will come with just playing in this offense.
For me, it's fourth quarter play, because that's where games are won. Those are the guys that earn their money. Those are the Bradys, the Mannings, that you see it now with the Mahomeses. Like, those are the guys that earn their money. It's how you play in the fourth quarter, because so many NFL games are decided by one possession. And if you are a stud in the fourth quarter, and I think Justin was yesterday, he was not in the game against the Broncos. If you improve your fourth quarter to play, to be one of those dudes who can just go out and win you a game on the last drive because you have the ball last, that's when I know you can pay the guy.
Tyler Aki with Chris Black. It's Black and Abdallah here on ESPN 1000, the ESPN Chicago app. It's a Friday night. It's our favorite night of the week. We take your calls. All calls welcome. Friday night calls. We'll take any call this evening, and especially on a Bears Friday as we celebrate the Bears beating the Commanders 40-20. We'll take your calls on the Bears coming up next.
Black and Abdallah on ESPN Chicago, Chicago's home for sports.
The Chicago Bears win their first game of the year.
Got open man, DJ Moore, end zone, touchdown! Touchdown Bears!
Victory over the Washington Commanders.
Finally slings him down, and the ball is ripped out of the hands of Logan Thomas.
Here comes Bears Friday, all day today.
Hey, win column, we're glad to be in there.
The new home of the Bears.
Touchdown, DJ Moore!
ESPN Chicago.
Don't miss your last chance to save big on indoor furniture at Menards. Get great sale prices plus 11% off on sofas, love seats, recliners, and more. In stock and ready to take home today. Save big on a plush rocker recliner. Other stores have it for $599.99. At Menards, it's just $349.99 after 11% off. Good while supplies last through October 8th. Savings are mail-in rebate. Some exclusions apply. See store for details.
Save big money at Menards.
Some people like A and others like B. At BMW, we prefer X. Like the dynamic X3, meant for ultimate exploration. The X5, built to conquer even the most difficult paths. Or the pinnacle of comfort and luxury, the X7. And since every X-Range vehicle is packed with performance and versatility, you'll always get the best of X. The BMW X-Range. Your next X venture starts here. Take advantage of exceptional lease and finance offers today.
When your cat's a me, then your dog is too.
And it's hard to know what's fake or true.
Just raise a glass with a friend or two.
You tell them more, tell them more, tell them more, do.
When the online trends keep getting worse,
and you lost your keys in the metaverse.
Now your right swipe just went left on you.
You tell them more, tell them more, tell them more, do. It's a crazy world, so what do you do? You tell them more, tell them more, tell them more, do.
The perfect fusion of strength, skill, and pure willpower. Professional bull riders aren't just athletes. They're daredevils with cowboy souls. Come experience the true modern West, where 8 seconds of glory will create a lifetime of memories. It's the Tractor Supply Company PBR at Allstate Arena, January 12th and 13th. Tickets now at PBR.com and Ticketmaster.
If you have ever thought about remodeling your bathroom but were worried it would take too long or cost too much, then stop worrying. Right now, Jacuzzi Bath Remodel has designed a collection of high-quality custom products and perfected the one-day remodeling experience so you can enjoy your new bathroom faster than ever before. It's a worry-free bath remodel from the most trusted brand name in the business, Jacuzzi. A jacuzzi bath system fits in your existing tub space. It's a no-mess installation with an amazing style selection, factory-certified installers, and a limited lifetime warranty. Call 800-717-4599. That's 800-717-4599 right now and get 50% off installations with no interest and no payments for 12 months. Replace that old bathtub today with a walk-in shower for a safer bathing experience. If you have lived in your home for over 15 years, it's time to remodel your bathroom. For a virtual or in-home appointment, call 800-717-4599. That's 800-717-4599. 800-717-4599.
Football, horse racing, burgers, beer, and so much more. Have a winning weekend at the newly remodeled Club Hawthorne Betting Bars, featuring cash betting at PointsBet Sportsbooks. Find a location near you at hawthornebettingbars.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER to get help.
You're listening to Black and Abdallah on Chicago's Home for Sports, ESPN Chicago. Listen to us now, live on the ESPN Chicago app.
It's Black and Abdallah. Tyler Aki filling in for Abdallah this evening. We're taking your calls on the Chicago Bears. Huge win over the Commanders to get their first of the season. They win 40-20.
This is Bears Friday, ESPN Chicago.
Here comes the ball. Snap is back. Fields. Late pressure coming, but it doesn't reach. It throws downfield. He got DJ Moore over the shoulder. 20, 15, and out of bounds. Snap back to Fields. Fields looking, now throwing. Got open man. DJ Moore. End zone. Touchdown. Touchdown Bears. In motion as he sets to throw right side. It is caught. DJ Moore spins away from a tackle at the 40, 45. Nifty footwork on the sideline. Inside the 40. Inside the 35. Wow. Paired in the left slot. Snap to Fields. Roche on the back. Gonna throw. Left side of the end zone. Up in the air. Contested catch. Touchdown! DJ Moore! Got out to the right. Snap Field. Stares down the left side. Pass is caught by Moore. Down the sideline. And nothing but green grass. He is gone, baby. Touchdown, DJ Moore on 3rd and 2. The corner broke out. Go DJ. That's my DJ.
Go DJ. Jeff Jurniak there on the call of the game. You'll hear every Bears game right here on ESPN Chicago. That's right. Every home game, every away game, including last night. And DJ Moore was fantastic, Tyler. He was great. He had 8 receptions, 230 yards, 3 touchdowns. That's exactly what we were hoping for when the Bears selected DJ Moore with that trade of the number 1 pick back in before the draft.
The other thing about it, too, how about the yards after catch for DJ Moore? This is a Bears team that finished dead last in yards after catch last year. And you're just seeing the game-breaking ability that he has. Even on, it didn't go for a touchdown, but there was one play. It was a screen play. Looked like it was dead behind the line of scrimmage, and he somehow pulls out. If it wasn't a first down, it was very close to a first down. And just
he fights for yardage.
Yeah, he's a tough guy. He's a strong guy. He's tough to bring down. Physical route runner, too. And it's the 50-50 balls that he just goes up and wins. And that's the difference between what was on this team last year and this year. Last year, those 50-50 balls were true 50-50 balls. But with DJ Moore on your team, 50-50 balls turn into 70-30, sometimes even 80-20.
Yeah, touchdown to seal the game. I mean, that pass that feels through for DJ Moore's 3rd touchdown. Mm-hmm. I mean, it went right past the hands of a defender into the arms, into the mitt of DJ Moore, and then he had the entire sideline to himself. Tom in Phoenix listening on the ESPN Chicago app. Tom, you're on ESPN 1000.
Hey, boys. Thanks for having me on. Bear down.
Bear down.
Nice, actually. It's nice to feel good after a Bears game. But I wanted to pose a question to you guys that was posed to me today, and I kind of had a hard time answering it. I know what my answer is, but I would love to hear your guys'. So if Justin keeps playing the way that he's played over the past couple of weeks, outside of maybe 4 passes yesterday that I didn't like that he threw, if he keeps playing this way, and then we still get the number 1 pick because of Carolina, do you take Caleb, pick up the option on Justin, go into camp saying, Justin, you're the leader in regards to probably actually starting as quarterback, but if you mess up and Caleb outperforms you, we're putting Caleb in? You know, is that an option? Is that a possibility?
In this scenario, is if Justin Fields plays the way he has in the last 2 games?
Yeah, if he continues this type of prowess, right? But let's say the Bears still end up with like a 5, 6, 7 win season. Do you still pass up a guy like Caleb Williams, who people are saying is a generational talent? Can they do that? Can Brian Poles survive passing him up to have another subpar start next year just because Justin turned it on 5 weeks in when we're already 0-4?
Yeah, and Tom, that's a fair point. I would guess that Justin Fields won't play like this the rest of the way out.
Yeah.
It would be nice.
Yeah.
And it would be a really cool problem to have. I would imagine that the play will dip a little, and thus the option of passing on Caleb Williams will be the risk will be too great to pass on a player like that.
Well, the other thing, too, is you're not picking up Justin's option, and like Caleb Williams isn't sitting for a year behind anybody.
No,
he's going out and playing.
You take that type of quarterback, he's starting day one.
Or you get an Eli Manning situation where he wants to trade out, even if he is the number one overall pick. And I think
agree with you on that.
If you're in this situation, and I don't think we'll see Justin play like this every single game the rest of the way out, but let's say that he plays so well this year that he vaults himself that he's a no-doubt top 10 quarterback in the league. I think that's the problem, that if he continues to make progress here and somehow works his way into that conversation, you could be having it at that point. And if that's your question right there, I still think you take Caleb Williams. I think you draft Caleb Williams because then Justin has legitimate trade value. And I think if it's close, you keep the guy on a rookie timeline here. It's the conversation we had this past draft season where do you take Bryce Young or CJ Stroud because they're on the rookie timeline and you get a fresh clock with them? Because you'll have Justin with trade value. You'll have a quarterback in there who's a quote-unquote generational guy. I think you roll the dice like that.
I would also say, let's see how Caleb Williams fares the rest of this season. He has been better this year than he was last year, but after this week against Arizona, USC has Notre Dame and Utah on back-to-back weeks, and
They're
then
good defenses.
And then they finish in November with Washington and Oregon in back-to-back weeks. Let's see how that goes, because I think it is possible we get to a point where your scenario could play out, where Justin Fields could get to around top 10 level quarterback play. But then Caleb Williams isn't quite as unstoppable as he has been to this point. And then you might have this interesting conversation on whose ceiling is actually higher.
I will say this. Watching last night, I said, this is pass on Drake May level football. I don't think we're at pass on on Caleb Williams level football.
No.
But last night was pass on Drake May level football.
Yeah, but it might only be Caleb Williams as the guy that you have to consider in this scenario. And I think it is possible we could get to a point where if Caleb struggles out of those four tough opponents, Notre Dame, Utah, Washington, and Oregon, if he struggles in two of those games, I could see a world or a scenario in which we live in where Fields has progressed to the point and Caleb struggles a little bit, where we say, you know, perhaps Justin's ceiling is much higher than what we originally thought. And maybe Caleb Williams isn't the next Patrick Mahomes.
You don't have to teach a guy
a
new system.
It's possible. I don't think that that's out of the realm of possibilities. Brian in Oak Park, you're on ESPN 1000. What's up, Brian?
Hey, so I want to talk about when we came back from halftime, and obviously we had a great first half, and our running game was going really well, but we seemed a little bit confused on how to kind of approach that second half. To me, it seems like it would have made the most sense considering what we were getting on a per average run. I think Herbert was like at 7.5 yards per carry. The Commanders' defensive line looked pretty rough. We were definitely moving the ball like that. It seemed like we would just ground and pound that second half away, slow down the clock, keep the ball out of the Commanders' hands. But what we ended up getting was kind of it looked like we were trying to have Justin run, and we ended up getting a couple of plays where he was like, should I run? Should I throw? There was a couple of plays that he really did hesitate a couple of times. And so it just seemed to me that like we didn't really have much of a game plan for that second half, and they kind of almost came back to get us. Of course, at the end, we ended up getting the win. Sure. We stretched out a little bit on points. But I was just it made me It made me concerned about how we're going to adjust in halftime when we're doing well to come back and, like, how are we going to keep them guessing? What are we going to do? And what we were doing is it looked like we were giving them those soft yards, those 9, 10 yards to move down the field. And, boy, they just kept on taking advantage of that. And I just felt like that was a really sloppy coaching decision.
Well, and also, Brian, to your point, in the second half, that's also where some of the penalties started to come in with the offensive line. And when you look at the second half, their first possession, so Washington got the ball first. They score on 5 plays, 75 yards, 3-minute drive. The Bears get the football. They go 5 plays, 20 yards, only eat up 2 minutes of clock, and then they punt it away. It's 27-11. Now, Washington fumbled the ball 2 plays later, and the Bears get the ball back, and then they go backwards. That's one of those drives where they had the false start penalty, and they actually had a net negative of 10 yards on the drive in 3 plays, and then they punt. So there were multiple possessions in the third quarter where you're really not making any impact, moving the football, running the football. And I think that's where this offense is inexperienced, young, and not good enough to withstand mistakes. If they get one slight mistake, a guy out of position, false start, holding penalty, it's essentially game over for the drive.
Right.
And you hope,
you're
as
not
a
the
Bears
Dolphins,
fan,
you're not the Chiefs.
you hope that your quarterback doesn't turn it over, right? Like you're actually living for the punt at that time. And so I think that's where it sets this team away from, like Tyler said, Miami, Buffalo, some of the elite, San Francisco, elite offenses in the National Football League, is that one slight player who's got the wrong assignment, one player who commits a penalty, one little item that's off, and the whole offense kind of crumbles apart because the quarterback's not good enough to make up for all that yet. He just isn't.
Here's how I can differentiate the elite offenses from the good offenses. It's, all right, it's 3rd and 7 to 12. Do you think you're going to get it? Do you feel confident in your quarterback to go get you that 3rd and 7 to 12?
Do you have a chance to
get it? Are you
it?
sweating? Yeah. Or are you just are you conceding that, all right, this is going to be a punt here? That's the difference between the elite offenses and the good or so-so offenses there.
And the worst is when the mistake compounds on the next mistake,
Right,
and then
yeah.
it's 3rd and 17,
Yep,
and then it's a complete disaster. Black and Aki, it's a Friday night. All calls welcome. It's Black and Abdallah.
This is Black and Abdallah on ESPN Chicago, Chicago's home for sports.
Get ready for your college football Saturday slate with Chicago's College Tailgate. Host Tyler Aki and Shane Orling put the spotlight on the week's big matchups. Brought to you by Twin Peaks, Chicago's College Tailgate. Saturday at 10 on ESPN Chicago, 100.3 HD2, the ESPN Chicago app, and AM 1000.
Want to live life at max volume? Then look no further than Hard Rock Casino Northern Indiana. With over 1,700 slots, 80 table games, live entertainment, and 5 restaurants which span a wide range of culinary genres, we are sure to have something for everyone. Whether you want to indulge in a savory dish at Council Oaks Steaks and Seafood, or take in dinner and live music at the world-renowned Hard Rock Cafe. Amplify your entertainment experience at Hard Rock Casino Northern Indiana, just off Exit 6, I-8094. Must be 21. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-9-WITH-IT.
Hey, it's the good kid. Check out my friends at Grand Appliance. They've got the lowest price guarantee online and in-store. Right now, shop the 93rd anniversary sale at Grand Appliance for unbeatable appliance deals like GE convection ranges in gas or electric for just $7.99. Visit grandappliance.com or your local showroom for details. That's Grand Appliance, the appliance expert since 1930. Go to grandappliance.com today.
When you ante up your insurance premium each month, you believe that if you're ever in an accident, your insurance company will treat you fairly. But that's not a safe bet. In truth, casinos play by much fairer rules than your insurance company. And here's how. Imagine playing blackjack and making a $100 bet. When you win, the casino will immediately pay you $100. But now imagine winning, and instead of immediately giving you $100, the casino only offers you $50 and makes you wait years to collect it. If the terms were that unfair, no one would ever step foot in a casino. Unfortunately, that's what's happening to people every day who are injured in car accidents with uninsured drivers. You ante up your premiums in full and on time every month, but if you're a day late or $1 short, your insurance company will drop you. And when the time comes for your insurance company to pay you, they will offer you pennies on the dollar and, even worse, string you along for years to collect it. Dealing with your own insurance company shouldn't be riskier than gambling in a casino. If you need a law firm who will put the odds in your favor, call the Verdoliak Law Group, 844-4VLG-LAW.
Just in time for kickoff. Hooters' famous saucy wings, mouth-watering seafood, half-pound stacked burgers, and fresh chopped salads. We're honored to serve our communities with delicious take-home. Hooters is a great place to watch the game with friends and family. We provide that famous neighborhood hospitality only Hooters can deliver. Hooters, 11 Chicagoland locations. Visit originalhooters.com for locations near you. That's originalhooters.com. Hooters, the original wing joint.
Individuals and businesses with tax problems, listen carefully. Do you feel like you're losing control of your finances? If you owe over $10,000 in back taxes or have unfiled tax returns, we can help you take back control. The IRS is the largest and most aggressive collection agency in the world, and they can seize your bank accounts, garnish your paycheck, close your business, and file criminal charges. Take control of your tax problem now by calling the experts at U.S. Tax Shield and take advantage of the Fresh Start program and new laws that may allow us to negotiate a settlement for the lowest amount possible. Our team of tax attorneys and enrolled agents can stop collections and get you protected so you can take control of your financial future. U.S. Tax Shield offers a price protection guaranteed quote to get you protected today. U.S. Tax Shield is A+ rated with the Better Business Bureau, so call now. 800-687-5192. That's 800-687-5192. U.S. Tax Shield. 800-687-5192.
Advantage Acura of Naperville, the #1 volume Acura dealer in Chicagoland. They have the largest inventory of new Acuras. Plus, they offer a 5% price match guarantee. Visit them today at Advantage Acura of Naperville or online at AdvantageAcura.com.
It's Black and Abdallah. Follow us on the gram at Black and Abdallah and at ESPN_Chicago. This is Chicago's home for sports. ESPN 1000.
Tyler Aki with you tonight until 8 o'clock. We'll take your calls at 312-332-3776. We go to Jeff in Avondale. What's up, Jeff?
How's it going, fellas?
Good, man. What's going on?
I wanted to bring it back to the conversation that you keep bringing up San Francisco as an organization you want to model after. I wanted to ask a question. Is Brock Purdy a guy you would draft with the #1 draft pick?
No.
In this year's draft?
No.
Or ever?
No.
No.
Right? So is Justin Fields better than Brock Purdy?
I don't think we have an answer on that yet. I think it's possible.
His ceiling's certainly higher.
So where I'm going with this is there's consideration to use that #1 draft pick to get Caleb Williams because we need to have a Brady or a Mahomes or a Jalen Hurts level quarterback. Could Fields be better than Brock Purdy, and we need more weapons? I'll hang up and let you guys talk.
Well, Jeff, I'd flip it on you this way. If Justin Fields was starting for the 49ers, how good would their offense be?
I think it'd be really good.
Yeah, I think so too. I think so
Right.
too. And thanks for your call, Jeff. I think that's where some of this, I've been saying here on the show the last couple of weeks, Justin Fields has to be better. This is, he has to perform now. He has no other excuses anymore. He's gone out in 2 straight games and he's performed. He's stepped up. But I think some of the stuff going back to last season, what I was seeing and what I was thinking about this team was that it felt like parts of the team were letting the quarterback down, wide receiver play, offensive line. The defense is so bad that they're not even in some of these games and then asking him to kind of do everything. I do wonder if the opinion on Fields would be different if he was in a different situation as a quarterback. Could Miami's offense be running to some form of the level that it's running now with Fields instead of Tua? Could Fields do what Tua's doing? I don't know. Tua's probably
played
better.
really well. Yeah.
He's played really well. He also has a much better set for an offense.
Better
Good offensive
coaching.
line, better coaching, better wide receivers. So, it would be interesting. I'm willing to give Justin Fields time to prove he's better than Brock Purdy, though.
I'm willing to give him time, but the clock is ticking. Like, the clock has, 12 more games to it right now at this point.
But
So
think about how much changed in 4 days.
Yeah,
From Sunday to Thursday, we now have an opinion where, hey, perhaps Justin Fields is starting to get it. Maybe he is developing.
Right. There's less hesitancy in his game right now. Everything seems quick. He's getting into his drop quicker. He's getting the ball out quicker. He's making decisions quicker. Even the times when he throws the ball away, everything's happening quicker with him. Maybe he's just getting the game now. I mean, sometimes it takes a little bit for some of these quarterbacks. Hopefully that's the case with him. Hopefully this isn't just a lost cause and we're getting fool's gold right now in a 2-game sample against 2 of the worst defenses in the NFL. Hopefully that's not the case. Hopefully we're just seeing real improvement.
I think we also fall into this this trend of like assuming we know how development should take place, right? Like, who would have predicted that Geno Smith, this many years later, after he's bounced around the league, is a productive / good quarterback with the Seattle Seahawks? I don't think anyone would have predicted that. I don't think there's a set way to develop. It is possible that Fields at the end of this season may look better than some guys that we thought were better quarterbacks. I'll tell you what, right now he looks a hell of a lot better than Daniel Jones. In the offseason, I was being told in the studio that Daniel Jones was a better quarterback. That was happening on these airwaves. And I pushed back and said, hold up, look at the touchdown numbers. He had more touchdowns than Daniel Jones. Daniel Jones played in a better offense. His team made the playoffs. Justin Fields is a better player.
Yeah.
I think in the last 2 weeks, that's been answered.
Sometimes
I think we
you
know.
just let your eyes work every once in a while. Just let your eyes work and you can kind of tell.
Are you suggesting that some are not letting their eyes work, Tyler? Is that what you're suggesting?
Are we going to line 3?
We can. Are you calling?
I'm
would
not
you,
calling
would you
for
like
it, but
line 3?
I'm not calling for it.
Oh,
but
on line 3. There he is. Mitchell in Des Plaines on a Friday night. Hello, Mitchell.
Hey, what's up? We got Team Gemini, we got Team Aries, we got Daniel Jones, and I guess that reference is to me. Well, let me just say this, Team Gemini. Daniel Jones right now faces, he's in a quagmire. He has a really demanding coach. They have the worst offensive line. But he's kind of, to me, is like a modern-day Steve DeBerg. You give him plenty of protection, he's a different quarterback. He had no time. I analyzed that game where they lost so terribly, right? The last game, he had like I'm talking 1.2. There was such a porous offensive line. But listen, I don't want to even waste time on that. Daniel Jones is light years ahead of Justin Fields in many ways. The fact of the matter is that your point earlier is that you got to take the body of work of Justin Fields over three seasons. And you can't allow splash plays and a splash game to dictate policy about what's going to happen. Yeah, they're going to go through the process with a capital P. And to the Justin Fields justifiers, you're swimming upstream, Daddy-O, because here's the deal. The 2 last games were the worst defenses in the league. And I'll tell you something. I am shocked at the Washington Commanders and how they had such little energy, and they give a rookie guy to be put on DJ Moore. The MVP of the Chicago Bears is DJ Moore. And let me just throw this one at you, both Team Gemini and Team Aries. And you heard it first from me, okay? Nobody said this. While you waste your time, okay, your available third market time, whatever how you want to describe it, on that the Bears should surround themselves around Justin Fields, you got it wrong, Daddy-O. They should be surrounding themselves around DJ Moore because DJ Moore is a game changer. If you had Dan Marino in this offense with DJ Moore and the other receivers, you're looking at a 6,000-yard passing game. But listen, don't get me started. A Centennial, that's Team Aries, and you're an older millennial, you just don't have what I call enough experience behind your eyes to know what it was like to have an actual capable, serviceable quarterback.
Whoa.
And now, Gemini, you're actually, you know what? I'm impressed by, the fact that you're like a little more reticent about putting all your stock on Justin Fields. But here's the thing. I said this 3 years ago. I'm not buying yesterday, and I'm not buying anything on Fields. I told you, and I'm steadfast. And for you stupid centennials, look up that word, what that means, because you don't know what it means. Justin Fields is a guy that has to be what I call this is what the game was on Sunday or yesterday. It was a spread offense, and basically DJ Moore is a guy that has this innate talent that he'll catch any ball, and he's phenomenal at it. He makes every quarterback look fantastic. Did you look, Team Gemini, Team Aries, did you look at the passes with the Mooney? Did you see those passes? Unacceptable. Did you see that pass with Herbert? Unacceptable.
What about the ones and more in the back of the end zone? There was some zip on that. Did you see the zip on the throw to Mooney?
No, I'm talking
zip.
Those are one. It's like 1 out of 1,000 passes.
He had 2 of them last night. 2 out of 1,000.
Had one to Cole Kmet too.
Yeah, the Cole Kmet thing is fine. The problem is this: he doesn't have what I call on a consistent basis the zip, the touch, and the torque.
Yeah, and the torque, the touch and the torque. That's right.
And you go back to McCown, and you go back to even Vince Evans. They had the ability to throw on a torque. That's not Justin Fields. And if you think that every NFL team is going to act and behave like the Washington Commanders and the Denver Broncos, you're sadly mistaken, Danny-O. I'm telling you right now, they're 1-4.
He's looked good the last 2 weeks, Mitchell. Admit it. He's looked good.
Okay, you look good. Oh, look, the worst. No, I'm not buying a word of it. Listen, they got to win. Congratulations. I hope they enjoy it because you know what? You know that Madden thing that you ran with the AI, that Madden story you ran a few months ago?
Yeah.
Okay, where they came at, I think you said 2-15. Is that right?
Yeah, that's what the Madden simulator suggested the Bears would be the worst team in the league.
They're right on point. And I said there's no way. Fields can't compete in the NFL unless they go man-to-man on DJ Moore, their best player. And listen, it's not going to be what you think it is. You're going to have what I call it's going to traverse. Yeah. It's going to traverse.
Bottom line?
You're going to call a series of awful play, then you'll have a handful of great plays. But at the end of the game, it doesn't work. And the bottom line
yeah, there it is.
Yep. Will not be on this team next year. And
that's the bottom line. All right. Thank you, Mitchell. There he is. I disagree with his point, but once again, a nice phone call from Mitchell in Des Plaines.
Put a smile on. The Bears won.
Well, no, he's right. I will say this. Something I was thinking about in that phone call. Last night when Cole Kmet caught that pass over the middle, have you ever seen a player catch a pass and then make a 3-point turn? When
Are you talking about the screen right at the line?
It's like he's parking.
Yes.
A car.
Yep.
He's like on a 2-lane street and he's trying to make a 3-point turn in the middle of the field. I've never seen a player catch a football and instead of turning and going up the field, making a plotting move.
Yes.
Where he's like in the post as a basketball player.
Yep.
Going backwards to then to torque and then turn. When I watched that happen, I was like, God, that's hilarious. That's like me trying to parallel park. What the hell is going on there?
Yeah.
And then of course he gets smashed.
Right. That was Cole Kmet. Like, you're going to get some of those with Cole Kmet. That's just who he is.
I mean, essentially, hit him when he's open because he ain't getting any extra yardage.
Right.
That ain't happening.
Nope.
I've never seen a tight end make a plotting move like that in the middle of the football field.
How about a little glide from Cole Kmet? Just glide forward into that. And he ran the wrong way, too. He ran away from the hole.
No,
that was the kicker to it all.
I know. And that's what's so funny is that
he's trying to parallel park into an occupied parking spot there. That's what he's doing.
If you've ever seen Austin Powers when he's trying to turn around the cart in the hallway and the hallway is too skinny for the cart to actually turn, he's going, he's making all these small little turns to try and move backwards and forward. That's what he looked like.
He's trying to move a couch down a flight of stairs.
Pivot. All right, there we go. I just thought that was funny. That's what I was thinking about when Mitchell was talking. So I'm not quite sure what else he was adding to the conversation, but that's what I was thinking about. Cole Kmet trying to make a turn.
You're listening to Black and Abdallah. ESPN Chicago.
Former Bear Lance Briggs is live in studio with Cap and J Hood, Monday mornings at 9:30 on the new home of the Chicago Bears, ESPN Chicago.
When your cat's a me, then your dog is too.
And it's hard to know what's fake or true.
Just raise a glass with a friend or two.
You tell them more, tell them more, tell them more, do.
the online trends keep getting worse.
And you lost your keys in the metaverse.
Now your right swipe just went left on you.
You tell them more, do. It's a crazy world, so what do?
Old National Bank.
I just got your home equity loan, and this feeling of joy and exhilaration overcame me.
Yeah, it's a phenomenon we call getting old.
Wow, so I'm not the only one?
No, small business owners feel it with expansion loans. Families feel it when they're setting up trusts and 529s. Nonprofits who need financing to help the community. And anyone who needs investment advice, they all feel it.
So it's not just me?
No, you're in a pretty big club.
Like a club I can join?
I really don't.
Is there at least a secret handshake?
Old National Bank, where relationships and results matter. Old National. Get old. Member FDIC.
Jeez, did you see that? Another big green Cenobogan scrap machine swinging tons of metal. I saw them before at Alta Equipment. Cenobogan. It's moving one heavy load. Well, stand back. Cenobogan is quicker than it looks.
In Illinois, Northwest Indiana, Alta Equipment is your only authorized Cenobogan dealer. Cenobogan, the world's toughest name in scrap handlers. Call today, 844-GO-TO-ALTA.
Individuals and businesses with tax problems, listen carefully. Do you feel like you're losing control of your finances? If you owe over $10,000 in back taxes or have unfiled tax returns, we can help you take back control. The IRS is the largest and most aggressive collection agency in the world, and they can seize your bank accounts, garnish your paycheck, close your business, and file criminal charges. Take control of your tax problem now by calling the experts at U.S. Tax Shield and take advantage of the Fresh Start program and new laws that may allow us to negotiate a settlement for the lowest amount possible. Our team of tax attorneys and enrolled agents can stop collections and get you protected so you can take control of your financial future. U.S. Tax Shield offers a price protection guaranteed quote to get you protected today. U.S. Tax Shield is A+ rated with the Better Business Bureau, so call now. 800-687-5192. That's 800-687-5192. U.S. Tax Shield. 800-687-5192.
Are you ready to make a difference for the environment while helping the visually impaired at the same time? Then donate your vehicle to Heritage for the Blind today by calling 1-800-983-6530. Every donated vehicle will either be properly recycled in an eco-friendly manner or given a new life through reuse. Donating your vehicle is easy. Simply call 1-800-983-6530 and Heritage for the Blind will do the rest. They'll even arrange for your vehicle to be picked up at no cost to you. And for a limited time, when you donate your car, you'll receive a $200 restaurant voucher and a 2-night, 3-day hotel stay at one of 50 locations. Call 1-800-983-6530 right now to schedule your vehicle donation and make a positive impact on the environment while helping others. Heritage for the Blind, where every car donation counts and every person makes a difference. Call 1-800-983-6530 now. This advertisement is paid for by Heritage for the Blind.
Hey, did you know that Smashburger has wings now today until Sunday the 8th? So this Sunday, get $6 wings, any flavor, if you use the keyword ESPN 1000. You can order online at smashburger.com or visit one of their 7 convenient Chicagoland locations. Smashburger, every bite a better burger. I mean wings. They've got wings too.
This is Chicago's home for sports, ESPN 1000.
I'd like you to meet someone who's really special.
It's Black and Abdallah.
A real inspiration.
Follow us on the gram at Black and Abdallah and at ESPN